Lin Chuan, traveling through a fantasy world, becomes the holy son of the heavenly demon sect. He is a gifted and suave man, yet he chooses to lie low. But he didn't know that the empress could hear his thoughts. Just now, today is the day when sect master Lang Ningxuang comes out of seclusion. A powerful heavenly emperor will soon be born in our heavenly demon sect. From now on, my Tianmo sect will have a place on the 4 great sects ranking. The great elder Wei Wayang looked excited, his still charming face full of excitement. Below the high platform, 100,000 disciples lined up neatly in front of the heavenly demon hall. They waited eagerly, looking at the door of the hall, eagerly anticipating the moment when their leader would break through the barriers and emerge. But before the crowd, a handsome young man, but he kept yawning. His name is Lin Chuan, the holy son of the heavenly demon sect. His lazy look was out of tune with the excitement of the disciples, waking everyone up so early in the morning just to wait for that old witch to come out. Isn't it boring? I'm fighting for my life to compete for the 4 great sects ranking. Don't you know that a tall tree attracts the wind? All they do is fight and kill, there's no peace at all. No wonder the old witch is so old and still can't get married. She deserves it. Lin Chuan muttered secretly. Since traveling to the demonic sect, Lin Chuan has inexplicably become the holy son of the demonic sect. This identity sounds quite impressive, but it's also dangerous. The demonic sect doesn't sound like a good place, just as the name means the devil. It's a demonic cult. Under the sect, there are all demons and monsters, especially the sect leader Lang Ningxuang, who is a big devil who kills people without blinking an eye. Legend has it that she achieved breakthrough to the heavenly saint level when she was 20 years old, just because a disciple of Xuanjian sect said something disrespectful to her. Lang Ningxuang attacked the Xuanjian sect alone with a sword and killed more than 100 people. Among them, 5 of the 7 elders of Xuanjian sect died, and the remaining 2 were also seriously injured. If the leader of Xuanjian sect had not taken action personally, the consequences would have been even more serious. From then on, Lang Ningxuang's reputation for evil was completely established. When one person succeeds, the whole family will benefit. The power of the demonic sect also rose with the tide. Even if it is a demon cult, generally, decent people would not dare to bully others at will. He was afraid of provoking Lang Ningxuang again and following the same fate as the Xuanjian sect. The cycle of karma is unwavering, and those who kill will be killed. If the old witch continues to kill like this, she will eventually destroy the heavenly demon sect. The heavenly demon sect will be destroyed sooner or later anyway, so why should I bother practicing so hard? Just lie down and find a new home to live in peace. Lin Chuan muttered again, and continued to be the free and easy holy son. In fact, he is not born to like to speak ill of others. The main reason is that, as a time traveler, he needs a system. But there's something unusual about his system. It's called the lie-flat system. That's right, lie-flat. As long as Lin Chuan chooses to do nothing, he will get a generous reward. For example, when others are in class, he is sleeping. The elder was preaching, but he was lazy. While others were practicing, he skipped classes. The system will naturally give him a lot of rewards. Since he can get the resources that others dream of by just lying down, why should he work so hard? Ding, great elder Wei Wayang is giving a lecture. The host is being lazy. Reward, 10 years of cultivation. Look, the system has awarded him another reward. 10 years of cultivation in one go. Lin Chuan's realm was almost unstoppable. Hoo-hoo. Suddenly, a restless wind blew. The wind that comes out of nowhere is definitely not ordinary. Wei Wayang and many disciples of the demonic sect looked at Lin Chuan. 100,000 pairs of eyes revealed surprise, astonishment, and disbelief. The Holy Son has made another breakthrough. A female disciple who admired Lin Chuan hugged her face and screamed. Why say again? Because over the years, Lin Chuan always made breakthroughs in strange places. Breakthrough during class, breakthrough during sleep. You can also make breakthroughs while strolling. After all, the system rewards cultivation for at least 5 years each time. Lin Chuan couldn't suppress it even if he wanted to. But in the eyes of others, Lin Chuan is definitely a person who defies the heavens. Even his qualifications are much better than Lang Ningxuang's. It was also because of this that Lang Ningxuang made an exception and promoted him to the position of Holy Son. Coupled with his handsome face and free-spirited personality, he is favored by many young female disciples. It is no exaggeration to call him the #1 traffic idol of the demon sect. With this breakthrough, the Holy Son must have entered the heavenly saint realm. I never thought that the Holy Sun could reach such a level in just 5 years. It's truly shocking. Even compared to the sect master, he's better than the others. Wei Wying said with a face full of joy. In the sect, a heavenly emperor and a heavenly saint were born within one day. Why worry about the prosperity of the demonic sect? I really want the sect master to see it with his own eyes. I'm sure the sect master would be very happy to see this. She smiled confidently. At the same time, in the main hall, a beautiful figure was sitting cross-legged on a cushion. Under the wide black skirt, a pair of long white legs are faintly visible. The proud figure can't be hidden. However, the rise and fall of her chest seemed to indicate that her current situation was not good, especially that stunning face that makes all women question their lives. It was extremely gloomy. Condensation Frost was very angry. Just now, she was at the most critical moment of breakthrough. Suddenly, a man's voice came to my ears. The sound was like someone whispering in her ear. The sound is extremely clear. You called us all here so early in the morning, just to wait for that old witch to come out. All you know is fighting and killing. You deserve to be an old witch and never get married. Who is it? Who is speaking? Leng Ningxuang opened her beautiful eyes wide and scanned the hall angrily. But no trace was found. But she clearly heard someone talking. Hateful! Who has the guts to call me an old witch? This sect leader is only 26 years old. How old am I? What's more, for cultivators, time is worthless. At 26, she is still a young girl, etc. This sect master is a powerful heavenly emperor who can speak under this sect master's nose without revealing his whereabouts. Could it be that this sect master is hallucinating? Leng Ningxuang asked suspiciously. She has great confidence in her own abilities, even though there are countless strong people in this world. But there are very few beings who can surpass the level of the heavenly emperor. What's more, the man kept calling her an old witch, but he was clearly a young person. Could it be that this sect master can hear the inner voice of a certain disciple? Yes, that must be it. Damn it, don't let this sect master pull you out. Otherwise, you will have to endure all the suffering in life. Leng Ningxuang clenched her silver teeth, and murderous intent suddenly spread. It's over. I originally wanted to hide my abilities and not reveal my abilities. This is great. He actually broke through to the heavenly saint level in public. Alas, I can't shake off my identity as the Holy Sun. If anything happens to the heavenly demon sect in the future, how will I escape? Here we go again. Leng Ningxuang, who had just calmed down, suddenly widened her beautiful eyes. The voice came clearly into her ears again. Lin Chuan, it's you. The realms in this book are Heavenly Master, Heavenly Spirit, Heavenly King, Heavenly Emperor, Heavenly Patriarch, Heavenly Venerable, Heavenly Saint, Heavenly Emperor, and the title Heavenly Emperor. Chapter 2. Condensation Frost is very angry, and the consequences are serious. She entered the Tao through killing, and with a strong murderous intention, she never takes any man seriously. That's why. Back then, it was just because a disciple of Xuanjian sect said a few frivolous words to her. They rushed to the mountain gate and took away more than 100 lives. If this happened in Lin Chuan's world, it would definitely be considered misogyny. What can a saint's son do? How dare you insult this sect master? Court death. Leng Ningxuang was already filled with murderous intent, and she had just broken through to the level of heavenly emperor. Her egocentric nature means that she doesn't need to take anyone seriously. What's more, the person who insulted her was actually a disciple of her own sect. The crime is even more serious. Great, the Holy Sun has made another breakthrough. The Holy Sun is another powerful heavenly saint after the sect master. Why worry about the prosperity of my heavenly demon sect? The excited shouts of the great elder Wei Wyang echoed throughout the Holy Maiden Peak. Even Leng Ningxuang in the hall could hear it clearly. Heavenly Saint, the Son of God, actually broke through to the heavenly saint level. The sudden drop in temperature in the hall suddenly stopped. Then it warmed up. Leng Ningxuang's stunningly beautiful face was still covered in frost, but there was also a hint of surprise in her beautiful eyes. Below the heavenly emperor is the heavenly saint. Leng Ningxuang had just transcended this realm before he went into seclusion. In the azure world, the Emperor of Heaven is already a top powerhouse, and the heavenly saint is the one who is second only to one man and above 10,000 men. Lin Chuan has been cultivating immortality for 5 years, and his cultivation has improved rapidly. The improvement speed is even more abnormal than that of condensation frost. Only someone with such talent is worthy of being called the Holy Son of the demonic sect. This is the reason why Leng Ningxuang promoted Lin Chuan out of turn. but she never expected that Lin Chuan's qualifications were much better than hers. How could she not be shocked? To kill or not to kill, that's a choice. Lang Ningxuang frowned and fell into deep thought. According to her personality, any sect disciple who dared to insult her would be killed without mercy. But considering Lin Chuan's extraordinary talent, if he is killed, it will be a loss for the demonic sect, and the consequences are unimaginable. Although Lang Ningxuang didn't want to admit it, Lin Chuan's face was indeed breathtakingly handsome. So many of his female disciples are loyal fans of Lin Chuan. This gave Lang Ningxuang a headache for a while. But there is nothing I can do. Snort. Since you have good talent, this sect master can spare your life. But the death penalty can be avoided, but the living punishment cannot be escaped. Don't think that this sect master will let you off so easily. Lang Ningxuang snorted arrogantly and slowly stood up. After being in seclusion for so long, it's time to go out and get some fresh air. Outside the hall, 100,000 disciples of the demonic sect were still waiting for her to come out to celebrate. Squeak! The door of the hall suddenly opened wide. The disciples waiting outside the hall stopped making noise. Pairs of eyes immediately looked over. Welcome, sect master. The great elder Wei Wyang led 100,000 disciples to congratulate the sect leader on his coming out of seclusion. Lin Chuan, who had just broken through to the heavenly saint level, also followed suit and saluted, looking very much like the real deal. It's finally out. Hurry up, let's finish this. I can go back to sleep too. Lin Chuan lowered his head and kept muttering. Lang Ningxuang, who had just calmed down, looked over suddenly. It was that voice again. It was just like Lin Chuan was complaining bluntly in her ear. But despite such outrageous words, no one else reacted. Is this world crazy? Wrong. It was Lang Ningxuang who could hear Lin Chuan's inner thoughts. Very good. After this sect master broke through to become the heavenly emperor, he could actually see into the thoughts of others. But why can I only hear the sun's inner voice? Lang Ningxuang frowned slightly, but was puzzled. No matter what, she can understand Lin Chuan's thoughts. This also shows that the Son of God is not sincere in what he says and what he means. This bastard! How dare you be so disrespectful to this sect master? I must punish you severely. Everyone, this sect master has been in seclusion for more than 6 months, and finally became the Emperor of Heaven. From now on, it is only natural for this sect master to declare herself the Empress, following the imperial court. And our Tianmo sect also has a place in the list of the 4 major sects. From now on, my heavenly demon sect may bully others, but no one can bully my heavenly demon sect. Anyone who dares to insult our heavenly demon sect will be killed without mercy. Lang Ningxuang raised his arms high, and his domineering declaration made the blood of his 100,000 disciples boil. For a while, many disciples shouted, "The sect master is mighty, long live the sect master." Everyone knows that Lang Ningxuang's achievement of the heavenly emperor brought the demonic sect into an unprecedented period of prosperity. Tusk, still as big-breasted and brainless as before. All they know is fighting and killing, using force to suppress others. Little do you know that it is better to guide it than to block it. Sooner or later, the demon sect will be defeated by you, an old witch. A sigh once again reached Lang Ningxuang's ears. It was like a bucket of cold water, which almost extinguished her ambitions on the spot. You! Lang Ningxuang's beautiful eyes opened wide, and a fierce look suddenly burst out that she couldn't suppress. Along with the imposing aura and pressure of the powerful heavenly emperor, an extremely strong wave of internal force spread out. Hiss! Wei Wyang and his 100,000 disciples truly felt Lang Ningxuang's cold, murderous intent. I couldn't help but gasp. It was fine just now. Turning around, the sect leader became so angry. What's going on? Is the old witch angry again? No wonder everyone says she's a hot-tempered person. She gets angry easily. However, although the old witch is quite old, she is quite pretty. It's a pity that she's too fierce. Otherwise, she would definitely be very popular among male disciples. It's his voice again. This time, Lang Ningxuang kept her eyes on Lin Chuan and was absolutely sure that Lin Chuan definitely didn't move his mouth. From this, it can be seen that what she heard was indeed Lin Chuan's voice. Dare you say that this sect leader is evil? Is this sect leader a vicious person? Lang Ningxuang gritted her teeth secretly and said unconvincedly, "Oh, it seems quite fierce. But that's not the point. Lin Chuan, this immature boy, actually flirted with her. The last Chuanjian sect disciple who flirted with her now has grass 3 feet high on his grave. Doesn't this kid know? Very good. It seems that she was too kind to Lin Chuan, the Holy Sun. That's why Lin Chuan is so presumptuous. It seems that I have to use some extraordinary means to let the Holy Sun know how powerful the leader of the demon sect is. While this sect master was in seclusion, he noticed the surge of spiritual energy outside the hall. The Holy Sun has broken through to the heavenly saint realm, right? There was not a single ripple on Leng Ningxuang's delicate face. Being calm and composed in the face of difficulties is the true character of a hero. Seeing this, the great elder Wei Wying was very pleased and quickly responded. The sect master is right. Just now the Holy Sun broke through to the heavenly saint. The strength of our Tianmo sect has reached a new level. Within one day, the demonic sect gave birth to an emperor and a saint, which was enough to shock all the sects. Therefore, all the disciples were very excited. It's just a heavenly saint, there's no need to make a fuss. The Holy Sun has just broken through to heavenly sainthood, so he probably hasn't mastered it yet. This sect master has decided to personally train you so that you can master the heavenly saint realm more quickly. Holy Sun, what do you think? Leng Ningxuang raised the corner of her mouth slightly, and a sly smile just caught Lin Chuan's eyes. Training in front of so many people. The old witch has this special fetish. Oh no, why am I suddenly so excited? Chapter 3, Master, you've entered menopause. Lin Chuan, what on earth is this bastard thinking about? What training? What excitement? As the Holy Son of the heavenly demon sect, how dare he? How dare he have such filthy thoughts? Condensation Frost is about to explode. Ever since she broke into the Xuanjian sect and killed hundreds of Xuanjian sect masters, the name of the evil witch spread far and wide. No one has ever dared to tease her so blatantly. Lin Chuan was the first one. Deserved to die. For a moment the internal force surged, and a strong wind blew. A cold, murderous intent swept across the holy maiden peak. The faces of the 100,000 disciples of the demonic sect changed drastically. They looked at their leader in horror, completely unaware of why he was angry. Even Wei Wying didn't understand what was wrong with Leng Ningxuang today. Why are my moods so changeable? Could it be that he has gone astray? I heard that once a cultivator goes astray, he will lose control of his emotions. Mood swings are common, although the mood of our own sect leader is inherently unpredictable. But today is particularly strange. Master, calm down. This is the heavenly demon sect. I accidentally hurt one of my own family members. What should I do? Wei Wying comforted loudly. She really thought Leng Ningxuang had gone crazy. They were even prepared to forcibly suppress the condensation frost, even though this sect leader is already a powerful person at the level of the heavenly emperor. But for the sake of the heavenly demon sect's longevity, she had no choice but to fight to the death. That's right. You can call on the sun. Now the Holy Sun has become a heavenly saint, although he is one level lower than Leng Ningxuang. But he is the strongest under the Emperor of Heaven. He is also from the demonic sect, a powerful figure who is unmatched by anyone except Leng Ningxuang. With his help, the probability of success will be greater. Thinking of this, Wei Wying turned to look at Lin Chuan. He was just about to start a discussion with Lin Chuan, but I saw Lin Chuan covering his mouth and yawning. His whole face looked lazy. The sect master is already so furious, and you still have the mind to slack off. I don't know what to say to you. Wei Wying rolled his eyes and gave Lin Chuan a fierce look. But this is not the right time to reprimand Lin Chuan. She must join forces with the Holy Sun to suppress the possessed sect leader. Just as she was about to speak, but Lin Chuan's originally lazy face suddenly became serious. Then Lin Chuan turned his head and looked at the sky behind him. At the same time, the same is true for condensation frost. The two of them looked out into the sky coldly. Seems to have noticed something. Out of curiosity, Wei Wying couldn't help but look over. Then 100 miles away in the sky, hundreds of black spots appeared one after another. Those black spots were flying towards the demonic sect at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not long, figures replaced the black spots, and even the faces of those people were clearly visible. However, the martial robes they wore were different. But the aura is extremely powerful. Xuanjian sect, Qingyang sect, the evil blood sect, 100 Ghost Gate. Wei Wying glanced at those powerful immortal cultivators and named their sects one by one. Hundreds of familiar and unfamiliar faces appeared on the holy maiden peak together. It's obvious that he has bad intentions. The reason why those faces are familiar is that they are all the leaders and masters of various sects. Strange because they rarely appear in the world. Even Wei Wying, a great elder of the demonic sect, had rarely seen their true faces. Just by these powerful auras, he could determine the other party's identity. Emperor of Heaven, Heavenly Saint. As expected of the leaders of various sects, the lowest level of cultivation is also a heavenly saint. It seems that the sect master's breakthrough to the heavenly emperor this time has made them feel threatened. So I'm willing to show up in public and come to the Holy Maiden Peak to take a look. Wei Wying frowned and thought secretly. Right now, hundreds of sect leaders gathered in the demon sect. This puts a lot of pressure on the 100,000 disciples. The gathering of powerful people. The pressure alone is enough to make people feel afraid. What's more, the leaders and masters of these sects came with hostility. Tusk. What did I say? A tall tree attracts the wind. This is great. I can't leave even if I want to. Old witch, just do it. Sooner or later, the demon sect will die. Lin Chuan sighed secretly. He obviously just wanted to lie down. But our own clan leader is very competitive and always wants to be in the spotlight. This made the Tianmo sect the public enemy of all immortal cultivation sects. If it weren't for his identity as the son of God that had been tying him down, he would have found an opportunity to escape long ago. After all, a good death is worse than a miserable life. Go down the mountain to find a secluded place. Be lazy while enjoying the benefits brought by the system. Isn't it great? Lin Chuan. Suddenly, a roar broke the awkward atmosphere. It also surprised the sect leaders and clan masters, who rushed over from thousands of miles away. They haven't even started shouting yet. Is there trouble within the demonic sect? Sect master, what are you doing? Wei Wying was also very surprised. Why would Lang Ningxuang scold the son of God for no reason? Did the son of God do something to offend Lang Ningxuang? No. The son of God has been standing here slacking off. Hoo-hoo. Lang Ningxuang took a few deep breaths and forced herself to suppress her anger. Right now, there are hundreds of hostile sects coming to cause trouble. She must make a clear judgment on what is more important. First of all, internal strife is the most undesirable. I can only say that Lin Chuan is lucky. I'll deal with him later. In fact, Lin Chuan was also very puzzled. Lang Ningxuang has been emotionally unstable since she came out of seclusion. He also suspected that Lang Ningxuang had gone insane. Or it could be menopause. Otherwise, why would he get angry for no reason? Well, women, what trouble? Ahem. Lang Ningxuang pretended to be calm, mainly because she was angry with Lin Chuan. She coughed twice and regained her icy demeanor. He glanced coldly at the 100 sect leaders. Everyone, are you here today to congratulate our sect master on achieving the heavenly emperor status? Lang Ningxuang was intimidating without even getting angry. He has been the clan leader for more than 10 years and is decisive in killing. Every move he makes reveals the high attitude of a superior. Congratulate. Ling Ningxuang, you think too much. The mocking sneer was very irritating to the disciples of the demonic sect. A middle-aged man with a mustache naturally attracted everyone's attention. The leader of the Xuanjian sect, Hong Tian. Wei Wying said in a deep voice. Is he the leader of Xuanjian sect? Lin Chuan raised his brows slightly and looked at the other person. The realm of heavenly sage. But he is much older than him. If someone with such talent could become the leader of a sect, then he can too. Hong Tian did not notice Lin Chuan's contemptuous look. To be precise, he didn't take the other disciples of the demonic sect seriously at all. Today he has only one target. That's Condensation Frost. It was obvious that he came for revenge. Since Lang Ningxuang has just broken through to the Heavenly Emperor, there is still a possibility of suppressing him. Otherwise, in the future, Lang Ningxuang will completely master the realm of the Emperor of Heaven. There is no possibility of revenge for the Xuanjian sect anymore. Everyone, a murderous female devil like Lang Ningxuang, must be killed by everyone. I also ask everyone to help this sect master to eradicate the Condensation Frost. Return peace and prosperity to the world of immortal cultivation. Chapter 4, Fighting is impossible, just surrender. Kill Lang Ningxuang. Give me back a peaceful and prosperous world. Hong Tian held high the banner of justice and suppressed the Tianmo sect. This is the bitter fruit sown by Condensation Frost. But the disciples of the demonic sect have to pay it back. Lin Chuan had already anticipated this. Unfortunately, he ran too slowly. It still happened. Looking at the hundreds of heavenly emperors and heavenly saints above the sky, Lin Chuan looked embarrassed. How could Hong Tian have the nerve to shout out such a childish and lame slogan? Doesn't he feel embarrassed? Although he was covered in goosebumps, it seemed that these sect leaders did not feel embarrassed at all. Even some guys who were obviously bribed by Hong Tian echoed and repeated it several times. That scene made people feel even more like a middle school student. But it was different from Lin Chuan's ease and uncontrollable complaints. The people in the demon sect were in a panic. Leng Ningxuang's joy at breaking through the Emperor of Heaven did not last long. He unexpectedly encountered suppression from a group of sect leaders who were no less powerful than Leng Ningxuang. How can such a scene not make people terrified? Even Wei Wying had never felt such pressure. The demonic sect is in imminent danger. The whole family may be wiped out at any time. Metropolitan, Wei Wying looked at Leng Ningxuang blankly. At the critical moment of life and death, the sect master is the only hope for the demon sect. He. Leng Ningxuang ignored Wei Wying. A pair of beautiful eyes were as cold as a knife, and at one glance, Hong Tianhe was so scared that his face turned green. Master Hong, you seem to have forgotten the pain after the wound has healed. Back then, this sect master was only a heavenly saint, yet he was able to kill 100 strong men from your Xuanjian sect. Now this sect master has become the Emperor of Heaven. Even you, Hong Tian, are nothing more than an ant in my eyes. Do you think that by gathering these rotten fish and shrimp together, you can put pressure on this sect leader? If the heavenly demon sect is destroyed, this sect master will no longer be bound. You are an enemy of the heavenly emperor. Can you really withstand the wrath of this sect master? Leng Ningxuang's icy shout echoed for thousands of miles. Every word was like an ice spike, piercing the hearts of these immortal masters. Yes, can they really bear offending a powerful heavenly emperor? Even if the demonic sect is wiped out. But it is not easy to kill a powerful heavenly emperor. Once the condensation frost is allowed to escape, it is endless disaster. As you can imagine, late at night, a powerful heavenly emperor infiltrates various sects. Leng Ningxuang's bold and ruthless methods will inevitably become the nightmare of all sects and schools. Hiss! The sound of people inhaling was heard. Those who planned to support Hong Tian now looked hesitant. They are not like the Xuanjian sect, which has a long-standing grudge with the Tianmo sect. It can even be said that they have no reason to be hostile to the demonic sect. The reason they came here today was simply because Hong Tian had promised them that they would be handsomely rewarded after the task was accomplished. But can this generous reward really offset Leng Ningxuang's crazy revenge? Sect Master Leng has misunderstood. We heard that Sect Master Leng has achieved the status of Heavenly Emperor, so we have come to celebrate. We have only heard about the feud between the Xuanjian sect and your clan, and have no intention of interfering. I hope Sect Master Leng won't implicate us. When some people are eager to distance themselves from the matter, naturally others will agree with them. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Very few people dare to express their support for Hong Tian. The situation took a turn for the worse. Hong Tian's old face was swollen from being beaten. He was very angry, but there was nothing he could do. Who made Leng Ningxuang so powerful, cruel, and ruthless? I can't compare. Hateful. You witch, you actually use your power to bully others. You fence-sitters, you were actually frightened by just a few words from this witch. Good, very good. When the heavenly demon sect rises, you will regret it. Hong Tian was so angry that his face turned red. At this point, even if others have clearly expressed their unwillingness to be enemies with Leng Ningxuang, but he was unwilling to give up. In an instant, the situation changed drastically. The aura of heavenly saints surged wildly. Hong Tianhe was completely furious. Even though Leng Ningxuang is already a powerful heavenly emperor, he still wants to fight her head-on. Otherwise, even if you are alive, it will affect your mood. It even became his inner demon. Do we have to fight if we can't talk it out? You deserve it. Leng Ningxuang smiled coldly, as if mocking with fear. If it were 3 months ago, she might still pay attention to Hong Tianhe. But now, she is no longer the same. There is no need to take Hong Tianhe seriously. However, Hong Tianhe provoked him in public. If she doesn't fight back, she'll be tacitly agreeing to the clown Hong Tianhe showing off his power. But she was too lazy to do it. What's more, she is not the only one in the demonic sect who is capable of doing this. Lin Chuan, this bastard, it's time for him to play a role. Holy Son, go meet the leader of the Xuanjian sect. Leng Ningxuang let out a low cry. The voice seemed to come from the abyss, low and cold. There seemed to be a hint of resentment mixed in it. Because of Hong Tian's provocation, the disciples of the demonic sect would not associate their resentment with Lin Chuan. Instead, they expected Lin Chuan to take action. Wow, it's finally the Holy Son's turn to take action. Speaking of which, the Saint's son has been in the heavenly demon sect for 5 years, but I have never seen him take action. Of the same heavenly saint who is stronger. I'm so excited. Of course he's handsome and powerful. The handsome and elegant saint's son is even more powerful. The holy son will take action to make that old bastard Hong Tian lose all face. Come on, holy son. The female disciples of the demonic sect instantly transformed into a fan support group. Screams and shouts were heard everywhere. If Lin Chuan hadn't seen cultivators wearing martial arts robes all around him, he would have thought he was in modern times. You stinky old witch, you have hands and feet, why don't you do anything? I really don't want to be in the spotlight. Have you never heard that the first bird to stick its head out gets shot? What if Hong Tian beats me to death? Why not just surrender? It's just to save your life, there's no shame in that. Lin Chuan curled his lips, his mind racing. In just 2 or 3 breaths, he talked so much to himself. But he didn't notice that Lang Ningxuang's expression behind him was becoming more and more terrifying. This bastard, he actually thought about surrendering. Does this guy have any sense of sect honor at all? This really makes me angry to death. Lin Chuan. The cold voice sounded again. Lin Chuan looked up reluctantly. I happened to meet Lang Ningxuang's cold eyes. You must remember that you are the holy son of the heavenly demon sect. Below 1 person, above 100,000 disciples. You and the heavenly demon sect share honor and disgrace. If you win, no one will dare to bully our Tianmo sect anymore. But if you lose, my heavenly demon sect will become a laughing stock. Do your best to defeat Hong Tian. If you win, this sect master can promise you something. No matter what happens, this sect master will never regret it. Lang Ningxuang feels so miserable. In order to prevent the lazy guy Lin Chuan from surrendering, in order to save face for himself and the demon sect, she could only spend a little money to attract Lin Chuan. This was completely contrary to her original intention of punishing Lin Chuan. Anything is okay. Very good. If you defeat Hong Tian, you can leave the demon sect. Yeah. Chapter 5. Not only handsome, but also very strong. Is there any justice in the world? Yes. Lang Ningxuang stared at Lin Chuan blankly. All I could hear was Lin Chuan's excited, yeah. She was completely numb. She has already tied the honor and disgrace of the demonic sect to Lin Chuan. He also made so many inspiring statements. He even offered rewards to encourage Lin Chuan. In the end, this guy actually still wanted to escape from the heavenly demon sect. Asshole! Lang Ningxuang was so angry that she gritted her teeth and trembled all over. But he forced himself not to go berserk, otherwise he would become the laughing stock of many sects. But she really couldn't bear it anymore. I wish I could tear Lin Chuan's handsome face apart, then stomp on it a few more times. Even so, it was difficult to dispel the hatred in her heart. Damn it! Even Hong Tian didn't make her so angry. Instead, it was her own disciple who made her angry. Where can I seek justice? The sect master has given an order, and no disciple dares to disobey. Master, wait a moment. I'm going to beat up Hong Tian right now. Lin Chuan had a bright smile on his face. This smile is like sunshine after the rain. His handsomeness once again triggered thunderous cheers from the female disciples of the demon sect. It has to be said that his popularity in the demonic sect is so high that even Lang Ningxuang cannot compliment him. But who could have thought that this was such a popular holy son? His mind was full of escaping from the demon sect as quickly as possible. Don't judge a book by its cover. Holy son, come on. Wei Wying also made a gesture of clenching his fist and dropping it heavily. Even she was captured by Lin Chuan. Right now. Lin Chuan pointed his sword towards the sky in a handsome manner. Under the flow of breath, a sound of breaking through the air was heard. The sword light shot up into the sky and then quickly fell down. Finally, the flying sword lifted Lin Chuan up like a breeze. Boo! Man and sword become one and escape into the sky. Go straight to Hong Tian. So handsome. The screams started again. The female disciples were all very excited. 5 years. They have been looking forward to Lin Chuan taking action. But even the sight of him flying on a sword was a luxury. Now they finally got what they wanted. Sure enough, he was just as handsome as they imagined. Hateful. These idiots, are they here to cultivate immortality in the heavenly demon sect? Or are they here to fall in love? For so long, this sect leader didn't even notice anything. What a failure. Lang Ningxuang glared at the group of female disciples angrily, feeling a headache. But then again, although Lin Chuan's thoughts did make her very annoyed, but whether it is cultivation or appearance, they are rare in the world. It is understandable that such a talented person can charm everyone. And if such a genius left the demon sect, He even defected to other sects. It will inevitably become a huge hidden danger. A genius who is either a friend or an enemy. If you can't get him, destroy him. This is the simplest solution. Snort. Whether you can survive depends on your choice. There was a hint of coldness in Lang Ning's frosty phoenix eyes. At the same time, a flash of sword light shot up into the sky, and then hovered in front of many sect leaders and clan masters. Tall figure and handsome face. Every move is so cool. More importantly, this person is young, but he possesses the cultivation level of a heavenly saint. It's really amazing. We only heard that Lang Ningxuang had broken through to the heavenly emperor level, so we went to the heavenly demon sect to take a look. I didn't expect that another heavenly saint would emerge from the heavenly demon sect. The Holy Son, so young yet so accomplished, how enviable. Many sect leaders and clan masters were discussing this. They did not hide their envy, jealousy, and hatred towards Lin Chuan at all. But at the same time, many people are also grateful. It's not about following Hong Tian and fooling around. After all, he had provoked a heavenly emperor and a heavenly saint at once. It is a great disaster for any sect. I just don't know what Hong Tian felt after meeting Lin Chuan. Out of curiosity, everyone couldn't help but look at Hong Tian. The old face was already flushed red at this time. He had never expected Lin Chuan to appear. Although the various sects and schools are not completely ignorant of the demon sect, he also knew that there was a holy son in the demonic sect. But for some reason, this holy son is not famous. He is even like an invisible person in the messages of various sects and denominations, including cultivation, qualifications, skills, and weapons. They are all just mentioned as unknown. The only thing I know is my age. And he's very handsome. Handsome. In the world of cultivating immortals, can being handsome be enough to make a living? There are no celebrity idols here. The only thing people compete for is strength. Only those who are strong enough are qualified to survive, instead of relying on a handsome face to make a living. However, who would have thought that it was this holy son who was famous for his handsomeness? Even his qualifications are so incredible. Oh my God, you have no eyes. When do we start fighting? My clan leader is still waiting to give me a reward. Lin Chuan said lazily. He hates fighting the most. If possible, he would rather surrender directly. It's just a loss of face. It can't be eaten as a meal. Besides, it's really annoying to be harassed by a group of beautiful junior sisters all day long. You brat! How dare you look down on this sect master? Hong Tianhe was furious. After all, he is the leader of a sect, a powerful celestial saint. 10 years ago, he was already a heavenly saint. Lin Chuan is just a teenager, less than 20 years old. Even though he has good talent, it will definitely not take as long for him to become a heavenly saint. As a fellow heavenly saint, there was no reason for him to lose to a brat. Ling Ningxuang sent you to die, so this sect master will fulfill her wish. Kid, go to hell and regret it later. Hong Tian sneered, and the corners of his evil mouth almost stretched to the back of his head. He seemed to have already taken Lin Chuan into his grasp. You might as well say something harsh to scare this young man. However, when he looked up at Lin Chuan again, I saw more than 10 treasures behind this young man. Lin Huo sword, falling star hammer, frost sword, meteor fire spear. What? These are all well-known and famous top-grade spiritual treasures. How did a teenager like him get it? Hong Tian stared at the many top-grade spiritual treasures in amazement. He actually forgot that he was still in the middle of a battle. Even the many sect masters and clan leaders, and even the 100,000 disciples of the demon sect on the Holy Maiden Peak. Everyone was dumbfounded. It turns out that their holy son has been hiding so deeply all along. How did he get these top-grade spiritual treasures that are rarely seen in the world? The devil has descended upon the world, and all the swords have returned to their origin. Go! Followed by a loud shout. The spiritual energy in the air began to vibrate violently. More than 10 top-grade spiritual treasures were restless. Under Lin Chuan's control, they all turned around and headed straight for Hong Tian. Wait. This sect leader hasn't even said to start yet. Hong Tian has shouted in panic. He was so panicked that he forgot to resist. He just kept waving his hands, trying to get Lin Chuan and the dozen or so spiritual treasures to stop. Swish, swish. The sound of breaking air continued to ring out. There is no intention of stopping at all. The flash of light appeared, and the rumbling sound continued. The flames in the sky were even more dazzling than the sunlight. Accompanied by screams, Hong Tian's figure was completely swallowed by the flames. I don't know how much time has passed. The battle is nearing its end. Lin Chuan also recalled the treasure and muttered calmly. Strange, was there anyone talking just now? Maybe I heard it wrong. Chapter 6. Does cultivating immortality require good looks? Holy Maiden Peak. The area for thousands of miles was completely silent. More than 100,000 pairs of eyes were looking up at the sky, at that free and easy figure. Hundreds of clan leaders were stunned. The 100,000 disciples of the demonic sect were all excited. Even Lang Ningxuang opened her cherry mouth into an O shape. It didn't close for a long time. Hong Tian is dead. Lin Chuan, that bastard, actually hid so many top-grade spiritual treasures. Even Hong Tian, who is also a heavenly saint, was killed instantly by him. With such a gifted genius, this sect master will never allow you to leave the demon sect. Lang Ningxuang's phoenix eyes sparkled with brilliance. He became even more determined in his heart and decided to keep Lin Chuan. Of course, with her ruthless and decisive character, she would naturally not be merciful because of Lin Chuan's talent. If such a genius were to be taken away by other sects, he is the great enemy of the demonic sect. As for the enemy, it is of course better to get rid of it as soon as possible. Even so, the strength displayed by Lin Chuan shocked everyone present. This also includes condensation frost, but even if he has many top-grade spiritual treasures. But he is just a celestial saint. Compared with others, Lin Chuan is naturally young, promising and talented. But Lang Ningxuang is the emperor of heaven. If she was determined to eradicate the problem, it would be easy. Lin Chuan, whether it's life or death, you have to think carefully before answering. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. Lang Ningxuang's beautiful eyes suddenly became cold again. On the contrary, this emotion is more in line with her personality. This is also the reason why, although the Tianmo sect is a demon sect, few people dare to provoke it. After all, the leader of the demonic sect is really not someone to be trifled with. Just when Lang Ningxuang was daydreaming, heaven, Lin Chuan is facing Seoul, searching from the elders of Chuanjian sect. The two elders who came with Hong Tian were glaring at Lin Chuan. The leader was killed in front of them. It burned to a pile of ashes, which were blown away by the wind. Is it as simple as a blood feud, or is it a great shame and humiliation? How dare you, a demon from the heavenly demon sect, kill my sect master? The two of us will fight you. The two elders were filled with rage, and decisively drew their weapons to kill Lin Chuan. This roar also pulled everyone present back to their senses. A pair of expectant eyes looked at Lin Chuan. His move just now was too fast and too gorgeous, so much so that no one could see clearly how he killed Hong Tian. This time, they promised not to miss even half a day's worth of details. Help! Murder! Master, help me! Suddenly, cries for help came from Lin Chuan's mouth. Then everyone saw Lin Chuan controlling a large number of top-grade spiritual treasures, with no intention of using them at all. Instead, he stepped on the flying sword, turned around and flew towards Lang Ningxuang. As he flew, he shouted for help in a serious tone, but there was no sign of panic on his face. As a master, this guy doesn't care about his reputation at all. A life or death battle, yet you're still crying for help. How disgraceful. I thought the demonic sect had produced a top figure, but unfortunately he has a brain problem. It's disappointing. Let's go, it's boring. Hundreds of sect leaders and clan masters looked at Lin Chuan with disappointment. Some people have already left. They don't care how the Chuanjian sect takes revenge on the Tianmo sect. Anyway, Hong Tian is dead. But Lang Ningxuang broke through the Emperor of Heaven. The ending is already predicted. It's not worth getting into trouble just for a little curiosity. So the rational and intelligent people have left quietly. Most of the remaining ones have close ties with the Chuanjian sect. You can figure this out with your toes. Ding, at the crucial moment of the duel, the host is slacking off. Reward appearance +10. And the beauty is great. Please, I'm a cultivator. What's the point of having good looks? Lin Chuan was speechless. It is obvious that in the world of immortal cultivators, strength is respected. No matter if you look like Pan and or have a weird appearance. As long as you are strong enough, you don't have to worry about not finding a partner. If it doesn't work, just rob it. As long as you are evil enough, it is possible to have 3,000 beauties in your harem. It just takes a bit of kidney essence. In fact, the real reason why Lin Chuan doesn't like appearance is that he is too popular among female disciples. Just imagine, every day when he opened the gate of his mansion, he would be surrounded by endless female disciples chasing after him. No matter what Lin Chuan does, there will always be a group of crazy fans who roar with joy. The Holy Sun is so handsome. Not only is it annoying, but it also makes people hate you. Lin Chuan had noticed the murderous look from a male disciple in the corner more than once. One day this handsome face will kill me, Lin Chuan muttered with a resentful look on his face. Puff! Not far away, Ling Ningxuang almost vomited blood. That's right, she heard Lin Chuan's thoughts again. But this time, she realized how narcissistic Lin Chuan was. The thickness of his face is almost as thick as that of the monks in Tiantian Temple. Those who cultivate immortality are obsessed with their appearance. It seems that this sect master has overestimated the character of the Holy Sun. Fortunately, I, a disciple of the heavenly demon sect, specialize in cultivating the method of calming the mind. How could I be so easily obsessed with appearances? Lang Ningxuang snorted coldly, full of confidence. The skills practiced by the demonic sect are the great transformation of demons. It is the same method of cultivating the mind as the Sanskrit mantra of Tiantian Temple. The higher the level of cultivation, the more steadfast the mind. Therefore, Lang Ningxuang has great confidence in his disciples. Wow, the Holy Sun is so handsome. That's right, even running away is so cool. After a fierce battle, he didn't linger on. He was able to advance and retreat freely. His mind is quite agile. Shouts came one after another. The condensation frost was fried on the spot until it was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. That, it must be because I haven't practiced the heavenly demon great transformation heart method enough. Yes, that must be it. How can a person who practices Taoism be fooled by appearance? Even though Lin Chuan is indeed very handsome. But can being handsome be enough to make a living? Can you protect him? Cannot. In the world of cultivating immortals, strength is everything. A good-looking appearance is of no use at all. Damn it, a dignified Xuanjian sect elder is fighting 2 against 1. How shameless. Sisters, protect the Holy Sun. Hey, you 2 ugly bastards from the Xuanjian sect. Stop trying to hurt my Holy Sun. Suddenly, angry shouts and the sound of metal clashing were heard. 60,000 female disciples of the demonic sect stopped the 2 elders of the Black Sword sect in unison. Many eyes were as cold as knives, as if they wanted to eat the 2 elders alive. Extremely horrifying. Well, Lang Ningxuang was speechless. The delicate face was completely pale. Should I be angry? The disciples of the demonic sect are united and face the outside world together. This can't be wrong, but the reason they united was to protect Lin Chuan. The cold cream makes my face hurt a little. She was annoyed, but she couldn't target the disciples of the demon sect. Then he had no choice but to vent his anger on Lin Chuan. Kull finally completed the old witch's mission. I want freedom. Chapter 7. I've already thought of the script for you, just let me go. Finally, I can escape from the old witch's clutches. Yeah. Lin Chuan was extremely excited. As a result, a relaxed smile appeared on his young, handsome, and imposing face. Originally, such an expression would charm everyone. It was enough to make the female disciples of the demonic sect scream and shout. But Lang Ningxuang, who was closest to him, had a stern face. Crack, crack. It seems like something was bitten to pieces. Lin Chuan was very puzzled. Of course, he didn't know that this was the sound of Lang Ningxuang biting her back teeth. He didn't even know that Lang Ningxuang wanted to punch him at this moment. Even now, this brat is still thinking about apostasy. It's really abominable. Master, I will live up to your trust. Mission successfully completed. Lin Chuan bowed slightly and responded with a fist clasped, although he will soon be able to escape from the sea of suffering and live a free life. But before that, you still have to show proper courtesy to the clan leader. Otherwise, with Lang Ningxuang's hot temper, it is possible that he would be beaten to a pulp on the spot. Old witch, what are you looking at? You can't even hear such an obvious hint. Hurry up, announce it, I can't wait. Whoever wants the status of the Holy Sun can have it. I won't serve him. Goodbye. Lin Chuan, who was two-faced, was frantically outputting thoughts in his mind. This is completely different from his handsome, elegant, and gentlemanly image and temperament. On the other hand, Wei Wying was completely fascinated by him. But Lang Ningxuang's face was frosty and even a little black. Yes, yes. That's great, you can leave now. Lang Ningxuang clenched her teeth tightly, fearing that she would not be able to help but burst out with swear words. If sound could become substance, then every time Lang Ningxuang uttered a word, a lump of ice would fall off. However, considering that Lang Ningxuang is usually like this, Wei Wying was no longer surprised. However, Lin Chuan was not happy. Where is the promised reward? What about a promise that anything can be promised? Gone. Lin Chuan was unwilling to accept this. He waited for 5 years, wanting to leave the demon sect and live a peaceful life. There was no way he was going to let the reward go to waste. That, sect master, you are so forgetful. There's a little thing did you forget. Lin Chuan reminded seriously. He didn't dare to speak too harshly to such a cruel female devil. What's more, there were many outsiders present. For the time being, he is still the holy son of the demonic sect, so he cannot bring discredit to his own sect. Please remember quickly. After 5 years of hiding his strength, today he not only revealed it, but also killed the leader of the Xuanjian sect. The disciples of Xuanjian sect must be furious. Maybe in a couple of days, they'll come to St. Maiden Peak and make me pay with blood. With the old witch's methods, she will definitely make the Xuanjian sect a mess. Then the world of immortal cultivation was plunged into a bloodbath. Out of fear, other sects joined forces to fight against the heavenly demon sect. The heavenly demon sect was alone and powerless, and even the old witch couldn't resist. Finally, to appease the public anger, the old witch and the sect will definitely use me as a scapegoat. Hand me over. Hiss. I've already thought of the script. If I still choose to stay in the demon sect, I'd be a fool. In just 3 breaths, Lin Chuan actually came up with a complete script in his mind. Unfortunately, others can't hear it. Lang Ningxuang was the only one who could hear his inner voice. But even condensation frost. He was also extremely shocked by Lin Chuan's wild imagination. Good job. What the hell is going on in this kid's head? To describe him as a warrior is to underestimate him. What a rich imagination. But then again, is the image of this sect leader so bad in this brat's mind? He actually concluded that this sect master would abandon him for the sake of the sect. Lang Ningxuang muttered indignantly. Having said that, Lin Chuan's considerations are not entirely unreasonable. The Xuanjian sect is just an above-average sect in the world of immortal cultivation. The death of 1 or 2 people is not a big deal that will shock the world. But this time is different from 5 years ago. The person who died was the leader of Xuanjian sect. Moreover, the dignified leader of the Xuanjian sect actually died at the hands of the holy son of the Tianmo sect, even though Saint Lin Chuan's status in the demon sect is not low. Just as Condensation Frost said, he is second only to the sect leader and above the 100,000 disciples. The status is extraordinary, but he is not the leader of the demon sect. She is not a female devil like Lang Ningxuang, who is notorious and feared by everyone. It's not wrong to provoke him. Therefore, in order to avenge Hong Tian, the Xuanjian sect will definitely come to attack. So with Lang Ningxuang's cold temper, how could she tolerate it? Maybe the fight between the 2 sides was too intense, and Lang Ningxuang would really massacre the Xuanjian sect again. You know, the deterrent power of a powerful heavenly emperor is enough to make countless sects feel insecure. And the Tianmo sect is a demonic sect. Once the tragic end of the Xuanjian sect arouses the self-defense psychology of the major sects, it is very likely that they will unite to jointly attack and suppress the demon sect. By then, even if Lin Chuan was the holy son of the demon sect, but compared with the life and death of the sect, sacrifice 1 person in exchange for peace in the sect. How to choose between the 2? Even Lang Ningxuang wouldn't dare to draw a conclusion easily. This brat has always wanted to escape from the heavenly demon sect. Could it be that he had already predicted that the heavenly demon sect would encounter a disaster? He doesn't look very smart, but his mind is so detailed and meticulous that it's terrifying. Although this sect master really doesn't want to take on this responsibility, I can't do this. Lang Ningxuang thought about it secretly. Looking at Lin Chuan again, his eyes had become much softer. The fact that the demonic sect was able to obtain a monstrous genius who could break through to the heavenly saint level within 5 years was a blessing from heaven. And this genius actually possesses an incredibly meticulous mind. It is absolutely impossible to allow such a person to leave the demon sect. However, this brat is determined to escape from the demon sect. How can this sect master follow his wishes? Since you are worried about the revenge of the Xuanjian sect, then why not let me destroy the Xuanjian sect? No matter what, this sect master will never let you leave the heavenly demon sect. Lang Ningxuang sneered secretly, and her beautiful eyes became more determined. Right now, on the holy Maiden Peak, there are still 23 leaders and sect masters from other sects. The elder of Xuanjian sect hovered in the clouds, at a loss. Hong Tian's death cannot be said to be an accident, but they never thought that Hong Tian would die at the hands of Lin Chuan, the holy son, and the leader of a sect died without leaving any trace. Even if other sects don't say anything, Xuanjian sect will definitely not agree. It's not easy to calm this matter down. Today's incident is the grudge between our Tianmo sect and Xuanjian sect. The sect masters and clan leaders saw it with their own eyes. It was Hong Tian who provoked first. That's why he died at the hands of my sect's holy son. Whether the Xuanjian sect and the Tianmo sect are at war to the death or not, it has nothing to do with others. Sect leaders and clan masters, are you choosing to side with the Xuanjian sect or remain neutral? You may as well state your position directly. This sect leader will give him an explanation. Chapter 8 tonight, come to the master's room. Explain. Lang Ningxuang's face was cold when she said this. A pair of beautiful eyes exudes a chill. Her cold and cruel image has long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Choose to stand with Xuanjian sect. How is that any different from just going head-to-head with Lang Ningxuang? Even so, the 23 sect masters and clan leaders present had high cultivation bases, either the Emperor of Heaven or the Heavenly Saint. But compared with the murderous nature of Lang Ningxuang, they are all ashamed. Who would have the time to provoke such a female devil? Amitabha, Sect Master Lang, you are too serious. The sound of Buddha came. A good monk wearing a cassock, and with his hands folded together walked out on a lotus platform. That lotus platform is his magic weapon. He has white eyebrows and hair, and a kind face. You can tell at first glance that he is a highly accomplished monk. In the world of cultivation, the monks of Fenian Temple are the most famous. This person is the abbot of Fenian Temple. Master Fa Ming. Hong Tian certainly made mistakes, but the dead are the greatest. The causal relationship between him and the heavenly demon sect has been resolved. When will the cycle of revenge end? I dare to ask Sect Master Lang to put aside his hatred and make peace with the Xuanjian sect. Master Fa Ming advised earnestly. Fenian Temple has always treated the world as a good guy. This time is no exception. Although Lang Ningxuang often described Fenian Temple as a hypocritical and sanctimonious temple. But in the eyes of most people, these monks are the light of righteousness. At least it is 10,000 times better than the reputation of the demonic sect. Master, the one who died was the leader of my Xuanjian sect. How can we just let this go like this? The one who spoke was the elder of Xuanjian sect. He didn't say a word when Hong Tian had died. Only when a big shot stood up and spoke did he gain some courage. You're such a coward, yet you dare to jump out and shout. 5 years ago, this sect master could have defeated the Xuanjian sect alone. Today, I, the holy son of the heavenly demon sect, can kill your sect master, so what's the harm? If the Xuanjian sect refuses to accept, just come. But this sect leader would like to remind you that the feud between the heavenly demon sect and the mysterious sword sect has nothing to do with others. Anyone who dares to interfere will be regarded as an enemy by the demon sect. When it comes to dealing with enemies, the demon sect will fight to the death. Lang Ningxuang's cold voice sounded faintly, and when it reaches everyone's ears, it is like an icicle taking root in people's hearts. Chilling. Hiss. Master Fa Ming took a deep breath. His brows furrowed involuntarily. He finally understood. Lang Ningxuang's warning was not just for the Xuanjian sect. It was also said to all the sect leaders and clan masters present. This time, Lang Ningxuang's breakthrough attracted countless powerful people to watch. Among them, many were recruited by the Xuanjian sect. It is to target Lang Ningxuang and the Tianmo sect. However, Hong Tian is not up to the task. He was actually killed by an unknown kid. This is what leads to the monkeys scattering when the tree falls. Many sects that supported the Xuanjian sect fled. In the end, only these 23 sect leaders and clan masters remained. Of course, the reason they stayed wasn't because of the condensation frost, mainly out of curiosity about Lin Chuan, the rising star. It's a pity that in the battle with Hong Tian, Lin Chuan acted too quickly. It's too fancy. Before they could react, the battle was over. Originally, these sect leaders and clan masters were counting on Lin Chuan to fight again. Lang Ningxuang stole the limelight. Master Lang, please don't misunderstand. We have already stated that we are here only to offer congratulations. No other intention. If the demonic sect doesn't welcome us, we'll just leave. Farewell. Each of these sect leaders is a shrewd person, and naturally does not want to get into trouble, especially when Lang Ningxuang had just become the Emperor of Heaven. At the same time, an unfathomable saint son suddenly appeared from the demonic sect. Only a fool would make an enemy of such a powerful sect. Besides, what kind of stinky little brother is Xuanjian Zong? A broken sect where even the sect leader was completely defeated. Is it worth them rushing to lick it? In an instant, the 23 sect leaders and clan masters scattered. Above the clouds, only the elder of the Xuanjian sect was alone. but he has to face 100,000 disciples of the demon sect, and a powerful heavenly emperor, and a powerful heavenly saint. You just wait. The elder of Chuanjian sect said something harmless and harsh with a look of panic on his face, and fled in a hurry. The originally noisy holy maiden peak suddenly became quiet. It actually gives people a feeling of loneliness. However, Leng Ningxuang did not feel empty at all, because she still has a lot of things to do. During this foreign enemy attack, the Holy Sun has done a great job in protecting the sect. This sect master hereby rewards you and allows the Holy Sun to enter the heavenly demon pool. The disciples of our sect should take the Holy Sun as their role model, reflect on themselves daily, and practice diligently without neglecting their duties. Leng Ningxuang announced publicly. He didn't give Lin Chuan any chance to refuse. Disciple, please remember this. 100,000 disciples of the demonic sect responded in unison. Pairs of eager eyes were cast at Lin Chuan. Even the male disciples were envious of Lin Chuan. That's the demonic pond. Rumor has it that only the sect leader and those who have made great contributions to the sect are qualified to enter. Only those who have been cleansed in the heavenly demon pool can comprehend the true meaning of the heavenly demon's transformation. One can even comprehend from it the only remaining opportunity for the Emperor of Heaven. It is no exaggeration to call it the treasure of the demon sect. Of course, Lin Chuan killed Hong Tian single-handedly, and this contribution was indeed great. Although the disciples were envious, they did not dare to feel jealous at all, because that's what Lin Chuan deserves. No, I don't want to enter the demonic pond at all. I just want to leave the demonic sect. Damn it, the old witch didn't do this on purpose. She promised to give me a chance to choose, but she didn't even mention it. No, I must find a chance to leave the demon sect. I don't want to be a scapegoat. Lin Chuan feels so miserable. Don't underestimate Leng Ningxuang's threats, as they scared away many powerful people. It also forced the elders of Chuanjian sect to retreat. But if you don't remove the roots of the grass, it will grow again in the spring breeze. The hatred for killing the clan leader is irreconcilable. The Chuanjian sect will definitely find a way to make a comeback. If Lin Chuan waits until the righteous forces besiege the Holy Maiden Peak, it will be too late for him to leave. As expected, all the complaints reached Leng Ningxuang's ears. At this point, this brat is still thinking of escaping. How outrageous. Even the demonic pool couldn't keep him. It seemed that Lin Chuan was determined to leave. How is this possible? However, listen to Lin Chuan's heart. He was certain that the Chuanjian sect would come back to attack, and Leng Ningxuang will definitely sell Lin Chuan as a scapegoat. With such prejudice, even if we can keep Lin Chuan's people, I can't keep his heart either. It seems that some extraordinary measures must be used. The Holy Sun has done great service to our heavenly demon sect today. The cleansing in the heavenly demon pool is only to help you consolidate your heavenly saint cultivation. When you fought with Hong Tian, this sect master saw it. Your cultivation is not stable. You probably haven't noticed yet. How about this? Come to my room tonight. This sect master will teach you personally. Chapter 9, when a woman says no, she means yes. It's late at night, and the insects are chirping. On the Holy Maiden Peak, the cool breeze is refreshing and extremely comfortable. But for someone, this night is full of danger. In front of the main hall, Lin Chuan stood alone on the stairs, his eyes fixed on the gate. I was hesitating whether to go in, thinking back to the day, the eagerness that flashed in Leng Ningxuang's beautiful eyes. Even though it was just a flash, but it was caught by Lin Chuan. He panicked at that time. Ever since Lin Chuan traveled through time, he became a disciple of the demonic sect. He had never heard of condensation frost having a relationship with any man. In the entire world of immortal cultivation, all the rumors about Leng Ningxuang are about how cruel and cold-blooded she is. Kill without blinking an eye, especially the reports coming from other sects. All of them wanted to describe Leng Ningxuang as an unforgivable female devil. Even her evilness completely overshadowed her title as the most beautiful woman in the world of immortal cultivation. Sometimes Lin Chuan felt sorry for Leng Ningxuang. However, a 25-year-old woman has never been in love. Is this normal? Lin Chuan didn't know, but there is one thing he is very clear about. That is, he is really popular with women. Otherwise, the 60,000 female disciples of the demonic sect would not have become his fanatical fans. It's because he is too confident in his charm, so much so that he couldn't help but worry whether Leng Ningxuang would have any improper thoughts about him. But then again, although the old witch is a bit old, she is indeed very pretty. She's in great shape too. It's just that his temper is extremely bad. What should I do if she insists that I obey her? Wait, I'm determined to escape from the demonic sect. How could I have such thoughts? No, saving your life is more important. If she insists on doing that to me, I will stick to my original intention and never agree. Lin Chuan muttered to himself and made up a lot of non-existent plots in his mind. But I believe it firmly. Fortunately, there was no one nearby. Otherwise, he would have been beaten to death as a psychopath. Hoo-hoo. Suddenly, a strong wind arose out of nowhere. Banged. The door of the hall was suddenly thrown open. Soon after, the strong wind turned into a gale, sweeping across the forest and rivers. Lin Chuan subconsciously took precautions, but the strong wind was like a strong hand that bound him tightly. The pressure of the powerful Emperor of Heaven. So awesome. Lin Chuan was shocked. The first time he faced the might of the Heavenly Emperor, he was unable to resist. This made him even more determined to escape from the demonic sect. Otherwise, when the demonic sect encounters danger, it will have to face more than just one powerful heavenly emperor. But a lot. How could Lang Ningxuang resist it alone? Then he, the murderer who killed Hong Tian, will inevitably become a scapegoat. Well, Lin Chuan started to imagine again, but while he was panicking, he was already swept into the hall by the strong wind. The scene before my eyes passed by quickly. Palace gate, meeting room, the rear hall. This is the clan leader's boudoir, until a faint fragrance drifted into Lin Chuan's nose. What I saw before me was a bedroom with a blue theme. In front of the quaint tea table, the cold and beautiful Lang Ningxuang stared at him intently. Master, don't. Lin Chuan was still panicking. As a tall and strong man, he really doesn't like to be passive. If such a powerful old witch really uses force on him, should he resist? Or resist? Still, thump. A brutal force suddenly threw Lin Chuan out. He was completely dizzy from the fall. But it doesn't hurt at all. Even a little soft. This is a bed. Could it be that? Lin Chuan's eyes widened. As expected, Lang Ningxuang had sent him to the bed. Moreover, his body was forcibly locked by the pressure of the Emperor of Heaven, and he could not move. Woo-woo. My innocence is about to be destroyed in the hands of this old witch. Suddenly, Lin Chuan felt a lot more relaxed. The pressure from the Emperor of Heaven actually disappeared. Could it be that he misunderstood Lang Ningxuang? Excited, he quickly sat up and was about to thank Lang Ningxuang. But Lang Ningxuang looked at him expressionlessly. The red lips opened slightly, and a cold ringtone came faintly. Take off your clothes. These two simple words were like a blow to the head. Lin Chuan was stunned. Oh my God, this old witch is even more open-minded than I thought. Today I have witnessed the power of the Heavenly Emperor. Resistance is impossible. As the old saying goes, if you can't resist, then enjoy it to the fullest. We'll talk about the future later. Lin Chuan is quite open-minded. Even at this point, he still adhered to the principle of lying down, too lazy to resist. At that moment, he began to undress and unbutton his belt. The skill of the movements is astonishing. However, Lang Ningxuang in front of him was dumbfounded. She heard everything that Lin Chuan was thinking. Even a fool would understand what Lin Chuan was thinking. This bastard actually thought she was that kind of person. Unforgivable. Stop now. Lang Ningxuang scolded hurriedly. We can't let this brat drag on any longer. If it were any slower, I would be naked. Oh, does the sect master like this tune? All right. It's my first time. If you're too direct, I'll get shy. Lin Chuan raised the corners of his mouth, feeling relieved that he had found a glimmer of initiative in the desperate situation. However, his next action made Lang Ningxuang furious. Lin Chuan just lay down on the bed in a big shape and shouted, "Bring it on." In this situation, being shy is of no use. In front of the powerful Emperor of Heaven, he, the heavenly saint, had no power to resist. Instead of making things difficult for yourself, it is better to lie down and accept reality. Ugh, asshole, rogue. Lin Chuan, I'm going to kill you. After a shrill scream, Lang Ningxuang actually became angry. This shouldn't happen. Is it because I am too proactive? Well, this old witch is really hard to please. Lin Chuan sat up again with a helpless look on his face. What I saw was Lang Ningxuang covering her face with her hands, and the blush spread to her fair neck. However, there is a gap between the index finger and the middle finger. She's peeking. What Teacher Pio said was indeed correct. If a woman says no, then she wants it. Still pretending like this. Hey, baby brother is here to see you. Lin Chuan suddenly jumped up. Leng Ningxuang doesn't like to take the initiative. Then he will be more proactive. It would be better to make her hate herself. Leng Ningxuang might expel him from the sect in anger. In this way, his wish can be fulfilled. Although it's a bit vulgar to do so. But it's better than losing your life. When this idea came to his mind, Lin Chuan became even bolder. Not only did he dare to approach Leng Ningxuang, he even took the initiative to reach out and touch her. Just as his fingers were about to touch Leng Ningxuang's blushing cheeks, a brutal and powerful force suddenly hit. At the same time, there was a roar. "Get lost!" Then Lin Chuan's screams echoed in the back hall. Chapter 10, Moon Fairy appears? No, that's perverted. The Master's boudoir. Leng Ningxuang sat on the stool with a red face. A pair of onion-like hands tightly embraced her face, lost in thought. But damn it, he actually called me baby. How annoying. Leng Ningxuang held her face and shook her head. His chest was heaving, and it was hard to calm down. She had never been in such close contact with a man before, and she had no idea what love was. Could this be the legendary confession? No way. Could it be that the Holy Sun likes this sect master? But he was so disgusting just now. But even though he's so ugly, he's still very handsome. No wonder the female disciples are so obsessed with him. Leng Ningxuang frowned and smiled foolishly. Even she, who is always moody, looks like a psycho at this moment. Oh, how embarrassing. I'm the sect master. How can I fall in love with the Holy Sun? No, but he's really handsome. At a loss, she threw herself onto the bed, rolling around excitedly on the bed. There is no trace of the usual cold and elegant image of the clan leader. Right now, outside the main hall, a wretched man in shorts stood in the cold wind, holding a pile of clothes, feeling lonely. The other hand was covering his face, and it hurt slightly. Damn old witch, she's really rough with her hands. My handsome face won't be disfigured. All right. At least the old witch hates me. Maybe I'll be kicked out of the sect tomorrow. Then I'll be free, yeah. Lin Chuan muttered to himself. The gloom on his face was immediately swept away, replaced by an excited expression. Of course, he was excited that he could finally escape from the sea of suffering. He was so excited that he even forgot to put on his clothes and flew directly into the air. At this time, on the Holy Maiden Peak, two female disciples are admiring the moon. Suddenly, a figure passed across the moon. The black shadow behind him was like a ribbon. From a distance, it looks like a moon fairy is dancing. Look, the moon fairy has appeared. I heard that if you make a wish to the moon fairy at this time, it will definitely come true. The female disciple said excitedly. Really? Then let's make a wish. I hope to gain the favor of the Holy Sun, even if it means helping him change his clothes. Of course, it would be best if I could warm the Holy Sun's bed, hee. What? The next day, last night, the legend of the moon fairy's apparition suddenly spread throughout the demon sect. At that time, there were more than just the two female disciples who saw Yue Xian. Many male disciples also witnessed it with their own eyes. But it is completely different from the legend of Yuexian. What moon fairy? I clearly saw a filthy man flying in the sky with his bare butt. That damned filthy man, if I find out who he is, I'll make sure he dies a miserable death. The male disciples complained crazily and ferociously. But they didn't know that when these words reached Lin Chuan's ears, he was so scared that he didn't dare to go out for most of the day. That's right, that naked pervert is him. He didn't expect that when he was flying in the sky, there were so many fellow disciples watching the moon. It's so fucking embarrassing. However, the reason why Lin Chuan didn't want to go out, it's not just because of Yuexian, and his handsome face was swollen from the cold frost last night. It hasn't gone away yet, although the palm print disappeared after applying ice overnight. But the swelling is still there. If someone sees you, it could easily lead to misunderstanding. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of bells echoed from the valley. This is the sect's signal to call on disciples. Something big must have happened. All disciples must be present. Lin Chuan was in a dilemma. But I have to go. In desperation, he had to cover his face and go to the hall. Oh, Holy Sun, your face. A female disciple screamed when she saw Lin Chuan's face. It immediately attracted a lot of attention. It's okay. I was practicing in the back mountains last night and got slapped by a bear by accident. Lin Chuan hurriedly explained. Bear? What kind of bear is so ferocious? How could they harm the Holy Sun? Don't worry, Holy Sun, I will definitely help you get revenge. The female disciple was immediately furious and vowed to wipe out the bear in the back mountain. To avenge Lin Chuan, Hearing this, Lin Chuan grinned and said Amitabha in his heart. His words made the bear in the back mountain suffer. I hope they won't be bears in their next life. Squeak. As the door of the hall slowly opened, Ling Ningxuang, wearing a black dress, floated out. Still so cool and stunning. It makes people afraid to get close to you. However, when her beautiful eyes caught sight of Lin Chuan, he dodged quickly. Fortunately, it only lasted for a moment, and no one noticed. Ahem. Ling Ningxuang coughed twice and said seriously, yesterday this sect leader already announced it. Reward the Holy Sun to enter the heavenly demon pool for cleansing. Holy Sun, please follow this sect master immediately. However, the sect master is in a good mood today and has allowed all disciples to go and observe. How much you can comprehend from this is up to you. Let's just leave it to fate. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar on the Holy Maiden Peak. That's the demonic pond. It has been thousands of years since the founding of the demon sect. Only 50 people were lucky enough to enter the demonic pool for cleansing. The last person who was qualified to enter was Condensation Frost. It was also from then on that she touched the realm of the Heavenly Emperor. 3 years later, we hit a bottleneck. Then he went into seclusion. Afterwards, he broke through the barrier with the cultivation level of the Heavenly Emperor. Shocked the world of immortal cultivation. There is such a gem in front of us. Even those who don't know much about the demonic pool know how precious it is. As the son of God, Lin Chuan single-handedly killed Hong Tian, the leader of the Xuanjian sect, made great contributions to the demonic sect. Naturally, he is qualified to enter the heavenly demon pool for cleansing. But what qualifications do 100,000 disciples have? Can I actually watch it? It's simply the sect master's mercy. The sect master is mighty. Long live the sect master. The sect master is the best. The disciples continued to shout, and their voices echoed in the sky for a full half-moment. You can see how excited they are. Ling Ningxuang was not at all surprised by this. She just looked at Wei Wang calmly and said, the great elder will lead the disciples into the heavenly demon pond. Don't let your disciples act rashly, or you will be severely punished. After saying that, she turned to look at Lin Chuan. But when she and Lin Chuan met eyes, his eyes suddenly glanced sideways at a 45-degree angle. The little hands behind the back actually started to rub the sleeves. Holy Sun, please follow this sect master to the heavenly demon pond immediately. As soon as the words fell, before Lin Chuan could even clasp his fists to express his gratitude, suddenly, a feminine internal energy suddenly hit me. He immediately grabbed Lin Chuan and dragged him out. Ah, tilde, tilde, tilde. Lin Chuan's screams pierced the sky and faded away. 100,000 disciples of the demonic sect, and Wei Wang stared blankly at the sky. His face was full of confusion. Oh my God! The sect master is becoming more and more violent. I hope the Holy Sun is okay. The disciples all prayed for Lin Chuan. Even the female disciples who admired Lin Chuan could only shake their heads and sigh. Pray that their leader will be more careful. Don't ruin the Son of God. Chapter 11. Lie down and wait for death, you call this the secret. Holy Maiden Peak. The air is filled with fairy mist and rich spiritual energy. These spiritual energies and fairy mists continuously flow out from one place like a tide every day. But every time I try to trace the source, it seems like I'm blocked by a wall of air. There's no way to get close. But if you touch it, you can see the shimmering light. Like gauze. However, even a powerful heavenly saint cannot break this layer of gauze. In the world of cultivating immortals, this method is generally called a restriction, similar to a formation. However, it is a formation created with natural objects as the core of the formation. It can continue to thrive without human control. Without special means, it is extremely difficult for ordinary people to get close. Not to mention entering. Right now, such a restriction appeared in front of Lin Chuan. Behind this restriction is the source of the fairy mist and spiritual energy on the Holy Maiden Peak. It can be seen with the naked eye. At this time, Ling Ningxuang beside him was performing hundreds of complicated spells, and put the spells into the ban one by one. Then the prohibition trembled. Soon it was like a tear in a veil. In front of the two of them, an entrance was erected. Come in. Ling Ningxuang reminded him coldly, but he never even looked at Lin Chuan. Something is wrong. What about the promise to kick me out of the demon sect? Isn't she mad at me anymore? Perhaps this is a different kind of revenge. Yes, it must be like this. Given the old witch's cruel nature, she won't let me off easily. Is it too late to refuse now? Lin Chuan stood at the door shivering. A few breaths of time. More than 10 tragic scenes emerged in his mind. Drowning to death, died by being struck by thunder. He died from being pierced through the heart by the spiritual sword. During the cleansing process, he suffered a backlash from the spiritual energy and exploded to death. Various tragic deaths kept flashing back. Lin Chuan suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. The foot that took a step forward trembled uncontrollably. He took it back immediately. You. Leng Ningxuang, who was about to say something but hesitated, turned around and glared at Lin Chuan fiercely. Wow, Lin Chuan, this imaginary monster, is at work again. Is she really that scary? However, thinking back to what happened last night, she did hit hard. After a night, Lin Chuan's face was still swollen. No wonder he misunderstood. However, it is absolutely impossible to get her to say something soft. She is the leader of the demonic sect and a female devil in the world of immortal cultivation. How can you give in to a man? Since you don't dare to come in, don't blame me for using extraordinary measures. Leng Ningxuang snorted lightly. Slowly raise your arms and spread out your onion-like fingers. He grabbed Lin Chuan suddenly. Again, Lin Chuan screamed. His body suddenly flew into the demonic pond uncontrollably. Thump! Water splashed everywhere. Lin Chuan was like a discarded stone, hitting the water in the pool. He is very panicked. I feel like I could drown at any moment. The female devil is indeed sinister. He is really going to die. Hey, are you okay? Lin Chuan struggled a few times and stood up from the demon pool. Apart from my wet clothes, nothing happened. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He looked up at the condensed frost outside the demonic pond. The two looked into each other's eyes again. Leng Ningxuang's icy face, which had never changed for thousands of years, was like a direct blow to Lin Chuan. Hiss! Lin Chuan took a breath of cold air. It turned out not to be as simple as he thought. This female devil must be trying to torture him to death slowly. Help! I clearly just want to lie down. Why is life always so hard on him? Etc. Soon the great elder arrived with 100,000 disciples. The old witch specifically called all the disciples over. You don't want to kill me in public. Oh my God. This woman is so cruel. No wonder everyone calls her a female devil. She actually has such a cruel hobby. Whoa. It's over. Not only will I die, but I will also be publicly slaughtered by Leng Ningxuang, or die in front of 100,000 fellow disciples. Don't do such a shameful thing. Lin Chuan's thoughts came into Leng Ningxuang's ears like a string of cannonballs. Leng Ningxuang was so angry that she laughed. Ha ha ha. You bastard, so this is how you view this sect master. This sect leader is just indifferent, not perverted. And this sect master kindly granted you the heavenly demon pool for cleansing. Yet you actually slandered me like this. All right. Since you like to endure hardships, then this sect master will grant your wish. Leng Ningxuang gritted her teeth secretly. The sword pointed at the gathering spirit, and her beautiful eyes suddenly emitted a cold light. For a moment, the temperature of the surrounding air dropped sharply. Even the water in the demonic pond suddenly formed ice. Ka. The frost quickly spread to Lin Chuan and froze him into an ice sculpture in the next moment. Boom! There were bursts of thunder. The sky, which was originally clear, was now covered with dark clouds. 9-day thunder gathered, and terrifying thunder dragons circled above Lin Chuan's head. Oh my God! I guessed it right. Lin Chuan complained bitterly, even though he had already planned more than a dozen ways to die. But when the crisis came, he still couldn't accept it. Yeah, I can finally see the holy sun bathing. This beautiful scene will surely be unforgettable for me. Don't block the way, let me in. I want to see the holy sun take a bath. Wait a minute, something's wrong. The holy sun is frozen. The sect master is summoning the 9 heavens thunder prison. Oh my God, the sect master wouldn't want to kill the holy sun. The disciples who had just stepped into the demonic pool happened to see this astonishing scene. 100,000 disciples stared at this unbelievable scene in amazement. No one knows why Lin Chuan offended Leng Ningxuang. This made Leng Ningxuang want to kill him, but they knew that with Leng Ningxuang's temper, no one could persuade her. Lin Chuan is dead. Well, since you can't resist, then just lie down and wait for death. That's in line with my principles. Lin Chuan curled his lips and said helplessly. He cherishes his life very much, but lazy enough. If he had to struggle to survive, it would be more in line with his character to lie down and die. What's more, he knew that he was no match for Leng Ningxuang. He also personally experienced the strength of the powerful Emperor of Heaven. It is easier to lie down than to struggle to death. Crash! Lin Chuan, who had turned into an ice sculpture, lay directly in the water of the demon pool. It's like an ice coffin letting itself drift. At the moment of life and death, choose to lie down. Ding, death is coming. The host chooses to lie down and understand the true meaning of lying down. Reward, Thunder Law, immune to thunder, 100% thunder affinity. The system reward prompt sounded in Lin Chuan's ears. The Law of Thunder, immune to thunder. This reward is so appropriate. As for the true meaning of lying down, don't listen to the system's nonsense. It was simply that Lin Chuan was too lazy to resist. Lazy people have their own blessings. The ancients were right. The heavenly demon is transformed into the 9 heavens thunder prison. Fall. Chapter 12, the demonic pond exploded, and this sect master blew it up. Boom! Thunder roared from the 9 heavens. The might of heaven and earth gathered in the demonic pond, which was only 5 meters in radius. Under the dark clouds, the 9-headed thunder dragon roared and fell, pointing directly at Lin Chuan and the demon pool. Oh my God, the sect master is serious. Wow, no, the Holy Sun is so handsome, it would be such a shame if he died. How could the sect master have the heart to kill the Holy Sun? Great Elder, please find a solution quickly. The disciples cried and shouted, but none of them could stop Lang Ningxuang's rage. Wei Weiying was stunned. She had just arrived and had no idea what was going on. Lang Ningxuang actually killed Lin Chuan, but she understood Lang Ningxuang's temperament. Once she has made up her mind, no one's persuasion will be of any use. Boom! The thunder continues. In the blink of an eye, the 9-headed thunder dragon fell into the demon pool again. Snort! This 9 heavens thunder prison, this sect master has only used 1/3 of his power. Although the noise was deafening, the damage was not fatal. Just teaching you a lesson, you little brat. This is what happens to those who dare to insult this sect master. Lang Ningxuang sneered and pressed down her jade like sword finger suddenly. With the 9-headed thunder dragon, it slammed heavily into the demon pool. Crash! Sizzle! The sound of flowing water, accompanied by the piercing sound of surging electric current, caused the demonic pond to explode instantly. You can imagine what a miserable scene it would be if people were in it. Although Lin Chuan is handsome, he has a face that can kill young girls. But under the bombardment of the 9 heavens thunder prison, in a moment, he will become an electric-grilled Lin Chuan. Even if he doesn't die, his face will be disfigured. What is that? The female disciples who were about to burst into grief suddenly fell silent. Then they rubbed their eyes and stretched their necks. Right now, in the water of the demonic pool, which is 5 meters in radius, the thunder are still in the baptism, but in the pool of water and thunder, a figure was actually swimming in the demonic pond. He sometimes stroked butterfly, sometimes backstroke, and sometimes doggy paddle. So uncomfortable. In the entire demonic sect, who can enter the demonic pool? Could that arrogant and beating worthy guy be anyone else except Lin Chuan? This bastard. Condensation Frost was completely confused. The jade finger that was pointing at the demon pool slowly retracted and clenched into a fist. If possible, she really wanted to beat Lin Chuan up. But then again, he's okay. That is the 9 heavens thunder prison, even if it's only 30% of her power. It is definitely not something that ordinary people can bear. Even if Lin Chuan is a powerful heavenly saint, there is no way it can be unscathed. What's more, he was not only unharmed, still so leisurely, still swimming in the demonic pond. It's too much. No, it's too unbelievable. Although this brat really deserves a beating. But I have to say, he was quite unexpected. This sect master has never seen anyone immune to thunder in his life. How many secrets does the Holy Sun have that this sect master doesn't know? Lang Ningxuang narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, and 2 rays of light shone through the narrow gaps. Staring straight at Lin Chuan, it was as if he could see through him with his naked eyes. What a pity! She couldn't see through Lin Chuan, but driven by curiosity, she was able to increase her skills a bit. She wanted to test it out to see if Lin Chuan was really as she expected. Is he really immune to thunder? Boom, boom. Above the 9 heavens, the thunder was even louder. The thunder dragon, which was already terrifying enough, suddenly became 10 times thicker. In an instant, the thunder that struck the demonic pool instantly became as big as the mouth of a tank. And the moment you come into contact with the demonic pool, 30% of the pool water evaporated immediately. Metropolitan, please stop it. If this continues, the demonic pond will be lost. How can we explain this to our ancestors? Wei Weiying was so frightened that his face turned pale. The demonic pond is the treasure of the demonic sect. It is the thing that has enabled the advancement of the heavenly emperors of all generations. Any disciple regards it as a treasure. There is no room for error. Condensable frost is good. I don't know what hatred or resentment she has with Lin Chuan. He actually used the Nine Heavens Thunder Prison in the most important holy place of the demonic sect. 30% of the water in the pool evaporated instantly. Look at this situation. If she didn't stop Lang Ningxuang quickly, she might. The demonic pool is about to disappear. 50% strength. Lin Chuan, if you can resist it. This sect master will look at you differently. Lang Ningxuang didn't hear Wei Wying's cry at all. She was immersed in the pleasure of testing Lin Chuan alone. He also completely forgot the importance of the demon pool. Inject 50% of your strength into the Nine Heavens Thunder Prison. 9 thunder dragons fell one after another, accompanied by a rumbling sound. The demonic pond cracked. Boom! The moment when 9 thunderbolts fell into the pool. Water splashes. Flames shot up into the sky. Rocks were flying everywhere. Smoke and dust rose up. In such a large space, there is nothing but the restless Nine Heavens Thunder Prison. All the disciples of the demonic sect present were petrified on the spot. They all stared at the ruined demon pond in amazement. My mind went blank. Pa. A disheveled figure loomed in the smoke and dust. The man spat out some sand from his mouth. Lying in the ruins, Lin Chuan was originally swimming in the demonic pool and was swimming well. Who knew that the Nine Heavens Thunder Prison would suddenly become stronger? Directly bombed the demon pool. The pool is empty. He still maintained his swimming posture. This is so embarrassing. It was agreed that the demonic pool was the most precious treasure of the demonic sect. The treasure was blown up. Whose is this? How about it be mine? Lin Chuan's eyes suddenly lit up. The already smart brain was working like crazy. The brain started to output again. The explosion of the heavenly demon pool is bound to arouse the anger of the heavenly demon sect disciples, especially the elders like Wei Wying. These pedantic old ladies value the inheritance passed down from their ancestors the most. The heavenly demon pond is the most precious treasure of the heavenly demon sect. Anyone who damages it will be guilty of a grave sin. As long as I stop the crime, I will be expelled from the sect. This is simply great. Lin Chuan's mouth corners were almost stretched to the back of his head. For him, blowing up the demonic pool is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even the cold frost can't save him. However, Lin Chuan could never have imagined it. Lang Ningxuang had already heard his inner thoughts. Not far away, the delicate body in the black skirt trembled involuntarily. This caused the Nine Heavens Thunder Prison to dissipate in an instant. I got into trouble. A trace of panic flashed in Lang Ningxuang's beautiful eyes. She actually knows fear. It's simply a strange story. The heavenly demon pool has been destroyed, and the consequences are extremely serious. For the sake of this sect master, the Holy Sun is actually willing to take the initiative to bear the consequences. Is this love? Lang Ningxuang's pretty face flushed slightly, and her beautiful eyes sparkled. There was a hint of tenderness in the look he gave Lin Chuan. Fortunately, there was smoke and dust at this moment, and this rare scene was not seen by anyone. Otherwise, I'm afraid the entire world of cultivating immortals will be in great turmoil. Chapter 13, listen to my argument. The demonic pool is destroyed. What should I do? Master, come on. Wei Wying is ashamed of the heavenly demon sect. Lang Ningxuang destroyed the most precious treasure of our heavenly demon sect. This is a heinous crime. Wei Wying will definitely give an explanation to the ancestor, and then commit suicide in the ancestral hall to apologize. The great elder Wei Wying said indignantly. Her face was pale at this moment. The demonic pool is the most precious treasure of the demonic sect. It was actually destroyed by the hands of the sect leader Lang Ningxuang. Even though it was a misunderstanding, it was a huge matter for the demon sect, even unforgivable. As the grand elder, Wei Wying must give an explanation to the sect. Even if it means expelling Lang Ningxuang from the sect, he would not hesitate, and she is already prepared to commit suicide to apologize. At the same time, 100,000 disciples of the demonic sect were at a loss. The destruction of the demonic pool was such a big thing. How could it be discussed by ordinary disciples? But they also know the importance of the demon pool to the demon sect. While Lang Ningxuang cannot escape blame, he will also surely suffer severe punishment. After all, the leader of a sect is not someone who cannot be shaken by anyone. At least within the demonic sect, the 9 elders are qualified to impeach the sect master. Moreover, each of these elders is Lang Ningxuang's elder. Once united, siege the condensate. That would be a wonderful scene. Da-da-da. The sound of chaotic footsteps rang out. Wei Wying and 100,000 disciples of the demonic sect walked towards Lang Ningxuang. Today, no matter what, there must be an explanation for the destruction of the demonic pool. There is no escape. Wei Wying was extremely confused. I have no intention of blocking this matter at all. What's more, when the demon pool was destroyed, 100,000 disciples witnessed it with their own eyes. The blockade cannot be stopped. We can only let them witness the disaster of the demon sect together. Metropolitan. Wei Wying frowned and clasped his hands hastily to get the matter over with. She opened her mouth with a lot to say, but in the end, I don't know where to start. For a moment, Wei Wying and Lang Ningxuang stared at each other. Hoo-hoo. A cold wind blew past everyone. The atmosphere was very awkward for a while. The entire demonic pond was filled with complete silence. Even breathing was almost inaudible. Huh, what is this? It's crystal clear and looks pretty good. A lazy voice broke the silence. 100,000 pairs of eyes looked over at once. Lin Chuan took out a palm-sized bead from under his butt. The beads are crystal clear, with mist hidden inside. There seemed to be fog surrounding the pearl wall, and it was obvious that it was not an ordinary thing. Lin Chuan held it in his hand and felt it most directly, although the system gave him a lot of top-grade spiritual treasures. In the 5 years since he traveled through time, he has also seen many amazing treasures, but none of them could compare to the bead in his hand. Lin Chuan took a deep breath. The mist on the pearl wall flowed into his nostrils. Suddenly, Lin Chuan felt a refreshing sensation as if he had been enlightened, which shocked him all over. This is such rich spiritual energy. Good baby. Lin Chuan's eyes lit up, and he was extremely surprised. Even though he had more than 10 top-grade spiritual treasures in his hands, compared to this bead, those top-grade spiritual treasures were like garbage. There is no comparison. No wonder the demonic pool can produce so many powerful heavenly emperors. I'm afraid this precious bead is the true essence of the demon pool. It's just that the successive leaders of the demonic sect have been too cautious. It was so hard to get such a blessed land of Langhuan, so I treat it like a treasure. Little did they know. What they were protecting was just an ordinary pool of water, but the real treasure was sunk at the bottom of the pool. Otherwise, Lang Ningxuang had gotten carried away and exploded the pool. I'm afraid such a precious bead will be buried at the bottom of the pool for who knows how long. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures are divided into 4 levels. Spiritual treasure, supreme spiritual treasure, supreme treasure, supreme treasure. If I'm not mistaken, this bead is at least at the highest level. No, it is definitely a top-grade treasure. Lin Chuan started to make some plans in his mind. He was hesitating, wondering if he should take advantage of the fact that the disciples of the demonic sect hadn't noticed. He simply embezzled this supreme treasure. Little did he know that Lang Ningxuang had already heard his thoughts clearly. A supreme treasure. Yes. Master once said that this heavenly demon pond is a rare treasure in the world. If we rank them, they are at least top-grade treasures. This sect master has pretty good luck. It was a lucky coincidence that the ultimate treasure in the demonic pond was blown out. In this way, the guilt is offset. Lang Ningxuang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She also knew that she had committed a great sin. If it weren't for Lin Chuan discovering the ultimate treasure in the demon pool, I'm afraid that with Wei Wying's pedantic character, he will definitely call the 9 elders. Directly impeach her as the leader. The great elder led his disciples here in a threatening manner. Could it be that they are here to call for punishment? Lang Ningxuang looked calm, and her beautiful eyes were too lazy to look at Wei Wying. But it stayed on Lin Chuan. This kid is currently stuffing the most precious treasure into his pocket. Hurrah! How dare you embezzle? Without waiting for Wei Wying to speak, Lang Ningxuang suddenly stretched out 5 fingers and grabbed Lin Chuan in the air. An unmatched force suddenly struck him. The brute force directly took the most precious treasure, and then forcibly snatched it from Lin Chuan. Oh no, we've been discovered. Lin Chuan was startled. If a child does something wrong and is discovered by his parents, he quickly lowered his head and pretended nothing had happened. Wei Wying naturally saw this scene, but she didn't know the relationship between this supreme treasure and the demonic pool. At this moment, she was still immersed in the anger of the destruction of the demon pool. Sect Master should know that this heavenly demon pond is the most precious treasure of our heavenly demon sect. All previous patriarchs must be treated with extreme caution. Don't dare to make even the slightest mistake. And you actually destroyed the condensation frost. How can I explain this enormous sin to the Grandmaster? Wei Wying pounded his chest, looking heartbroken. On one side is the most prestigious elder in the sect. On one side is the cold and eccentric sect leader. No one dares to offend any of the disciples, nor can they afford to offend anyone. So they can only remain silent, not daring to say a word. Suddenly, a burst of unbridled laughter rang in everyone's ears. Wei Wying looked at Leng Ningxuang in disbelief, with obvious anger in his eyes. However, she hadn't had time to reprimand him yet. Leng Ningxuang opened her red lips and said slowly, "A mere heavenly demon pond is worthy of being the most precious treasure of our heavenly demon sect. Great Elder, do you really think my Tianmo sect is a remote and poor place? It's so unbearable." After hearing this, Wei Wying couldn't help but want to refute. But Leng Ningxuang interrupted him with a wave of her hand. "Now that things have come to this sect master might as well tell you. In fact, this sect master has long noticed that there is something hidden in the heavenly demon pool. This is the essence of the demonic pond. It is a supreme treasure. Only the Holy Son's talent is compatible with this sect master's heavenly emperor methods. Only then can we force out this supreme treasure. Now that the mission is accomplished, it is a day of great joy for our heavenly demon sect. Grand Elder and the 100,000 disciples of the heavenly demon sect, why don't you quickly congratulate this sect master and the Holy Son?" Chapter 14. Heavenly Demon Pearl, Understanding the Way of the Heavenly Emperor. Leng Ningxuang's explanation was quite coherent. But it can't fool everyone. At least Wei Wying was half believing and half doubting. There is a treasure in the demonic pool. What about joining forces with the Son of God to force out the ultimate treasure? If you say there is one, then there is one. Are you trying to fool a fool? How can we be convinced by the sect master's one-sided statement alone? In my opinion, we should call all 9 elders together for discussion. After all, this heavenly demon pool is the most precious treasure of our heavenly demon sect. How can we destroy it at will? Even if you are the sect master, you must bear the consequences. Wei Wying had a dark face and spoke in an upright and incorruptible manner. As the great elder, Wei Wying has always been impartial. Although he is old, he is inevitably a bit pedantic. But her character is still trustworthy. Even Leng Ningxuang did not dare to refute the great elder casually. Just follow her suggestion. Call. That was a close call. Luckily, I managed to get away with it. The Holy Son has made a great contribution in averting this danger. However, I'm afraid the 9 Elders' Council will still need his help. Leng Ningxuang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The danger was gone, but not completely. Wei Wying insisted on convening the 9 elders to discuss the matter together. It is imperative to thoroughly study the consequences of the destruction of the demonic pool. Unless the gems found in the demonic pond are far more valuable than the demonic pond. Grand Elder, please feel free to do as you please. This sect master and the Holy Son still have important matters to attend to. Let the great elder decide how to arrange for the disciples present. After saying that, Leng Ningxuang's beautiful eyes turned to look at Lin Chuan. 10 feet away, Lin Chuan's mouth corners slowly rose. Leng Ningxuang threw dirty water on him, but he was not angry at all. "I'm even more excited. It seems that escaping from the demon sect is just around the corner." However, the expression on his face was seen by Wei Wying and his 100,000 disciples. He became a psychopath. The destruction of the demonic pool is such a big deal. Others can't hide in time. He's still laughing. "Are you crazy?" "Walk." Suddenly, a cold shout rang out. An irresistible force suddenly covered Lin Chuan. Then Leng Ningxuang threw off her clothes and forcibly took Lin Chuan out of the forbidden area. In the blink of an eye, in the main hall of Holy Maiden Peak, Lin Chuan was carried in by the condensed frost. Then she gently released the force and placed Lin Chuan gently on the ground. Lin Chuan was not used to the gentle force of handling her gently. Has the old witch changed her temper? "Holy Son, this sect master asks you, is this precious orb found in the heavenly demon pond?" Leng Ningxuang's face was as cold as frost, and her beautiful eyes seemed to emit a heart-pounding cold light. "Yes," Lin Chuan replied in confusion. Of course, he didn't know the importance of a bead to condensation frost. At this moment, his mind was full of waiting for the 9 elders to gather. Expel him from the sect. He's probably the only one in the world who's so eager to take the blame. "That's great." Leng Ningxuang exhaled lightly. His originally tense expression also relaxed. Then she took out the beads, held them in her hand, and looked at them for a few seconds. "It feels cold to the touch. Spiritual energy gushes out from time to time. Just holding it in your hand is like a sudden enlightenment, making you feel refreshed. It can be seen that this unknown bead is indeed not an ordinary item, but whether it is related to the effect of Tianma's comprehension of the way of the Emperor of Heaven. I'm not sure about condensation frost. Unfortunately, she had already entered the realm of Heavenly Emperor. Even if this bead has the power of the Heavenly Emperor, it is useless to her. So, suddenly, a pair of malicious eyes stared at Lin Chuan. What is the old witch doing? Did the Holy Sun gain any insights while in the Heavenly Demon Pond? Lang Ningxuang didn't care about Lin Chuan's slightly panicked expression. Her whole mind was on the beads. Reply to the sect master. No, Lin Chuan answered truthfully. Nonsense. Time is so short and we are still under threats. I almost lost my life. What the hell is this? Give. Lang Ningxuang threw the beads over without hesitation. Lin Chuan immediately reached out to catch it. The ultimate treasure is actually back in his hands. If my prediction is correct, this bead is called the Heavenly Demon Bead. It is one of the 10 supreme treasures. It is extremely rare to find the way of the Heavenly Emperor hidden within. However, this sect master has only heard about it and has never seen it with his own eyes. It's a pity that this sect master has already achieved the status of Heavenly Emperor and cannot be verified. So I need you to verify it, Lang Ningxuang said with a gentle expression. The Heavenly Saint and the Heavenly Emperor seem to be only one step away. But the gap between the two is as huge as that between heaven and earth. If you don't get the key, you will never be able to reach the Heavenly Emperor even if you spend your entire life. Even though the demonic sect owns the demonic pool, it also requires people with destiny to comprehend the way of the Emperor of Heaven. The gap between people is often this big. However, Lang Ningxuang believed that with Lin Chuan's extraordinary talent, you can definitely comprehend the way of the Heavenly Emperor, and it must be understood before the arrival of the 9 elders. Only then can her predicament be resolved. Let's get started now without further ado. However, you also know the temperament of this sect master. If it takes too long, this sect master will get angry. It would be best if you could understand within half an hour. No, a cup of tea. Otherwise, Lang Ningxuang narrowed her eyes, and there seemed to be a cold light flashing in those 2 narrow eyes. Gurgled. Lin Chuan swallowed hard. The old witch is showing her power. So scary. He never doubted that Lang Ningxuang would not recognize any relatives when she became ruthless. Although he had never seen or heard of Lang Ningxuang killing his fellow disciples, but he couldn't guarantee that he was the first. But this proves that it was the right thing for him to do to leave the demon sect. I just hope the 9 elders come quickly. Then he can escape from the sea of suffering. Damn it, how could I possibly comprehend the way of the Heavenly Emperor from a single bead? Just give me time for a cup of tea. Is this something a human can do? Or after a cup of tea, I'll pretend I've understood. Anyway, the way of the Heavenly Emperor is mysterious, so it's not certain that an old witch can understand it. Lin Chuan thought secretly. It's too tiring to use your brain. Anyway, he may not necessarily succeed. Just do it and don't do it. He is most familiar with this job. Unfortunately, Lang Ningxuang heard every word of his thoughts. Lang Ningxuang was so angry that her face looked like an iceberg. You little bastard, you have quite a few tricks up your sleeve. If this sect master hadn't been able to hear your inner voice, I'd probably have been killed by you. You want to be lazy. This sect master will not do as you wish. She snorted coldly. She suddenly turned around and disappeared on the spot. The next moment he appeared, he was already behind Lin Chuan. Scare. Lin Chuan was startled, but before he could make any move, I felt like my whole body was restrained by the overbearing power again. Woo-woo. I'm a tall and strong man, but I'm tied up by a woman all day long. I don't want to save face. Chapter 15. I am really just an ordinary person with a built-in cheat. There are 50 great ways, and 49 from heaven. If you get rid of one of them, the secret of heaven will emerge. What the cultivators cultivate is precisely this secret of escaping one of them. And the way of the Emperor of Heaven is to seek this divine secret. However, there are countless practitioners, but very few can find the secrets of heaven. Even if someone with opportunity can find the secret. But it is not necessarily possible to control it. Therefore, no matter how precious the heavenly demon pearl is, perhaps only people with extremely high comprehension are worthy of enjoying it. Now Lin Chuan has obtained the heavenly demon pearl, but he just took a look and was too lazy to think about it. Such a great opportunity, and he actually refuses it. Ling Ningxuang was speechless and angry at the same time. Such an unmotivated disciple, how about beating him to death? However, Wei Weiying and the other 9 elders arrived soon. She doesn't have time to chat with Lin Chuan. Just watch carefully for me. If you show any sign of slacking off, I will kill you on the spot. Don't doubt the determination of this sect master. Even if it's you, I will kill you if I say so. There's nothing to be sad about. Ling Ningxuang's icy tone was like an icicle hitting Lin Chuan on the head. The old witch is angry. So scary. Lin Chuan's mouth twitched a few times. He was also wondering how the old witch knew that he wanted to be lazy. Could it be that the old witch can hear my inner voice? What a joke. Isn't this kind of mind-reading ability something that only appears in movies? It must be a lucky coincidence. Lin Chuan muttered a few words. But it's just complaining. He totally didn't believe that Ling Ningxuang could really hear what he was thinking. However, Ling Ningxuang was shocked. Lin Chuan's brain seems to be structured differently from that of a normal person. There are always a few words that she doesn't understand. What is a movie? What are superpowers? It seems that this guy knows a little about mind reading. It seems that he still has many secrets that she doesn't know. It will have to be discovered slowly in the future. Guard the spiritual platform. Look closely at the heavenly demon pearl. You have only 1 cup of tea to understand. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Ling Ningxuang threatened again. Such a huge threat is standing behind Lin Chuan. He doesn't even dare to slack off. In desperation, he had to hold the demon pearl and observe it carefully. Of course, he didn't hold too high hopes for himself. After all, only 1 in a million can find the secret of heaven. He is just an ordinary person with a lazy cheat. Why does he always get all the good things? Forget it, just deal with it casually. Lin Chuan muttered to himself. Then he played with the demon pearl, trying to decipher the mystery inside it. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, 4 breaths. 50 breaths passed. Lin Chuan was almost asleep, but there was no change in him. Sure enough, he is just an ordinary person, or an ordinary person who has no connection with the secrets of heaven. He has nothing except the plug-in. It's better to let him leave the demon sect and find a secluded place to continue lazing around. Impossible. Ling Ningxuang's anxious voice came from behind Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan had given up, but she was unwilling to believe it. Is it difficult to admit that he is just an ordinary person with built-in cheats? Master, there's no need to feel sad for your disciple. It is fate. Disciple is open-minded. Lin Chuan was worried that Ling Ningxuang would do something that scared him in anger. Comfort him quickly, so as to avoid suffering. Sad for you. No, this sect master is sad for himself. It's over. If there is no way to prove that this bead is the heavenly demon bead, this sect leader is about to be in big trouble. Ling Ningxuang said in panic. She just paced back and forth with her hands behind her back. This absent-minded look completely overturned Lin Chuan's perception of her. Oh my God, is this still the old witch I know? The female devil in the world of immortal cultivation actually feels uneasy. It's amazing. Lin Chuan was enjoying the rare scenery, as if he had discovered a new world. Ling Ningxuang, who heard his inner thoughts, immediately glared at him. At this moment, instead of being angry with Lin Chuan, it would be better to come up with a plan to conceal the truth. Once the 9 elders arrive. That's it. Da-da-da. Suddenly, a series of heavy footsteps came from outside the hall. Ling Ningxuang's whole body suddenly shook, as if petrified, and her whole body became stiff. Metropolitan, Wei Weiying and the 8 elders come to see the emperor. The deep voice of the great elder Wei Weiying penetrated the door and floated in quietly. At this time, Lin Chuan noticed that Ling Ningxuang looked extremely nervous. A female devil like her, who is cold-blooded and decisive in killing. Why on earth are you afraid of meeting the 9 elders? Is it because the demonic pool was destroyed? However, Ling Ningxuang did not intend to push this matter onto Lin Chuan. Are you letting him take the blame? Metropolitan, Wei Weiying seemed a little anxious. He urged again. Ahem. Ling Ningxuang coughed twice and forced herself to suppress her nervous expression. Try to appear normal. Then she turned around and faced the door. Come in. With the response of condensation frost, 9 figures stepped into the hall. The leader was none other than the great elder, Wei Weiying. The other 8 elders all had serious expressions. As soon as he entered the door, he put on a face as if he was going to accuse someone. The already awkward atmosphere suddenly became even more tense. The 9 elders entered the hall. From the very beginning, their eyes were fixed on Ling Ningxuang. It was obviously directed at her. However, when they stood still, but he found that there was another person in the hall. Holy Son, why is that bead in your hand? Wei Wang was extremely surprised, his old eyes fixed on the demon pearl in Lin Chuan's hand. Lang Ningxuang said that this heavenly demon pearl was a top-grade treasure that was exploded from the heavenly demon pool. It is the essence of the demon pool. How could such a treasure be given to others casually? Even the Son of God is not qualified to touch him. In fact, this was Wei Wang who asked Lin Chuan. In fact, it is aimed at condensation frost. It was Lang Ningxuang who originally instigated the explosion of the demonic pool, but she hasn't found a reasonable explanation yet. He made another low-level mistake in front of the 9 elders. Now it's even harder to argue, explain. Oops, why is the great elder making such a fuss? It's just a sky demon pearl. Isn't it just one of the 10 supreme treasures? My Tianmo sect is vast and rich in resources, yet we still lack this supreme treasure. The great elder is too stingy. Lin Chuan laughed and didn't take it seriously at all. In his eyes, the best treasures are really nothing. After 5 years of slacking off, the rewards given by the system are at least top-grade spiritual treasures. He is very rich. That's why I don't take it seriously. However, this statement was made by Wei Wang and even Lang Ningxuang. It became a complete provocation. Holy Son, what nonsense are you talking about? This bead is the most precious treasure of the heavenly demon sect. Give it back quickly. Wei Wang stretched out his hand to ask for it. Such a treasure is safe only if it is kept with her. By the way, the 8 elders can also take a closer look at it. It is also a good idea to make a decision to punish Lang Ningxuang. He. Everyone is here, so I won't pretend anymore. I'm going to reveal my cards. It was this saint's son who blew up the demonic pond. There's no need to return this heavenly demon pearl to the great elder. Not only that, this saint's son will also smash it. If the 9 elders want to punish someone, then punish Lin Chuan. It would be best to expel Lin Chuan from the sect. Anyway, this matter has nothing to do with the sect master. Bring it on. Chapter 16. Everyone is rushing to take the blame, and no one is allowed to take it from me. A great opportunity to escape from the demonic sect. How could Lin Chuan let go? Isn't it just taking the blame? Back. Isn't it just expulsion from the sect? Just what Lin Chuan wants. He had already thought of it as early as in the demonic pond. We must not let Lang Ningxuang snatch away such a great scapegoat as blowing up the demonic pool. He must take the initiative to take it. In this way, he would have a chance to escape from the sect. Holy Son, what are you talking about? You know that such a huge sin is not something you can bear alone. Expelling you from the sect is a minor matter. Removing your entire cultivation and throwing you into the abyss is a minor matter. If you want to protect the sect master, you must do so within your capabilities. Wei Wang looked solemn and tried to persuade him kindly. Even a fool can hear it. Lin Chuan took the initiative to take the blame. It's just that this child might have a mental problem. He actually thought the consequence was as simple as being expelled from the sect. You also want to abolish your cultivation and throw yourself into the abyss. How terrible. It's just a destroyed bathhouse. That's not necessary. Besides, we still have the heavenly demon pearl. The sect master said it's much more important than the heavenly demon pond. Lin Chuan played with the demon pearl casually. Some even used the beads as basketballs and spun them on their fingertips. This scared the 9 elders. Lang Ningxuang's expression also changed rapidly. I was afraid that Lin Chuan would accidentally break the demon pearl. Of course, the heavenly demon pearl is a supreme treasure after all. It shouldn't be that fragile, but no one has ever dropped it, so how can we know if it can withstand the drop? However, Lang Ningxuang looked at Lin Chuan again at this moment. I always think he has a handsome face. The Son of God actually took the initiative to take the blame for her. Isn't this love? Son, there's no need to say more. Everyone is responsible for their own actions. The destruction of the heavenly demon pond was the idea of this sect master. If the 9 elders want to punish anyone, then punish this sect master. Lang Ningxuang made up her mind and didn't bother to argue anymore, rushing to take the blame. Everyone in Lin Chuan was dumbfounded. Is there anyone who is still eager to take the blame these days? He was clearly just one step away from escaping from the demonic sect. But the old witch ruined his plans. No, I must take the blame. No one else can take it from me. Lin Chuan secretly made up his mind that even the Jade Emperor could not stop him from leaving the demon sect. Swish! Lin Chuan raised the heavenly demon pearl. 10 pairs of surprised eyes around looked over at the same time. Lin Chuan held up the heavenly demon pearl, looking like he was ready to throw anything away. Holy Son, Lin Chuan, what are you up to? Put down the heavenly demon pearl quickly. Wei Weiyang and Leng Ningxuang scolded at the same time. The demon pool has been destroyed. If the demon pearl is destroyed again, the sin is even greater. I'm afraid it's not as simple as Wei Weiyang committing suicide to apologize. I'm afraid the 9 elders and the sect leader will all have to die to atone for their sins. He. This saint son has already said it. The blame lies with me. Why don't you listen? I don't care, this is my fault. Elders, sect master, you must expel me from the sect. Otherwise I will perish with the heavenly demon pearl. Lin Chuan said angrily. He just wanted to leave the demonic sect. Why was it so difficult? It seems that unless he makes up his mind, it will be impossible for him to escape from the demon sect. Bang! A dull sound suddenly rang out. The demonic pearl fell heavily to the ground. Crack! The crack spread rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it spread all over the bead. Then it exploded and shattered. A large amount of white mist emerged from it. In an instant, half of the hall was filled. The 9 elders and Leng Ningxuang were stunned. No one expected that Lin Chuan would actually dare to throw it, and that the heavenly demon pearl was so fragile. It broke in an instant. No way! This is the heavenly demon pearl, one of the 10 supreme treasures. Is it so easy to break? Or did I guess wrong? Condensation frost was messy, regardless of whether the demon pearl is real or not. Neither is good for her. But one thing is certain. Lin Chuan's crime is far greater than hers. I'm afraid it's far more than just being expelled from the sect, according to the personalities of the 9 elders. I'm afraid that even if they cut Lin Chuan into pieces, it would be difficult to relieve the hatred in their hearts. Lin Chuan. Wei Weiyang's roar broke through the white fog. Lin Chuan's ears hurt from the shock, but he had a satisfied smile on his face. Wei Weiyang was so angry. This is enough to show that his sin is serious. Now he can finally get what he wants. Boom! Suddenly, the entire hall was in turmoil. Waves of terrifying aura spread out in all directions like a storm. Debris continues to fall from the dome. Under this power, it seemed as if an earthquake had occurred in the entire Holy Maiden Peak. Not good. The 9 elders are angry. Leng Ningxuang's complexion changed drastically. She immediately used all her internal energy to protect Lin Chuan. But the 9 elders were obviously faster than her. Before condensation, frost could make any move. Lin Chuan was surrounded by the 9 elders. Those faces, which were not considered young, were full of anger. The 9 heavenly saints attacked at the same time. Even the Emperor of Heaven. It's not easy to deal with either. What's more, it's Lin Chuan. Have I gone too far? Lin Chuan grinned and said awkwardly. Hearing this, Leng Ningxuang rolled her eyes at him. He had gone far beyond that. It was a huge disaster. The heavenly demon pearl is the heavenly demon sect's most precious treasure. It is also one of the 10 most precious treasures. It is an extremely precious treasure for the entire world of cultivation. He dared to crash. Even if he is the son of God, he must not be forgiven easily. The 9 elders were very aggressive. In serious cases, Lin Chuan will be killed on the spot. At the very least, his cultivation would be destroyed, and he would be thrown into death row. In short, his life is ruined. Capture the Holy Son. We'll deal with it after we've interrogated you. Wei Weiyang was not blinded by anger. But after capturing Lin Chuan, he also lost his freedom. The authority of the 9 elders is even higher than that of the sect leader. Unless Leng Ningxuang was determined to betray the sect, she would not dare to disobey the 9 elders. Lin Chuan did this for me. Am I really going to sit back and do nothing? Leng Ningxuang frowned at a loss. She has always been courageous, but now she is in trouble. The 9 elders were approaching Lin Chuan with heavy steps, and the one who should have been the most nervous was Lin Chuan. Instead, he stood there motionless, as steady as a Mount Tai. It seems that the Holy Son also knows that he is guilty of a heinous crime and is unwilling to resist. That's the best. It also saves us from further conflict. Wei Weiyang sighed and looked at Lin Chuan with some pity in his eyes. Although Lin Chuan has extraordinary talent, he is a genius that is rarely seen in 1,000 years. But compared with the major events of the sect, we cannot tolerate it. Well, Wei Weiyang shook his head and slowly reached out to grab Lin Chuan. Just when she was about to touch Lin Chuan, a heavy force suddenly counterattacked. He actually knocked Wei Weiyang out on the spot. Presumptuous! How dare you, Holy Son, attack the great elder? You will not be spared. The 8 elders immediately stood up. However, These 8 powerful heavenly saints attacked Lin Chuan at the same time. But the moment he touched Lin Chuan, he felt like he was hit hard. Ugh! The 8 elders were like fairies scattering flowers from heaven. Fly away! Not far away, Lang Ningxuang, who was originally nervous for Lin Chuan, looked shocked. Is this the way of the Heavenly Emperor? No, to be precise, it should be the foundation for the title of Heavenly Emperor. Chapter 17, Fence Sitter. Mist rose inside the hall, but in the fog, a mysterious opportunity entangled with Lin Chuan. This is caused by the Heavenly Demon Pearl. He even chose Lin Chuan as the chosen one. He is very lucky. He was unexpectedly chosen by the Heavenly Demon Pearl among the 11 people. The foundation of the title of Heavenly Emperor was like an invisible opportunity, merging with Lin Chuan. The most direct result was that the 9 elders took action, but were all knocked away by the invisible force. Those are 9 powerful heavenly saints. None of them could get close to Lin Chuan. Just the foundation of the title of Heavenly Emperor is so powerful. It is conceivable that if one day Lin Chuan achieves the title of Heavenly Emperor, I'm afraid no one in this world can shake it. Stop it! Lang Ningxuang's indifferent voice drifted over faintly. This made the 9 elders, who were originally unwilling to accept the situation, calm down a little. However, the anger of the 9 elders did not dissipate. Lin Chuan dared to destroy the Heavenly Demon Pearl. Take action against the 9 elders. This is unheard of in the demonic sect. They will inevitably be severely punished. However, they didn't know what was happening to Lin Chuan at the moment, but it did not prevent them from noticing that Lin Chuan was unusual. Son, what's going on? Wei Wying endured the severe pain, looked at Lang Ningxuang and asked. The foundation of the title Heavenly Emperor, the mystery contained within the Heavenly Demon Pearl, is actually assimilated with the Holy Sun. But this sect master also cannot understand how the Heavenly Demon Pearl, one of the 10 supreme treasures, could be destroyed so easily. But the foundation of the title of Heavenly Emperor is a fact. If nothing unexpected happens, the Holy Sun will become the Heavenly Emperor. Lang Ningxuang said with a firm look. She's not exaggerating, that's the truth. At the same time, it is enough to prove that her estimate was correct. The Demon Pearl is hidden under the Demon Pool. However, all the successive leaders of the demonic sect never noticed it. Instead, it was accidentally blown out by the condensation frost. But I don't know what's wrong with Lin Chuan. He actually broke such a precious treasure. The thought that the demonic sect has lost a top-grade treasure from now on. Lang Ningxuang couldn't help but feel distressed. She could only try her best to protect Lin Chuan. Otherwise, given the heinous crimes he committed, the lightest punishment would be to be thrown into the abyss and imprisoned for life. Title of Heavenly Emperor. Are you serious, sect master? Wei Wying couldn't believe it. The other 8 elders also looked incredulous. They had doubted the authenticity of the Heavenly Demon Pearl. Otherwise, they would not have jointly held condensation frost responsible. But what they never expected was that Lin Chuan actually destroyed the Heavenly Demon Pearl. He was also chosen by great opportunity and integrated the foundation of the title of Heavenly Emperor. Such an amazing opportunity actually chose a sinner. This made the 9 elders very troubled. They had no idea whether or not to punish Lin Chuan. The Holy Sun's talent is obvious to all. Break through realms continuously within 5 years and become a heavenly saint. Even this sect master can't catch up with this kind of climbing speed. Now is a great opportunity to obtain the foundation for the title of Heavenly Emperor. For such a talent, are the 9 elders really willing to severely punish him? Lang Ningxuang snorted coldly and said aggressively. That was like putting all the responsibility on the 9 elders. If it weren't for them, how could the Heavenly Demon Pearl be destroyed? It's okay now. Lin Chuan became the biggest beneficiary, and sooner or later, he will become the titled Emperor of Heaven, become the strongest person in the world. If such a genius cannot be won over, he will become a great threat to the demon sect in the future. Should we kill him or win him over? It all depends on what the 9 elders decide. Wei Wying looked extremely embarrassed. After listening to Lang Ningxuang's words, she immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. Just now, the 9 elders had offended Lin Chuan. He even tried to beat Lin Chuan to death. If Lin Chuan becomes the titled Heavenly Emperor in the future, there is no guarantee that he will not take revenge on them. To be on the safe side, we should kill Lin Chuan now to prevent future troubles. But then again, the demonic pool was destroyed, and the demonic pearl was gone. From now on, it will be difficult for the demon sect to produce another heavenly emperor. Lin Chuan's own talent is extremely extraordinary. Now that he has been merged with the title of Heavenly Emperor, the prospects are terrifying. If Lin Chuan is willing to be loyal to the demon sect, in the near future, a titled Heavenly Emperor will be born. It will inevitably lead the demonic sect onto an unprecedented path. In the entire world of cultivating immortals, the demonic sect is undoubtedly the strongest sect. And these 9 old stubborn people who are loyal to the demon sect will be remembered in history. To kill or to keep, the 2 choices are really difficult. The Holy Sun destroyed the heavenly demon pearl to protect the sect master. His loyalty is evident. Thinking this way, even if the Holy Sun becomes the titled Heavenly Emperor, his heart will definitely be with our heavenly demon sect. If we can get such a talented person to assist the sect master, why should we worry about the prosperity of our heavenly demon sect? This elder suggests that we keep the Holy Sun. Not only that, we should also treat the Holy Sun well. What do you think? After thinking for a long time, Wei Wying finally made a decision. As the chief elder, she has the most say among the 9 elders. After she made the decision, the 8 elders immediately reached a consensus. The great elder is right. The heavenly demon pool and the heavenly demon pearl are just 2 objects of my heavenly demon sect. To put it bluntly, the ultimate goal is nothing more than to help disciples improve their realm. If we can create a titled heavenly emperor, it would be considered as making the best use of our resources. The 8 elders all spoke in unison to try to make amends for Wei Wying. It can also be considered as a way to save face. After all, they just wanted to punish Leng Ningxuang. He also planned to imprison Lin Chuan. It's not easy to get away with not saying something nice. He. Leng Ningxuang rarely smiled, but there was a hint of contempt mixed in with the smile. The 9 elders' ability to adapt to changing circumstances opened her eyes. But this was not the first time she had witnessed the 9 elders' unique skills. However, the issue of the explosion of the demon pool was at least resolved. Leng Ningxuang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This was probably the hardest day of her life. Call. Suddenly, a heavy sigh was heard in the quiet hall. Then Lin Chuan slowly opened his eyes. He glanced around blankly. What happened just now? Lin Chuan asked in confusion. He seems to have lost his memory. He even completely forgot something as important as the battle between the 9 elders. When he woke up, he felt as if there was something extra in his body. As for what it was, he couldn't explain it clearly. The Sky Demon Pearl is destroyed. You can punish me now. Well, now that things have come to this, can the 9 elders show leniency? Just expel me from the sect, I don't mind. Lin Chuan looked directly at the 9 elders with a wary look on his face. He said he was submissive, but his body was honest. If the 9 elders were to use force on him, then he will definitely not sit idly by and wait for death. There were 10 people present. Only Leng Ningxuang, the powerful heavenly emperor, can trap him. And below the same level, Lin Chuan has never been afraid of anyone. Misunderstand. It's all a misunderstanding. The Holy Sun is the pillar of our heavenly demon sect, and he has great luck. The fact that the heavenly demon pearl chose the Holy Sun must be a blessing for our heavenly demon sect. This elder will now announce to the sect that the sect's 2 great fortunes are compatible with the Holy Sun. Anyone who dares to discuss this will be severely punished. Chapter 18. I asked you to give a lecture, not to show off. Lecture Hall, the place where disciples of the demonic sect receive lessons. There were tens of thousands of cushions, and people were crowded on them. But most of them are female disciples. They were extremely excited, and there seemed to be stars twinkling in their beautiful eyes. So many eyes were looking at the same platform. There is only one reason. On the high platform, sitting cross-legged on the only cushion, was Lin Chuan. Ever since the demon pool was blown up, within the sect, the 9 elders jointly issued an announcement. Disciples are forbidden to discuss this matter. And since then, Lin Chuan acted as if nothing had happened, and was as relaxed as usual. Leng Ningxuang never asked about this. You know, their sect leader has always disliked lazy disciples. And Lin Chuan is the king of lazy people. I've never seen him doing morning exercises or evening reading. What about daily training and tasks? I have never seen him before. He would never leave his mansion until noon every day. But even if I go out, that means finding a quiet and comfortable place and falling asleep. Many male disciples gave Lin Chuan a nickname, known as the God of Sleep. But even so, instead of scolding him, Leng Ningxuang sent people to deliver a lot of cultivation resources to Lin Chuan's mansion. I wonder how many male disciples are envious of this. Today, Lin Chuan responded to the request of great elder Wei Wying, teaching the disciples. This was also the first time Lin Chuan gave a lecture in the past 5 years. The disciples had no complaints about this, who made him a saint. Moreover, he is the youngest heavenly saint in the history of the demonic sect. Today, this holy son will give the lecture. Please be quiet, everyone. Lin Chuan frowned slightly, his face full of reluctance. Giving lectures is the most troublesome thing, and he also has to face many crazy female disciples. So annoying. Originally, Wei Wying asked him to teach, but he refused. Just because Wei Wying is the great elder, he can't just do whatever he is asked to do. But as soon as they met, Wei Wying threatened him with the destruction of the heavenly demon pearl. It is said that the heavenly demon pearl is the most precious treasure of the heavenly demon sect. Originally, Lin Chuan should have been severely punished, but considering that he was eager to protect the sect leader, he made a big mistake. Therefore, the 9 elders decided to show leniency. Wait, when did I protect the master? Smashing the heavenly demon pearl is just to force you to expel me from the sect, okay? These old witches are really good at imagining things. Lin Chuan muttered to himself for a while. He originally wanted to say this directly, but Wei Wying's next words made Lin Chuan give up the idea. Teaching disciples is the tradition of the demon sect. The Holy Son bears the responsibility for his crimes and should serve the sect. If the Holy Son refuses to agree, the 9 elders will have no choice but to discuss further and cast the Holy Son into the abyss, where he will suffer eternal torment. Wei Wying threatened fiercely, being thrown into the abyss and suffering endless pain. So scary. Lin Chuan surrendered without a second thought. What a joke. After he traveled through time, he always took saving his life as the basic principle. How could he, who is usually extremely cautious, spend his whole life in the abyss? As for backbone, what is that? How much is it worth per pound? Is anyone buying it? After that, Lin Chuan was in the lecture hall, facing the eager gazes of tens of thousands of disciples. Lin Chuan remained extremely calm. The Holy Son is so handsome. The Holy Son has achieved a breakthrough to Heavenly Saint in 5 years. He must have a deep understanding of the great Tao. We are blessed. Who says it isn't? The Holy Son is so handsome, and his cultivation is so high, he's definitely one of the best. Being able to be from the same clan as the Holy Son is a blessing we've earned through several lifetimes. The female disciples were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. If the 9 elders and Leng Ningxuang were not present, I'm afraid tens of thousands of people will rush directly to the platform. Be quiet. Wei Wying's face darkened, and he shouted loudly. It's really shameful that our own disciples are so crazy. If this continues, the Tianmo sect, a cultivation sect, will sooner or later be turned into the Hehuan sect by Lin Chuan. The Holy Son's recent breakthrough to the Heavenly Saint level is due to his own understanding of the Heavenly Tao. Therefore, the Holy Son must have some understanding of the way of heaven. This elder believes that the Holy Son should share this God-given opportunity with his many disciples. Please let the Holy Son begin. Wei Wying glanced at Lin Chuan, a threatening light flashing in his sharp eyes. Lin Chuan grinned, feeling helpless inside. Heaven's way. This saint's son doesn't know if he has realized it or not. I just slept for a while, and then I had a breakthrough. If you're talking about daily hard training, then the Son of God is even less relevant. If we insist on saying that we are comprehending the way of heaven, then does sleeping, strolling, and sightseeing count as comprehending? Lin Chuan said with an innocent look. He spoke the truth from the bottom of his heart. The entire lecture hall was silent. Everyone had dark faces and glared at him. Even the female disciples who admired him were sitting on the cushions in a daze. At this moment, Wei Wying gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. She wanted to punch Lin Chuan. This bastard is so fucking annoying. Will you die if you don't show off? She even regretted letting Lin Chuan teach. Originally, she just wanted Lin Chuan to talk about his understanding of the way of heaven, and even his understanding of the foundation for the title of Heavenly Emperor. Who would have thought that it would become his personal show-off event? Wei Wying became more and more angry the more he thought about it, and glanced at Leng Ningxuang beside him. When the class started, Leng Ningxuang sat cross-legged with her eyes closed. It seems like he is regulating his breathing, until Lin Chuan started speaking and said those annoying words. Leng Ningxuang slowly opened her beautiful eyes. The hint of dissatisfaction between her eyebrows also showed that she had some opinions about Lin Chuan. It seems that in order to deal with this brat Lin Chuan, Leng Ningxuang's consent is required. Metropolitan. The Holy Son should be punished for his disrespect for teaching. Wei Wang said in a deep voice. It's indeed a punishment. Leng Ningxuang agreed without hesitation. Wei Wang was surprised by how satisfying it was. However, what the Holy Son said is also true. The great elder has to admit that this is the Saint Son's usual style. But even if he does nothing, his cultivation level still improves rapidly. With such incredible talent, the great elder should be happy for the demonic sect. Leng Ningxuang said calmly. The reversal came so suddenly that Wei Wang was caught off guard. But Leng Ningxuang was right. Lin Chuan is indeed a genius that the demon sect rarely encounters in 1,000 years. Perhaps there are people like him who have become saints at this age. But which of those powerful people does not draw a lot of resources from themselves? Practice every day without sleep or food. But what about Lin Chuan? To say that he is idle is a compliment to him. Sleep, be lazy, grow flowers and plants, and travel. But even such an ordinary life could not suppress his impressive talent. Just imagine, if he works a little harder, he will soar to the sky, stunning the world. The sect master is right. The Holy Son is indeed a genius that only appears once in 1,000 years. Can my heavenly demon sect really suppress such a genius? Once the Holy Son achieves the title of Heavenly Emperor, does the sect master have the confidence to let him stay in the heavenly demon sect? Thinking about it this way, this matter is definitely not that simple. I hope the sect master will make a decision soon. Chapter 19. Theory published, shocking immortal cultivators. Wei Wang was right. With Lin Chuan's qualifications, he will surpass Leng Ningxuang sooner or later, become the titled Emperor of Heaven, and dominate the world. How could such a person who defies the will of heaven be bound by a sect? However, Lin Chuan's foundation for the title of Heavenly Emperor was due to the loss of the Heavenly Demon Pearl, the most precious treasure of the Heavenly Demon sect. After paying so much, he let Lin Chuan leave. Wei Wang certainly felt at a disadvantage, but this matter requires Leng Ningxuang's approval. Moreover, given Lin Chuan's influence among the disciples of the demonic sect, improper handling would cause considerable trouble. Therefore, it needs to be handled with more caution. The great elder is right. The Holy Son's heart belongs to the heavenly demon sect. However, the great elder seems to be overly concerned. This sect master believes that the Holy Son is loyal and has no intention of betraying the sect. Leng Ningxuang's expression remained normal, showing no change in emotion at all. In fact, she was very panicked inside. Lin Chuan is loyal. This brat is always thinking about defecting from the sect and living a comfortable life. Can this be called loyalty? His mind was filled with the thought that the sect would be destroyed sooner or later, so he had to escape as soon as possible. To put it bluntly, he is cursing the sect. If Wei Wang knew about this, he would at least be thrown into jail. If it were based on Leng Ningxuang's previous temperament, even if it is the Son of God, anyone who dares to have second thoughts will definitely end up in a miserable state. But now her attitude has changed dramatically. Not to mention that Lin Chuan possesses extraordinary talent. It also integrates the foundation of the title of Heavenly Emperor in the Heavenly Demon Pearl. This is a great opportunity that many cultivators dream of. Such a person with great luck is rare among millions of people. It would be such a pity to kill Lin Chuan. However, these are not the point. The real point is, in order to protect her, Lin Chuan was willing to take the blame. This made the usually cold and ruthless female devil feel emotions that went beyond the friendship between fellow disciples. She doesn't know what love is, but she had heard about the things between men and women. Maybe this is love. In short, Leng Ningxuang's mentality has changed. This led her to make a completely different judgment than before. She was trying to protect Lin Chuan, help him to excuse himself. The sect master actually has such confidence in the Holy Son. Yes, the matter of the Heavenly Demon Pool and the Heavenly Demon Pearl has already made this elder witness the Saint Son's loyalty to the sect master. It's just that I didn't expect it. The sect master and the Holy Son have only met a few times, yet they have such a deep bond as fellow disciples. I originally thought that the sect master was just ruthless and bold in his actions. I didn't expect that he would be so skilled in controlling people. I'm so relieved. Wei Wang felt very relieved. She obviously misunderstood Lin Chuan's thoughts. But isn't this what Leng Ningxuang hopes Wei Wang will think? Yes, that's right. Great Elder, you can rest assured now. Leng Ningxuang pretended to be calm, but secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then he turned to look at Lin Chuan. Her brows furrowed slightly without a trace. My heart suddenly became heavy. although Lin Chuan seemed to have different ideas about her. But she is the leader of the demonic sect after all. He is also half-master of Lin Chuan. If you really want to break that relationship, wouldn't that make him a laughing stock in the world of immortal cultivation? Well, what should I do? Several worried eyes were mixed in among the tens of thousands of female disciples. It's almost imperceptible. Of course, Lin Chuan didn't know that Wei Wying, and Leng Ningxuang had already had many thoughts about him. But he gave a Versailles-style lecture. This caused hatred from many male disciples. So what if you're the Holy Son? You're really not afraid of getting beaten for pretending to be so arrogant. Hush, keep your voice down. Although the Saint Son has a lazy temperament, he is a powerful heavenly saint after all. If the Saint Son hears you, watch out for your head. More than a heavenly saint, after being baptized in the heavenly demon pool, the Holy Son already possesses the potential to become a heavenly emperor. I'm afraid he's also the next leader of our sect. Alas, what a pity for the tens of thousands of female disciples of my heavenly demon sect. I'm afraid they will all be brought to ruin by the Holy Son. The male disciples were indignant. We are all men, so why is there such a big difference in our conduct? This is different from the prejudice that male disciples have against Lin Chuan. The female disciples were eagerly waiting, hoping that Lin Chuan could teach them more knowledge about cultivation. Feeling these eager gazes, Lin Chuan also felt that if he didn't say more, it would seem too unkind. However, he really has no experience in cultivation. The great Tao is natural. Heaven and earth are born with me, and all things are one with me. The path of cultivation is the way to the great way. Follow your heart, abandon wisdom and intellect, be in harmony with nature, and all things will return to oneness. The great Tao has 50, and the heavenly Tao has 49. Escape one of them, and you will find the secret of heaven. But the secrets of fate are uncertain, and diligent pursuit may not yield any results. It's better to just go with the flow. Maybe the opportunity will find you. It's like a lost item. The more anxiously you look for it, the less likely you are to find it. When you're not looking for it, it appears. In that case, why not just lie down and enjoy life? Away from the grudges, intrigues, fighting, and killing, wouldn't that be wonderful? Lin Chuan said slowly. As a time traveler, he understands the serious principles better than anyone else. But I also know a lot of fallacies. He can describe lying down in such a tactful and philosophical way. I'm afraid there is no other person like him in the entire world of cultivation. When he shuts up, the entire lecture hall was silent. Even Leng Ningxuang and Wei Wying were stunned. What is the natural way? What is doing whatever one wants and abandoning wisdom and knowledge? What about lying down and enjoying life? No one in the whole group could understand. But I think what Lin Chuan said makes a lot of sense. There's no way to refute it, etc. I always feel like something is wrong. This brat makes laziness sound so refreshing and refined. Does he really think this sect master can't hear it? Leng Ningxuang's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and the corners of her mouth twitched a few times. She was almost fooled by this guy. Fortunately, I read a lot of online novels back then, and learned a lot of obscure and difficult-to-understand terms. Perhaps I can fool these immortal cultivators. I'll let them figure it out on their own later, and then I can slack off without any hesitation. Yay! Lin Chuan's excitement was fully revealed in his heart, but on the surface, he still maintains a serious and mysterious image. If Leng Ningxuang hadn't been able to hear his thoughts, I guess you will really be fooled by his harmless face. Snort, you're incredibly talented, but you always want to be lazy. Isn't this a waste of natural resources? No, we need to discipline the Holy Son strictly from now on. Or I will teach him some of the most profound techniques of the heavenly demon sect. Perhaps it will make the Holy Son more motivated to cultivate. Leng Ningxuang stared at Lin Chuan coldly and made up her mind secretly. Chapter 20. Are you happy that I can teach you 10 sets of divine magic skills? There are countless advanced skills in the demonic sect. Most of them are based on magic. Of course, the people in the demonic cult mainly practice magic skills. But the more advanced the magic skills, the more difficult it is to practice. If you are not careful, you will go astray. In severe cases, the internal force will be reversed, and the body will explode and die. Therefore, those who are not at a high enough level should be cautious when tackling advanced techniques. Within the sect, the most obscure and difficult to understand skills are kept by the sect leader himself. It will not be shown to others easily. The purpose is not only to hide the sect's most precious skills, but more importantly to prevent disciples from practicing secretly, thus leading astray. However, Lin Chuan's cultivation and comprehension have reached the standard. It is reasonable to arrange for him to practice advanced magic skills. If you can use the advanced magic skills to keep Lin Chuan and motivate him, Lang Ningxuang's efforts were worth it. What the sect master said is absolutely right. The Holy Sun is good in every way, except that he is too lazy by nature. If he could be more proactive, I'm afraid his achievements would be much greater than this. Wei Wying wanted to raise both hands in agreement. Even she felt that Lin Chuan had excellent qualifications, but did not know how to work hard. It's a waste of resources. But she and Lang Ningxuang had no idea. The reason why Lin Chuan stands out among the 100,000 disciples is precisely because of his laziness. It is impossible to be diligent. I will never be diligent in this life, unless the system suddenly disappears. Otherwise, only a fool would be willing to work hard for something as simple as relying on the system to get by. Since the Great Elder agrees, the next lecture will be handed over to the Great Elder. The sect master has left first with the Holy Sun. Lang Ningxuang slowly stood up. Then he stretched out his 5 onion-like fingers and gently grabbed Lin Chuan. The tremendous internal force surged wildly. Lin Chuan was immediately locked firmly. Again, Lin Chuan screamed and flew towards Lang Ningxuang uncontrollably. Then many disciples heard a shrill scream. 2 figures passed quickly over their heads. Wait until they come to their senses. Lang Ningxuang and Lin Chuan had already disappeared from the lecture hall. The next lecture will be taken over by this great elder. Disciples, please listen carefully. What? Holy Maiden Peak, the sect's main hall. Plop. Lin Chuan fell heavily to the ground, landing on his butt. He grimaced in pain. Originally, he had reached this level. Even if you fall from a height of 100 feet, you won't get hurt at all. But Lang Ningxuang's realm is higher than his. He trapped him with his brutal internal force. He wanted to activate his internal energy, but he had to be able to do it. Damn old witch, you are so vicious. You are destined to never get married in this life. Well, I originally thought I might die in the chaos of the righteous crusade. I just realized now that my final death might be tortured to death by the old witch. No, I have to speed up the process of leaving the heavenly demon sect. Otherwise, sooner or later, I will die at the hands of this old witch. Lin Chuan said indignantly. It's not surprising that he has such thoughts. From Lin Chuan's perspective, Lang Ningxuang was indeed ferocious. Whether it was forcing him to challenge Hong Tian, or casting the 9 heavens thunder prison on him in the demon pool, or throw him from a high altitude for no reason, they were all intentionally targeting him, and it was the kind that was done to death. Lin Chuan really didn't understand how he had offended Lang Ningxuang. Or so he guessed. Condensate cream menopause has arrived. Women in this period are more moody, irritable, and prone to anger. Furthermore, I heard that Lang Ningxuang is misogynistic. Lin Chuan is known as the girl killer in the demon sect. More than 60,000 female disciples fawned over him all day long. Some even shouted that they wanted to give birth to babies for him. These things must have been passed on to Lang Ningxuang, a woman with misogyny. How could she possibly let Lin Chuan off so easily? If that's the case, then I'd better leave the demon sect as soon as possible. How terrible! Lin Chuan couldn't help but shiver. It seemed as if his death was not far away. However, he didn't know that all his thoughts were heard by Lang Ningxuang. Lin Chuan didn't even notice that Lang Ningxuang's expression was getting colder and colder. It's getting uglier and uglier. Androphobia. How dare someone spread such absurd remarks? Damn it, don't let this sect master find out who is slandering this sect master. Otherwise, I will tear him into pieces. Condensation Frost is about to explode. To think that she dared to attack Xuanjian sect alone at the age of 20. The reason was simply because a disciple of the Xuanjian sect spoke rudely. The grass on the graves of those she killed back then was already 3 feet high. It seems that she has been in seclusion for too long, and everyone has forgotten her vicious reputation. Of course, slanderers should be severely punished, but the most critical factor at the moment is to prevent Lin Chuan from escaping from the sect. Even now, the Holy Sun still insists on defecting from the sect. Is it true, as he said, that this sect master was too cruel to him? Lang Ningxuang frowned, and a hint of uneasiness flashed in her beautiful eyes. Ever since she thought Lin Chuan confessed to her, the relationship between the two is no longer as pure as that between fellow disciples. She originally wanted to be nicer to Lin Chuan, but she is cold-hearted by nature and doesn't know what care is at all. Instead, it backfired everywhere. In the eyes of Lin Chuan and others, it was abuse. Is the image of this sect leader really that bad in the eyes of the world? All right. The previous approach may have been too radical. This time, let's use a gentle approach. Grant Lin Chuan the ability to practice advanced skills. This should be the opportunity that many demon cultivators dream of. No one will refuse. Among them, Lin Chuan must be included. Think of this. Ling Ningxuang raised her head slightly and smiled confidently. Then she opened and closed her red lips slightly and said, "The Holy Sun has been in my heavenly demon sect for 10 years now. It's been 5 years since you became the Holy Sun, right? 10 years ago, Lin Chuan was just an ordinary 8-year-old child in the demon sect. And 5 years ago, Lin Chuan traveled through time. Talent can be revealed. It was also at that time. Ling Ningxuang and Wei Weiyang valued his prospects and named him the Holy Sun. Since then, Lin Chuan has been cheating directly using the system. During the 5 years, he went from being an unknown little disciple. He instantly became a powerful heavenly saint. Even Ling Ningxuang was surprised by the rocket-like speed of the breakthrough. However, Lin Chuan never expected this. All these years, Ling Ningxuang has been paying attention to him. I just don't know. Is it good or bad to be targeted by such a cruel female devil? Yes. Lin Chuan swallowed secretly and answered cautiously. He. Now the Holy Sun is already a powerful heavenly saint. According to the sect's rules, all heavenly saints can practice the sect's advanced techniques. And the Holy Sun is incredibly talented and stunning. Therefore, this sect leader has decided to make an exception. I will teach you 10 divine-level magic skills. 3 days later, this sect master will personally test your mental skills and mantras. Chapter 21. Read and sleep, the rewards are even greater. God-level magic power. And he gave me 10 copies at once. Isn't this going to cost Lin Chuan his life? After listening to Ling Ningxuang's words, Lin Chuan's face turned bitter at that moment. How could he, a lazy guy who chooses to lie down, be willing to learn magic skills? Moreover, it is an extremely obscure and difficult to understand divine-level magic skill. I think he is the kind of person who usually falls asleep while listening to sermons. If I really study hard, won't my image be completely ruined? Therefore, Lin Chuan was extremely opposed to it in his heart. However, when he saw Ling Ningxuang's frosty face, he's scared again. What a joke! The person in front of him is the leader of the demonic sect, a female demon who once single-handedly attacked the Xuanjian sect and killed hundreds of people. Dare to refuse her kindness. I'm afraid Lin Chuan thinks he has lived too long. However, it is important for people to know themselves. Lin Chuan knew very well that he was not a genius at all. It's just a cheat. In 10 days, let alone learning 10 sets of divine magic skills. I'm afraid I won't even be able to finish watching it. In that case, what's the point for him to learn? I might as well just stay in the main hall and sleep. Given the nature of the system, he will definitely be given a lot of rewards. Furthermore, Ling Ningxuang valued his qualifications so much that she was willing to spend a huge amount of money and took out 10 divine-level magic skills to feed him. But the result was exactly the opposite of what she expected. It will inevitably cause the anger of condensation frost. In this way, he might be rewarded with being expelled from the sect. That's right. Given the old witch's fiery temper, she will definitely punish me. 10 days later, I will take the initiative to apologize for being unworthy of being the holy son of the heavenly demon sect. For this crime, I will expel you from the sect. Lin Chuan couldn't help but smile, feeling good about himself. I have to say, his plan was perfect, and given Ling Ningxuang's personality, she would indeed punish Lin Chuan in anger. But the premise is that Ling Ningxuang does not know what Lin Chuan is thinking. Take the initiative to ask for forgiveness. You want to escape from the sect again under the pretext of being lazy. This sect leader is puzzled. God-level magic skills, that is the treasure that many people dream of. Why aren't you moved? Condensation frost gives me a terrible headache. Lin Chuan's thoughts were completely contrary to hers. She originally planned to use this opportunity to win over Lin Chuan. Let him stay in the demon sect wholeheartedly. But this kid is good. Even with the god-level magic power right in front of him, he was unmoved. I only want to escape from the demon sect. Could it be that he had calculated that the demonic sect would face a great disaster in the future? In order to protect himself, he tried every possible means and spared no effort to defect. That must be it. If the Holy Sun didn't know some of the inside story, he would never have insisted like this. It seems that he still has many secrets in his heart that this sect master doesn't know. Snort. In that case, I will pry your mouth open even if I have to do it myself to get to the bottom of this. Leng Ningxuang glanced at Lin Chuan coldly and already had an idea in her mind. However, she still had to do what she promised Lin Chuan. Besides, she already knew what Lin Chuan was thinking. Naturally, there is no need to worry. Just 10 god-level skills. Even if it was given to Lin Chuan, this kid would definitely not practice it. At most, it would take the two of them 10 days. Wait until the 10-day period is up. Lin Chuan's fantasy will automatically be shattered. Certainly, as the sect leader, Leng Ningxuang personally issued the task. How can a disciple not work hard to complete his task? Not only did Lin Chuan refuse to learn the god-level skills, he also planned to be lazy. There has to be some punishment anyway. Even if the punishment is not severe, it will definitely cause a sensation in the sect. She wanted everyone in the sect to know. At that time, even if Lin Chuan wanted to defect from the sect, he would not dare to escape on his own. Otherwise, the demonic sect will issue a wanted notice to the cultivation world. Lin Chuan no longer had a place to stand. Then his dream of going down the mountain to live a carefree life would naturally not come true. He. You are too young to fight with this sect master. Leng Ningxuang laughed secretly in her heart. Then he casually threw out a set of martial arts techniques in front of Lin Chuan. These 10 divine-level magic skills are all rubbings. Although it is a rubbing, it also records the content of the mental method in detail. Leng Ningxuang never expected Lin Chuan to successfully master all 10 god-level magic skills within 10 days. Just let him remember the mental method. But she never expected it. She hasn't finished yet. Lin Chuan felt like giving up. If that's the case, then why should she waste any more words? Just follow Lin Chuan's wishes. Anyway, this kid can't escape from her 5-finger mountain. 10 days. Once the deadline is over, this sect master will personally inspect it, since the 9 elders also treat the Holy Sun differently. When the time comes, this sect master will invite the 9 elders and disciples to come and admire the Holy Sun's grace. Holy Sun, please don't let your fellow disciples down. Leng Ningxuang smiled wickedly and walked away. Lin Chuan was left alone, staring blankly at the magic power. Damn old witch, you are clearly trying to embarrass me, and you made a fool of yourself in public. How will those female disciples who support me view me? Well, it doesn't matter. We're all leaving the heavenly demon sect anyway, so why bother considering what others think? Lin Chuan smiled carefully and didn't take it to heart. That's just the kind of person he is. Free and easy, comfortable. I just cherish my life too much. There is nothing wrong with this in itself, but in the world of cultivating immortals, where there is intrigue and deception, and life and death are determined by fate, it seems out of place. In addition, his amazing talent makes it easier for him to attract the attention of others. If he doesn't want to work hard, others will force him to work hard. This is even more inconsistent with his life of lying down. So sad. Lin Chuan's mind was as clear as a mirror. But unfortunately, one has no choice in the world. If he wasn't inferior in skills to others, why would he have to live under someone else's roof, waiting for the moment when the demonic sect is wiped out? Do I need to actively practice? As soon as this thought came to mind, Lin Chuan's whole body expressed determination. Earn various rewards just by lying down. Why bother yourself? The god-level magic skills look tempting, but it may not be as good as the system. Moreover, it is extremely troublesome to practice divine-level magic skills. I heard that Leng Ningxuang, a genius with extraordinary talent, only practiced a set of heavenly demonic skills. It took a full 10 years. Only after achieving great success was he promoted to the Emperor of Heaven. But Lin Chuan did nothing for only 5 years. But he is already a celestial saint. Comparing the two, it is clear which one is more cost-effective. Forget it, I haven't read a book in years. I guess I'll fall asleep after watching it for a while. Instead of making things difficult for yourself, it's better to lie down and take a good sleep. The floor of this hall is cool and refreshing, perfect for sleeping. Lin Chuan laughed and lay down on the ground. Before he closed his eyes, the system prompt sounded in my ears. Ding, while practicing god-level magic, the host chose to be lazy. Reward, Hunyuan Tianmo Gong, god-level magic skill. Chapter 22, Senior Sister Wu Nanmeng. God-level magic power, directly given by the system. Avoid the pain of cultivation. Only Lin Chuan is worthy of enjoying such a pleasant thing, since you can easily obtain god-level magic skills by lying down. Why should he bother to practice actively? Oh. Lin Chuan glanced disdainfully at the 10 god-level magic skills under his feet. Just stack them up. Use it as a pillow and lie down. At this moment, he was lying in the hall. Look at him crossing his legs and whistling. How carefree and happy. Only Lang Ningxuang could see the image of this playboy. She was almost vomiting blood in anger. You bastard, you really plan to be lazy for 10 days. Do you know how many people dream of these 10 divine-level magic arts, treasures they cannot even obtain? You actually use them as pillows. It's really a headache to be so heartless. Lang Ningxuang gritted her teeth. She had never felt so helpless towards anyone else. It was because she valued Lin Chuan's extraordinary talent that she decided to use her god-level magic skills to keep Lin Chuan's heart. However, he would have never expected that the god-level magic skill that everyone in the world coveted was just a pillow for sleeping in Lin Chuan's eyes. Even the cold frost can't do anything to him. Never mind. After today, there are still 9 days left. Even if he is stubborn and unrepentant for a while, it doesn't mean he can really control his desires. 10 days later, I will personally inspect it. Lang Ningxuang's face was as cold as frost, and he snorted coldly. The figure in the shadow of the hall gradually disappeared. At the same time, Lin Chuan, who was lying in the hall, was not as leisurely as he looked. Although he looks lazy, but the Hunyuan Tianmo gong given by the system gradually started to work in his body. That is because Lin Chuan did not deliberately use magic. But how can the god-level magic skills be compared with ordinary skills? Hunyuan Tianmo gong is a complete entity in itself. It blends perfectly with Lin Chuan's body. The primordial qi is the wuji. There is no distinction between meridians, acupoints, or even the 2 yin and yang, 4 images and 8 trigrams. But it is the most primitive and innocent state of qi in heaven and earth. Compared to the heavenly demonic skills practiced by Lang Ningxuang, this Hunyuan Tianmo gong is more advanced. It is even more advanced than the 10 god-level magic skills that Lang Ningxuang gave him. Even if Lin Chuan doesn't practice, this Hunyuan Tianmo gong can also be practiced on its own. Working day and night, the search for the way of heaven is just around the corner. Undoubtedly, this martial art was tailor-made for Lin Chuan. For him to lie down. Just imagine whether Lin Chuan is sleeping, eating, or traveling. They are all considered to be in a state of cultivation. But his cultivation did not stagnate. Then who dares to say that he is lazy? Good technique. However, it is not convenient to expose it for the time being. Otherwise, with my amazing talent, it would be even more difficult for me to leave the heavenly demon sect. Just hide like this and wait for 10 days. Lin Chuan sighed softly and muttered to himself helplessly. What? Holy Maiden Peak. Above the sky, a graceful figure came riding a sword. In the mountains, the disciples of the demonic sect looked at the beautiful figure from afar and showed joy on their faces. Even the 9 elders came upon hearing the news. Wu Nanmeng is back. I think the Great Marsh illusion should also have some clues. Everyone, quickly follow this elder to the main hall to meet the sect leader. Wei Weiyang looked excited. He reluctantly withdrew his gaze from the beautiful figure in the sky. The Wu Nanmeng she was talking about was the eldest senior sister of the demon sect. He is a disciple of the same generation as Lin Chuan. Although his status in the sect is not as high as that of the holy son Lin Chuan, but he is quite powerful and his cultivation is not low. He is also very kind, even too easygoing. Therefore, he has a very good relationship with his fellow students. Many disciples heard that Wu Nanmeng had returned to the mountain. They all entered the Holy Maiden Peak to greet them. The shouts of many disciples could be heard from a long distance away. This enthusiasm is comparable to that of Lin Chuan's crazy fans. Snap! The flying sword fell. Wu Nanmeng landed gracefully. He was then surrounded by a group of male and female disciples. The female disciples liked Wu Nanmeng's friendliness. The male disciples admired Wu Nanmeng's beautiful face. If we were to rank the appearance of the women in the demon sect, the first one must be the sect leader Lang Ningxuang. The second one will definitely fall on Wu Nanmeng. What a pity! Lang Ningxuang is known as the female devil, and her cold and cruel image has long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Not to mention her disciples, even in the entire world of immortal cultivation, no one dared to develop feelings of love for her. But the easygoing Wu Nanmeng is different. Great looks and easygoing personality. She is very kind to her fellow disciples, and has long been the object of secret love for many male disciples. Therefore, it was quite normal for a large group of male disciples to surround Wu Nanmeng as soon as he returned to the mountain. Dear fellow students, long time no see. I have returned this time with something extremely important to report to the sect master. After I finish my work, I'll catch up with you all. Wu Nanmeng bowed slightly, clasped his hands, and was about to leave. She had just returned, so she had no idea what had happened in the hall. But the sect's disciples know everything. You can't get in. The door of the hall has not been opened for 9 days. No one has seen them since the sect master took the Holy Sun away. A female disciple kindly reminded. They also wanted to know what the sect leader and Lin Chuan did in the hall, so much so that no one was seen for 9 days. The sect leader is easy to deal with. After all, Leng Ningxuang has always been unkind. It wouldn't be surprising even if we haven't seen each other for a year. But Lin Chuan is different. I have never seen him in seclusion, let alone practicing. A carefree person who spends his days idling around. He actually went into seclusion. It's really unbelievable. But what if Leng Ningxuang forced Lin Chuan to practice in seclusion? That's different. It's just a pity for those female disciples who miss Lin Chuan. I haven't seen that handsome face for 9 days. But they are so frustrated. Is this true? It's rare that the Holy Sun would also go into seclusion. That's a good thing. Wu Nanmeng smiled with relief. As the eldest senior sister, she has to take good care of Lin Chuan. Long before Lin Chuan became the son of God, Wu Nanmeng often urged Lin Chuan, but every time Lin Chuan agreed verbally, but continued to be lazy afterwards. The most infuriating thing is that I haven't seen how this kid practices. In just 5 years, his cultivation has made great progress. Before Wu Nanmeng went down the mountain, Lin Chuan had already become a powerful heavenly venerable. She even left her senior sister far behind. So angry, the eldest sister has been training in the mountains for a year, and it seems that her cultivation has improved. Could it be that the eldest sister is already a powerful celestial being? A sharp-eyed female disciple asked curiously. As soon as these words were spoken, many disciples cast envious glances at him. For them, the powerful Tianzan is already one of the very few top powerhouses in the world of immortal cultivation. Except for the super sects like the demonic sect that dominate a region, the leaders of some medium-sized sects are nothing more than heavenly lords. In other words, as long as Wu Nanmeng is willing, she can completely break away from the demonic sect and set up her own sect. Good. During this year's training, I stumbled upon an opportunity. He then broke through the bottleneck and became a heavenly venerable. However, a few days ago, I heard that someone in our sect had just been promoted to heavenly saint. It has caused a stir in many sects. I wonder who this person is. Wu Nanmeng frowned slightly, not at all immersed in the joy of achieving the status of heavenly venerable. Reply to senior sister. That man is the Holy Sun. Chapter 23, The Academic Master and the Academic God. What? Wu Nanmeng's beautiful eyes widened as she spoke in disbelief. Lin Chuan has made another breakthrough. How is this possible? It's true. Not long ago, the sect leader was about to come out of seclusion. The Holy Sun has broken through to heavenly sainthood in public, and all 100,000 of my disciples are present. We all saw it clearly. There is no way it's fake. Moreover, the Holy Sun personally killed the Xuanjian sect's leader, Hong Tian. The entire world of immortal cultivation knows about it. Master sister, don't you know? The female disciple blinked her bright eyes, as if to remind Wu Nanmeng. She must not embarrass herself in front of so many disciples. I have indeed heard about this matter. Wu Nanmeng suddenly came to his senses and nodded in agreement. Fortunately, the female disciple reminded her in time. Otherwise, I would be embarrassed in front of a group of disciples. The news of Lin Chuan killing Hong Tian had already spread throughout the world of immortal cultivation. The news spread everywhere. If she had no idea, wouldn't others look down on her? Then her title as the senior sister will become a laughing stock. In fact, she rushed all the way back to the sect and didn't have much time to inquire about the details. I only learned from some fragmentary words that there was a conflict between the Xuanjian sect and the Tianmo sect. Moreover, Hong Tian had died in the Tianmo sect, but she didn't know who killed him. But I never expected it. The one who killed Hong Tian was also a heavenly saint. It was actually Lin Chuan. Oh my God, you are too biased. Name. The shout of the great elder Wei Wying passed through the crowd and reached Wu Nanmeng's ears. Many disciples turned around and bowed together with Wu Nanmeng. Grand elders. Wu Nanmeng's brows relaxed, as if all the worries he had before had vanished. At this time, Wei Wying arrived with the 8 elders. They came to welcome Wu Nanmeng. By the way, I also want to meet Leng Ningxuang in person. 9 days ago, Leng Ningxuang locked Lin Chuan in the main hall. There is still no news. Wei Wying was worried that Lang Ningxuang's temper would easily cause trouble. And Lin Chuan has always been lazy. Even if Lang Ningxuang personally taught him the skills, Lin Chuan would still be unwilling to work hard. Maybe this hot-tempered sect leader would slap Lin Chuan to death. This Lin Chuan is a genius that is rarely seen in 1,000 years. Wouldn't it be a pity if he died like this? Nan Meng, you're here just in time. The sect master and the Holy Sun have been in seclusion together for 9 days. I heard that the sect master intends to personally teach the Holy Sun the divine-level magic skills. I don't know how the Holy Sun is progressing today. How about we go and visit together? Wei Wying said with a smile. Before, she had no excuse to enter the hall, but Wu Nanmeng's return was like a gift from heaven. It was exactly what Wei Wying wanted. Wu Nanmeng naturally didn't know what Wei Wying was thinking. I readily agreed. However, her heart was not as calm as she appeared on the surface. The sect leader actually wants to teach Lin Chuan the divine-level magic skills. Our sect's divine magic skills cannot be practiced by anyone other than a heavenly saint. It seems that Lin Chuan's achievement of the heavenly saint realm is a foregone conclusion. Damn it, why am I always one step behind him? Wu Nanmeng was very dissatisfied. It was obvious that Lin Chuan started later than her, and he is lazy by nature. He has almost never been seen practicing actively, but in just 5 years, his cultivation level improved by leaps and bounds. After becoming the son of God, he left Wu Nanmeng far behind. Even Wu Nanmeng did not hesitate to go down the mountain to gain experience in order to seek the way of the heavenly venerable. But after returning to the mountain, Lin Chuan had actually become a heavenly saint. It feels like a hard-working student studying hard day and night. In the end, I got second place. Lin Chuan, the number 1, never studies except for playing, but he got first place in every exam. If Wu Nanmeng was a top student, then Lin Chuan is the academic genius. Moreover, he is the kind of academic genius who can become the best without any effort. Isn't it infuriating? Snort. It's not just infuriating. The elders and the sect leader are all surrounding Lin Chuan. I will surpass him sooner or later. Wu Nanmeng muttered to himself and clenched his fists. Originally, it was nothing that the junior brother surpassed the senior sister in cultivation. The reason why Wu Nanmeng disagrees with Lin Chuan, it's because Lin Chuan is lazy. On the contrary, she is a typical hard-working person. A hard-working and ambitious person was surpassed by a lazy person. Naturally, she wouldn't accept it. Grand Elder, my sect's divine-level magic skills are extremely prone to going astray. Even if the sect master is there to teach you personally, if you don't have superior aptitude, you may not be qualified to practice. Since the Holy Sun just broke through to Heavenly Saint not long ago, why are you so anxious to teach him divine magic? Wu Nanmeng asked with a normal expression. She didn't even know what she was expecting. Perhaps she really was expecting Lin Chuan to fail in his cultivation, or even go astray. But this thought just came to my mind. Wu Nanmeng was shocked. As a fellow disciple of the heavenly demon sect, how dare she have such vicious thoughts? Fortunately, Wei Wying did not notice her thoughts. He explained to himself, the Holy Sun's talent is unprecedented in this elder's lifetime. On the day the sect leader came out of seclusion, hundreds of sect leaders came to protest. Among them are many powerful heavenly emperors and heavenly saints. But they were all shocked by the Holy Sun's victory over Hong Tian. With such talent, cultivating a god-level magic skill is definitely a piece of cake. Besides, Wei Wying hesitated for a moment. She was considering whether to tell Wu Nanmeng about her plan to win over Lin Chuan. Not many people know about this. Only the 9 elders and Lang Ningxuang knew about it, even though Wu Nanmeng is the eldest senior sister of the demon sect. But they may not agree with them. In that case, let's just forget it. Is that so? This kid Lin Chuan, he's so brave. How dare you kill Hong Tian in front of hundreds of sect leaders? Wu Nanmeng clenched his fists even tighter. In the past, she just thought that Lin Chuan was lazy and relied on his high talent to be lazy at will. But today I heard about how Lin Chuan killed Hong Tian. Wu Nanmeng was extremely shocked. Just imagine if she had faced that scene that day. Can he be compared with Lin Chuan? Call. Thank you for welcoming me, the 9 elders. This disciple has returned to tell the sect master something important. There's news about the Great Marsh Fantasy Land. Wu Nanmeng was eager to change the subject. She was worried that continuing to talk about Lin Chuan would arouse other people's suspicion. As the eldest sister, she holds a grudge against the Holy Sun. If other people knew about it, it would be no small matter. It's true. Nan Meng, you've accomplished a great deed this time. Quick, follow me to see the sect master as soon as possible. Wei Wyang was overjoyed and immediately took Nan Meng's hand. Walk towards the main hall. The 9 elders and Wu Nanmeng are here to meet the sect master. The shouts spread into the hall, but there was no response. In the rear, thousands of disciples were eagerly waiting. They also wanted to see how the Son of God was doing during his 9 days of silent retreat to cultivate divine-level magic skills. A squeak. The door slowly opened. A handsome face appeared, but before Wei Wyang and Wu Nanmeng could speak, the boy stretched out his body unscrupulously. He said sleepily, "Didn't we agree on 10 days? I remember I only slept for 9 days. Chapter 24, please punish me." The hall was in a mess. A few tattered books were piled together, as if they had been used as pillows. Considering that Lin Chuan looked like he had just woken up, it was not difficult to guess that this guy was indeed slacking off. Seeing this, Wu Nanmeng's jealousy suddenly arose again. The sect leader personally taught Lin Chuan the god-level magic skills, but he was lazy and slept. How can this be tolerated? Lin Chuan, it's okay if you're lazy on weekdays. The sect master taught you the divine magic skills because he values you. How can you be so careless and lazy without knowing the importance of things? Wu Nanmeng was very angry. Damn Lin Chuan, what kind of luck does he have? To be favored by so many people. Not only the sect leader favors Lin Chuan. It seemed that God had given all the best to Lin Chuan, but Lin Chuan didn't know how to cherish it. Actually, it's nothing. After all, it is your choice how to live your life. But Wu Nanmeng just regards Lin Chuan as a competitor. In this way, people like her, who work hard to cultivate, seem even more foolish. Oh, it's senior sister. I haven't seen you for a few months. You've become more and more beautiful. Lin Chuan laughed it off, hoping to get away with it. Unfortunately, Wu Nanmeng seemed to have a prejudice against him. He didn't respond at all. Ahem. Wei Wyang noticed that the atmosphere was a bit strained, and hurriedly coughed to smooth things over. Then he looked at Lin Chuan and said seriously, "Some of what Nan Meng said was a bit harsh, but it's also for the good of the sun. For the past 9 days, the Holy Sun has been training with the sect master. Has there been any progress?" She had just asked casually. As long as Lin Chuan gave a casual explanation, it would be over. After all, he was practicing divine-level magic. 9 days is too short. It would be good enough if you can remember the secret formula. Is the great elder referring to those 10 divine-level magic arts? Sorry, there are too many words. I'm too lazy to read it. Lin Chuan spread out his hands, looking like a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water. He had been waiting for this moment. He would never practice any kind of cultivation technique. When the entire sect knew about it, 10 god-level magic skills were placed before him. But he doesn't know how to cherish it. Lang Ningxuang and the 9 elders will definitely be disappointed in him. Then punish him. Maybe expulsion from the sect will be used as a warning. Then his wish will come true. What are the 10 divine-level techniques? Sect master, this is impossible. Wu Nanmeng was stunned. Although she has not yet achieved the status of a heavenly saint, she has heard that divine-level magic skills are extremely difficult to practice. The slightest carelessness will lead to obsession. Why does Lang Ningxuang believe that Lin Chuan can grasp it? It's not just Wu Nanmeng who doesn't believe it. The 9 elders all had a look of surprise on their faces, but they didn't have time to ask. If you don't believe me, you can see for yourself. The 10 techniques on the ground were given to me by the sect master. Although the technique is difficult to learn, it's perfect as a pillow. The floor of the hall is so cool, it's so comfortable to sleep on. Lin Chuan yawned and stretched. He himself enjoyed it, but it made Wu Nanmeng and the 9 elders very angry. This child is incorrigible. Wei Wyang shook his head. The other 8 elders also sighed. It was obvious that he was extremely disappointed with Lin Chuan. Yes, that's the feeling. It seems the heat is not yet enough. We need to increase the intensity. Lin Chuan was secretly delighted. If this continues, being expelled from the sect is just around the corner. However, his identity in the demonic sect is special. It is not easy to be expelled from the demon sect as the son of God. The decision must be made by the clan leader himself. Master Sisters return to the mountain. This time must mean there is news about the Great Marsh illusion. I'll go and ask the sect master for help right away. Lin Chuan was extremely excited. Everything is ready, except for Lang Ningxuang, an audience member. Of course, he had to invite this important guest out as soon as possible. Snort. Wu Nanmeng was so angry that she didn't bother to respond. However, Lin Chuan was very enthusiastic and ran towards the back hall happily. At the same time, in front of the rear hall door, a slender figure stood there straight. Her beautiful eyes, filled with chill, were fixed on the figure running towards her. "You bastard, you really want to piss off this sect master to death. You haven't read any of the 10 divine-level magic arts in 9 days. This sect master has never tried to please anyone so much in my life, yet you don't know how to appreciate it. I really want to slap you to death." Lang Ningxuang gritted her teeth and cursed inwardly. "It's bad enough that Lin Chuan took my kindness for granted. This kid is still thinking about escaping from the sect. If it weren't for his extraordinary talent and the fact that he had helped her to offend, just based on the charge of being obsessed with apostasy, Lin Chuan was sentenced to death." Of course, if Lang Ningxuang hadn't been able to hear Lin Chuan's thoughts, she also wouldn't know Lin Chuan's true thoughts. "I can only say that this guy hid it very well. People's hearts are hidden. Huh, sect master." Lin Chuan met Lang Ningxuang on the way and bowed to her with a smile. His face was full of excitement. If you don't know, you would think that he has mastered the magic skills. Waiting to show off, only Lang Ningxuang knows. Lin Chuan was excited because he knew that he would be expelled from the sect today. "I'm so pissed off." Lang Ningxuang couldn't stop shaking all over. Those sharp eyes moved away from Lin Chuan. She was afraid that she would not be able to control herself and would really beat Lin Chuan to death. "Master, the eldest sister is back," she said. Lin Chuan babbled on, but Lang Ningxuang didn't hear a word he said. "How's your magic training going?" Lang Ningxuang interrupted Lin Chuan's words with a cold tone and walked towards the main hall. At the same time, the 9 elders and Wu Nanmeng also came over, but it suddenly stopped at the place where Lin Chuan had once slept soundly. A group of people looked at the god-level magic skills scattered on the ground with extremely ugly expressions. "These are all the treasures of the demonic sect. Lin Chuan actually used them as pillows. It's really abominable." Reply to the sect master: "My disciple is stupid and cannot learn this divine magic skill. Please punish me, sect master." Lin Chuan said confidently. Especially the word punishment, he emphasized it deliberately. "I wish Lang Ningxuang would punish him." At this time, Lang Ningxuang's gaze also rested on the 10 divine-level magic skills scattered on the ground. The most precious treasure is used as a pillow. Not only did she feel distressed, she also wanted to kill Lin Chuan. "But, Call." Lang Ningxuang exhaled a breath of foul air and said with a normal expression, "No problem. God-level magic skills are difficult to practice. This sect master only wants you to memorize the mantra of the mental method and does not place any hope on your success in cultivation. You don't have to blame yourself." She waved her hand, stopping Lin Chuan's thoughts on the spot. "Huh? It's so hard to get a punishment. How can we not live like this? Please just punish me." Lin Chuan became anxious. He immediately clasped his fists again and said, "Disciple dare not hide the secret from the sect master. I haven't memorized the formula for this mental method either. Not only that, I haven't looked at any exercises in the past 9 days. Master, please punish this disciple." Chapter 25, Hunyuan Tianmogong. "I'm sure the sect master will punish this disciple." Lin Chuan's tone was urgent, giving people the feeling that he was expecting something. The 9 elders and Wu Nanmeng were dumbfounded. Could it be that the Son of God has a masochistic tendency? Lang Ningxuang has already said that he will not be punished. He even asked for abuse. Condensation frost is also a headache. She knew exactly what Lin Chuan was thinking. What punishment was it? It was just a reason for Lin Chuan to escape from the demon sect. The original purpose of practicing the god-level magic skills was to win over Lin Chuan. Now it has become a mandatory requirement. But as the leader of a sect, she couldn't beg Lin Chuan not to leave in front of her disciples. That would be so embarrassing. What's more, the demonic sect has not yet declined. It won't come to that. "You bastard, do you really think that this sect master doesn't know what you're thinking? Want punishment? Okay. This sect master will let you get what you want." Lang Ningxuang was very angry. He snorted coldly and said, "The 9 elders have heard this. The Holy Sun will be punished. Then this sect master will grant his wish. Wu Nanmeng, listen to my orders. Immediately throw the Holy Sun into the abyss and confine him to reflect on his mistakes. Without the order of this sect master, you are not allowed to let him out." After hearing this, Wu Nanmeng was overjoyed. The 9 elders remained silent. Lin Chuan was dumbfounded on the spot. "Thrown into the abyss and reflect on your mistakes. This punishment is different from what he planned. What happened to the promise of expelling you from the sect? Metropolitan. Disciple means I haven't even read a single manual. Not only am I too lazy to practice the divine magic skills bestowed upon me by the sect master, I even use them as pillows to sleep. The sect master should severely punish the disciple, such as expelling him from the sect. Otherwise, it will be hard to convince the public. Lin Chuan hurriedly tried to persuade him, but the more he spoke, the more awkward it sounded. Instead of an apology, it seemed more like a provocation. This kid is so bold that he actually did it knowingly. And you dare to challenge the sect master. Lin Chuan, you are so brave. Wu Nanmeng was furious and immediately grabbed Lin Chuan, as if afraid that he would run away. Lin Chuan won't run away. Instead of running away, he hoped that Leng Ningxuang would be angry with him. Then, in a rage, he ordered him to be expelled from the sect. Right now, Wei Wyang and the other 9 elders were extremely nervous, but at the same time, they were full of doubts. Lin Chuan is obviously courting death, but no one could figure out why he did this. Why don't you learn the 10 divine-level magic skills? I have to provoke the condensation frost. Who is Leng Ningxuang? A female devil who kills without blinking an eye. Isn't he afraid that Leng Ningxuang will kill him in a rage? As for Lin Chuan, he is a rare genius that only appears once in 1,000 years. He has the foundation for the title of Heavenly Emperor. That was obtained at the cost of the demonic pond. If I die like this, I'm afraid that the ancestors of the demonic sect will not let them go. Master Lin Chuan is certainly wrong, but I think he must have something to hide. Please, sect master. Wei Wyang hurriedly tried to smooth things over. But before she said anything, she found that Leng Ningxuang's face was calm. Not only did her expression not change, but the corners of her mouth slightly raised, as if he had a plan in mind. This sect master actually laughed. Is she still the devil we all know? No, I have nothing to hide. There's no need for the great elder to excuse Lin Chuan. I beg the sect master to punish me in any way. Lin Chuan clasped his fists again, not giving Wei Wyang any face at all. Lin Chuan, go to hell. Wei Wyang was very angry. A face flushed red. If it wasn't the wrong occasion, she would have wanted to give Lin Chuan a slap in the face. Everyone says that Lin Chuan has incredible talent, but this emotional intelligence seems to be not very commendable. He. Lin Chuan, you still have some self-awareness. I know I made a mistake, and I deserve to be punished. Wu Nanmeng sneered and felt relieved. She also felt that punishing Lin Chuan by only making him face the wall and reflect on his mistakes was too lenient for him. He is wasting the divine magic skills and is uneducated and incompetent, deceiving the sect leader and elders. The punishment for multiple crimes should be heavier. This was not out of jealousy. As the eldest senior sister, Wu Nanmeng has always been respected by her disciples for her integrity. If you make a mistake, you should be punished. This is a concept that exists in her bones. What's more, Lin Chuan has always been uneducated. If you don't teach him a lesson, how can the sect leader win the support of the people? Master Sister is right. No matter how severe the punishment, I will bear it willingly and without complaint. Lin Chuan took the opportunity to emphasize it. This positive attitude towards ninjutsu once again stunned the 9 elders and Wu Nanmeng. Wu Nanmeng, who just thought that Lin Chuan's attitude towards admitting his guilt was good. At this point, she began to doubt her judgment. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Lin Chuan is so abnormal. Snort. A cold snort interrupted the brief awkwardness. Suddenly, a bone-chilling chill hit me. The 9 elders and Wu Nanmeng suddenly woke up and looked over. Leng Ningxuang was so majestic that her dress fluttered. The pressure from the powerful heavenly emperor instantly filled the entire hall. It was as if the air had become unusually heavy. Next second, everyone's eyes blurred. Leng Ningxuang turned into a shadow and headed straight for Lin Chuan. His murderous intent was so strong that no one dared to doubt it at all. Leng Ningxuang has the intention to kill Lin Chuan. Metropolitan, Wei Wyang exclaimed and subconsciously tried to stop it. But the gap in strength between her and Leng Ningxuang is too big. Even though the reaction was quick, but it was too late to stop it. As for the 8 elders and Wu Nanmeng, they just stood there in a daze. He looked completely at a loss. However, the shadow was swift and filled with murderous intent. The only target was Lin Chuan, the Emperor of Heaven and the Heavenly Saint. Although it is only one step away, there is a world of difference. Lin Chuan really angered this female devil. He is dead. What the hell? Lin Chuan only had time to exclaim in his heart. The whole body will involuntarily mobilize internal strength. Danger is coming. Instinct drove him to give it his all. He is the powerful Emperor of Heaven, and he cannot be arrogant in the slightest. Clang, clang, clang. Dozens of top-grade spiritual treasures unfolded in an instant. Hoot, hoot, hoot. The internal force surged, creating waves that swept in all directions. Bang, bang, bangs. The internal forces of both sides collide with the external forces. The piercing sound tortured everyone's eardrums. But the 9 elders and Wu Nanmeng endured the discomfort. They all opened their eyes wide and looked at Lin Chuan in disbelief. The heavenly saint versus the heavenly emperor. It should have been a dead end. But Lin Chuan doesn't seem to be invincible, especially the natural internal strength. It seems to be the most primitive and pure energy in the world, although the quantity is far less than that of condensation frost. But in terms of quality, it was able to break through the surface with a point and barely resist the threat of the Emperor of Heaven. Hunyuan heavenly demonic art. Wei Wayang muttered 5 words to himself. It was these 5 words that suddenly calmed the originally noisy atmosphere. Now look at the condensation frost. There was shock in her beautiful eyes. You bastard, you still dare to say that you haven't practiced God-level magic. Chapter 26, the old witch can definitely read minds. You bastard, you still dare to say that you haven't practiced magic. There was a hint of shock in Leng Ningxuang's voice. She blurted it out in a moment of excitement. I didn't think so much about it at all. Looking back, it only took Lin Chuan 9 days to successfully cultivate the God-level magic skills. Genius, a genius unparalleled in the world. Such a genius cannot be used by the demon sect. It's really infuriating. Leng Ningxuang's sharp eyes stared at Lin Chuan. But deep down, I was hesitant. Should such a person with unparalleled talent be killed? At the same time, the 9 elders and Wu Nanmeng were all shocked. Like 10 statues, they stared at Lin Chuan stupidly. Hunyuan heavenly demonic art. This skill is the supreme skill of my Tianmo sect. 36 generations of clan leaders have achieved great success, but only our ancestor has achieved it. The Holy Sun actually, this is unbelievable. Wei Wayang was so excited that he was incoherent. However, he accidentally revealed the difficulty of practicing Hunyuan Tianmo Gong. No wonder the group was so surprised. However, one person looked confused. She is Wu Nanmeng. The Hunyuan Tianmo Gong is a divine-level magic skill that only the leader of the Tianmo sect is qualified to know. She naturally didn't know much, but even a treasure that is kept secret is still of divine level. Lin Chuan was able to cultivate a divine-level magic skill within 9 days. With such talent, can one still be called a human being? I'm afraid that simply defying the heavens is not enough to describe him. It's more like calling it a monster. Hee. I've been competing with a monster like him all this time. There must be something wrong with my brain. Geniuses are indeed different from ordinary people. From now on, it's better not to compare yourself with him, lest your self-esteem be hurt. Wu Nanmeng was disheartened. Compared to others, she was not that surprised. Originally in her heart, Lin Chuan's qualifications were better than hers. Rather than being surprised, she felt most frustrated. However, Leng Ningxuang and the 9 elders are different. They are not half-baked people like Wu Nanmeng, who only have a superficial understanding of divine-level magic skills, especially condensation frost. As a powerful heavenly emperor, she has truly cultivated the divine-level magic skill of heavenly demon art to perfection, and used this to break through the Emperor of Heaven in one fell swoop. Therefore, she has a clearer understanding of the difficulty of practicing divine-level magic skills. What about practicing a god-level magic skill in 9 days? In all the days before today, she had never dared to think about it. If someone had told her that this kind of thing really happened, Leng Ningxuang would definitely think that person was a lunatic. However, the facts are there. Lin Chuan did it. He also practiced the Hunyuan heavenly demon art, which is more difficult than the heavenly demon art. That is an extremely difficult magic skill that was only successfully practiced by the ancestor of the demonic sect. Miracle. She couldn't think of any other adjective except miracle. In a word, Lin Chuan's talent was far more extraordinary than she and the 9 elders believed. Such a genius with extraordinary talent must not be allowed to defect from the sect. Not only that, she must tie Lin Chuan firmly to the demon sect. Congratulations, sect master. Congratulations, holy son. Once the Hunyuan heavenly demonic art is released, it will surely shock all the sects in the world. With the holy son's talent, it's only a matter of time before he becomes the heavenly emperor. Wei Wayang's old face turned red, and tears came out involuntarily. Seeing this, even Wu Nanmeng, who didn't know the truth, could see it. Lin Chuan's success in practicing magic skills this time is quite remarkable. Otherwise, the usually calm elder would not have lost his composure like this. Leng Ningxuang forced herself to suppress her excitement, but her expression did not show any noticeable change. She is different from Wei Wayang. What Lin Chuan was thinking was not simple. This brat wants to defect from the demonic sect all the time. This kid would rebel if he was given any warning. Wei Wayang's excitement was enough to make Lin Chuan feel elated. If Leng Ningxuang, the sect leader, does nothing, Lin Chuan will definitely find various excuses to escape. The great elder is so excited. It seems that the Hunyuan heavenly demonic art is very powerful. Should I take this opportunity to claim credit from the old witch? He took the opportunity to escape under the pretext of going down the mountain for training. We're all in a good mood, so the old witch will agree, right? Lin Chuan was indeed floating. He actually intends to take advantage of me. He rebelled. Leng Ningxuang, who heard Lin Chuan's inner thoughts at this time, secretly clenched her fists. If it weren't for his qualifications, and the fact that he had once protected her, if this punch hits him, Lin Chuan might die. Fortunately, Leng Ningxuang suppressed his impulse. She looked at Lin Chuan expressionlessly, and said with her red lips slightly opened, "The Holy Sun mastered the Hunyuan heavenly demonic art in 9 days, and his aptitude is excellent. But the time is short and uncertain. You need to retreat for a period of time to consolidate your cultivation. During this period of time, Holy Sun, please stay in the heavenly demon sect and don't go anywhere else." Leng Ningxuang didn't give Lin Chuan any chance to speak. Directly strangle the other party's thoughts in the cradle. Lin Chuan was stunned. The old witch can definitely read minds. Lin Chuan was shocked, but unfortunately, he had no evidence. The sect master is wise. Wei Wayang also nodded seriously in agreement. The last glimmer of hope was wiped out by the great elder. Lin Chuan became dejected on the spot. Snort. Leng Ningxuang saw Lin Chuan's dejected expression, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. I'm in a very good mood. This brat made her uncomfortable in every way. Today, I finally got my revenge on him. It feels so good. It turns out that revenge on someone doesn't necessarily require taking their life. It feels better to kill someone's heart. However, as the leader of a sect, naturally, she wouldn't be overly immersed in her child's mentality. This time, Wu Nanmeng returned from her training and completed the task assigned to her by the sect. Explore the illusion of the Great Swamp. Legend has it that there is a paradise-like fantasy land in the vast swamp. That fantasy world contains countless exotic flowers and plants. Occasionally, people would enter the fantasy world of the Great Swamp, and the exotic flowers and plants they brought out were extremely popular. Gradually, this legendary treasure land spread among the various sects. 1 year ago, Leng Ningxuang sent Wu Nanmeng down the mountain. One is experience. Secondly, it is to inquire about this fantasy world of the Great Swamp. Once the news is out, the demonic sect can take advantage of the situation and enter. Obtain cultivation resources. Now that Wu Nanmeng has returned, even Leng Ningxuang doesn't ask. I guess there must be news. Nanmeng. Leng Ningxuang spoke in a calm tone, indicating that Wu Nanmeng could speak. Upon hearing this, Wu Nanmeng immediately withdrew his gaze from Lin Chuan. Then he said seriously, "Master, I have heard about the Great Marsh illusion. However, I am not the only disciple who knows the location of the illusion. I'm afraid that within a few days, the location of the Great Marsh illusion will spread throughout the world of immortal cultivation. Within half a month at most, hundreds of sects will send their disciples into it. Master, please mobilize your disciples immediately and go together." Chapter 27. Let the tiger go down the mountain and never come back. The location of the day's illusion has been exposed. Various sects are sending disciples to the big lake. Within half a month, there will be a battle for the Great Lake illusion. The above are all the news that Wu Nanmeng brought after returning to the mountain. The competition for resources has always been a traditional skill in the world of cultivating immortals. Pills, magical treasures, herbs, inner elixir. These consumables are all targets of competition among various sects and schools. If you go too late, I'm afraid there won't be even a hair left. The most important point is that the disciples sent to the day's fantasy land must have a certain level of strength. Otherwise, even if you rob, you can only get some leftovers that others don't want. Master, the Great Marsh illusion is a famous treasure land, and our sect has long been famous because our leader was promoted to Heavenly Emperor and our saint's son was promoted to heavenly saint. It's also a good opportunity to take advantage of this opportunity to show your strength and scare others. Let all the sects and schools know how powerful our heavenly demon sect is. Therefore, I believe the sun's sins can be left aside for now. You can order the Holy Sun and Wu Nanmeng to go to the great marsh illusionary realm together, to redeem themselves from their crimes and make meritorious contributions. Wei Wying bowed seriously and offered his advice. As soon as these words were spoken, the 8 elders submitted petitions one after another. They all agreed with Wei Wying's strategy. In fact, it is understandable that they value Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan's qualifications are unique among the younger generation. What's more, Lin Chuan has successfully cultivated the divine-level magic skill, Hunyuan Tianmo Gong. That must be the best among the younger generation. Even if one is a little arrogant, it is impossible for there to be another cultivator of Lin Chuan's age. Once he appears in the Great Lake Illusion, he will definitely kill everyone. The reputation will surely spread far and wide. Let the world see that among the young disciples of the demon sect, there is a shocking genius like Lin Chuan. However, Wei Wying didn't know Lin Chuan well enough. Don't underestimate this kid's talent, but he was eager to go down the mountain. Once he gets down the mountain, he will definitely find a reason to run away. By then, it will be like a dragon entering the sea, never to return. Sect Master, I also agree with the Great Elder's arrangement. Ever since the Holy Sun entered our heavenly demon sect, he has been cutting corners in his cultivation. I was absent-minded during class. Although he is extremely talented, which is rare in the world, but he is extremely inexperienced. There will definitely be a big battle in this day's fantasy realm. This is also a good opportunity to let the Holy Sun gain more experience. Wu Nanmeng also came to finish off the attack. This makes condensation frost even more troublesome. However, when someone has a headache, someone else will naturally be happy. At this moment, Lin Chuan looked calm, but the glint in his eyes revealed his excitement. Very good. After going down the mountain, immediately find an opportunity to escape. Demon sect, old witch, and 9 elders, we will never meet again. Lin Chuan's inner drama is too rich, so much so that Leng Ningxuang could hear all his little thoughts clearly. It was just as she expected. The Holy Sun will never return. If he were to be let down the mountain, it would go against Leng Ningxuang's original intention. But Wei Wying and Wu Nanmeng were right. This great swamp illusion is the gathering place where many sects compete for resources. It is also a platform to showcase the strength of the younger generation of the demonic sect. Look at the world of immortal cultivation. Even at Lin Chuan's age, he is a heavenly saint. Can't say no. It's simply impossible to exist. What's more, Lin Chuan also mastered the divine-level magic skill Hunyuan Tianmo Gong. Once you enter the fantasy world of days, you will definitely kill everyone, shocking the world of immortal cultivation. If everything goes well, the demonic sect will surely become famous. No one dares to commit. Before, Lin Chuan said, because of the feud between Xuanjian sect and Tianmo sect, as well as the death of Hong Tian, it will inevitably arouse the hatred of the decent people. In the future, when good and evil clash, the demon sect will be the first to bear the brunt. One day, Holy Maiden Peak will become a hell on earth. This is why Lin Chuan insisted on rebelling against the sect. At first, Leng Ningxuang scoffed at this, but if you think about it carefully, this possibility is not impossible. As the saying goes, a tree that is too rigid will easily break, and a tall tree attracts the wind. Condensation frost itself is eye-catching enough, but Hong Tian had died in the demon sect. This new hatred and old grudges are added together. There is no guarantee that the decent people will not feel fearful. Then they attack the group on Holy Maiden Peak. However, it is always better to nip problems in the bud. But Leng Ningxuang didn't dare to say anything about something that didn't exist. Could it be possible that she was asked to ask other sects for help in joint defense with a non-existent excuse? With Leng Ningxuang's personality, she would rather die than bow her head. In this case, there is only one way left for the demon sect. Crushing strength, deter the decent people from attacking, and this is definitely not something that a powerful heavenly emperor can do. Unless... Leng Ningxuang's beautiful eyes slowly looked towards Lin Chuan. Her cold eyes concealed her scheming. As the sect leader, you must consider the overall interests of the sect in everything you do. If the demonic sect really encounters trouble in the future, only one person can join the sect. Then this person can only be Lin Chuan. But it is definitely not the Lin Chuan of today, but he who will be granted the title of Heavenly Emperor in the future. Leng Ningxuang knew very well that a person with extraordinary talent like Lin Chuan could not be trapped by ordinary means. Instead of imprisoning him for various reasons, it would be better to let him go down the mountain. Only in this way can one have the opportunity to achieve the title of Heavenly Emperor. Certainly, once Lin Chuan leaves the demonic sect, he will definitely find ways to escape. It cannot be stopped by relying on Wu Nanmeng. And looking at the entire Tianmo sect, only one person can restrain Lin Chuan. That person is none other than Leng Ningxuang himself. Whatever, the Holy Sun has been in the sect for 5 years and has become a heavenly saint. It is time for him to go down the mountain and gain some experience. This time we are going to the Great Marsh illusionary realm, and the Great Elder will arrange the candidates for training. This sect master only asks one thing of you, to show the might of the heavenly demon sect. Time is running out, let's set off as soon as possible. Leng Ningxuang gave some instructions and sent everyone away. From the corner of my eye, I saw that Lin Chuan's face was indeed filled with excitement. Although it was just a flash, it could not escape her eyes. And when everyone left, Leng Ningxuang kept Wei Weiying. Master, do you have any further instructions? Wei Weiying asked respectfully. Leng Ningxuang's expression was still as cold as usual. There was no sign of joy or anger at all. Although she is only 25 years old, she is already a fairly mature sect leader. Grand Elder, the sect has been quiet recently, and this sect leader is planning to go on a long journey. Some things have to be done. I ask the Great Elder to work with the 8 elders to take over the position of sect master. Leng Ningxuang said perfunctorily, going on a long trip. Could it be that he was going to settle the grudge with the Xuanjian sect? Wei Weiying frowned. It's not that she disagrees with Leng Ningxuang targeting the Xuanjian sect. Lin Chuan killed Hong Tian. This has already led to a fight between the Tianmo sect and the Xuanjian sect to the death. If it is not dealt with, there will be more troubles. However, with the means of condensation frost, I'm afraid it's only natural to wipe out the Xuanjian sect. She was just worried, is it really a good idea to do things so decisively? Master, just do it. The entire heavenly demon sect is united with the sect master. No matter what the future holds, the heavenly demon sect will share the honor and disgrace with the sect master. Chapter 28, Defecting from the sect, now is the time. Share the honor and disgrace. Wei Weiying's heroic declaration showed her loyalty to Leng Ningxuang. Even she didn't know the consequences of destroying the Xuanjian sect. But I still support condensation frost to do it. Thank you, Great Elder. Leng Ningxuang said expressionlessly. It wasn't just her expression that was calm. There was no touch in my heart. It's not that she's cold-blooded. On the contrary, in her opinion, it was right for Wei Weiying to unconditionally support her as the sect leader. The Xuanjian sect must be destroyed. But this time, her purpose of going down the mountain was not just Xuanjian sect. Compared to destroying the Xuanjian sect, it is more important to monitor Lin Chuan, a rising star with the potential to be titled Heavenly Emperor. But I always want to escape. Condensation frost had to be handled with caution. It's a pity that I can't tell anyone about the disciple who followed me. It's embarrassing to tell others about it, even if she told Wei Weiying that she could see through Lin Chuan's thoughts. It is not certain that Wei Weiying will believe her. Even in the world of immortal cultivation, the ability to see into other people's thoughts at all times is unheard of. It would be strange if you could trust her. Instead of wasting your breath, you might as well make your own decision. After Lin Chuan is stabilized, we will destroy the Xuanjian sect. Go down. Leng Ningxuang waved her hand gently and ordered the elder to leave, and she immediately disappeared into the main hall. No more sound. Half a day later, on the Holy Maiden Peak, 10 disciples of the demonic sect, including Wu Nanmeng and Lin Chuan, lined up neatly. The 9 elders had just finished their lecture. The training mission in the Great Lake Illusion has also been handed over. Except Wu Nanmeng and Lin Chuan, the other 8 disciples were extremely excited. The demonic sect is not the only one who knows the location of the Great Marsh Illusion. According to the news brought back by Nanmeng, at least 100 sects are rushing to days. It is estimated that there are no less than 1,000 participants, and they are all outstanding young people. But the 10 of you are no weaker than them. The sect master has ordered that we must make our sect famous no matter what. Don't bring shame to my heavenly demon sect. Wei Weiying's passionate speech made the disciples even more excited. The 8 Tianzong disciples are the backbone of the Tianmo sect, but looking at the world of immortal cultivation, it can only be considered above average. If he faced disciples from hundreds of sects, he wouldn't be considered outstanding. However, they were not afraid at all. There are powerful celestial masters like Wu Nanmeng and powerful celestial saints like Lin Chuan. What's there to be afraid of? Don't worry, great elder. With the senior sister and the Holy Son leading the team, defeating not only 100 sects, but even 1,000 sects is no problem. Perhaps the 8 of us won't even need to take action. Those disciples from other sects will be scared to death just by hearing the name of the Holy Son. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone burst into laughter. In terms of confidence, they have more than Lin Chuan. Even Wu Nanmeng had no reason to refute these words. No way. Tiansheng is very strong. Keep a low profile, Lin Chuan said embarrassedly. His fellow disciples valued him so much, but he was only thinking about escaping. This makes him feel guilty, but in order to save his life, he had to leave. To make my conscience feel better, it's better to try to stay away from your fellow disciples. Set off, Wu Nanmeng gave an order and led Lin Chuan and others down the mountain. At the same time, the other side of the Holy Maiden Peak, a black shadow walked in the air and headed straight down the mountain. The direction they were heading was the same as that of Lin Chuan and others. But the figure was silent and difficult to detect even in broad daylight. In the mountains deep at night, 10 people were sitting around the campfire. After half a day's journey, we were approaching the big lake. The way cultivators travel is completely different from that of ordinary people. They can fly in the air at extremely fast speeds. 1,000 miles a day is not enough. If it were a powerful heavenly saint like Lin Chuan, it would be more than enough for him to travel 10,000 miles a day. In order to take care of the other 8 Tianzong disciples, Wu Nanmeng had to slow down. Otherwise, they would have entered the swamp late at night. Crackle! The sound of burning firewood adds a bit of vitality to the lonely night. A group of disciples from the demonic sect had just sat down. Lin Chuan stood up and walked towards a big tree. Then he sat under a big tree in front of everyone and fell into a deep sleep. Oh my God, the Holy Son is not a celestial saint. He is clearly the God of sleep. I've also heard that the Holy Son can sleep soundly anytime, anywhere, regardless of the occasion. This ability is called laziness in us, but it's called spontaneity in the Holy Son. It can't be learned. Nonsense. I've never seen the Holy Son practice, yet he achieved heavenly sainthood in just 5 years. God is really chasing him and feeding him. The 8 disciples were extremely envious. But that's all. Tianzong, Tianzun, Tiansheng. Although there are only 2 steps between the 3 realms. However, these 2 steps are something that countless cultivators may not be able to achieve even after spending their entire lives. Although it is very infuriating, the reality is cruel. Hard work is important, but qualifications are more important. Even people like Wu Nanmeng, who became heavenly venerables through hard work, have excellent qualifications. It's just a little bit worse than Lin Chuan. But compared with ordinary cultivators, he is already a genius among 10,000. Unfortunately, the Holy Son just isn't very sociable. He's so handsome, but he doesn't even have a girlfriend. What a pity, a male disciple said angrily. In fact, many male disciples of the demonic sect have fantasized about having the same handsome appearance as Lin Chuan. Otherwise, why would I still be single now? In addition, the demonic sect never prohibits its disciples from falling in love with each other. Being single is even more shameful. What nonsense! Those of us who cultivate the immortality should embrace the essence and maintain unity, clearing away all distracting thoughts. Dual cultivation will only hinder cultivation. No wonder you're still only in the Tian sect. It seems the training in the lecture hall isn't rigorous enough. Wu Nanmeng suddenly scolded. As the eldest sister, she is not always easygoing. Especially in terms of cultivation, she is even stricter than Wei Wyang. Obviously, the 8 disciples' idle chat had touched her bottom line. No wonder, who made her always aim to catch up with Lin Chuan. In comparison, these Tianzong strongmen envied Lin Chuan's appearance. I even fantasized about becoming Lin Chuan and finding a way out of being single. How outrageous! As we approach the Great Marsh, all the disciples from the 100 sects will come. There will be a great war soon. Rest early while it's still calm. Wu Nanmeng yelled at everyone irritably, and then sent them away. Because of her scolding, no one dared to gossip anymore. I had no choice but to take a rest. And on the other side, Lin Chuan, who was sitting under the big tree, became restless. After going down the mountain for half a day, he had been looking for an opportunity to leave. At this moment, he finally got what he was waiting for. Leave. Now. Lin Chuan stood up suddenly. Looking at the darkness, take steps towards hope. Holy Sun, where are you going? The cold voice penetrated the darkness and reached Lin Chuan's ears. It was like a piece of icicle in the middle of winter, stuffed into Lin Chuan's arms. He shuddered and was petrified on the spot. Old witch, why are you here? Chapter 29. The sect master is here, run. Lin Chuan's steps froze in midair. I could hear the rustling sound of fallen leaves swept by the wind. The cool breeze in the night is not only damp, but also adds a bit of eeriness. Suddenly, a dark shadow passed through the woods. Lin Chuan was so scared that he immediately retracted his foot. It's over, the old witch found out. No, why am I panicking? I didn't do anything too obvious. Even if the old witch comes, I don't need to panic. At worst, I could just tell her I was going to pee in the woods. What can she do to me? Lin Chuan quickly calmed down. His mind worked very quickly, and he even had a reason ready. Just wait for the condensation frost to appear. But after waiting for 3 breaths, no one came out. Lin Chuan couldn't help but suspect that he was hallucinating. But there was clearly a woman's voice just now, and it was extremely similar to Lang Ningxuang's. Plus, there was indeed a figure walking through the woods. With his eyesight, it is impossible for him to be wrong. Disciple Lin Chuan respectfully welcomes the sect master. If the sect master arrives, please show yourself. Lin Chuan bravely took the initiative to ask. What if he was hallucinating or seeing things just now? After some testing, he can leave with a swagger. If not, once Lang Ningxuang showed up, he would be able to find an excuse to cover it up. Everyone lives in peace. Of course, there is a third possibility. The old witch really can read minds. If she knew I wanted to defect from the sect, it would be normal for her to follow me. But considering the old witch's temperament, if she really knew I had such thoughts, you would never let me live until now. Unless the old witch really has a crush on me. Lin Chuan muttered to himself, his brows knitted together. He felt resentful. Snap! Suddenly, there was a sound of something breaking in the woods. Lin Chuan immediately became alert. Is that you, sect master? Lin Chuan asked tentatively again. As soon as the words fell, a rabbit jumped out of the bushes. It glanced at Lin Chuan and then disappeared like a gust of wind. It's a rabbit. What a pity. Although the old witch has a bad temper, but he's pretty good looking. If you become my girlfriend, I can still reluctantly accept it. Lin Chuan was daydreaming. It's not that Lin Chuan is narcissistic. Just based on his looks, he is very popular among the female disciples of the demon sect. Not to mention finding a girlfriend. Even having 3,000 beauties in the harem is no problem. Besides, he and Lang Ningxuang once had an ambiguous relationship in the same room. This made Lin Chuan realize that condensation frost was not impossible to conquer. But it's too dangerous to deal with a woman with such a bad personality. You have to risk your life and have the courage to burn your boats. Unfortunately, what Lin Chuan cherishes most is his life. He would rather live a few more years than fall in love. Crack! Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise was heard in the distance. It was like a big tree falling. The noise was so loud that it alarmed people within a radius of 100 miles. What is it? Wu Nanmeng's shout came immediately. Immediately afterwards, she led 8 disciples of the demonic sect and rushed over. The 10 people quickly gathered, but they all looked at the woods in the dark with serious expressions. Son, do you know what happened? Wu Nanmeng glanced at Lin Chuan warily. When they arrived, Lin Chuan was the only one there. Of course I have to ask him, but Lin Chuan was also confused. Or rather, he was scared. The sound just now was definitely not accidental. Although he did not go to check, he could judge that the fall of the tree must have been caused by human beings. It's just a big tree. Even a heavenly master can easily break it. But if you consider that the condensation frost is nearby, Lin Chuan couldn't calm down. No way, the old witch is really here. She must have heard what I said. That's why she got angry. It's over, I'm dead. Why don't you just run away, or she will definitely kill me. Lin Chuan was very panicked. Condensation frost's brutality is well known far and wide. The last person who dared to tease her is still lying in the cemetery of Xuanjian sect. I guess they've all rotted away. He didn't want to follow in that man's footsteps, but he changed his mind and felt that it was not right. If the person hiding in the darkness is condensed frost, why hasn't she shown up yet? Could it be that they are monitoring him to prevent him from running away? Thinking of this, Lin Chuan felt even more terrified. He never told anyone about his plan to defect from the sect. How did condensation frost know? Unless she can read minds. Or perhaps this cold and cruel woman has an unusually sharp observation ability. This guy is even more powerful than Conan. Big sister, just now I sensed a strong internal force fluctuation nearby. This person is above me, but for some reason, he was reluctant to show up. It also gives us a chance to leave. My advice is to leave immediately and not provoke this person unless absolutely necessary. Lin Chuan made up a lie. However, there is half-truth in this lie. The person he was talking about was indeed better than him. But that person was Leng Ningxuang. Even if it is targeted, it will only be targeted at him. However, Wu Nanmeng and others will not be in danger. However, after Lin Chuan's words, it scared everyone quite a bit. Isn't the person who is more powerful than him the Emperor of Heaven? There's actually a powerful heavenly emperor nearby. Really? Wu Nanmeng frowned and asked cautiously. Lin Chuan nodded. He also pretended to be alert at all times. This made everyone even more frightened. Big sister, the Holy Sun's perception cannot be wrong. Let's retreat quickly. The disciples immediately responded to Lin Chuan. Among fellow disciples, they certainly believed in Lin Chuan. Besides, Lin Chuan already has a high level of cultivation. How could it be wrong? Good. Just listen to the Holy Sun and leave here. Rush to days overnight. Wu Nanmeng had no doubts about it, and immediately led his disciples to pack up their bags and leave quickly. The moment Lin Chuan and his 10 companions left, a woman in a black dress quietly walked out of the woods. There was a complicated expression on the woman's delicate face. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at the vaguely visible figure that was fleeing. Damn brat, is this sect master really that scary in your eyes? Bad temper, bad personality. Is this how you view this sect master? But even if that's the case, can't I be your girlfriend? Snort. The holy son of the heavenly demon sect is so timid. Perhaps this sect master should give him a little hint. No, I am the leader of a sect. How can I do this? Leng Ningxuang talked to herself with a troubled look on her face. Oh, what am I talking about? This brat was about to betray the sect just now. That's the point. Chapter 30, Fighting, Too Ungraceful. Great Lake. For many days, hundreds of sects have been busy searching for the illusion of the Great Lake. The emergence of this ownerless treasure land will naturally attract more cultivators. Whether they are disciples of the sect or scattered, they all came one after another. Wu Nanmeng's trips back and forth to the demonic sect had already made the lake overcrowded with people. However, the true nature of the Great Lake illusion remains unknown. In the forest, there are many ferocious beasts wandering around. Entering alone is bound to be dangerous. Therefore, most of those who explore the fantasy world of the Great Swamp are groups of immortal cultivators, or they are disciples of the sect, either individual cultivators or they can form a team. And when the 10 people from the demon sect arrived at the swamp, the location of the illusion remains a mystery. The Great Swamp Forest stretches for thousands of miles. Even with 10,000 people exploring it would still take a long time. However, it won't last more than half a month at most. Also, the news of the emergence of the illusion has spread. I'm afraid it won't be long before tens of thousands of people gather here. Wu Nanmeng looked at the busy figures from afar and explained calmly. She was one of the first people to truly explore the fantasy world of days. However, the news from other sects is no slower than that from the demonic sect. As early as when she was exploring the forest, she had already fought with disciples from other sects. However, their strengths were equal, and the demonic sect had no reinforcements. In the end, Wu Nanmeng had to evacuate temporarily. In fact, her original intention was to send more disciples to compete for the day's illusion. But Leng Ningxuang sent Lin Chuan and the other 8 Tianzong disciples. It seems that the purpose of Huanjing and his group has little to do with competing for resources. It's more like using Lin Chuan's hand to intimidate all the sects. By the way, let the 8 disciples of Tianzong gain some experience. Indeed, Lin Chuan was already a heavenly saint at such a young age. Looking at the entire world of immortal cultivation, this qualification is indeed very impressive. But there is an old saying that goes, a tall tree attracts the wind. Lin Chuan is so outstanding. Isn't Leng Ningxuang afraid that such a genius will suddenly die? Along the way, Wu Nanmeng was worried about this matter, especially what happened last night. Even Lin Chuan was very afraid of the master hidden in the dark. In addition, Hong Tian's death had already made Lin Chuan famous. Maybe someone has already set their sights on him. Although powerful heavenly emperors are rare in this world, they do exist. Except for Leng Ningxuang of the demonic sect, Elder Fa Ming of Fanian Temple, Master Jian Chen of the Qingyang sect, the Sword Emperor of the Blood Demon sect, the old man Bai Ku from the Hundred Ghosts Gate. These people are also powerful heavenly emperors. During the battle that day, so many powerful heavenly emperors were present. Witness Lin Chuan killing Hong Tian with your own eyes. Maybe they had already intended to kill Lin Chuan. And this time, the illusion of the Great Swamp is the best opportunity to kill him. It is also the best opportunity to curb the development of the demon sect. How could it be wasted so easily? Thinking of this, Wu Nanmeng couldn't help but feel that the burden on his shoulders was heavier. Although Lin Chuan's cultivation is higher than hers, but she is the senior sister, and when they came to the day's fantasy land, the sect leader asked her to lead the team. It was obvious that the safety of the disciples was placed in her hands. If something went wrong, how would she explain it to the sect master and the sect? Everyone, there will definitely be a melee during this trip to the Great Lake Illusion. But no one can predict how big the scale of this melee will become. I just hope that since we came here as a group of 10, we can go back as a group of 10. Especially Lin Chuan. You are the holy son and the most valued talent of the sect master. No mistakes can be made, understand. Wu Nanmeng stared at Lin Chuan with burning eyes, as if afraid of losing him. In fact, if it weren't for what happened last night, Lin Chuan would have been lost long ago. Until now, he still suspected that Leng Ningxuang was following him, keeping an eye on him. Otherwise, how could he be so quiet? Big sister, please forgive me for being blunt. This vast fantasy world is full of mixed people, and there are dangers everywhere. You never know, you might lose your life one day. Instead of getting involved, it's better to just go home. As long as the Green Mountains remain, why worry about not having the resources to cultivate? Besides, it's so ungraceful for you to fight over it. We in the Tianmo sect are not short of money, so why not spend money to buy it? As the saying goes, even thieves have their code of conduct. The demon cult must also maintain a legitimate name. Lin Chuan said with righteousness. Originally, Leng Ningxuang agreed to send him down the mountain, but his purpose was not to participate in some bullshit fantasy resource competition. Instead, he wanted to take this opportunity to defect from the sect. Who would have thought that the plan would fail in the womb just as it began? He was forced to follow Wu Nanmeng into the swamp, but who stipulated that once you enter the swamp, you must participate in the fight. Swords and knives are merciless. What if you get stabbed to death? Even if you don't kill him, it will hurt for a long time if you cut his skin. Besides, others lack resources for cultivation, but he does not. If you are lazy, the system will give you a lot of treasures. You can never use it all up. However, all the resources that were obtained with great effort must be handed over to the sect in full. Why bothers? So Lin Chuan tried to see if he could persuade Wu Nanmeng not to enter the day's illusion. Just enjoy the flowers and the moon outside. How nice it would be to travel for a few days and then go home. Holy Son, you. The 8 Tianzong disciples looked at Lin Chuan in disbelief. The atmosphere suddenly became weird. Lin Chuan thought they would suddenly beat him up. But the next second, the 8 Tianzong disciples were suddenly moved. Are you worried about us, Master Saint? Wu, the Holy Son actually cared about me. I'm so happy. When I get back, I can show off to my sisters. They'll be so jealous of me. The 4 female disciples suddenly transformed into nymphomaniacs. He burst into tears on the spot. Even the 4 male disciples had self-touched expressions on their faces. One can't help but suspect that they have special fetishes. Seeing this, Lin Chuan's reaction was to cover his forehead and mutter, "What a miscalculation, such a miscalculation. Being too charismatic isn't a good thing." Headache. Wu Nanmeng was dumbfounded when he saw this group of abnormal fellow disciples. What's going on? During the time she was away from the sect, had Lin Chuan's popularity among the disciples become so outrageous? Wronged. There was something wrong with what Lin Chuan said just now. This bastard actually backed down. Fortunately, he is a powerful heavenly saint. He is actually more cautious than her, or should I say more timid. Lazy and timid. Although he is very handsome, his character is really bad. She really couldn't understand why such a lazy and cowardly person was favored by God. Oh my God, you are so blind. Wu Nanmeng, who was furious, immediately threw the word cautious to the wind. No matter whether it is a melee or a fight to the death, it is impossible to retreat. Didn't Lin Chuan not want to fight with others? She insisted on going deep into the battlefield. She wanted to see how much truth there was in this heavenly saint Lin Chuan. There is no time to lose. Everyone, follow me into the swamp as soon as possible to grab the resources. If anyone dares to retreat, I will report this to the sect master upon returning to the sect. Expel him from the sect. Chapter 31. That, I agree. Great Lake. Wu Nanmeng led 9 fellow disciples, including Lin Chuan, into the deep swamp. Along the way, the disciples were full of fighting spirit. They all wished someone would come to them so that they can test their skills. Only Lin Chuan was there, following lazily. Occasionally, a strange smile would appear at the corner of his mouth. It looks like there's something wrong with his brain. Kick him out of the sect, hee. Lin Chuan chuckled to himself, but no one knew that he was happy that he had another chance to escape from the demon sect. Fortunately, Wu Nanmeng didn't know what Lin Chuan was thinking. Otherwise, she would have died on the spot. Big sister, what happened to the Holy Sun? Are you stimulated? The disciples were confused and had to ask Wu Nanmeng. Snort. Wu Nanmeng's response was concise and clear. These disciples are basically Lin Chuan's little fans. How could they know that Lin Chuan just wanted to be lazy? However, she would never give Lin Chuan the chance to be lazy. Yes, it's him. Wu Nanmeng's sharp gaze immediately locked onto the group of people. In the vast lake, countless immortal cultivators come and go. There are also many people who have grudges with the demonic sect, but the people Wu Nanmeng targeted were not those who had a grudge against the demonic sect. That was also her enemy. Blood Demon Sect. The Blood Demon Sect is also a demonic sect, but although they are both members of the same demon sect, they do not get along harmoniously. Especially when it comes to interests, intrigue is not uncommon. The last time Wu Nanmeng entered the swamp, among those who attacked her were disciples of the Blood Evil Sect, and this person is among them at this moment. As the captain, he is leading the disciples of the Blood Evil Sect to search for the entrance to the Great Swamp Illusion. Li Tangfeng, one of the direct disciples of the Blood Demon Sect's leader Dao Huang. 3 years ago, he broke through to become a heavenly venerable and became famous among all the sects. I didn't expect that he would be the one leading the Blood Demon Sect in this exploration of the Great Marsh illusionary realm. A worried voice came from behind Wu Nanmeng. Li Tangfeng has a bad reputation. Moreover, the Blood Demon Sect has a bad reputation. No wonder they are worried. At this moment, Li Tangfeng seemed to have noticed everyone's gazes. Then he turned around and looked over. In an instant, his eyes met Wu Nanmeng's. Their eyes collided in the air, and sparks seemed to fly. Master Sister, they are coming, the disciple of the demonic sect reminded in a low voice. The words fell. Li Tangfeng decisively led his disciples and strode over. There were 30 people following him, and their cultivation is above that of Tianzong. They are overwhelmingly superior in numbers, but equal in cultivation. Once the fight breaks out, it will obviously be the demonic sect that suffers. However, Wu Nanmeng and the disciples of the demonic sect were not worried at all. The disciples sent by the Blood Evil Sect were all in front of him. Even a powerful heavenly master like Li Tangfeng has appeared. In other words, there can be no other variables in the Blood Evil Sect. On the other hand, Lin Chuan is on the side of the demonic sect. This is what the demonic sect relies on. Hee. Junior Sister Nanmeng, we met a few days ago and we meet again today. I haven't had time to explain the last misunderstanding to you yet. If Junior Sister doesn't mind, we, the disciples of the demon sect, can search the Great Marsh illusion together. Give me a chance to clear up this misunderstanding, okay? Li Tangfeng grinned. He is a big man with broad shoulders and a big waist. The stick is as annoying as a rockery. Although Wu Nanmeng is not thin, she is slender. Compared with Li Tangfeng, his momentum is much weaker. Although both of them are heavenly masters, Li Tangfeng had already broken through 3 years ago. A full 2 years apart. There is no need to compare the strength of their cultivation, to know that Wu Nanmeng is inferior. It is precisely because of this that Li Tangfeng is so arrogant. Misunderstand. What senior brother Li said about asking me to be your wife was also a misunderstanding. Wu Nanmeng's face darkened, and he spoke in a cold tone. When these words were spoken, the eyes of the disciples of the demonic sect widened. There was a hint of anger on their faces. Even Lin Chuan, who was not far away, was attracted over. He leaned his head out, as if listening to gossip. This guy dares to ask for such a lovely woman. He's quite courageous. Lin Chuan exclaimed in amazement. In his eyes, Wu Nanmeng is even more of a brother than Leng Ningxuang. 5 years ago, he was not yet the son of God. It was Wu Nanmeng, the eldest senior sister, who urged the disciples to practice. He is naturally one of them. At that time, he couldn't even think of slacking off and sleeping. Every day Wu Nanmeng would pull me out of bed. And Wu Nanmeng always repeats one sentence. It's already noon, and you still dare to stay in bed. Of course, this is not the only reason why Lin Chuan thinks Wu Nanmeng is so vicious. What, you were sleeping in class and got hit on the scalp? Lion Xiu tried to escape, but was caught by the ears. It took Lin Chuan 3 full years to finally get rid of Wu Nanmeng, but it left him with the impression that Wu Nanmeng was a vicious woman, even though Wu Nanmeng is extremely popular among male disciples. She is also very beautiful, but he would never agree to let Lin Chuan seduce Wu Nanmeng. He. Junior sister Nanmeng is so straightforward. That's right, this is not a misunderstanding, but my sincere words. If junior sister agrees, I won't care about that bullshit Great Lake illusion. Let's go back to the Blood Demon sect and get married now. Li Tangfeng kept talking excitedly. It was as if Wu Nanmeng had already agreed to him. But how could our senior sister possibly be interested in someone like you? You self-righteous fellow, get out of here. The 4 disciples of the demonic sect shouted angrily. What a joke! The eldest sister is beautiful, gentle, and kind to her disciples. Even her own disciples dared not have any wild thoughts about such a perfect beauty. Who does Li Tangfeng think he is? Even if Wu Nanmeng wants to get married, she should at least marry a rare talent like Lin Chuan, instead of a big fool. When is it your turn to speak here? Get out of here! Li Tangfeng shouted. The disciples of the blood evil sect behind him immediately filed out. He actually wanted to attack the disciples of the demon sect. Let's do it, huh? Who's afraid of who? Don't think we're afraid of you just because you have so many people. We have the Holy Sun here, you are all garbage. The disciples of the demonic sect immediately took up their positions. Faced with a number of people nearly 4 times their own, they did not back down. On the contrary, I was extremely excited. We can see Lin Chuan taking action again. Let the cultivators in days take a good look at the heroic figure of the Holy Sun. Holy Sun, Lin Chuan. He's the one who killed the Xuanjian sect's leader not long ago. A powerful heavenly saint. The disciples of the blood demon sect panicked. Li Tangfeng's face suddenly fell. It seemed that he didn't expect Lin Chuan to follow him to days. That's the heavenly saint. He is the strongest person after the Emperor of Heaven. Although they are both from the younger generation, they are formidable opponents who far surpass Tianzan. If it is true, as the rumors say, then he and the many cultivators who entered the swamp are really trash. Yes, the Holy Son of the Heavenly Demon Sect has come in person. I, Li, also want to see the Holy Spirit's face. Could you please show yourself to me? Li Tangfeng refused to give up. The beauty is right in front of you. If you back down, you will lose face. And some of the rumors are true, and some are false. How could he be willing to accept this if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes? You want to see the Holy Sun, right? There he is. The words fell. Everyone looked in the direction the man pointed. I saw a disciple of the demonic sect 10 feet away from him. A young man was squatting on the ground yawning. It seemed as if he noticed too many eyes looking at him. He was stunned for a moment. I agree. Chapter 32, I can talk, but I won't do it. I agree. Lin Chuan, Li Tangfeng, and others are completely on different channels. He thought they were asking for his opinion, but he didn't know that there was a grudge between Wu Nanmeng and Li Tangfeng. Not to mention being a couple, even a fight would be the least of their worries. However, Lin Chuan's nonsensical words eased the originally tense atmosphere. Li Tangfeng originally thought that the Holy Son of the demonic sect would stand up for Wu Nanmeng. Moreover, as a powerful heavenly saint, he should also have some demeanor of a master. But at first glance, this guy, apart from being handsome, is basically a newbie who knows nothing about the world. The Holy Sun is straightforward. If Li can marry your eldest sister, the Holy Sun will be my brother-in-law. We are a family. Li will definitely give the Holy Sun a great gift. Li Tangfeng smiled happily. He was just worried that Lin Chuan would interfere. Tianzan has no chance of winning against Tiansheng. Who would have thought that this Holy Sun would be so unexpected? God is really kind today. Lin Chuan nodded perfunctorily, but suddenly he sensed a murderous intent that penetrated his bones. The murderous intent came from Wu Nanmeng. What's going on? Lin Chuan was startled. Why would Wu Nanmeng want to kill him for no reason? Did he say something wrong? Lin Chuan, I'm going to kill you. Wu Nanmeng suddenly became furious. The delicate face was filled with anger and turned red. A pair of beautiful eyes flashed with coldness. Endless murderous intent was directed at Lin Chuan. It was as if Lin Chuan and her had a blood feud. Seeing that Wu Nanmeng was about to go berserk, the disciples of the demon sect became anxious. Big sister, please calm down. Son, don't you understand? Senior sister has a grudge against the guy surnamed Li. He is bullying senior sister. The disciples hurriedly explained. It is obvious that Lin Chuan is an outsider. He has been in this confused state for a long time. He was distracted when others were talking. Even on such an important day when the sect leader came out of seclusion, he dared to slack off. Is there anything he can't do? Therefore, it was absolutely understandable that he did not hear Li Tangfeng's provocation. Huh? Lin Chuan blinked, still looking confused. Indeed, his memory still lingered on the scene where Li Tangfeng confessed his love to Wu Nanmeng. He didn't listen to the rest of the conversation at all. It turns out that the misunderstanding lies here. No wonder Wu Nanmeng looked like he wanted to kill him. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Since senior sister is not willing to date Li Tangfeng, then just refuse. And Li Tangfeng, you too. My senior sister doesn't like you, so why are you still being such a shameless lickspittle? Let me warn you, licking dogs will not die a good death, especially since my senior sister is a crazy woman. We should stay away from her and cut our losses in time. Lin Chuan spoke earnestly. He was reminding Li Tangfeng with good intentions. The sooner you stay away from a scary, crazy woman like Wu Nanmeng, the better. Moreover, the grudge between Wu Nanmeng and Li Tangfeng has nothing to do with him. He just mentioned it casually. As for whether Li Tangfeng listened to it or not, it was up to him to decide. Just don't disturb his rest. Li Tangfeng was full of questions. Originally, the disciples of the demonic sect had already made it clear. He thought Lin Chuan would stand up for his fellow disciples. It made him very nervous. But Lin Chuan seemed to not understand at all, and actually tried to persuade him. Strange, is this kid really stupid, or is he just pretending to be stupid? If he is truly a heavenly saint, once he attacks us, we will be completely powerless to fight back. This kid doesn't seem like a fool, but more like he's stalling for time. Is he just a paper tiger? Hong Tian's death might not be caused by Leng Ningxuang. Do you want to test him? The disciples of the blood demon sect began to discuss in low voices. Lin Chuan's words and actions are too weird. There is no master style at all. Even though he is easygoing by nature, he shouldn't consider his enemies. He doesn't even look like a disciple of the demonic sect. With all of Lin Chuan's strange behaviors, it's no wonder that the disciples of the blood demon sect would suspect him. That makes some sense. The news of the battle between the holy son of the heavenly demon sect and Hong Tian has only spread in the martial arts world, and the sect leader was also present that day. But after the sect leader returned to the mountain, he never mentioned this matter. At that time I felt strange. Perhaps the rumor that the holy son achieved heavenly sainthood was simply exaggerated by the heavenly demon sect itself. But you can't be careless and destroy the friendship between the two sects. Just test him a little, don't hurt him. Li Tangfeng gave the order decisively. Who says big guys have to be brainless? Li Tangfeng is very thoughtful. Duh. 3 disciples of the blood demon sect walked out of the crowd. The 3 of them were all handpicked by Dao Huang himself, and they were the master disciples who followed Li Tangfeng to explore the mystery of the Great Lake illusionary realm. Their cultivation is all at the Tianzang level. In the world of cultivating immortals, this is also an absolute backbone force. However, compared with Tiansheng, it's far from it. Although the 3 blood demon sect disciples are conceited, they are not arrogant. They didn't dare to conclude whether Lin Chuan was a paper tiger or not. But if what they said came true, that would be equivalent to having the Tianmo sect's handle. If he takes the opportunity to threaten Wu Nanmeng, Li Tangfeng's dream of winning Wu Nanmeng had come true. If it is used a little more, the demon sect can be suppressed. This is also a great achievement in the blood demon sect. Thinking of this, the 3 disciples became more and more excited. My steps also became a lot lighter. 3 figures passed by Wu Nanmeng. The disciples of the demonic sect also looked over. These disciples of the blood demon sect suddenly came to Lin Chuan. Could it be that he really went to give a gift to Lin Chuan in response to Li Tangfeng's promise? However, Wu Nanmeng doesn't think so. If Li Tangfeng really wants to give Lin Chuan a gift, he should go there by himself, instead of letting irrelevant people go. Although these 3 disciples walked lightly, their eyes were extremely sharp. There was a faint sense of fighting spirit. This doesn't sound like a gift-giving attitude. More like preparation before battle. Snort. Wu Nanmeng raised the corner of his mouth slightly and snorted coldly. She was very angry just now, but suddenly her mood became much better. Li Tangfeng actually doubted Lin Chuan's strength, so he sent his disciples to test it. He is looking for death. Originally, Lin Chuan was a rather lazy person. Even with a knife at his neck, he was too lazy to open his eyes to take a look. Lin Chuan once told her his motto, "I will never do anything if I can just beep." It can be said that Lin Chuan has reached a certain level of laziness. If he were to take action, it would have to be a disaster, threatening his life. He was forced to take action. Then Lin Chuan will definitely fight quickly to save energy. The fastest way to deal with the enemy is to kill him. Lin Chuan, aren't you too lazy to offend Li Tangfeng? I'll give you a reason to offend him. Chapter 33, I have a sword called the Heavenly Sword. Wu Nanmeng misunderstood. Lin Chuan was too lazy to offend Li Tangfeng. Clearly cowardly. That's right. Lin Chuan is just timid. Having lived 2 lives, Lin Chuan is well aware of the danger of a tall tree attracting the wind. He would rather choose to lie down and develop quietly. He also doesn't want to be enemies with others and be targeted by his enemies all day long. Moreover, he was very good at tricks in his previous life, a world of cultivating immortals. Beat the younger one and then the older one. After beating the old one, an even older one comes. There is always endless revenge. If you can't eradicate the problem, then simply avoid making enemies. Unless your life is threatened, you have to fight quickly and decisively. Kill anyone who leaks the information. To avoid future troubles. Wu Nanmeng thought he understood Lin Chuan. In fact, I don't understand it at all. However, she tried to force Lin Chuan to take action. It really touched Lin Chuan's bottom line. For those who choose to lie down, the only bottom line is not to be lazy, but live. Therefore, the 3 disciples of the blood evil sect who provoked Lin Chuan were destined to have a bad end. The Holy Sun's name is as famous as thunder. We are fortunate to have seen you today, and the 3 of us are itching to show off our skills. I wonder if the Holy Sun could be so kind as to give me some advice. The 3 disciples provoked Lin Chuan with words one after another, trying to get Lin Chuan to take action. However, the 3 of them used more euphemistic words. It sounds like just a competition, but when you really start to fight, it is not easy to control the strength. After saying that, the 3 of them stared at Lin Chuan expectantly. They've already complimented the guy so much. It's impossible to refuse them. Does he have the nerve? Give me some advice. You guys are just itching to show off your skills, but it's none of my business. If your hands itch, just rub them on the ground. It's really not elegant to fight all the time. If you have that much energy, you might as well take a few more steps and search out the illusion as soon as possible. Besides, your Li Tangfeng is confessing his love to my senior sister. What are you 3 idiots trying to show off for? With just the 3 of you, you wouldn't even survive half a level of idiots in a novel. Lin Chuan spoke eloquently, rolling his eyes from time to time, with a look of disgust on his face. After this call, let alone the 3 disciples of the blood demon sect, Wu Nanmeng, Li Tangfeng, and a group of disciples from the Tianmo sect and the Zusha sect were all stunned on the spot. Especially Li Tangfeng. He was absolutely certain that Lin Chuan no longer had the demeanor of a master. This guy is a powerful heavenly saint after all, even if it's just bragging. You have to pretend. She kept on talking even more than the old lady at the entrance of the village. The point is, what he said actually made some sense. Isn't it infuriating? At the same time, Wu Nanmeng was also very angry. Lin Chuan is still thinking about Li Tangfeng's confession to her. This bastard really wants to give her to Li Tangfeng. Could it be that in her eyes, she and Li Tangfeng are a good match? Damn it, unforgivable. Lin Chuan, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart. Wu Nanmeng couldn't bear it anymore and had to rescue herself. After scolding Lin Chuan, she was too lazy to look at Lin Chuan's reaction. He immediately scolded Li Tangfeng. Li Tangfeng, if you really want to marry me, defeat Lin Chuan. The holy son of the heavenly demon sect is like half a sect leader. Only after you defeat him will you be qualified to marry me. However, my holy son never attacks mediocre people. Whether you can defeat him depends on your ability. After some provocation, Li Tangfeng was moved. He knew that with his Tianzan cultivation level, he was no match for Lin Chuan. But he wants to save face. Now that the crazy words have been spoken, how can it be taken back so easily? In addition, he once suspected that Lin Chuan's cultivation was exaggerated. Moreover, Lin Chuan's behavior is completely unlike that of a powerful heavenly saint. This further increased his sense of luck. However, it is better to be safe than sorry. Since he couldn't offend Lin Chuan to death, he fought with him under the pretext of sparring. Da-da-do. Li Tangfeng took a step forward and walked towards Lin Chuan. He accepted this battle, for face, also to win the beauty. At this time, Lin Chuan watched Li Tangfeng approaching. His face was full of helplessness. It's none of my business. He really doesn't want to be a third wheel, why force him? It is said that a gentleman should help others achieve their goals. Otherwise, I'll pretend to exchange a few moves with Li Tangfeng, and then take the opportunity to paddle. The system will also give him rewards at that time. It can also make a couple happy. The best of both worlds. Yes, that's it. Thinking of this, Lin Chuan laughed again, but his smile immediately made Li Tangfeng and the disciples of the blood evil sect furious. It's bad, the Holy Sun is about to take action. The disciples of the blood demon sect were horrified. The 3 blood demon sect disciples closest to Lin Chuan quickly flew back. To save his own life, even Li Tangfeng's steps fell stiffly to the ground. I really don't dare to move forward. Holy Sun, do not be angry. Li Tangfeng quickly reached out to stop Lin Chuan, but his words made Lin Chuan puzzled. Has he ever been angry? I am such a kind person. How can I get angry so easily? But Li Tangfeng didn't care. He was sure that Lin Chuan was angry. He quickly explained, Li knows that he is no match for the Holy Sun, but your senior sister explicitly asked me to defeat you. I can only bite the bullet and challenge it. I hope the Holy Sun will show mercy. Li Tangfeng said with a fist clasped. He really thought so. I don't expect to really defeat Lin Chuan. Of course, if Lin Chuan is a coward, then he wouldn't be the same as he is now. He might even kill Lin Chuan directly, make the demonic sect notorious, and he can also become famous all over the world. By then, Wu Nanmeng will be his plaything. Please. Lin Chuan stood with his hands behind his back, the corners of his mouth raised. He actually agreed readily. This left Wu Nanmeng and a group of Tianmo sect disciples stunned on the spot. Their Holy Sun has changed his personality. Lin Chuan suddenly became so active. There is something fishy. However, since he has already accepted the challenge, it is a good start. There is no reason to stop it at this time. Wu Nanmeng could only suppress her displeasure. Let Lin Chuan continue acting. The Holy Sun is so magnanimous, Li admires him. Please. Li Tangfeng was overjoyed. There aren't many opportunities to prove yourself. You can also test Lin Chuan's strength, by the way. He naturally wouldn't let it go. Swish. A bloody sword was brought out. In an instant, Li Tangfeng's aura changed. He is still the disciple of the blood demon sect, the direct disciple of the sword emperor. It's just a bloody knife. It actually made his anger more than 100 times worse. This knife is a top-grade spiritual treasure. Who doesn't have a top-grade spiritual treasure? Holy Sun, show this kid some skills and scare him to death. Come on, Holy Sun. Let those guys from the blood demon sect see how powerful you are. The disciples of the demonic sect started to make a fuss. They are full of confidence in Lin Chuan. The scene of Lin Chuan instantly bombing Hong Tian that day is still vivid in my mind. How could a mere heavenly lord be a match for Lin Chuan? With the spoilers of the disciples of the demonic sect, Li Tangfeng and the disciples of the blood evil sect became nervous. They stared at Lin Chuan, waiting for the moment when Lin Chuan uses his magic weapon. I, Lin Chuan, have a sword that can move mountains, overturn seas, subdue demons, subdue monsters, command gods, pluck stars, cut rivers, destroy cities, and split the sky. This sword is called the Heavenly Sword. Chapter 34. It is very difficult to eradicate the roots. I have a sword called the Heavenly Sword. Lin Chuan raised his sword and pointed it with a heroic spirit. This is quite intimidating, but no matter how much he brags, there is no way to hide the fact that they are just 2 fingers. No spiritual treasure means no spiritual treasure. What are you bragging about? Return the Heavenly Sword. You think you're the sword god. Li Tangfeng glanced at Lin Chuan unhappily. Seeing him show off makes me angry. After all, he is the direct disciple of the Sword Emperor, a genius known to everyone in the blood evil sect. I have never seen anyone dare to show off in front of him. What's even more infuriating is that Lin Chuan still showed off in front of Wu Nanmeng. How can he survive like this? If Lin Chuan wasn't a powerful heavenly saint, Li Tangfeng's fist had already kissed Lin Chuan's nose. That's what I said. Lin Chuan curled his lips and rolled his eyes at Li Tangfeng. If I don't exaggerate a little, how can I do it? Those disciples of the heavenly demon sect have all seen my spiritual treasure. If I use those magical treasures, how can I still act? Do you think everyone else is stupid? They can't see I'm letting you win. The dog bites Lu Dongbin, not knowing the good heart. Lin Chuan felt wronged instead. He was just trying to help others and do nothing at the same time. Li Tangfeng actually doesn't know what's good for him. It hurts him so much. In fact, Lin Chuan tried his best to promote the relationship between Li Tangfeng and Wu Nanmeng. It's not that he thinks Li Tangfeng is a good person. He just thought Wu Nanmeng wasn't good enough to him. And they target him everywhere. It's better for a senior sister like this to get married early. Lin Chuan, I'm warning you. If you deliberately lose to Li Tangfeng, I will commit suicide. Wu Nanmeng seemed to see through Lin Chuan's thoughts. This bastard always slacks off at critical moments. He clearly has so many top-grade spiritual treasures on him. But I don't need it no matter what. Instead, he took out 2 fingers and blew on them for a long time. Is he looking down on Li Tangfeng? Of course not. This guy was simply making excuses and deliberately planning to lose to Li Tangfeng. Wu Nanmeng was very angry. Is it true that in Lin Chuan's eyes, the sect's honor and disgrace are so unimportant? What on earth is going on in this brat's head? Hiss. I was actually seen through. Lin Chuan took a breath. Then he glared at Li Tangfeng angrily. It's all this guy's fault. If he hadn't been so talkative, he would have definitely been able to get away with it with his acting skills. What are you doing? What does it have to do with me? Li Tangfeng was startled, and his face was full of nervousness. But he soon smiled. Lin Chuan is angry, isn't that a good thing? In this way, he can have a serious discussion with Lin Chuan. If he wins, that would be great. If you lose, with Lin Chuan's stupid brain, he probably wouldn't delve into it further. No matter how you think about it, you can definitely make money. Holy Sun, if we delay any longer, we will have no chance of survival in this great marsh illusion. Besides, Li is also a person who cares about face. Your talk about the heavenly sword really can't fool others. Why don't you use your magic treasure and let's have a good fight? Li Tangfeng urged. He doesn't have time to chat with Lin Chuan. Moreover, he also wanted to meet Lin Chuan, the holy son of the demon sect. What kind of magical treasure does he possess? Even if we lose, we still get some information. It would be better to report to Dao Huang when I get back. I'm sorry, but I refuse. Suddenly, Lin Chuan changed his words. He returned to his previous lazy state. He sat down on the grass and yawned. My senior sister said that if I lose, she will commit suicide. I can't bear this responsibility. Mr. Li, please do as you please. Before, he wanted to help others. But Wu Nanmeng's words made Lin Chuan wake up. She doesn't want to marry Li Tangfeng at all. Then why is he meddling in this? However, his words were equivalent to making fun of Li Tangfeng and a group of disciples of the blood evil sect. How can this not be infuriating? Lin Chuan, do you really think my blood demon sect is easy to bully? You can decide what to do. From now on, how can our blood demon sect survive in the world of immortal cultivation? You have to fight me no matter what. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving. Li Tangfeng was furious and pointed his knife at Lin Chuan. The murderous intent suddenly spread throughout the sky. The unique magic power of the blood evil sect is that the heavier the evil spirit, the stronger the power. Therefore, the sect's disciples all have extremely bad tempers. He kills people at will and with cruel methods. Even Leng Ningxuang, who had a hot temper, was considered gentle compared to the people of the blood evil sect. If Li Tangfeng hadn't known from the beginning that Lin Chuan was a powerful heavenly saint, he was too lazy to say any more nonsense. But what if I knew? When the time comes, letting Lin Chuan go will only ruin the sect's reputation. Even if they were defeated, would the demonic sect really dare to break off relations with the blood demon sect? Don't forget, this is a big swamp. Disciples from all the sects were watching. If he dies, the demonic sect will also suffer. Big sister, things seem to have gotten out of hand. The disciples of the demonic sect realized that something was wrong. Li Tangfeng looked like a madman, obviously out of his mind with anger. What if Lin Chuan accidentally killed Li Tangfeng? That is the blood feud between the 2 major sects. But Li Tangfeng had already challenged him by name. Do we have to let Lin Chuan give in? No problem. This matter is a grudge between me and Li Tangfeng, and has nothing to do with anyone else. Later, you take the Holy Sun and leave quickly. I'll deal with Li Tangfeng. Wu Nanmeng frowned, feeling regretful. To put it bluntly, she was the one who instigated this matter. Even forcing Lin Chuan and Li Tangfeng to fight was caused by her. If anything goes wrong, she will naturally be to blame. As the eldest senior sister, she should also stand up. Ensure the safety of fellow students. Well, Just at the moment Wu Nanmeng raised his foot, a long sigh was heard. Hearing the sound, Wu Nanmeng looked over. At this time, Lin Chuan was staring at Li Tangfeng with a worried look on his face. Why are there always a bunch of idiots who like to die? But it doesn't matter if you die, but you also have to make me wipe out the roots. There are hundreds of sects within this vast lake. There are at least 8,000 disciples. Even if there were 8,000 pigs, it wouldn't be easy to catch them. Not to mention killing them all. Lin Chuan kept mumbling. Although he looked calm, he kept talking about killing people. What exactly does he mean? Is he going to kill everyone here? He is crazy. Suddenly, Lin Chuan took off into the air. A pair of eyes flashed with cold light as he stared at Wu Nanmeng and asked, "Senior sister, I may have to leave the heavenly demon sect for a while. In order not to bring trouble to the sect, if you meet the sect master, please explain carefully. Otherwise, I will be killed by the sect master." The words fell before anyone could react. Lin Chuan's cold eyes immediately locked onto Li Tangfeng. Swish, swish, swish. Explosions spread from Lin Chuan's side. One after another, top-grade spiritual treasures kept popping out. Those who didn't know would think he was showing off on purpose. But immediately afterwards, a murderous intent rushed towards Li Tangfeng. Then everyone understood. Lin Chuan was the one who really wanted to kill, and it was decided that he would kill the enemy with one strike. The feud between me, Lin Chuan, and the Blood Demon Sect has nothing to do with the Demon Sect. From now on, I, Lin Chuan, am no longer a disciple of the demonic sect. If you want revenge, come find me, Lin Chuan. Chapter 35, interrupting the spell failed again. I, Lin Chuan, am no longer a disciple of the demonic sect. The high-pitched voice echoed continuously in the swamp. Lin Chuan's voice was louder than ever before. It was as if he wanted to announce to the world that he could finally leave the demon sect. However, Wu Nanmeng and a group of disciples from the demonic sect were still immersed in their emotion. They really thought that Lin Chuan sacrificed himself to help them. But in fact, this is not the case at all. He simply wanted to take this opportunity to leave the demon sect. He finally found this opportunity. However, even Li Tangfeng didn't know that in the end he became a tool. And he, as a tool, was destined to be beaten. Otherwise, this scene would be incomplete. Hunyuan heavenly demonic art. There is no return. Lin Chuan raised his arms to the sky, and his internal strength burst out. Dozens of top-grade spiritual treasures lingered around. The dazzling light of the treasure was extremely shocking under the scorching sun. But compared with the power of Hunyuan Tianmo Gong, it seems insignificant. This is a god-level magic skill. Even for a powerful heavenly emperor, it is extremely difficult to practice. Lin Chuan is only a heavenly saint, yet he can control such a difficult divine-level skill. At this moment, many sect disciples in the swamp were stunned. If it weren't for the howling wind, I'm afraid they all thought time had stopped. This. Li Tangfeng was so frightened that he was shaking, and his face turned pale. Such power is comparable to that of the Emperor of Heaven. Even if the Sword Emperor was angry, it would only be this much. He couldn't help but regret it. What kind of existence have I provoked? What kind of competition? This is going to kill him. However, facing such heavy pressure, he was so frightened that he became incoherent, and his mind went blank. He even forgot to beg for mercy. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of metal and stone colliding with spiritual treasures was endless. One by one, the top-grade spiritual treasures changed direction and pointed directly at Li Tangfeng. The wind never stops. The cold is biting. Since Lin Chuan's murderous intention had already arisen, it was impossible for him to suppress it. He is not a coward, he just values his life. Especially in the world of cultivating immortals, even the slightest negligence can lead to a huge disaster. When will the cycle of revenge end? Only by eradicating the roots can we enjoy lasting peace. Li Tangfeng will die, but the sect disciples who were in the swamp were also witnesses. These people must not be allowed to stay. Kill! Suddenly Lin Chuan's eyes widened, and a roar burst out of his mouth. At the same time, dozens of top-grade spiritual treasures rushed towards Li Tangfeng with supreme murderous intent. The 8,000 sect disciples watched this battle from afar, and they all knew the outcome. Li Tangfeng is dead. Help! Li Tangfeng's cries for help were shattered by the strong wind. At this point, he probably has no better way to save himself than to call for help. Unless a miracle happens. Snort! At the critical moment, a cold snort pierced through the wind and reached everyone's ears. The dozens of top-grade spiritual treasures that had originally come with such great momentum seemed to have met their nemesis. In an instant, he was suppressed in mid-air. One after another, the top-grade spiritual treasures struggled desperately, but it seemed as if it had hit an air cage and could not move at all. It took a long time before everyone realized that another more brutal force had suddenly descended from the swamp. It was this that suppressed the powerful heavenly Saint Lin Chuan. Metropolitan, Wu Nanmeng exclaimed. She was very familiar with this scent. Never make mistakes in judgment. Well, the wind blew her dress up, and a graceful figure descended from the sky. Floating down, black dress, cold eyes, a cold face like an iceberg. Sure enough, the condensation frost has arrived. Hiss! Lin Chuan couldn't help but take a breath. My mind suddenly flashed back to what happened in the woods last night. Is it really her? He had intended to defect from the sect last night, but I heard Lang Ningxuang's voice. But after that, he shouted for a long time, but Lang Ningxuang did not show up. I thought I had heard it wrong. Now condensation frost has appeared. That was enough to prove that the voice last night was hers. It turned out that she had been following him. It has not appeared until now. Could it be that Lang Ningxuang was monitoring him all the way? Gurgled. Lin Chuan felt uneasy. I always feel that Lang Ningxuang sees through him. But if that were the case, how could Lang Ningxuang be willing to endure it until now with her personality? So Lin Chuan was very conflicted. Should I just run away? At the same time, Condensation Frost is also quite speechless. She had indeed been following Lin Chuan and his group. What happened last night made her even more afraid to let her guard down. This kid Lin Chuan is determined to betray the demon sect. The slightest negligence will make him slip away. Even when he arrived at Days, he met Li Tangfeng. He could always find a reason to apostatize. It's really hateful. Wu Nanmeng and his gang were still foolishly grateful to Lin Chuan. She was so angry. In fact, she had to rescue Li Tangfeng as a last resort. This Li Tangfeng is not a good person. She even hated the blood demon sect. If it were normal times, I would just kill him. But the key point is that Lin Chuan actually used the killing of Li Tangfeng as a reason for apostasy. Of course, she couldn't stand it. There was no choice but for her to show up. In short, Li Tangfeng cannot die. Especially, he couldn't die on the pretext of Lin Chuan's apostasy. Crash! The powerful pressure of the heavenly emperor was exerted. Lin Chuan's dozens of top-grade spiritual treasures were suppressed at once. Afterwards, Lang Ningxuang did not make things difficult for Lin Chuan. With a wave of his sleeves, a burst of energy was brought up. All the spiritual treasures were returned. Lin Chuan curled his lips and sighed silently. Then he took all the spiritual treasures back into his body. He knew that his plan to rebel against the sect had failed again. Go away! Lang Ningxuang let out a low roar, and the person he was targeting was none other than a disciple of the blood evil sect. Li Tangfeng was so happy that he just saved his life. How dare I stay any longer? He immediately clasped his fists towards Lang Ningxuang, thanked her, and hurriedly left with his disciples. Although the person is gone, the grudge has been formed. Lin Chuan saw the cold look Li Tangfeng gave him before he left. It is known that the exploration of the mystery of this vast swamp fantasy world will inevitably involve entanglements with the blood demon sect. What a cliché plot. It could have been avoided. It's all the fault of that old witch Lang Ningxuang. You said you had nothing to do but meddle in other people's affairs. Metropolitan, Wu Nanmeng led all the disciples to come. After everyone clasped their fists together, they stood aside respectfully. They also followed Lang Ningxuang's gaze and looked at Lin Chuan. Not just them. The 8,000 disciples from other sects who were in the big lake were also talking about him, although Lin Chuan failed to kill Li Tangfeng just now. But the terrifying strength he displayed was enough to convince everyone. This vast lake is filled with the sect's young disciples. Don't even mention Tianshang. Even the heavenly lords don't have that many. It can be said that Lin Chuan can walk sideways in the swamp. At this moment, disciples from other sects have already started discussing. If you meet Lin Chuan or disciples of the demonic sect in the future, it's better to take a detour. The Holy Sun is kind and righteous, who allowed you to sacrifice your life for justice and betray the sect. Please remember this for me, sect master. Even if you die, you will still be a ghost of the heavenly demon sect. Nanmeng, you all must remember this. If the Holy Sun has such thoughts again in the future, don't take them seriously. Chapter 36, Beauty Ranking. Great Lake. The disciples of the demonic sect listened to Lang Ningxuang's teachings. They were deeply moved. They even felt lucky for Lin Chuan. How could he have such a good sect leader? Ha ha ha. Lin Chuan's smile was so forced that it made his handsome face look a little ugly. He was not sure whether Lang Ningxuang could read minds, but what he said just now has completely blocked his way out. The plan to defect from the sect failed again. Even if you become a ghost, you can only be a ghost of the demon sect. This is fucking soul-binding, right? But these are not the most important things. Currently, Lin Chuan is most worried about. Lang Ningxuang had been watching him the entire time. If he showed any intention of defecting, I'm afraid I would have already become a cold corpse. Given Lang Ningxuang's cruel and cold nature, she would definitely do such a thing. Lin Chuan absolutely did not dare to doubt this. Haha, I'm so unlucky to have a clan leader like this who likes to follow me around. Who knows, maybe one day when I'm trying to escape, she'll suddenly pop up and I'll be dead. Damn old witch, it would be a waste of your talent if you didn't become a killer. Lin Chuan was so angry, but he could only vent silently in his heart. He thought no one knew what was in his heart, but Lang Ningxuang could hear his thoughts. However, this time Lang Ningxuang was unusually calm. Instead, she raised the corners of her mouth, very proud. I can see Lin Chuan being humiliated. She actually felt a sense of success. You bastard, you keep causing trouble for this sect master. This time I'll leave you with a psychological scar. Let's see if you dare to run away again. Lang Ningxuang was glad that she was more careful this time. Otherwise, Lin Chuan would have really run away. However, she had to show up this time, but it seems to have had an unexpected effect. From now on, if Lin Chuan wants to run away again, we'll definitely think of today. And the seeds of fear were planted today. All right, this sect master is just passing by here. To explore the secrets of the Great Lake, you still need to make achievements with your own abilities. After the exploration is over, return to the sect on your own. This sect leader still has things to do, so it's inconvenient for me to stay for long. Lang Ningxuang glanced at the crowd indifferently, but his gaze moved around and stopped on Lin Chuan again. A cunning look stared at Lin Chuan's eyes. The lively eyes seemed to be able to speak, but these words are definitely not love words. But a warning. I'll keep an eye on you. Lang Ningxuang's eyes revealed this message. The worst thing is that Lin Chuan understood it. So he backed off. After all, he didn't know that Lang Ningxuang had really left for something. Or I said it on purpose for him to hear. What if he runs away? Lang Ningxuang suddenly jumped out and stood in front of him. The scene was more than just embarrassing. Maybe it will be a fatal disaster. Snort. You guys take care of yourself. Especially you, Lin Chuan. The moment Lang Ningxuang's low voice fell, the black dress swept away like a black wind. No one reacted. The leader of the demonic sect has disappeared without a trace. A long time. Days finally recovered from the dead silence. It became lively here again, although the condensation frost has left. But the talk about her has not subsided at all. But most people only started talking about it after confirming again and again that she had really left. After all, the tragic deaths of the Xuanjian sect disciples back then were a lesson for us. As long as you don't think your life is too long. They didn't dare point fingers at her in front of Lang Ningxuang. I've heard that the Tianji Pavilion recently released a ranking of beautiful women who cultivate immortality. I know Lang Ningxuang won second place on the list. I didn't think so before, but today I see that the reputation is well-deserved. Hush, keep your voice down. The last guy who made fun of her looks had grass 3 feet high on his grave. Do you want a taste of your own medicine? Haha, I'd better forget it. What a shame he has such a stunningly beautiful face, but is actually a demon. I can't afford to offend him, I can't afford to offend him. Condensate Frost has a bad reputation. Even though they saw her true appearance today, the disciples from other sects did not dare to covet her at all. On the other hand, Wu Nanmeng and the disciples of the demon sect, their hearts are still warm, especially Wu Nanmeng. She deeply regretted her previous plot against Lin Chuan. For her, Lin Chuan was willing to give up his status as a disciple of the demonic sect. She was deeply moved by this kind of friendship. At this moment, her pretty face was slightly red, and her beautiful eyes were shining. It seemed as if there were tears welling up in her eyes. In her entire life, she had never seen a man who was so affectionate and loyal to her. What's more, Lin Chuan is so handsome. If I have to find a boyfriend, isn't Lin Chuan the best choice? Lin, holy son, thank you so much. Wu Nanmeng nodded, and his tone was gentler than ever before. She really wanted to thank Lin Chuan. It's just that my thoughts are a little more complicated. Lin Chuan felt very uncomfortable looking at the shy Wu Nanmeng. Is this the same vicious woman who pulled him out of bed? Of course, Wu Nanmeng thanked him because he drove Li Tangfeng away. although there were some deviations from the plan. But at least it didn't get worse. It's a blessing in disguise. What are you talking about, senior sister? We are from the same sect. When my senior sister is in trouble, how can I, as her junior brother, just ignore her? However, it's better to have less trouble when you're out and about. Saving your life is the most important thing, Lin Chuan said seriously. Originally, he planned to kill Li Tangfeng and then run away, even if there were many eyewitnesses at the scene. But the world of cultivating immortals is so vast that there is always a place for him to settle down. But the situation is very different now. Because of Leng Ningxuang, he had to stay in the demon sect. The monk can run away, but the temple cannot. If something happens, others can just go to the demonic sect and find him out. For the sake of his own life, he decided not to cause trouble. Of course, if Li Tangfeng insisted on causing trouble for him because of what happened before, then find a place with few people and kill him, to prevent future troubles. What's more, the environment in the day's fantasy is complex. Maybe there are ferocious beasts lurking around. Li Tangfeng died in the mouth of the ferocious beast, so there is no evidence to prove his death. If there are witnesses, kill them all. Cut the grass at its roots. This is Lin Chuan's style. That's right, let's do it. Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes and touched his chin. He nodded from time to time and talked to himself. I don't know what he is thinking about. Wu Nanmeng and a group of disciples from the demonic sect looked at him. They all looked confused. They really couldn't figure out what was going on in their holy son's mind all day long. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar sounded from the depths of the swamp. The air waves caused by the roar were like a strong wind. The trees swayed wildly. It also shocked the disciples of various sects and made them perk up. 8,000 pairs of eyes looked over. Excitement was evident on everyone's face. Found it! The Great Marsh Fantasyland is finally released. Chapter 37, Senior Sister is Sick. The illusion of the Great Swamp opens. 8,000 sect disciples were immediately attracted over. They temporarily put Leng Ningxuang and Lin Chuan behind their minds. Prepare to enter the fantasy world and grab resources. Look around. In the deep forest, there was a huge crowd of people, but each disciple was ready to run. This state of being ready to go is like if you run a step slower. All the good things will be snatched away by others. Holy Son, everyone, it's time to leave, Wu Nanmeng said solemnly. There are countless resources within the day's fantasy. 8,000 people alone are definitely not enough to rob. But where there are people, there will be struggle. Interests are the root of distinguishing good from evil and right from wrong. Once you step into the illusion, even the most innocent person will be drawn into the fight. As the saying goes, once you enter the world, you have no choice. Not everything can be done according to your own temperament. Even Lin Chuan was very sober. Therefore, when he followed Wu Nanmeng, his lazy look had long disappeared. What replaced it was an unprecedented caution. However, he was still reluctant in his heart. He really doesn't want to participate in such a troublesome thing. People from the heavenly demon sect are here. Along the way, this was the sentence Wu Nanmeng and the others heard the most. With the precedent of Li Tangfeng, anyone who dares to provoke the demonic sect is either stupid or extremely stupid. Even if Leng Ningxuang is gone, there is also Lin Chuan, who is at the heavenly saint level. That's the heavenly saint. Looking at the younger generation, it cannot be said that there is a shortage of heavenly saints. All I can say is that he is the only one of his kind. Provoke Lin Chuan. That's no different from seeking death. What's more, everyone has only one life. No one wants to die in vain. As a result, most of the sect's disciples consciously gave way, afraid of offending the demon sect. And this feeling of being respected and given way by others is very wonderful. All the disciples of the demonic sect held their heads high, looking extremely impressive. They also knew that they were all thanks to Lin Chuan. But what does it matter? We are all brothers from the same school, so why should we differentiate between them? If this had happened in the past, Wu Nanmeng would definitely have felt very dissatisfied. But after the harassment from Li Tangfeng, Wu Nanmeng's feelings towards Lin Chuan became complicated. A man who dared to betray his sect and stood up for her. Although a bit reckless, but it is still true to his nature. In addition, Lin Chuan is handsome and has a face that is known as a girl killer, and the genius that transcends ancient and modern times. He is definitely a rare talent. If such a man pursues her, will she really refuse? Oh, that's disgusting. The war is imminent. What am I thinking about? Quickly gather your thoughts. There are many dangers in the Great Marsh illusionary realm. Wu Nanmeng patted her cheeks, trying to calm her guilty conscience. But the girl is thinking about love, and her IQ is 0. After a while, rationality was buried by love brain. She would steal a glance at Lin Chuan from time to time, and then turn around and smile foolishly. Is the eldest sister sick? It's been a little strange since just now. This is bad. Without senior sister at this critical moment, our heavenly demon sect will be missing a great helper. The disciples were very worried, but considering Wu Nanmeng's strong personality, it is not easy to ask directly. Just let Lin Chuan take action and think of a solution. Big sister is sick. Lin Chuan raised his eyebrows and glanced at Wu Nanmeng. Suddenly, I felt melancholy. He had originally thought of finding a place to laze around after entering the illusion. Wu Nanmeng's illness came at a really bad time. However, Wu Nanmeng's illness doesn't seem to be a bad thing. In this way, he would have a reason to hide with everyone. What resources are there? You know, those who come here are disciples from big sects. To offend one person is like stirring up a hornet's nest. Even if these 8,000 people were wiped out completely, there is no guarantee that there will be no accidents. Paper can never keep fire out. He didn't want to experience the trouble of beating the younger one to get the older one. So avoid disputes as much as possible. This is the best strategy. In that case, after entering the Great Marsh illusion, find a place to hide. Let's discuss this after senior sister gets better. Lin Chuan said righteously. He was very decisive this time. It gives people a very reliable feeling. Originally, the 8 disciples of the demonic sect were his fans. This made them even more poisoned. Duh. Lin Chuan walked towards Wu Nanmeng. Then he went around and blocked the other party's way. Do what? Wu Nanmeng raised her head slightly and glanced at Lin Chuan. Her beautiful eyes dodged away again in an instant. Then a small blush appeared on her pretty face. It looks like a blush, but because Lin Chuan had a preconceived notion, he thought Wu Nanmeng was really sick. So this blush should be caused by fever. Can immortal cultivators also get fever and colds? Nonsense. Those who practice Taoism are also human beings, not immortals. If you become an immortal, what's the point of cultivating to be an immortal? After so many days of running around, senior sister must be tired. I will lead the team into the Great Marsh illusionary realm this time. Big sister, can you take a break for a while? Lin Chuan spoke decisively and domineeringly. He didn't give Wu Nanmeng any chance to refuse, because he knew this woman very well. I have always been competitive and never admit defeat. We have to compare ourselves in everything. This time, entering the Great Lake illusion is the sect's mission. She naturally won't relax easily. Moreover, Lin Chuan was already prepared for a second attempt at persuasion. If Wu Nanmeng doesn't agree, he asked 8 disciples to persuade him together. At worst, we can vote by raising our hands. Anyway, we must seize power. Holy son, you care about me. Senior sister, how can I feel good about this? Wu Nanmeng lowered his head and rubbed his thumb. The blush spread to the base of the neck. Oh no, the condition is getting worse. The disciples were extremely anxious. However, Lin Chuan frowned. Is Wu Nanmeng really sick? Why does it feel so different? None of this matters. The key is to seize power. Big sister, you and I are from the same sect. Senior sister worked so hard along the way that she never had a good rest. Senior sister must be exhausted, since the sect master sent me here. And among all of you, I, Lin Chuan, have the highest cultivation level. The responsibility of protecting fellow disciples will naturally fall to Lin Chuan. Sister, you can rest assured and don't need to worry. Lin Chuan said seriously again. Wu Nanmeng had never been very happy when his cultivation level was mentioned before. He also knew that Wu Nanmeng had always wanted to surpass him. This woman is so strong. However, the facts are there. Even if Wu Nanmeng was dissatisfied, she had no choice but to give in. But she will definitely be angry, right? Son, this is so caring about senior sister. Master, senior sister is so happy. Then follow what junior brother says. Chapter 38, The Illusion Opens, Why Are You Chasing Me? Lin Chuan always felt that something was wrong. Wu Nanmeng's words and actions are really weird. Could it be that the fever has damaged my brain? It seems that her condition is more serious than the disciples thought. Realizing this, Lin Chuan couldn't help but feel anxious. He is just lazy and cherishes his life, not a bad person. Both are disciples of the demonic sect. Ever since he joined the sect, Wu Nanmeng has been like half a master to him. Although a bit harsh and mean, she would often run to his mansion to lift his quilt. But this does not affect his relationship with Wu Nanmeng. The eldest sister is so seriously ill. How could he just sit there and do nothing? Follow me quickly into the illusion and find a secluded place to rest. Lin Chuan gave the order decisively. He then led all his disciples straight to the great lake illusionary realm. The so-called fantasy world is nothing more than a place different from the secular world. There are birds singing, flowers blooming, and green grass here. There are magical medicines everywhere and ferocious beasts in piles. Although there are many dangers, opportunities also come with them. Not to mention the elixirs everywhere. Even the ferocious beasts can be killed. The animal cores dug out. The animal skins and meat peeled off are all of great value. In order to support a large number of disciples, each sect and school relies on more than just skills and magical treasures. There is also a large amount of money and cultivation resources. The larger the sect, the more resources it consumes daily. Without economic and resource replenishment, the sect would have collapsed long ago. Certainly, treasure places like the Great Marsh Fantasy Land are hard to come by, but the treasures found can only be regarded as a pleasant surprise. Contribute to the prosperity of the sect. However, if the number of treasures and elixirs brought back is large, the quality is also high, that's different. Maybe it is possible to directly raise the level of a sect to a higher level. But many sects went to the day's fantasy realm this time. Don't underestimate the fact that there are only 8,000 people, but they are all the best among the younger generation in each sect. There are a lot of Tianzong and Tianzans in the Tianzong, even if one side collides and rubs against each other. It's not easy to determine the winner. A powerful heavenly saint like Lin Chuan is simply coming to the fish pond to fry fish. It's quite unfair. Therefore, basically no one will take the initiative to approach the demon sect. Even disciples from other sects would keep a certain distance from them. Holy Son, we have entered a fantasy world. Please give us your orders, Holy Son. Which direction should we go? The disciples were very curious, but looking around, the surroundings were basically occupied by disciples from other sects. If you want to seize territory, you will probably have to go through a fierce battle. It's not that they are slow. It is really too far away from the entrance to the illusion. Some lucky disciples of the sect entered the illusion first. Naturally, they occupied an advantageous terrain. No need to conflict with others. Just find an uninhabited area and occupy it. Besides, the treasure at the entrance may not be good. Perhaps the resources in the depths are richer. After a little thought, Lin Chuan had an idea. Logically speaking, the spiritual energy is denser in the depths of the treasure land. The resources are definitely better. But in contrast, the ferocious beasts will become more powerful. It was visible to the naked eye that the ferocious beasts that were fighting with the disciples of other sects were all quite powerful. At least it is at the Tianzong level. According to conservative estimates, there may be ferocious beasts at the level of heavenly venerable or even heavenly saint in the depths of the illusion. If that is the case, if you rush into the depths, your life may be in danger. However, what Lin Chuan was considering was, if you get involved with disciples from other sects on the periphery, conflicts will definitely arise. Fighting with others is a matter of grudges. But when fighting with a ferocious beast, if you can't defeat it, just run away. Only in this way can we avoid the entanglement of cause and effect. Swish, swish, swish. After the 10 figures entered the illusion, they broke away from the crowd and headed straight into the depths of the illusion. These figures are extremely eye-catching. It is no exaggeration to say that he is the most eye-catching person in days. Of course, their actions could not escape the eyes of everyone, especially Lin Chuan. He is a powerful heavenly saint. The strong are always mysterious and confident. He went straight into the depths of the illusion without hesitation. It immediately gave many disciples a strong sense of purpose. The demonic sect knows the secret of the Great Marsh illusion. They must be looking for the secret treasure of the fantasy world. Hurry, follow me. If it's too late, you won't even be able to drink the soup. Followed by a lot of affirmative speculation. Thousands of people flocked over and chased after the disciples of the demonic sect. Even those who originally only wanted to guard their own piece of land have given up their territory at this moment, chasing Lin Chuan madly. What's going on? The violent commotion behind you is hard to miss. Lin Chuan looked back and was stunned. He really doesn't want to be involved in cause and effect. But why do these disciples from other sects keep chasing after him? Could it be that he was too prominent and aroused public anger? Lin Chuan felt like a big danger. Word was hanging on his forehead. Now he has two choices. One is to kill all 8,000 disciples of the sect. The second is to get away from them as much as possible and hide in a place where there is no one. That's 8,000 people. Even if there are 8,000 pigs, it will take 3 days to catch them. He is not willing to do such tiring work unless he is paid 10,000 yuan. Then you can only choose the latter. Everyone stand back. Lin Chuan shouted coldly and suddenly stopped. Then he summoned the Lin Huo sword in front of everyone. This sword is a top-grade spiritual treasure, possesses super strong fire attributes. Even a gentle wave can release a large amount of flames. If combined with the internal strength of a heavenly saint, the effect will be even more significant. Hunyuan Heavenly Demon, one sword splits the world. The god-level magic power reappears. The tremendous internal force swept across the 10-mile land like a strong wind. Dazzling flames shot up into the sky. Even the disciples of other sects who were hundreds of miles away were so frightened by the terrifying pillar of fire that they dared not move forward. Hoo-hoo! The fire seemed to burn the sky. The power of a heavenly saint is enough to shake the heavens and the earth. Therefore, such great power was within everyone's expectations. But why did Lin Chuan suddenly make such a big fuss? Did he have murderous intentions towards everyone? The heavenly saint is truly terrifying. However, the power of one sword is not enough to hurt Bailey. If the situation changes, the best strategy is to retreat quickly. Many disciples from other sects have already prepared to flee. However, there are not many opportunities to witness a powerful heavenly saint take action. Driven by curiosity, almost no one is willing to leave. Right now, among the crowd, some people have the most complicated emotions. They are the disciples of the blood demon sect. Li Tangfeng stared at Lin Chuan and the pillar of fire rising into the sky, his face gloomy and terrifying. The power of this sword is truly terrifying. If Lin Chuan had been willing to use this kind of strength to fight him half an hour ago, then he is definitely dead. But what about Lin Chuan? He has never even shown 10% of his strength. This bastard not only looked down on me, but also insulted me. I can't bear this rage if I don't take revenge. Li Tangfeng gritted his teeth and said, Chapter 39, The Way of Conscience is the Way of Kings. Boom! One sword cuts through heaven and earth. The Lin Huo sword split the earth into 2 halves. The sky-burning fire also separated Lin Chuan and others from disciples of other sects. The 2 sides looked at each other from afar, but it's hard to get close. The ravine in front of us, filled with flames, stretched for 300 miles. Even if you go around it at full speed, it will take a lot of time. There is no hope of catching up with Lin Chuan. The disciples from other sects could only sigh and lament as they watched the group of people leaving. Put out the fire as quickly as possible. The lower layer of the Great Marsh illusion is filled with abundant spiritual energy, and treasures are sure to emerge. The demonic sect actually wants to take it all for themselves. How can we fulfill their wish? Waves of sound rang out in the illusion. This clearly reveals the true thoughts of these 8,000 disciples from other sects. Unfortunately, Lin Chuan didn't know that he just wanted to find a safe place. But it just happened to coincide with the ideas of disciples from other sects. In fact, he doesn't care about any treasures at all. Even if he does nothing, the system also rewards him with various rare treasures. What are the Kirin Fire Sword and the Falling Star Hammer? Each one of them is a top-grade spiritual treasure. In the eyes of others, they are rare treasures that are hard to come by, since you can get so many treasures just by lying down. Why should he risk his life competing with a large group of people? It's just that the tree wants to be still, but the wind doesn't stop. Son, how long will we run? I see no one is chasing us anymore. Do you want to stop and rest for a while? The disciples of the demonic sect were very confused. Before, Lin Chuan's sword had the power to split the sky. It actually brought a lot of honor to the demonic sect. It also scared away 8,000 disciples from other sects. But afterwards, Lin Chuan still took them on a wild run. Could it be that Lin Chuan knows the secret hidden in the illusion? Until an hour passed, but they are still on the road of running. I saw all the exotic flowers and plants around me, but I didn't even have the chance to pick them. The hearts of the disciples of the demonic sect are bleeding. Never let your guard down. The dangers of the world are hidden in the dark. There are countless examples of boats capsizing in the gutter. Better safe than sorry. You only have one life, don't treat it as a joke. Lin Chuan frowned and spoke earnestly. It's not that he's timid. Life is full of crises. If he had not acted decisively before, he would have been surrounded and killed by 8,000 disciples from other sects. Even though he was a powerful heavenly saint, he could not say that he was absolutely safe when facing 8,000 powerful heavenly lords and heavenly sects. What's more, he brought a bunch of burdens with him. We have to be more careful. Lin, Holy Son, is right. It's always better to be careful. Don't slack off, catch up as soon as possible. Wu Nanmeng thought it made sense, and immediately stood on the same side with Lin Chuan. One of them is the eldest sister, and the other is the Holy Son. Who dares not listen to what is said? Even if there were mountains of gold and silver in front of them, the disciples of the demonic sect would not dare to stop without their permission. I could only look at the rare and precious plants and shed tears silently. After another hour passed, Lin Chuan, who was running in the lead, finally slowed down. Seeing this, the disciples of the demonic sect were overjoyed. Now I can finally pick the exotic flowers and plants on the ground. This place has towering mountains and steep ridges, stretching for hundreds of miles. It should be a good hiding place. Everyone go inside and hide. No one is allowed to come out without my order. Lin Chuan gave a death order with a serious face. Wu Nanmeng and the disciples of the demonic sect were dumbfounded on the spot. Hide? What to do with those exotic flowers and plants? I really don't want any of them. So what are they doing in the fantasy world? Shopping. But before they could ask, Lin Chuan walked into the mountains with big strides, even a little anxiously. The team leaders have left. How dare the rest of you not follow? Wu Nanmeng and his companions walked through patches of spiritual grass and could only pick a few plants. He hurriedly followed Lin Chuan into the mountains. Ding, exploring the fantasy world, the host is slacking off. Reward, 9-tailed Chilong Inner Pill, level 9 ferocious beast. The system reward notification sounded at an extremely inopportune time. This made Lin Chuan very unhappy. What is paddling? He was obviously trying to save his life. There are many ferocious beasts in the illusion. There were another 8,000 disciples from other sects chasing after him. He hid in the mountains to save his life. When it came to the system, it was actually judged that he was just slacking off. How outrageous! Why is the Holy Son so unhappy? Are you worried about something? Wu Nanmeng couldn't help but feel concerned when she saw that Lin Chuan was unhappy. Ever since entering the illusion, Wu Nanmeng's attitude towards Lin Chuan has undergone a 180-degree change. In the eyes of other disciples, this is nothing. After all, Wu Nanmeng has always been quite gentle towards others. Therefore, she is extremely popular among the disciples. But she just targeted Lin Chuan. Otherwise, why would Lin Chuan call her a vicious woman? However, the vicious old woman suddenly became gentle. Lin Chuan's first reaction was that Wu Nanmeng had a fever and damaged her brain. However, out of friendship among fellow disciples, he naturally would not express it directly. What's more, they are currently in a dangerous situation with wolves in front and tigers behind. Internal unity is particularly important. However, he was the only one who thought so in the entire day's fantasy world. I won't hide it from you, senior sister. I'm worried about our situation. Although fighting for resources is a normal phenomenon in the world of immortal cultivation, but it will also be accompanied by bloodshed. People only have one life. If you die, you lose everything. Since the sect master has entrusted your lives to me, I must be responsible for your lives. In this battle, the main premise should be to save your life. It doesn't matter whether there are resources or not. Remember, we have only one goal on this trip. Go. Lin Chuan righteously instilled the idea of Gu Dao into Wu Nanmeng and his gang. When his words fell, the entire mountain range was dead silent. The 9 people in front of him were all staring at him in amazement. It was as if he had uttered some earth-shattering philosophical words. Seeing this, Lin Chuan smiled with relief. He finally convinced these practitioners, who only knew how to fight and kill. As long as Wu Nanmeng listens to him, you can definitely leave the illusion safely. Even if you come back empty-handed, it's no big deal. No matter how cruel Leng Ningxuang is, he won't punish them just because he can't grab the resources. The Holy Son is being too cautious. Indeed, there are countless ferocious beasts in the illusion. There are also practitioners who engage in intrigue and scheming. But if you are so timid and afraid of things, how can you become powerful in this world of immortal cultivation? You know, cultivating immortality is essentially about defying fate and changing your destiny. Living a miserable life is not worthy of cultivating immortality at all. The disciples were not convinced. They expressed their dissatisfaction. Wu Nanmeng also frowned and lowered his head in thought. It seems like he is weighing the path of cultivation. But it was also enough to show that she was quite dissatisfied with Lin Chuan's words. He. You are wrong, you are totally wrong. There are 50 great ways 49 of them are derived from the heavens, and one is missing. 49 is the great way, one of which is a ray of hope. A glimmer of hope is elusive, but if you seize it, you will leap over the dragon gate and stand proudly above the rest of the world. If you fail, you will die and lose everything. But all living beings yearn to reach the top in one step. Even if the opportunity is slim, they will flock to it. This is the gambler's mentality. But you can't see the 49 avenues. That is the true path that immortal cultivators pursue. Chapter 40, Cause and Effect Die and Leave the Mountain. There are 49 paths to immortality, and each one is relatively safe. You didn't choose, but chose the most difficult one. Do you think your life is too long? Or do you think jumping back and forth on the edge of death is exciting and fun? You can give your brain away if you don't want it, but it's really immoral to come out and scare people without a brain. Lin Chuan suddenly changed the subject and scolded the disciples of the demon sect. Hearing this long speech, Wu Nanmeng and the disciples of the demonic sect were shocked. There was a look of shock in their eyes. They had never heard of what Lin Chuan said. Even in the lecture hall of the demonic sect, such an argument has never been heard. The 9 elders are all heavenly saints, and whenever they preach, they emphasize that the path to becoming an immortal is filled with many difficulties and obstacles. If you are not careful, you will die. Therefore, seeking the way of heaven is the way to defy heaven and change one's destiny. It's like crossing a single-plank bridge, seeking a glimmer of hope amidst countless difficulties and dangers. However, but in Lin Chuan's mouth, the path of cultivating immortals was bright. There are actually 49 avenues. Each has a bright future. You can achieve the supreme path without risking your life. How come they have never heard of such a good thing? Could it be that the 9 elders were wrong? Or is it that so many powerful heavenly saints have narrowed their paths? Wu Nanmeng is a very principled person. She won't change her mind easily about things she has made up her mind about. It was precisely because of her perseverance that she was able to achieve the status of a heavenly master despite her ordinary appearance. But today, after listening to Lin Chuan's words, she was shaken. It was only because of Lin Chuan's extraordinary talent and his cultivation that was no less than that of the 9 elders. If you lie down, you can become a saint. Then who would be willing to meditate and practice all day long? It would be better if all the immortal cultivators just lay down on their beds and took a nap. I cannot agree with what the Holy Son said. Indeed, the Holy Son is extremely talented. Even if he is lazy, he can still become a heavenly saint. But how can you be so sure, Holy Son, that others can also carve out a niche for themselves by emulating the path you seek? Everyone present here is the backbone of the heavenly demon sect, and they all have a certain foundation in cultivation. On what basis did the Holy Son beat everyone to death with a stick and conclude that the path we are seeking is wrong? Wu Nanmeng frowned, completely changing his previous kind attitude. He questioned Lin Chuan on the spot. Comfortable. This is the vicious woman I know, senior sister. Lin Chuan was not afraid at all, but felt relieved instead. Fortunately, Wu Nanmeng didn't care. She is devoted to spiritual practice and now talks about the topic that concerns her most. Even when facing Leng Ningxuang, she wanted to get to the bottom of it. At this time, the 8 disciples of the demonic sect also pricked up their ears, eagerly waiting. Those who practice Taoism pursue more than just fighting and killing. We should also focus on cultivating our minds. If you don't even understand what you are seeking, you won't have much future. Big sister, do you want to know the reason? That's easy. Outside the mountains, the 8,000 Daobi sect disciples are the answer you seek. They are all the cause and effect of you and me. Behind these 8,000 disciples are hundreds of thousands, or even millions, of powerful immortal cultivators from various sects and schools. Instead of one cause and effect, countless causes and effects will be connected. The sects, families, and friends behind them are all karma. Kill one person, and more will seek revenge on you. If you kill a heavenly lord, there will be heavenly saints, heavenly emperors, and even titled heavenly emperors seeking revenge on you. Even if you are chosen by God, what can you do? How much time do you have to grow? How much energy do we have to face these enemies who are constantly chasing us? What if one day you fell asleep, got injured, and fell into a coma? And if your enemy happens to arrive, you will end up dying in your sleep. Without your life, the path you seek becomes meaningless. Lin Chuan spoke calmly and leisurely. As a time traveler, if he doesn't even understand this truth, then he has lived 2 lives in vain. So, after he traveled to the world of cultivating immortals, he has always been very careful about his life. Only by keeping his life can he be qualified to get everything he wants. It's the same old saying, when you die, there's really nothing left. Cause and effect. Wu Nanmeng's eyes were empty and lifeless. Lin Chuan's argument was something she had never heard of before. Although she couldn't accept it all at once, she was still deeply shocked. The worst thing was that she couldn't refute it. After all, Lin Chuan is already a heavenly saint. This is enough to prove that the path he is seeking is right. But it is hard to say whether it is suitable for all those who practice Taoism. According to what the saint's son said, during this trip to the great marsh illusionary realm, should we hide in a cave? If that's the case, then why enter the illusion? Wouldn't it be safer not to come in at all? The disciple of the demonic sect asked in confusion. Since Lin Chuan is afraid of this, he is afraid of that as well. You shouldn't have entered the illusion in the first place. But he never hesitated at all. This is obviously inconsistent with his current argument. Well, you think I want to? The trip to the illusion was ordered by the sect master himself. The sect master showed up before, but who knows if she left or not? What if he's still nearby? We just ran away like that. Will the sect master let us off so easily? Necessary acting is still indispensable. Do you understand? Lin Chuan rolled his eyes at them unhappily. These cultivators have all lost their brains. He doesn't even know the most basic pretense. It's tiring to team up with a bunch of stupid teammates. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the demonic sect nodded one after another, all with expressions of sudden enlightenment on their faces. Maybe they understood Lin Chuan's intention, but it is not easy to make them completely agree with Lin Chuan's way of life. After all, if you go to a treasure land but come back empty-handed, it is equivalent to a huge loss, even if there is danger around. But after all, the danger has not really been in front of them yet, right? It's human nature to take some risks. Son, there are exotic flowers and plants everywhere outside this mountain. We can pick some carefully. Also, this cave is extremely spacious, and it seems to contain a lot of secrets. The Holy Sun doesn't want to be involved in causality with humans, but when dealing with ferocious beasts, causality doesn't exist. The disciples of the demonic sect tried to persuade him. They also want to get some benefits before leaving. If they really return empty-handed, they will feel very uncomfortable without anyone pressuring them. Stay still and don't go anywhere, Lin Chuan scolded in a low voice. With a command from him, he pushed back the eager disciples of the demon sect. Time is the least valuable thing for cultivators. Even a lazy cultivator like Lin Chuan would occasionally enter a state of meditation. But it was just a brief moment of negligence. His carefully laid plan encountered an unexpected problem. The 8 disciples of the demonic sect finally went deeper into the cave. Roar! The roar that shook the mountains suddenly woke Lin Chuan and Wu Nanmeng up. Looking at the empty space in front of me, Lin Chuan rolled his eyes. Oh no, they are in trouble, let's go help them. Wu Nanmeng looked impatient and urged Lin Chuan. Help me! This is the breath of a 9th-level ferocious beast, as powerful as the Emperor of Heaven. I'm afraid they're already cold. To be on the safe side, let's run. Chapter 41, Level 9 Ferocious Beast, Emperor Wolfcup. The fantasy world of days. The earth shook and the sky trembled, and the birds and beasts were in a state of panic. The 1,000-mile illusion was in chaos. Even the ferocious beasts that were fighting with the cultivators suddenly became panicked. They looked towards the mountains in horror and trembled constantly. Then he fled for his life in the opposite direction. 8,000 disciples from other sects were at a loss. I just felt that the ground beneath my feet was shaking violently. It was as if a giant beast was about to break out of the ground. When something is out of the ordinary, there must be something fishy going on. There must be something unusual in the mountains. Li Tangfeng had a sharp eye and guessed some clues from the reactions of the various ferocious beasts. However, the disciples from other sects present were not fools either. Such an obvious clue cannot be hidden from them. However, this sudden change had a huge impact. Almost all the ferocious beasts were facing a formidable enemy. It can be seen that the monster that is about to break out of the ground must be extraordinary. If you act rashly, you may face life or death. If you lose your life, what good will the treasure be no matter how precious it is? If I remember correctly, the direction Lin Chuan and the people from the demonic sect fled was exactly where the mountains were. This treasure can cause such a sensation. It must be extraordinary. If the Sky Demon sect gets it, wouldn't it make the Sky Demon sect even more powerful? Li Tangfeng snorted coldly and analyzed the situation to himself. His voice was not loud, but it can be effectively heard by everyone. He wanted revenge on Lin Chuan and Wu Nanmeng. How could he easily forgive these two people who dared to embarrass him? Senior brother Li is right. If there are treasures in the mountains, with the strength of the holy son of the heavenly demon sect, he will definitely not return empty-handed. But it's not easy to bring out a monster. When strong men meet, the outcome of a fight won't be decided in a short time. As the saying goes, when the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. We are not completely without a chance. A young man with a pale face and holding a folding fan gave Li Tangfeng a look with a smile. The young man seems to be elegant and kind, but there was no one around him. The people closest to him felt as if they had encountered a plague god when they even looked at him. I'm afraid I can't avoid it. This person is a disciple of the 100 Ghost sect and a ghost scholar. The 100 Ghost sect is proficient in the art of Kaimendungia and supernatural means. Low-end things like raising little ghosts are easy for the 100 Ghost sect. It is rumored that the 100 Ghost sect also has the ability to curse. Cast a curse on others without anyone noticing. Anyone they target is like being surrounded by the black and white impermanence. You have no say in when you die, but it is the 100 Ghost sect that has the final say. When Li Tangfeng encountered the ghost scholar's ambiguous eyes, he was in a bad state. He himself didn't even realize that the smile on his lips was so stiff and ugly. Even the blood demon sect disciples behind him couldn't help but regret their actions, afraid of being targeted by the evil scholar. As the saying goes, a gentleman helps others achieve their goals. Senior brother Li has deep feelings for Wu Nanmeng of the demonic sect. Ghost is deeply moved. If I can fulfill senior brother Li's wish, it will be considered a favor from the 100 Ghost sect to the blood demon sect. I wonder what senior brother Li thinks. The ghost scholar habitually waved his folding fan, and he always looked confident. Although in the world of cultivating immortals, all sects and schools hate the 100 Ghost sect, but he did not dare to provoke the 100 Ghosts gate easily. After all, those mysterious and unpredictable methods are really terrifying. Therefore, the confidence of the ghost scholar comes from the strength of the 100 Ghost sect. However, his methods are unpredictable. His cultivation level is just that of a heavenly venerable. There is more than just Wu Nanmeng, the heavenly master in the demonic sect, and there is the powerful heavenly Saint Lin Chuan blocking the way. Does the ghost scholar also have the confidence to challenge the heavenly saint as the heavenly venerable? Certainly. If he can succeed, that would be best, even if I can't get it. For Li Tangfeng, it didn't seem like much of a loss. It can bring bad luck to Lin Chuan. He can also make friends with the 100 Ghosts gate. No matter how you look at it, it's a sure win business. Li Tangfeng didn't even think about it, and immediately said with a smile, "Ghost Master, you have such a kind intention. Li, on behalf of the Blood Demon sect, would like to thank you. A great treasure is about to appear in the world, and anyone can take it. The only thing we can't let is the demonic sect obtain it. Li is willing to accompany Master Ghost to suppress the arrogance of the heavenly demon sect and Lin Chuan. If Lin Chuan were present at this moment, he would definitely cry out that he was wronged. He has never been arrogant. How come when Li Tangfeng talked about him, he became the one who got the most attention? He obviously always wanted to keep a low profile. However, the more he wanted to keep a low profile, the less likely he was to succeed. Especially this time, the entire illusory world of the Great Lake was in a state of chaos, like the sky collapsing and the earth collapsing, attracting all eyes. And he is in danger of his life at any time. He wants to run. There was still time to escape, but Wu Nanmeng caught him forcibly. This resulted in Lin Chuan's plan failing in the womb again. Senior sister, elder sister, aunt. If you want to die, don't drag me along with you. Please feel it carefully. The one that emerged from the ground is a 9th-level beast, definitely on par with a powerful heavenly emperor. I'm just a small disciple of the demonic sect, not a god of war. Can't you just let me go? Lin Chuan complained with a look of despair on his face. Ding, disaster is imminent. The host is slacking off. Reward, movement skill +1. At the critical moment, the system mocked Lin Chuan. Is this not a way to live like this? Lin Chuan's forehead was filled with black lines. Although my physical skills have improved, it's like nothing has been achieved if I don't have a place to display them. Wu Nanmeng was blocking his way, and he had no way to escape. Is it possible that I can only fight the ferocious beast to the death? Danger warning. Level 9 beast, the Emperor Wolf Cub is about to emerge. The chance of winning by force is 1%. Host, please leave the danger zone immediately. The system actually issued a warning. This was the first time that Lin Chuan traveled to the world of immortal cultivation. This shows how powerful this ninth-level beast is. But why cubs? Could it be that this Emperor Wolf is still a baby? But then again, even if it is a cub, it has the strength of level 9. If I become an adult, won't I ascend to heaven? Help! Big sister, holy son, hurry up and save us. The 8th son of the demonic sect, who had been missing for a long time, came running back. They were covered in dust and howled like ghosts. It cannot be said to be embarrassing. It can only be said to be extremely embarrassing. And the worst thing is, in the sandstorm sweeping behind them, a young wolf was chasing them madly. Even in the pitch-black cave, one could clearly see those cold, bloodthirsty green eyes. Hiss! Lin Chuan took a breath of cold air. He was all too familiar with this strong, murderous intent. It's exactly the same as condensation cream. It turns out that the old witch is of the wolf sign. At the critical moment, Lin Chuan did not forget to complain silently. But after complaining, he still had to fight to the death. I didn't expect you guys to come back alive. In this case, I, Lin Chuan, can only fight to the death. If I die, please ask senior sister and everyone else to report back to the sect master. I, Lin Chuan, died to save my fellow disciples. Although I was unwilling to do so, it was a worthy death. Chapter 42. Driving the wolf to devour the fat sheep. It's rare to see Lin Chuan so motivated, but he said some discouraging words. But Wu Nanmeng and his gang were not surprised at all. That 9th-level ferocious beast, the Emperor Wolf Cub, is as powerful as a heavenly emperor. Even though Lin Chuan is a heavenly saint, he cannot be a match for the Emperor Wolf. This battle is destined to be a life-or-death battle. Swish, swish, swish. Wu Nanmeng led the disciples of the demonic sect and stood with their swords drawn. They all knew that life and death depended on a single moment, even though the 8 disciples of the demonic sect were regretting their decision to the core. But now is not the time to find out who is right or wrong. Lin Chuan. Wu Nanmeng stared at Lin Chuan's back, muttering his name. She didn't need Lin Chuan to do anything. There is no need to even know how Lin Chuan plans to deal with the Emperor Wolf Cubs. She just repeated Lin Chuan's name a few times to ease her guilt towards him. Originally, Lin Chuan could leave. There is no need to risk your life. But because of her, Lin Chuan faced such danger. If Lin Chuan died, she really didn't know how to explain to the sect and Leng Ningxuang. Ugh. The roar of the king wolf was particularly harsh in the cave. The dust and gravel not far away merged into a sandstorm. It rushed towards the crowd with the strong, murderous aura of a level 9 ferocious beast. At this time, Lin Chuan had his back to Wu Nanmeng and the disciples of the demon sect, but he did not move. We agreed to fight to the death. He was totally unprepared. This inevitably made the disciples of the demonic sect worried and confused. But at this critical juncture, they had no chance to ask Lin Chuan what his plans were. I can only set up a magic circle to guard Wu Nanmeng and resist as much as possible. Come closer. A little closer. Lin Chuan completely forgot about his fellow disciples behind him and muttered to himself. He had a plan to deal with the king wolf cubs, but seeing the situation before him, he even suspected the moment when the Emperor Wolf approached. He was swept away by the sandstorm. It's ridiculous that he, a powerful heavenly saint, is not even as good as a ferocious beast cub. It seems that lying down is not enough for him, and the system rewards are not enough. If he could go back alive this time, he would be doubly lazy. Make yourself break through to the heavenly emperor as soon as possible. Of course, he couldn't tell this to anyone else. If others knew, he would become stronger by being lazy. You will definitely be treated as a lunatic. Holy Son, why don't you take action? A disciple of the demonic sect shouted anxiously. The king wolf cubs were within reach. However, Lin Chuan didn't even make a move to use his treasure. We agreed to fight to the death, but he chose to wait for death. SHH. Without waiting for others to ask questions, Lin Chuan immediately responded with a gesture of silence. Be quiet, don't scare it. Also, put away all your weapons, Lin Chuan said with a serious face. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. I couldn't help but wonder if Lin Chuan had lost his mind. In such a dangerous situation, he actually asked them to put down their weapons. How is that different from surrendering? Bang, bang, bang. The noise in the cave became more and more chaotic. The king wolf is about to arrive. Lin Chuan remained motionless. Everyone began to feel at a loss. They really have to listen to Lin Chuan. Put the weapons away. Listen to him and put it away. I believe in Lin Chuan. Wu Nanmeng looked determined and was the first to put away his weapon. Seeing this, the disciples of the demonic sect had no choice but to do as they were told. Here it comes. A scream landed on the ground. The king wolf cubs finally arrived. A sandstorm rolled in, but a wolf head rushed out first. Those emerald green eyes emitted a terrifying cold light. The momentum of the ninth-level ferocious beast is like a storm. Lin Chuan's robe was rustling. Immediately afterwards, a bloody mouth rushed straight towards Lin Chuan's head. The head alone is as big as an adult. You tell me this is a cub. Holy Son, the disciples of the demonic sect shouted instinctively. For them, they can only rely on Lin Chuan. If Lin Chuan died, they would have no chance of survival. At this critical moment, Lin Chuan seemed to hear their shouts. Finally, there was action. He slowly raised his arm. He stretched out his hand towards the Emperor Wolf Cub. This movement cannot be said to be slow. It can only be said to be extremely slow. It was as if Lin Chuan was summoning his own pet. However, before anyone could react, the King Wolf Cub pounced forward. Wu Nanmeng and the disciples of the demonic sect only had time to open their mouths. But he didn't even have time to scream. The Emperor Wolf Cub suddenly lay down at Lin Chuan's feet. Holding his head, he made a click-click sound. Lin Chuan is safe and sound. The Emperor Wolf Cub, however, began to eat with great relish. Everyone was dumbfounded. What's going on? The confused crowd suppressed their fear and slowly moved forward. They were finally able to see what was happening. At this time, the Emperor Wolf Cub was holding a round inner pill and chewing it with relish. Only half of the inner elixir was left, and the violent internal force in the inner elixir was being madly absorbed by the Emperor Wolf Cub. The inner force contained in this inner elixir is so great that even the powerful heavenly saints would be ashamed of themselves. I'm afraid only the powerful Emperor of Heaven is worthy of owning it. However, the inner elixir is unique to ferocious beasts. Therefore, it is not difficult to conclude that this inner elixir belongs to a ninth-level ferocious beast. The inner elixir of the nine-tailed Qilong. Wu Nanmeng's beautiful eyes opened wide, and the shock on her face was exactly the same as that of the other 8 disciples of the demonic sect. Use the nine-tailed Qilong's inner elixir to feed the Emperor Wolf Cubs. This is too luxurious. Let's not talk about how Lin Chuan got the inner elixir of the 9th-level ferocious beast. He used the inner elixir of a 9th-level ferocious beast to appease the Emperor Wolf and saved the lives of 10 of them. It's a good thing Lin Chuan thought of this. Cull. Lin Chuan let out a breath of foul air. I managed to save my life, but he also lost a priceless inner elixir. This deal is totally unprofitable. Originally, he could have avoided making this loss-making deal. It's all the fault of those 8 disciples. Snort. Lin Chuan looked at the 8 people and glared at them fiercely. The 8 disciples knew they were at a disadvantage, so they all lowered their heads and smiled bitterly. Lin, Holy Son, now is not the time to blame them. Although the Emperor Wolf has been appeased temporarily, it doesn't necessarily mean it's safe. Just in case, it's better to leave the cave as soon as possible. Wu Nanmeng stepped forward at the right time. One is to help the disciples smooth things over. The other was really worried that the Emperor Wolf would kill them after eating the inner elixir. Senior sister is absolutely right. However, in my opinion, it is better to go deeper into the cave than to exit it. Don't you think that one should not return empty-handed after entering a mountain of treasures? Since there are King Wolf Cubs guarding the cave, it must be a treasure trove. Why not grab some and leave? Lin Chuan, contrary to his usual behavior, took the initiative to persuade everyone to go treasure hunting. This shocked Wu Nanmeng and the disciples of the demon sect. Is this still the overly cautious son of God they know? In fact, it's not that Lin Chuan has become bolder. Instead, he combined what had just happened with what was happening outside the cave. The birth of the Emperor Wolf caused a huge sensation. The mountains were shaking so violently. It is impossible that other areas of the illusion will not be affected. Perhaps at this moment, a large number of disciples from other sects are rushing towards the mountains. People die for money, birds die for food. Big risks often come with big rewards. In the world of cultivating immortals, the thing that is most lacking is desperate criminals. Brother Wolf, we can be considered as acquaintances after fighting. Lin has brought you a group of fat sheep. Brother Wolf, please enjoy yourself and don't be polite to me. Lin Chuan looked at the Emperor Wolf Cub and talked to himself. At the same time, the corner of his mouth raised in a malicious arc. Wu Nanmeng and the disciples of the demonic sect were horrified when they saw this. What a good trick to drive the wolf to eat the fat sheep. Chapter 43, Big Bait. the fantasy world of days. Beyond the mountains that stretch for hundreds of miles, thousands of disciples from various sects and schools gathered together. Before, the huge noise caused the ferocious beast to panic. Naturally, it also attracted the attention of these immortal cultivators. The vibrations from underground led them to the mountains. As the saying goes, when something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. And danger is often accompanied by great opportunities. In fact, there are many desperate people among the cultivators. There are many people who are willing to risk their lives to find treasures. In addition, Lin Chuan and the disciples of the demonic sect had previously intended to flee towards the mountains. Many people believed that the demonic sect had learned the secret of a certain treasure in advance. That's why I want to get rid of everyone else and enjoy the treasure alone. These kinds of causal inferences can be made. It is no surprise that thousands of people gathered at the foot of the mountains. Strangeness. Just now the ground was shaking, but now it's suddenly quiet. Is it over already? Li Tangfeng frowned, feeling uneasy. This treasure hunt is just one of them. The key is to seek revenge on Lin Chuan and Wu Nanmeng. He knew very well that even if Lin Chuan did nothing, with his Tiansheng cultivation, he is already the most handsome guy in the day's fantasy. As the saying goes, a tall tree attracts the wind. The younger generation of disciples from all sects and schools want to gain the greatest benefits in the illusion. The best option is to get rid of Lin Chuan first, or even the disciples of the demonic sect. This is due to human nature. It's definitely not just Li Tangfeng's selfish desire. However, all things are difficult at the beginning. Someone has to take the lead, and you must be qualified to serve the people. So Li Tangfeng volunteered and became the initiator of the treasure hunt. Of course, the ghost scholar's instigation was also an opportunity. The collaboration between the Blood Evil sect and the 100 Ghosts sect gave other sects a reason to get involved. Even if there were powerful heavenly saints present, these thousands of people rushing forward would have the strength to fight Lin Chuan. Li Tangfeng's idea is very simple. Since he is no match for Lin Chuan alone, then try to gather as many people as possible and surround and kill Lin Chuan and the disciples of the demon sect in the cave. Snort. I think the evil creature in the cave has devoured all the people from the demon sect. We'll just take this opportunity to come in and grab some ready-made stuff. The ghost scholar licked his lips and chuckled. This is just a possibility, but it directly expressed everyone's deepest desire. Kill people and steal treasures. This is the most common thing in the world of cultivating immortals. If the treasures in the cave are extremely precious, don't even think about killing the disciples of the demon sect. Even among these thousands of people, they would kill each other. It is human nature to die for money. In that case, what are you waiting for? First come, first served. It depends on who has the most favorable karmic connections. Someone laughed loudly, rushed out of the crowd first, and went into the cave. This person's actions immediately aroused dissatisfaction from others. But these thousands of people kept complaining. But no one wants to fall behind. For a moment, these thousands of people rushed into the cave like wild horses. Even Li Tangfeng and Gui Rusheng were among them, unwilling to fall behind. Da-da-da-da. The footsteps sounded particularly chaotic in the cave. Thousands of people rushed into the cave at the same time, blocked out the only light. The light in the cave was dim at this time. A ball of white hair could be vaguely seen lying on the ground, and accompanied by a sua-sua sound. What is that? Li Tangfeng raised his eyebrows slightly and leaned his head to watch carefully. As the footsteps disappeared, the air around them suddenly became much quieter. Therefore, the gnawing sound is creepy. Belch. The ball of white hair seemed to have just eaten its fill and even burped. A big head shook twice, slowly opened those emerald green eyes. Two terrifying green lights immediately made everyone gasp, even though their cultivation level is not very high. However, he could also sense that the ferocious beast in front of him was extremely powerful. The worst thing is, it is extremely dangerous. Even if all these thousands of people were added together, they would definitely not be a match for this ferocious beast. Level 9 ferocious beast. Why is there such a dangerous creature here? Where are Lin Chuan and the people from the demonic sect? Could it be that they have been eaten by this ferocious beast? Li Tangfeng asked 3 questions in a row. Originally, the news of Lin Chuan's death should have made him happy, even excited. But now, he also has to face a level 9 ferocious beast. His life could be in danger at any time. Maybe he will meet Lin Chuan in hell later. Then why would he be happy? Calm down, everyone. This beast has just eaten. I think he's full. We will slowly exit the cave and think of a way to get in after we have discussed it. Don't disturb it or we'll all die. Li Tangfeng tried to lower his voice as much as possible to remind everyone. Those present were all the best of the younger generation from various sects and schools. Even if he is not a smart person, he is definitely not a fool. A ninth-level ferocious beast, powerful enough to rival the Heavenly Emperor, stood before them. Retreating to save your life is undoubtedly the best choice. Therefore, none of these thousands of people refuted Li Tangfeng. Instead, they retreated slowly and cooperatively. To prevent the King Wolf from suddenly going berserk, they kept an eye on the beast at all times and left the cave on tiptoe like thieves. After a while, the cave, which was crowded with people just now, is now empty. There was not even a shadow of a person to be seen. On the contrary, the Emperor Wolf Cub was probably full. He yawned lazily, then lay down on the ground and fell into a deep sleep. At this time, deep in the cave, Lin Chuan covered his forehead and rolled his eyes several times. Failure, such a failure. The plan of driving the wolf to devour the sheep has failed. Lin Chuan muttered to himself. What troubled him was not only the conflict between the Emperor Wolf and disciples from other sects. The Emperor Wolf was guarding the door, and they couldn't get out unless they left. Furthermore, Li Tangfeng and his thousands of men would not be willing to leave just like that. I will definitely wait and see, and fight to the death with Lin Chuan and the others. Under the double blockade, Lin Chuan and his 10 companions had no way to retreat. This is what he believes to be the most important reason for failure. It seems there's no way to leave for now. It's better to go deeper. How about we check what kind of treasure this Emperor Wolf Cub is guarding? Wu Nanmeng also calmed down. Just now, the 8 disciples of the demonic sect told everything they had seen. Before, they did not listen to Lin Chuan's warnings. Insist on going deep into the cave. This brought out the Emperor Wolf. Fortunately, Lin Chuan was quick-witted and used the inner elixir of a 9th-level ferocious beast to temporarily appease the Emperor Wolf. Otherwise, the 10 of them would have lost their lives just now. Although these 8 people were reckless, they did not get into trouble without gaining anything. At least they saw with their own eyes that where the Emperor Wolf had originally been, there was an extremely precious treasure. Treasure? Are you sure? Lin Chuan's expression became solemn again. The 8 people nodded in unison, but no one dared to speak rashly again. Before, they thought Lin Chuan was too cautious, and it was unnecessary. But after the incident with the Emperor Wolf, they sincerely admired Lin Chuan. In their opinion, Lin Chuan not only has powerful cultivation and the ability to predict the future. It's obviously an inconspicuous cave. There was actually a level 9 ferocious beast hidden inside. If they had listened to Lin Chuan, how could they have ended up in this situation? Do you think there's something wrong with this treasure? Wu Nanmeng asked softly. Ever since I came down the mountain with Lin Chuan, after so many things happened, her attitude towards Lin Chuan changed greatly. In the past, she hated lazy people the most, but also bloody. However, in a complex environment, they can make accurate judgments that ordinary people cannot predict. Think about it carefully. Lin Chuan actually meets the standard of a strong man who can remain calm even when facing a huge obstacle. The strong are conquered by others. There is no doubt that Wu Nanmeng has been impressed by Lin Chuan. As a result, she lost the ability to think. Instead, he would rather believe Lin Chuan's judgment. It should be fine. You are not mistaken. That should be the treasure. It's just that an innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure. Whether this treasure is a blessing or a curse is hard to say. Lin Chuan shook his head slightly, looking serious. He was as cautious as ever, but this time no one dared to doubt him. The reason is actually very simple. Any treasure will be the target of scramble among various sects and schools. Even if it is placed in the demonic sect, it is the sect's treasure. If the treasure guarded by the Emperor Wolf is one of the 10 greatest treasures, the sensation it caused would probably be multiplied 100 times. Although Lin Chuan and his 10 companions have unique advantages and can be the first to obtain the treasure, but once a treasure of this level is exposed, it will surely lead to fatal disaster. Perhaps the first to attack them were the Emperor Wolf Cubs, but even if they escaped the pursuit of this ferocious beast, he also had to face the crazy siege of 8,000 disciples from other sects. It can be said that from the moment the treasure was obtained, before Lin Chuan and the other 10 people returned to the demonic sect, they would face constant danger at any time. According to what the Holy Sun said, should we still take this treasure? The disciples of the demonic sect also felt a headache. In the end, the choice can only be left to Lin Chuan, although the team leader this time is Wu Nanmeng. But the disciples seem to have almost forgotten this senior sister. Even Wu Nanmeng was completely unaware of this. He was staring at Lin Chuan eagerly. Lin Chuan touched his chin, thinking. His serious look made him look even more handsome. If it weren't for this situation, everyone would still be in danger. Those 4 female disciples are probably going to become crazy again. You can, but it's not necessary. This is the conclusion Lin Chuan came to. But Wu Nanmeng and his group were confused when they heard it. What does it mean to have it but not to have it? They really wanted to hear Lin Chuan's explanation. But Lin Chuan smiled, turned around and walked towards the depths of the cave. Seeing this, everyone had no choice but to follow. They just wanted to see what kind of tricks Lin Chuan would come up with. Because 8 disciples of the demonic sect had explored the way before. So the internal structure of the cave is quite clear. It didn't take much effort for the group to find the location where the Emperor Wolf was originally. At a glance, in a simple stone cave, a 7-foot-long spear was stuck alone. The spear has been covered in dust in this cave for who knows how many years. But it still looks like brand new. Even in this dark cave, there was a dazzling silver light. 9 Heavens Dragon Roar Spear, ranked 5th on the list of the top 10 treasures. It really is a hot potato. Wu Nanmeng frowned, his expression solemn. After being brainwashed by Lin Chuan, she and the disciples of the demonic sect have become much more cautious than before. The treasure is right in front of you, but they didn't even dare to touch it, not to mention seizing it. What a tempting bait. If we trap and kill all 8,000 fish here at the same time, we will definitely be able to sever the cause and effect. Safety first. Chapter 44. He looks stupid. Fool him. Such a huge treasure was placed in front of Lin Chuan. He remained unmoved. Wu Nanmeng and the disciples of the demonic sect followed his lead. Naturally, they dare not act rashly. It's like entering a mountain of treasures, but coming back empty-handed. I always feel like a huge loss. But Lin Chuan seemed to have other plans. Everyone had to suppress their urge to grab the treasure. Right now, the king wolf cubs in the cave were still sleeping. A 9th-level ferocious beast's inner core is enough for it to refine for a while. Just don't disturb it. It is not interested in cultivators. Duh. Footsteps were heard from inside the cave. Outside the cave, thousands of disciples from other sects were anxiously discussing how to enter the cave and search for treasures. It's a pity that it's guarded by a level 9 ferocious beast. I'm afraid no one can bear the consequences of trespassing without permission. Even a desperado is willing to die in vain. What's more, these immortal cultivators are all the darlings of various sects and schools. They value their lives much more than ordinary people. Someone came out. Everyone's ears are very sensitive. As soon as he heard the footsteps, he immediately looked over. Immediately afterwards, several figures walked out of the dark cave. The leader was none other than Lin Chuan, the person they had been thinking about day and night. Crash, crash. The sound of iron clashing was heard, accompanied by countless figures rapidly falling around the cave. In an instant, they surrounded Lin Chuan and his group. All kinds of strange and bizarre weapons are chilling. These disciples from other sects did not hide their murderous intentions at all. Inside the vast fantasy world of days, Lin Chuan's cultivation is recognized as the strongest. Even a well-known, powerful Tianzan like Li Tengfeng was left far behind by Lin Chuan. He even nearly killed me. If such a powerful enemy is not eliminated as soon as possible, most of the treasures in this illusion will probably be taken away by the demon sect. Before, they did not dare to confront the demon sect head-on. It was precisely because he was afraid of Lin Chuan's heavenly saintly cultivation. But now it's very different. There are many of them. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. As long as he is ruthless enough, he will be able to kill Lin Chuan right now. Brother Lin, the treasure in this cave is yours. But you probably didn't expect that after all your efforts, we were left waiting for you. Hand over the treasure and I will spare your life. What do you think? Li Tengfeng smiled proudly. He was the one who brought about this situation. Forcing Lin Chuan and his group into a desperate situation can be considered as saving some face. Of course, he can be proud. However, facing heavy siege, Lin Chuan didn't seem surprised. There was no trace of panic on his face. It would be fine if he was the only one pretending to be calm. The key point is that Wu Nanmeng and the 8 disciples of the demonic sect were also extremely calm. This is not normal. Li Tengfeng, we expected you to be waiting outside the cave. To tell you the truth, the treasure has bin found by us. But we left it in. Do you want to know why? Wu Nanmeng snorted coldly and spoke slowly. This rhetorical question made those who were eager to take action hesitate for a moment. The treasure was left in the cave. Don't they still have to face the Emperor Wolf? If this were true, then even if they killed Lin Chuan and the disciples of the demonic sect, they would only have taken a few lives. But there is no way to know the whereabouts of the treasure. It seems that the loss outweighs the gain. He. Junior sister Nan Meng, you're just saying all this to buy time. Even if you didn't take the treasure away, I can still get it myself. But Lin Chuan and you are powerful enemies of those of us who entered the Great Marsh illusion. If you don't die, you will become a great trouble to us. Li Tangfeng sneered and glanced at the people around him. Then he stretched his neck and shouted, "Everyone, there's no need to hesitate. Let's kill Lin Chuan together, and then we can divide up the resources in this illusion." As soon as these words came out, everyone suddenly became agitated. Undoubtedly, Li Tangfeng expressed what everyone was thinking. Lin Chuan's survival is the biggest threat to them. Get rid of it as soon as possible to avoid future troubles. Are you really sure you can handle the Emperor Wolf? Or do you have the ability to take away the 9 Heavens Dragon Chance spear in front of the Emperor Wolf? A calm voice with a hint of sarcasm reached everyone's ears. Just 2 questions, but it immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. 9 Heavens Dragon Roar Spear, the 5th-ranked treasure in the top 10 treasure rankings. It's actually here. Excited sounds were everywhere. No one can refuse a treasure. What's more, it is the 5th treasure among the top 10 treasures. Even the powerful Emperor of Heaven cannot resist this temptation. A group of heavenly lords and heavenly sect cultivators are even more unable to resist. Are you serious? A questioning voice came from behind Li Tangfeng. The ghost scholar's gloomy and pale face appeared. Lin Chuan has seen many people from the 100 Ghosts Gate, but this is the first time I have seen someone with such kidney deficiency as Gui Roshang. It's a pity that there are all kinds of elixirs in the world of cultivating immortals. There is no Liue Dahuang pill. Otherwise, he would definitely recommend the ghost scholar to buy some. It can also help cure the kidney deficiency. Don't take it seriously, you don't believe it. Why bother asking this question? Lin Chuan gave the ghost scholar a blank look. He hated this face. It didn't look like a good person. Li Tangfeng is still the best. You can tell at first glance that he's silly. Easy to fool. He decisively left the sulking ghost scholar behind and turned to look at Li Tangfeng, saying with a smile, "Brother Li must be wondering how Lin managed to survive the Emperor Wolf. I might as well tell you that the reason I didn't take the treasure with me wasn't because I was worried about you all surrounding me outside the cave. But I'm afraid of disturbing the King Wolf. Just think about it, the Emperor Wolf exists to protect the treasure. Once the treasure is changed, it will inevitably arouse the hatred of the Emperor Wolf. I have no other choice, so I came to discuss this with you all." "Discuss? Are you crazy?" Li Tangfeng looked at Lin Chuan as if he were a fool. He gathered a large group of people to kill Lin Chuan. This guy actually wanted to ask for help. He doesn't think everyone is joking, does he? Oops. Why do you all look at Lin like this? It's not easy to seize the treasure. Everyone wants it, and naturally Lin wants it too. It's just that right now, we all have a common enemy. That's the Emperor Wolf. If we don't solve it, how can we talk about seizing the treasure? Think about it, that's the 9 Heavens Dragon Chance spear. It's in the cave, waving to you. Lin Chuan's tone was like coaxing a child. Although it is childish, it is the truth. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Whether it is to kill Lin Chuan or seize the treasure, it all depends on which side's interests are more important in people's minds. At this moment, there was a look of hesitation on the faces of thousands of disciples from other sects. It is enough to see that they are more looking forward to seizing the treasure. Even Li Tangfeng, who hated Lin Chuan very much, thought so. "Tell me how you managed to get through the Emperor Wolf." Li Tangfeng was ultimately unable to resist the temptation of the treasure. Chapter 45, Am I So Rich? Hooked. The moment Li Tangfeng relaxed, he fell into the trap designed by Lin Chuan. He had already expected that thousands of people were guarding outside the cave. It can be considered that this group of people came here to steal the treasure. Plus the Emperor Wolf. It can be said that Lin Chuan and the disciples of the demonic sect are facing many dangers. If Lin Chuan was more ruthless, it would not be difficult for him to fight his way out with his strength. But it is not easy to bring along burdens like Wu Nanmeng, even though he always said he was running away. In my heart, I have always hoped to leave the demon sect. But can the friendship between fellow disciples be given up just like that? If Wu Nanmeng and others died tragically in the illusion, he was the only one who returned to the demon sect. How would his fellow disciples view him? He is just lazy, not cold-blooded. If I can never leave the demon sect in this life, he will continue to live there. Perhaps for others, in such a desperate situation, the best way would be to fight their way out with passion. But for a lazy person like him, even moving a finger is a waste of energy. Why bother with your hands when you can just talk? Crushing others with intelligence is more satisfying than using fists. Ahem. Lin Chuan put his fist to his mouth and coughed twice. His pretentious attitude made a large group of people very unhappy. Lin Chuan, however, enjoyed it. It feels so good to fool a bunch of fools. To appease the Emperor Wolf, all you need is a 9th-level fierce beast in her core. It's a pity that Lin only has one. It has been swallowed by the Emperor Wolf. If you still have any, you will surely be able to obtain the treasure safely. You can also leave easily. Lin Chuan said slowly, although the inner elixir of the ferocious beast is precious, but it is just a disposable consumable. What you bring into this world you cannot take out when you die. If I could exchange an inner elixir for a treasure, like the 9 Heavens Dragon Roar Spear, definitely a good deal. When Li Tangfeng and his gang entered the cave and were busy snatching the treasure, he could then take Wu Nanmeng and the others and leave this troubled place in a swagger. If all goes well, the King Wolf can stop these thousands of people. The two sides fought to the point of mutual destruction. He can also reap the benefits. What a perfect plan! At this moment, Lin Chuan was still immersed in self-indulgence. However, Li Tangfeng and the others looked dazed. The scene was very embarrassing for a while. In the huge space, only the sounds of insects and birds can be heard. But no one spoke. What's wrong? By the time Lin Chuan realized it, a full quarter had passed. He glanced around, very curious. Ha ha ha. The corners of Li Tangfeng's mouth twitched more than a dozen times, and his helpless expression was almost overflowing. Brother Lin, are you making fun of us? 9th-level beast inner elixir. If I have that thing, why would I worry about an Emperor Wolf? Even in my blood demon sect, or your heavenly demon sect, the inner elixir contained in a ferocious beast that is comparable to the might of the heavenly emperor is also a treasure that can protect the clan. And you're feeding it to an animal. He almost shouted the last sentence. But this is definitely not hatred for Lin Chuan. But he felt sad for Lin Chuan and the demonic sect. That is the inner elixir of a 9th-level ferocious beast. No matter what kind of ferocious beast's inner elixir it is, they are all rare treasures in the world. It has been 100 years since the Sword Emperor of the Blood Demon sect became the Emperor of Heaven. His cultivation had stagnated for at least 40 years. To this end, he spared no effort to find the inner elixir of a 9th-level ferocious beast, and declared that no matter how much resources are consumed, it will be worth it. This shows how rare the inner elixir of a 9th-level ferocious beast is. This is obviously common sense for cultivators. Lin Chuan, the powerful heavenly saint, is the holy son of the heavenly demon sect. Don't you know? Li Tangfeng even suspected that this kid had a problem with his brain. Is it precious? Lin Chuan looked at Wu Nanmeng and asked with a confused look on his face. Wu Nanmeng answered his question straightforwardly. In fact, she saw Lin Chuan feeding the Emperor Wolf with the 9-tailed Qilong pill. She also felt very sad. But at that time, his life was almost in danger. She didn't have time to think too much. She was still thinking at the time that Lin Chuan was willing to give up such a precious treasure to save everyone's lives. She was quite touched, but now she had some doubts. Lin Chuan had no idea how precious the treasure was. I just picked up a piece of feed that was most suitable for feeding the Emperor Wolf. All right. Lin Chuan spread his hands. He doesn't understand. After all, many treasures are given directly by the system. After 5 years, he had accumulated countless treasures, elixirs, and various rare and exotic treasures. He was too lazy to study it. It just happened that the system sent me an inner elixir before. He didn't think much about it. Even now, he just felt that without the inner core of the 9th-level ferocious beast, he would not be able to trick Li Tangfeng and the others into entering the cave. Just disappointed. If you don't have a 9th-level inner elixir, an 8th-level one will do. Don't be so stingy. If you get the treasure, everyone can pool some money to help you make up for it. Lin Chuan started to make arrangements seriously. But as soon as he said this, at least 10 people vomited blood on the spot. Li Tangfeng and Gui Rusheng's expressions became even uglier. Lin Chuan, Are you making fun of me? 8th level inner elixir. Don't say I can't get it out. Even if we use all the power of the heavenly demon sect, we can't produce 3. If you don't understand, shut up. Or I don't want the treasure anymore. I can kill you right now. Li Tangfeng was so angry that he immediately used his magic weapon. Evil spirit burst out. Seeing this, the disciples of the blood demon sect also got ready to go, just waiting for Li Tangfeng's order. The blood evil sect will be the first to start the fight. At the same time, the ghost scholar also slammed the folding fan in his hand shut. Those gloomy eyes narrowed into 2 slits. In line with his identity as a disciple of the 100 Ghost sect, there is a sense of weirdness everywhere. Once the atmosphere is tense, thousands of people also became tense. The weapons that had just been released now surrounded Lin Chuan and the disciples of the demonic sect. A fight could break out at any time. Holy Son, let's fight our way out. The disciples of the demonic sect could no longer tolerate this. Although they are few in number, they are also powerful members of the Tianzang. Wu Nanmeng is even more powerful than the Heavenly Lord, plus Lin Chuan, the only heavenly saint in the day's fantasy realm. It's not that we don't have the ability to fight. Rather than living in frustration, it is better to fall down bravely. Kill what? All they know is fighting and killing. They're just like the old demon and the sect master. Lin Chuan rolled his eyes at the person who spoke. He turned to look at Li Tangfeng and laughed. Why would you cause such a fuss over a mere level 8 beast's inner core? I, Lin, am not talented, but I happen to have 2. I'll give it to Brother Li for free. The words haven't landed yet. Lin Chuan suddenly threw, and 2 black shadows rushed straight towards Li Tangfeng. Bang! Li Tangfeng grabbed it in his hand. He stared at his fist with suspicion. The ghost scholar couldn't help but stretch his neck out of curiosity. Thousands of disciples from other sects around were looking in the same direction with curiosity. The moment Li Tangfeng's palm slowly opened, everyone's eyes widened, even Wu Nanmeng and the 8 disciples of the demonic sect. They were all shocked and kept muttering, "Oh my God, it's really the inner elixir of an 8th level fierce beast." Still too, the Holy Sun is so rich. Chapter 46, please. Weaken the IQ of the supporting characters. Are 2 mere inner cores of 8th level ferocious beasts worth being so shocked? Lin Chuan glanced at everyone with disdain. These country bumpkins probably don't know that he has collected a lot of rare treasures in the past 5 years. The inner elixir of an 8th level ferocious beast is really nothing. But if you consider that he has more than a dozen top-grade spiritual treasures, it is not surprising that the inner elixir of this 8th level ferocious beast was given away casually. But giving treasures away definitely doesn't mean he's too generous. Lin Chuan never likes to be taken advantage of. He would not do a losing business if there was no greater benefit. However, on the surface, he still pretends to be a selfless angel. It would be better to give him the title of saint. After that, no one dared to bother him anymore. Level 8 fierce beast inner core. Is it really for Li? Li Tangfeng looked at Lin Chuan suspiciously, but his eyes unconsciously stole a glance at the 2 round and particularly tempting inner pills. In his entire life, he had never seen the inner elixir of an 8th level ferocious beast. And there are 2 of them. Even in the blood demon sect, the inner elixir of a level 7 ferocious beast is the best it can do. This was obtained by the sect leader Daewang, who personally killed him. The holy son of the demonic sect could easily take out 2. How wealthy must the demonic sect be? Brother Li, this is wrong. The 2 inner pills are not gifts to Brother Li. It's used to feed the king wolves. Only by pacifying the emperor wolf can we seize the 9 heavens dragon roar spear. However, according to Lin's opinion, the 9 heavens dragon roar spear is guarded by the emperor wolf. Once you move it, be careful not to disturb the beast. By then, I'm afraid there will be a fierce battle. Lin is not talented enough and knows that he cannot defeat a level 9 beast. That's why I want to join forces with you all. What do you all think? Lin Chuan's expression was calm, and he didn't even blush when he lied. In his words, this is called Oscar-level acting. If there were performance awards in the world of immortal cultivation, he would definitely be the winner. Certainly, 2 level 8 ferocious beast inner cores are already tempting enough. If Li Tangfeng was not greedy, he ran away with the 2 inner elixirs, and Lin Chuan had no way to deal with him. But even a fool knows which one is more tempting, the supreme treasure or the inner elixir. It depends on whether Li Tangfeng has ambition. Brother Lin is smart, Li admires him. However, Brother Lin is willing to give up 2 level 8 fierce beast inner cores. Aren't you afraid that after we snatch the treasure, you won't get a share? Li Tangfeng is indeed Dao Huang's direct disciple. It turns out that it's not that easy to be fooled. Even the ghost scholar beside him was waving his folding fan and sneering at Lin Chuan. The two did not completely believe him. The Holy Sun is so generous, but he just wants to use us as a shield. There are indeed many desperate people among the immortal cultivators. But even a desperado wouldn't die for no reason. I'm afraid the Holy Sun's plan will fail. The ghost scholar chuckled. This hermaphrodite is not only not stupid, but also very smart. He pointed out Lin Chuan's thoughts on the spot. Wu Nanmeng and the disciples of the demonic sect immediately frowned. 9 pairs of eyes couldn't help but look at Lin Chuan. I couldn't help but get nervous. Around them, thousands of disciples from other sects were discussing the matter. Among so many people, there are both smart people and stupid people. But they all came to their senses immediately after hearing what the ghost scholar said. They are real people, not silly stick figures. Even if the treasure is right within reach, you have to be alive to get it. There are no tangible benefits. They won't risk their lives for anyone. Tusk. Lin knew you wouldn't trust me. Whatever. Since 2 level 8 beast inner cores cannot gain your trust, then let Lin take the lead for you. However, Lin has also made it clear in advance. It's hard to say how long a heavenly saint can hold out against a level 9 ferocious beast. If Lin dies, you will all have no choice but to fight to the death. As soon as the words fell, Lin Chuan decisively summoned the Linhuo sword. This is a top-grade spiritual treasure. Even if it is placed in any major sect, it is a rare treasure. And the first thing Lin Chuan took out was a top-grade spiritual treasure. It's a way of showing determination to everyone. Seeing this, the discussions suddenly disappeared. Instead, Li Tangfeng and Gui Rusheng frowned and became hesitant. He. Since the Holy Sun is so sincere, how could we still doubt him? It is inevitable that one will judge a gentleman by one's own standards. Whatever. Even if there's a trap ahead, I'll still follow the Holy Sun and break through it. The ghost scholar chuckled and took the lead in expressing his attitude. This person is good at calculating, so he let everyone off the hook. It was obvious that he really had no way to deal with Lin Chuan. Li Tangfeng curled his lips but didn't say anything. But he signaled the disciples of the blood evil sect to follow him, which also showed that he was willing to enter the cave. Originally, Lin Chuan wanted to give the 2 inner elixirs to Li Tangfeng to reassure everyone, but Li Tangfeng directly refused. Anyway, they are all used to feed the emperor wolves, so it doesn't matter who they are given to. Lin Chuan, do you really want to fight the emperor wolf? Wu Nanmeng looked nervous. This was different from Lin Chuan's original plan. Although Lin Chuan did not reveal the content of the plan to her, but she could roughly guess some of it. It was nothing more than luring Li Tangfeng and others into the cave and seizing the treasure. When the Emperor Wolf was awakened, he fought with everyone. The later demon sect reaped the benefits. The plan was perfect, but the cultivators are not stupid, seeing through Lin Chuan's thoughts. In desperation, Lin Chuan could only take the risk. Of course, Lin Chuan shrugged and glanced at Li Tangfeng and Gui Rusheng. The 2 flies were right behind him. Although she pretended nothing happened, she was probably listening to his whispers with her ears perked up. It's not easy to seize the treasure. Don't be fooled by the fact that this vast marshland is 800 miles long. But the Emperor Wolf is a beast as fierce as the Emperor of Heaven. If it doesn't die, we may not be safe even if we escape 100 miles. In this battle, no one can expect to survive in peace. If I die, please, senior sister, bring my fellow disciples out of the illusion as soon as possible, to prevent the entire army from being wiped out. Lin Chuan sighed softly, his expression gloomy. It seems like this trip is a sure death, but it seemed that his words were meant for Wu Nanmeng and the disciples of the demonic sect. In fact, he was trying to deceive Li Tangfeng and Gui Rusheng in a roundabout way. The implication is that he will definitely enter the cave, but Wu Nanmeng and the disciples of the demonic sect will not go, using the friendship between fellow students as an excuse. If these 2 people are unkind, then Lin Chuan said directly that he would not go. I'm afraid that by then, it will be this large group of disciples from other sects who will be anxious. The Holy Sun's righteousness. This journey is extremely dangerous, and the Holy Sun is the most powerful among us. If he dies, we will also be in danger. Don't worry, junior sister Nan Meng. We will fully cooperate with the Holy Sun. I won't let anything happen to him. It's rare for the ghost scholar to look serious. Afterwards, he patted Li Tangfeng and led thousands of disciples from other sects into the cave. And the moment everyone stepped into the cave, a pair of green eyes looked over through the darkness. This beast, he actually finished refining the 9th level inner elixir so quickly. Brother Lin, it's up to you. Chapter 47. The plan went awry and I look stupid. The king wolf cub awakens. The 9th level ferocious beast stood in the cave, like a single man guarding the pass. Don't be fooled by the fact that there are 8,000 masters in the day's fantasy realm. If the Emperor Wolf goes crazy, there will be a lot of casualties. No one comes out of a crack in the stone. Naturally, no one wants to die for no reason, if you can subdue the King Wolf with clever means. Of course, everyone is happy to reap the benefits. Brother Lin, it's up to you. Li Tangfeng's expression was calm. This time, he did not show any hostility towards Lin Chuan. After all, we still need each other. It's hard to say whether it will still be so peaceful after it has been used up. No problem. Lin Chuan made an okay gesture to Li Tangfeng. He was too lazy to care whether the other party understood it or not. The key is to be able to fool these fools. However, the Emperor Wolf is not his pet after all. It is hard to say whether the inner elixir of an 8th level ferocious beast can satisfy this beast. So don't be fooled by Lin Chuan's calm demeanor. But he was always ready to fight. Woo-woo. The Emperor Wolf stared at Lin Chuan with alert green eyes. It was rare that this beast didn't attack him directly. This is a good sign. It seems that the 9-tailed Qilong pill I took earlier did have some effect. It would be even better if we could seize the opportunity to recapture it. Lin Chuan licked his lips. He was just fantasizing about it. Ever since he traveled to the world of immortal cultivation, he had never heard of anyone having the courage to take in a level 9 ferocious beast as a pet. In today's world, the Heavenly Emperor is already the strongest. Those who are given the title of Heavenly Emperor are all legendary masters. The dragon is seen from the head, but not the tail. In any case, Lin Chuan had never heard of the title of Heavenly Emperor appearing anywhere. And this Emperor Wolf Cub already has the strength of the Emperor of Heaven. Even its proud instincts would never easily yield to humans. So the best outcome is, Lin Chuan dropped 2 8th level inner pills to appease the Emperor Wolf, while Li Tangfeng and the others entered the cave to look for the treasure. He ran away as soon as possible, and the moment Li Tangfeng and his men seized the treasure, it will inevitably arouse the hatred of the Emperor Wolf. When both sides were fighting, Lin Chuan reaps the benefits again. Delicious. Hey hey. As Lin Chuan imagined this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. The Emperor Wolf tilted its little head, and there was a hint of doubt in its green eyes. It seems to be saying, "What is this big fool human laughing at?" Fortunately, Lin Chuan had his back to the crowd. Naturally, they couldn't see the evil smile on Lin Chuan's face. However, Lin Chuan can observe the Emperor Wolf cubs up close. Maybe get closer to it again. Lin Chuan suddenly discovered that the Emperor Wolf seemed to be a size larger than before. If the previous Emperor Wolf was compared to a puppy, now it is a grown-up dog. If it were 2 sizes bigger, it would definitely be a beautiful husky. Even Lin Chuan can ride it and run wild. Using a level 9 beast as a mount seems a bit extravagant. However, if such a blessing really existed, Leng Ningxuang would have to stand aside. At that time, whether I choose to leave the heavenly demon sect or stay, the old witch will have no say. Lin Chuan touched his chin and thought about it again. Brother Lin, what are you doing so slowly? Are you just killing time? Suddenly, Li Tangfeng's shout was heard. The emperor is not anxious, but the eunuchs are dying of anxiety. He is really careful. Hearing this, Lin Chuan shrugged. He calmly took out 2 8th level ferocious beast inner cores and waved them in front of the Emperor Wolf. Good dog. I've brought you food again. It's good to sleep after eating. I'm so nice to you, you can't bite me. If you must bite, then bite those bad guys behind. Lin Chuan discussed with the Emperor Wolf Cub in a gentle tone, just like coaxing a child. Although his voice was not loud, it could be heard clearly in the cave. The expressions of Li Tangfeng and others turned ugly in an instant. However, they are also very clear. The reason why Lin Chuan was willing to enter the cave again. They simply forced me to do it. It's normal to have some resentment, and their purpose is simple. Use Lin Chuan to appease the Emperor Wolf. Once the treasure is obtained, this person loses his usefulness. There is no need to hesitate whether to kill or keep. The Emperor Wolf Cub didn't understand what Lin Chuan said, but he actually stared at the 2 8th level inner elixirs and stuck out his tongue. Sure enough, whether it is human, still a beast. Delicious food is the most powerful means of capture. Poor little guy. I'm afraid he has been staying in a cave since he was born and has never tasted any delicious food in the world. If there is a roasted chicken leg, I don't know if I can get it. Lin Chuan was squatting on the ground, stroking his chin in thought. A series of footsteps were heard behind me. Li Tangfeng and others were extremely anxious, and the hurried footsteps were the best proof of this. Leave some people behind to watch this kid. After obtaining the treasure, there must be no way out. The ghost scholar looked at Lin Chuan and laughed coldly. What the hell? Lin Chuan cursed inwardly. His thoughts were seen through by the ghost scholar again. Can't these supporting characters have some awareness of being supporting characters? So smart what to do. How annoying. As the chosen one who is taken care of by the system. From the very beginning, Lin Chuan regarded himself as the protagonist of the world of immortal cultivation. However, not all the supporting characters in novels have low IQs. A porcelain doll that breaks at the slightest touch. Why is it that when they come to him, they all become so smart? I don't accept it. Lin Chuan sat on the ground angrily, folding his arms and sulking. A group of people looked at him, confused. What's wrong with this guy? Never mind for now. Getting the treasure is the key. Li Tangfeng called out to everyone and took 80% of them away. Those who stayed behind were either afraid of death or not. If something unexpected happens later, they can run away quickly. Or they are vassals of the Blood Evil sect and the 100 Ghost sect. They had to obey the orders of Li Tangfeng and Gui Rushang. In short, there are still many people guarding Lin Chuan, both young and old. If he insists on fighting, it's not impossible for him to break out. If he just does this, then wouldn't all his previous deployments be meaningless? That would make him look stupid. Hey, brothers, did you bring any food? Don't be so stingy. I've already given away 2 level 8 beast inner cores, so what's wrong with giving me some food? Preferably cooked meat or something like that. If not, barbecue will do. Lin Chuan forcibly pulled over a few disciples from other sects who looked pleasing to his eye, and began to persuade them with both soft and hard tactics. He's so shameless. If it weren't for his powerful cultivation and handsome appearance, he would have been quite handsome. He'd been beaten a long time ago. Smells so good. I guess this barbecue is from Baixianglu. 2 taels of silver for 1 jin, you must be rich. Lin Chuan kept praising the guy who gave him the food, but he kept stealing glances at the Emperor Wolf from the corner of his eyes. Is it fragrant? You haven't eaten it before. If you want to eat, get rid of these idiots first. He held up the barbecue in his hand, as if deliberately showing off to the Emperor Wolf. No one can resist the barbecue at Baixianglu. At this time, the Emperor Wolf seemed to feel that the 8th level ferocious beast's inner elixir in his mouth was no longer fragrant. A pair of green eyes stared straight at the barbecue. The saliva is flowing like crazy. It's greedy. Chapter 48, it's broken. I became a wet nurse. The inner elixir of the ferocious beast is no longer attractive. It's the delicious barbecue that makes the Emperor Wolf salivate. This trick is called borrowing flowers to offer to Buddha. What a level 9 ferocious beast. In fact, it is just a wolf cub that has not grown up. With a little temptation, it is not impossible to win him over. For you, Lin Chuan threw the barbecue over casually. He watched with a smile as the Emperor Wolf swept through the enemy like a whirlwind. He also tried to reach out, gently stroke the King Wolf's head, just like training a puppy. As long as the Emperor Wolf doesn't resist, it can basically be defeated. His bold move scared everyone. This is a level 9 ferocious beast. His strength is comparable to that of the Emperor of Heaven. Once it goes crazy, it can really kill people. Brother Lin, please don't kill us. Everyone tried to persuade him kindly, but Lin Chuan acted as if he didn't hear it. Insist on doing this. And the next moment, he touched the needle-like fur of the Emperor Wolf. This ferocious beast, which looked like a husky, continued to chew on the barbecue with relish. There was absolutely no unnecessary reaction. It's done. Lin Chuan's eyes suddenly lit up. He was overjoyed. Then he attacked even more fiercely. He rubbed the King Wolf's head vigorously. The feel is not good, but it's not bad, although this cannot be considered as taming the ferocious beast. But at least he was able to establish a relationship with the Emperor Wolf cubs. It seems that the 2 previous feedings were not in vain. However, it is only aimed at the following ferocious beast cubs. If it is an adult ferocious beast, it will not be so easy to fool. A group of people looked at Lin Chuan's amazing move in disbelief. Of course, they were not sure whether Lin Chuan had successfully subdued the Emperor Wolf, but judging by their posture, it seems that this man and the beast have already formed some kind of good relationship. The most terrible thing is that Lin Chuan is a powerful heavenly saint. Now there is also a level 9 ferocious beast of the heavenly emperor level. If they really want to break out, they really can't stop them. Brother Lin, congratulations. Once senior brother Li Tangfeng retrieves the treasure, we can leave safely. And brother Lin has made the greatest contribution. You can also try to share the treasure. Everyone forced themselves to smile and hurriedly said something nice. This will also prevent conflicts from arising later and involving these small fry. Haha, congratulations. Dividing the treasure is certain. After all, it was Lin and the disciples of the demonic sect who found it first. However, everyone, follow Li Tangfeng and Gui Rusheng to encircle and suppress the disciples of my Tianmo sect. It's time to settle this account. Lin Chuan grinned, his eyes curved into crescents. He smiled quite happily, but the words were full of knives. Anyone who is not a fool can hear that Lin Chuan is going to settle the score later. Anyone who has helped Li Tangfeng and Gui Rusheng will suffer. Brother Lin, why do you have to do this? You also know that small sects like us have no choice but to be vassals of the big sects. We have to do whatever Li Tangfeng says. Why do you have to impose your hatred with him on us? At worst, after we leave the Great Marsh illusion, we'll just keep this matter to ourselves. Just pretend it never happened, okay? Everyone's face was filled with panic, whether facing Li Tangfeng or Lin Chuan. They are all powerless to resist. This is the tragedy of the little people. In fact, these minions are not useless. At least with so many people, there is still some deterrent effect. Otherwise, Lin Chuan would not have been forced to this point. Don't forget, with his strength, it would be easy for him to deal with Li Tangfeng and Gui Rusheng. Just because there are too many minions. He was bound hands and feet. Well, it's not that Lin doesn't trust you, but you guys are really not trustworthy. Maybe you can tell me. Li Tangfeng and Gui Rusheng will surely die. If they die, you will be the ones who know about it. If you don't remove the roots, the grass will grow again in the spring breeze. As soon as the words fell, Lin Chuan's eyes suddenly became extremely cold. A cold, murderous intent instantly spread in the cave. It seemed like in less than a moment, the temperature dropped by dozens of degrees. Everyone was shocked. Every face was filled with extreme fear. Clang, clang, clang. All kinds of weapons were instantly in their hands. The sharp sword tips were all pointed at Lin Chuan. Even though they were afraid, they refused to give up their desire to survive. Another fight. What a hassle. Lin Chuan sighed slightly helplessly. On weekdays, he is used to being lazy. Even though I knew I had to take this battle, but I still reject it from the bottom of my heart. If you can avoid doing it yourself, that would be even better. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at the Emperor Wolf beside him. How about finding a way to get the Emperor Wolf to take action? Brother Wolf, can we discuss this? I'll give you 2 level 8 beast inner cores, and you help me deal with these dozen people. If that's not enough, I'll add 2 more. Lin Chuan said with great joy. He was just saying that. I never expected the Emperor Wolf to understand human language. Ugh. Suddenly, the King Wolf threw away the leftover barbecue, staring forward with round green eyes. Then it nodded its big head. He looked at Lin Chuan again, as if to say, "It's a deal." Lin Chuan and everyone else were stunned by this scene. Can the Emperor Wolf understand human language? This damn monster has become a spirit. Hey, hey. Brother Wolf, catch it. Lin Chuan was overjoyed. He doesn't care about losing a few inner elixirs. He has plenty of this stuff anyway. He felt like he had made a huge profit by using his inner elixir to tame the ferocious beast. Of course, this is when no one knows what he is thinking. You know, among the ferocious beasts, the strength comparable to that of a heavenly emperor is only that of a cub. That 8th level ferocious beast has the true strength of a heavenly saint. This type of ferocious beast is not only powerful, but also extremely rare. An 8th level inner elixir is a priceless treasure that is in short supply. It would be fine if Lin Chuan didn't care. I also plan to make candy beans for the Emperor Wolf. It's so luxurious. Anyone who knows something about the world of cultivating immortals will be able to figure it out quickly. Why did the Emperor Wolf develop a liking for him? Lin Chuan is like a nanny who is like a treasure trove. Who cannot love it? No, don't come over here. The screams of the crowd soon broke out in the cave. Roars and screams mixed together. But he couldn't even last 20 breaths. The cave returned to peace again. At the same time, whether outside the cave, still deep in the cave, anyone who heard this scream would have their face turned pale. Something happened. Wu Nanmeng stared blankly at the dark cave, her delicate body trembling constantly. Undoubtedly, she was worried about Lin Chuan. If it weren't for the disciples of the demonic sect stopping her, she has already entered the cave to find Lin Chuan. And deep in the cave, Li Tangfeng and others have already taken the treasure for themselves. Originally, these people had their own ulterior motives. He was planning to kill others and take the treasure for himself. However, they were temporarily united because of the madness of the Emperor Wolf. Let's get rid of this beast first, then we can discuss how to divide the treasure. It is rare for a ghost scholar to be serious. A 9th-level ferocious beast, comparable to the mighty heavenly emperor. The pressure is unprecedented. If Lin Chuan also died in the wolf's mouth, just relying on these heavenly lords and heavenly sect powerhouses, I'm afraid this trip will be a life-or-death journey. Chapter 49, Jealousy Makes People Perverted. Inside the cave, thousands of people were crowded in the narrow corridor, moving slowly and nervously. The powerful cultivation of the Emperor Wolf caused them great psychological fear. The screams heard before made the timid people tremble with fear. Some people have even started praying to gods and Buddhas. What are you panicking about? How could so many of us be afraid of a beast? What's more, with the 9 heavens dragon roar spear in hand, I don't necessarily think I'll lose. Everyone listen up. This is a life-or-death situation. If we all become a loose sand, we will surely perish. But if we unite, our chances of survival will be greater. When we meet that beast later, Li will be the first to go. Who is willing to fight with me? Li Tangfeng shouted loudly, trying to encourage everyone. After all, he is the direct disciple of the Sword Emperor. Even if he is not a smart person, he can't be a fool. It is reasonable to make the right judgment in times of crisis. However, there are many people as smart as him. The ghost scholar is one of the smart people. He knew very well that in such a dangerous situation, the only way to survive was to fight to the death. He immediately stood beside Li Tangfeng without hesitation. When someone takes the lead, others will naturally respond. Soon, hundreds of people expressed their willingness to follow Li Tangfeng and fight their way out of the battlefield. Good. Next, Li and Brother Gui will formulate the following strategy. You'll see the beast once you turn the corner. By then, we will have no way to retreat and can only move forward. Li Tangfeng insisted on the outcome to save these people from regretting it. Then, hundreds of people discussed a seemingly thorough plan together. In fact, it is a completely unnecessary plan. A group of powerful Tianzans and Tianzongs faced the powerful Tiandi. No matter what strategy is used, it will be useless. The so-called strategy is nothing more than giving everyone psychological comfort. It's completely useless. Just follow the plan. Kill them. Following Li Tangfeng's loud shout, he decisively took out the 9 heavens dragon roar spear that he had just snatched. This is the 5th treasure in the top 10 treasures list. Although he had just obtained it, he had not had time to study it. But since it is a treasure, it must be extraordinary. Maybe it will create a miracle. Following his order, hundreds of people rushed around the corner. In fact, these hundreds of people went there with the intention of dying. Even if they don't want to die, they won't be able to escape from the predicament easily. So this group of people are very motivated to fight. The shouting was also extremely loud. However, the loud shouts and cries of killing did not last long. Just as they rushed out of the corner, the shouting stopped abruptly. Even the people who followed closely behind fell completely silent after turning the corner. There are still thousands of people left. The sudden silence made them feel confused. Even if these hundreds of people fell into the abyss, there should at least be some sounds of struggle. This sudden silence is so weird. Hey, what the hell happened? Someone couldn't help being curious and asked loudly. Soon they received a response. How so? The answer seems to be irrelevant to the question, but it is not difficult to hear that the person who spoke was more confused than the person who stayed. In the end, the thousands of people who remained crowded towards the corner out of curiosity. They stood on tiptoe and craned their necks. Look through each head. What I saw before my eyes was a mess. There was also a wolf as big as an adult husky. On the wolf's back sat a smiling young man. That face was much more handsome than any other man present, but the smile on his face was more of a mockery. It makes people very unhappy. Lin Chuan, were they all killed by you? Li Tangfeng pointed at the tattered corpses on the ground. That's dozens of Tianzong strongmen. All died tragically within 20 breaths. The gap in strength between the two sides is so huge that it makes people shudder. Yes, Lin Chuan nodded. This time he was too lazy to quibble. Anyway, he was determined to wipe out the roots. There is absolutely no need to lie to a bunch of dying people. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Chuan casually drew a semicircle in front of him. A variety of top-grade spiritual treasures were displayed like a display. 18 weapons. Without exception, they are all top-grade spiritual treasures. Everyone was stunned, even in big sects like the Blood Evil sect and the 100 Ghost sect. It is extremely difficult to produce 18 top-grade spiritual treasures. I'm afraid the leader of a sect doesn't have so many treasures on him. Lin Chuan is just the holy son of the demon sect. How come he is so rich? Li Tangfeng's eyes turned red. Whether it was the 9th or 8th level beast inner core that Lin Chuan easily took out, or the 18 top-grade spiritual treasures that are now on display, it was enough to make him jealous. However, he was no match for Lin Chuan. However, Lin Chuan and Emperor Wolf forced thousands of disciples from other sects into a desperate situation. But it created a good opportunity for him. An opportunity to kill Lin Chuan. Everyone, you all saw it. Lin Chuan is controlling the Emperor Wolf and wants to kill us and steal the treasure. If you want to survive, you have to fight to the death. Today, either I die or Lin Chuan dies. We have no choice. Li Tangfeng sowed discord at the right time, successfully provoked everyone's anger. In an instant, thousands of people drew their swords and murderous intent was everywhere. Ugh. The Emperor Wolf also became manic. It has a sense of smell more acute than that of humans. The strong murderous intent is enough to drive it crazy. On the contrary, Lin Chuan, the instigator, was the calmest. In fact, he had anticipated everyone's murderous intent. Li Tangfeng was right. Only one side could survive this battle. Except for the disciples of the demonic sect. Everyone present must die. Brother Wolf, don't hold it back, go ahead. Kill all these people and I'll treat you to a feast. Lin Chuan laughed and jumped off the wolf's back. Then he controlled 18 top-grade spiritual treasures to completely block the only exit. Ugh. The Emperor Wolf licked his lips and grinned. This smile frightened Li Tangfeng and others so much that their faces changed drastically on the spot. Can this beast understand human language? Li Tangfeng said in disbelief. If this is true, then wouldn't the conversation they had when they entered the cave have been overheard by the Emperor Wolf? Hateful. This beast actually has wisdom. Make these cunning people run around in circles. Hoo-hoo. A strong wind suddenly arose. A huge ball of silver light rushed towards the crowd. There was a sudden uproar in the quiet cave. For a while, shouting, howling, begging for mercy, roaring. All kinds of chaotic sounds filled the cave. The pitch-black space seemed like hell on earth. Wu Nanmeng and others were outside the cave. He stared blankly at the entire mountain range. The terrifying pressure from the Emperor of Heaven caused the mountains to shake violently. The Emperor Wolf is so terrifying. Chapter 50, Crushing Shattered Confidence. The exit has been blocked by Lin. If you want to get out, you can only kill Emperor Wolf and Lin. Please keep up the hard work. Lin Chuan looked at everyone in the cave with a smile. Come up with a few sarcastic remarks from time to mess with people's mentality. As a time traveler, Lin Chuan's mind is much more active than these immortal cultivators. Killing people and destroying their hearts are basic operations. Just a few words from one mouth can cause the mentality of thousands of people to collapse. Then, of course, he would be happy to waste more time talking. However, even if he is invincible in talking, it must also be based on overwhelming strength. Otherwise, no matter how much he said, it is also impossible to talk Li Tangfeng and his thousands of men to death. After all, he was lucky. He subdued the Emperor Wolf and used him as his thug. Otherwise, he alone would not be able to keep so many cultivators at bay. Lin Chuan, don't be too extreme. We are all disciples of high status in the great sects. If I die, your heavenly demon sect will face crazy revenge. How powerful is Leng Ningxuang? She can withstand the siege of hundreds of sects. Li Tangfeng yelled in anger. He was anxious. It's because he knew that there was a high possibility that he would die here. He had no choice but to use the sect to threaten Lin Chuan. He also knew that this was a bad idea. Maybe this will make Lin Chuan afraid to act rashly and let them go. But it is more likely to arouse Lin Chuan's vigilance. Kill them to silence them. But he didn't know that Lin Chuan had thought so from the beginning. No matter what Li Tangfeng said, Lin Chuan's determined plan was to eradicate the problem completely. Ugh. The roar of the emperor wolf was accompanied by the screams of many disciples. The atmosphere in the cave is rendered even more eerie. People are dying at the hands of wolves every moment. This ferocious beast, which is comparable to the powerful Emperor of Heaven, is truly terrifyingly strong. Even if thousands of people gather together, there is no way to resist this beast. There is no possibility of survival in a fight with the Emperor Wolf, and the only breakthrough is Lin Chuan. Kill him and rush out of the cave. When they leave the Great Marsh Illusion, it will be the time for the demon sect to face its demise. Brother Li, why are you still talking nonsense to him? Kill Lin Chuan and let's charge out together. The ghost scholar said with a gloomy expression. Time is running out and they don't have time to think too much. From this clumsy situation, more than 60 people were immediately separated. Li Tangfeng and Gui Rusheng were among them. They have only one goal, Lin Chuan. Only by killing him can everyone have a chance of survival. He. Have you finally remembered Lin? However, you may have forgotten that Lin is a heavenly saint. Do you all really want to fight Lin? Lin Chuan said lazily. If possible, he really doesn't want to take action. For someone as lazy as him, even sitting in a lecture hall and listening to a class feels like a waste of energy. Not to mention fighting. However, compared to losing my life, energy that should be wasted will still be wasted. Especially this time. Even if he reveals all his cards, he will never let anyone go. Otherwise, it will bring endless disasters to him and the demon sect. Hoo-hoo. 18 top-grade spiritual treasures were circling in the air. Lin Chuan had already prepared for battle. Even the lazy expression on his face disappeared. He put on a rare seriousness. The true heavenly saint is finally about to take action. I don't know whether it is an honor for Li Tangfeng and Gui Rusheng. Bad luck still comes. Kill. Li Tangfeng couldn't wait to give the order. More than 60 people were crowded in the corridor inside the cave. Like a group of angry buffaloes, they rushed towards Lin Chuan together. Various weapons emit cold light. It is also mixed with the internal strength of Tianzan and Tianzang's strong men. The pressure on the inner walls of the cave caused them to crack. Debris continued to fall from the dome. It seems like the mountain will collapse at any time. But even in such a dangerous situation, Lin Chuan showed no intention of backing down. Even if he was buried alive at the bottom of the mountain, he also couldn't let Li Tangfeng and others escape. Hunyuan heavenly demonic art. Devil's dance. Lin Chuan's soft whisper penetrated the fierce wind and reached the ears of Li Tangfeng and others. How could Lin Chuan easily perform the Hunyuan Tianmo Gong, a well-known divine magic skill? How is this possible? But Li Tangfeng, Gui Rusheng, and others had no time to question it. The tremendous internal force surged like a tsunami. The extremely strong evil spirit made everyone feel the pain of suffocation. What's even more terrifying is the 18 top-grade spiritual treasures behind Lin Chuan. Each of them is filled with powerful internal energy, like a group of demons dancing. Shooting towards them, bang, bang, banged. Clouds of blood mist exploded from beside Li Tangfeng. Those who touched the top-grade spiritual treasure died on the spot. He didn't even have time to scream. The powerful heavenly saint is indeed terrifying. Soon, one round of attack came to a halt. Originally, there were more than 60 Tianzans and Tianzang strongmen. Now, there are only about 20 people left. Li Tangfeng looked around in horror. I found that the ghost scholars were all kneeling on the ground in embarrassment. The Lingbao folding fan in his hand was broken to the point where only half of its skeleton remained. If he hadn't had the treasure in his hand just now, I'm afraid his fate won't be much better than that of the ghost scholar. Lose. Li Tangfeng's mind went blank. The little consciousness he had left was also advising him to admit defeat. Just one round, and the victory or defeat is decided. As a heavenly venerable, his cultivation level is only one realm lower than that of Lin Chuan, the heavenly saint. But the difference is as great as the distance between heaven and earth. And only at this moment did he remember. Not long ago, Lin Chuan instantly defeated the leader of Xuanjian sect, Hong Tian. Now that I think about it, the rumors are true. He underestimated Lin Chuan. Banged. The Jiaxi dragon roar spear fell to the ground, making a sound of metal clashing. Thump. Li Tangfeng knelt on the ground with lifeless eyes. With just one strike, Lin Chuan successfully destroyed Li Tangfeng's confidence. Lin Chuan easily destroyed the person's heart. Ahumed. The ghost scholar covered his chest and coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. He smiled bitterly, looked at Li Tangfeng and said, Defeated. I'm afraid you and I will both die here. But I won't give up. Lin Chuan is obviously a few years younger than us. The strength is so terrifying. Even though I die, I cannot rest in peace. At this point, the ghost scholar actually felt jealous, especially after personally trying Lin Chuan's methods. He knew very well that it would be impossible for him to surpass Lin Chuan in this life, or even in the next. Instead, I become more jealous. They are all young disciples in the sect. They are about the same age. But there is a world of difference between their qualifications and cultivation. This contrast is so despairing. This even made Guru think that even if he died, he would take Lin Chuan with him. Brother Ghost, do you have any other ideas? Li Tangfeng was overjoyed. He was desperate, but after hearing what the ghost scholar said, his hope was rekindled. However, he is the same as the ghost scholar. I have long given up on living. I just want to die together with Lin Chuan. Such a genius, if we could drag him down to hell together. It was enough to give them both a sense of accomplishment. Same fate, Gu. I want to connect Lin Chuan's life with mine. We only need one drop of his blood. Brother Li, please get it at any cost. I'm going to drag Lin Chuan down to hell with me. Chapter 51. There is always a loophole, but that is not a big deal. The reason why the 100 Ghosts Gate is so scary. It is its endless and bizarre methods. The poisonous insect is just one of them. Rumor has it that the 100 Ghosts sect also has the techniques of controlling ghosts, puppetry, and corpse driving. These tricks that are detrimental to one's virtue have always been despised by all major sects. But in the 100 Ghosts sect, it is the mainstream martial art. 50 years ago, a group of self-proclaimed righteous sects surrounded and attacked the 100 Ghosts sect. The number of people reached 30,000, but the result was that countless of the encirclers were killed or wounded, and the causes of death are all strange and bizarre. Afterwards, he participated in the encirclement and suppression of the 100 Ghosts sect. Without exception, all of them were killed. The tragic situation still terrifies all the major sects. It was also because of that encirclement and suppression that no one in the 100 Ghosts Gate dared to move. Over the past 50 years, the development of Baiguaimen cannot be said to be good, but it is definitely not bad. The main reason is that the methods of the 100 Ghosts sect are too horrifying. Few people are willing to join unless it is absolutely necessary. But anyone who joins the 100 Ghosts Gate is a vicious and evil person. Undoubtedly, the ghost scholar is the worst of the bad guys. He is not afraid of death, but before he died, he was obsessed with revenge. He is more terrifying than a desperado. One drop of blood is that enough. Li Tangfeng's 5 fingers trembled as he slowly picked up the treasure that had fallen to the ground. That was his only possibility of hurting Lin Chuan. But how big is this possibility? He is not sure either. 1%, or even less than 10%. Hello? Have you finished your whisper? A shout brought Li Tangfeng and Gui rushing back to reality. The two looked up. At this time, Lin Chuan was staring at the two of them. Suddenly, Lin Chuan waved his hand, bringing out violent internal force. Collect the scattered top-grade spiritual treasures. The 100 Ghost sect's methods are sinister and unpredictable. You two don't think Lin doesn't know about this, do you? Let me guess, are you guys planning how to die together with Lin? In that case, Lin can only take the initiative and beat you two to death. After saying that, Lin Chuan turned his sword finger. He immediately controlled 18 top-grade spiritual treasures and rushed straight towards Li Tangfeng and Gui Rushang. Wait. Li Tangfeng's face changed drastically, and he realized in panic that he had lost his treasure. He instinctively raised his hands and surrendered on the spot. The ghost scholar's face turned pale. Bastard Lin Chuan, you are already a celestial saint, and the situation is completely under your control. Why are you still so cautious? Damn it, you don't play by the rules. Hee. I forgot to tell you too. The best way to save your life is to keep a low profile. But if you can't keep a low profile, you have to root it out. It doesn't matter whether you are the Heavenly Lord, the Heavenly Sect, or the Heavenly Emperor. With Lin, there is only one way to go, and that is death. Lin Chuan sneered, not caring whether Li Tangfeng surrendered sincerely. He controlled 18 top-grade spiritual treasures and attacked directly. Asshole! Li Tangfeng became angry and embarrassed. Even though he had surrendered, Lin Chuan still hunted him down and killed him. He was forced into a desperate situation. I can only fight to the death. Go ahead. Since our lives are already doomed, why hesitate? If we can drag Lin Chuan to hell, it will be a win for both of us. The ghost scholar said with a gloomy expression. There is no need for him to instigate the current situation. Crack. Li Tangfeng tightly gripped the Jiaxiao Longyan spear. He picked up this treasure that he had discarded twice. He looked up suddenly. A pair of eyes were scarlet. A bloody, murderous aura erupted from his body. Fight bloody battles in all directions, and I will kill the enemy with my life. Every word was squeezed out from between Li Tangfeng's teeth. At the same time, the blood in his body also burst out. The surging internal force is like a blood mist. Undoubtedly, this move was a fatal move that would burn his life. It is also the most famous martial art of the Blood Demon sect. Only the disciples of the Blood Evil sect, when on the verge of death, gave up their lives and perished together with the enemy. Only then can you use this trick. Obviously, Li Tangfeng is in danger at this moment. Whether there is a bloody battle or not, he will die. It would be better to drag Lin Chuan to take the blame before dying. Hoo-hoo! The sound of the fierce wind was mixed with an extremely strong smell of blood. Lin Chuan could also feel that Li Tangfeng's aura was surging wildly. The powerful Tianzun forcibly improves his cultivation at the cost of burning his lifespan, and infinitely close to the heavenly saint. Sharp! It's a pity that even though I'm infinitely close to becoming a heavenly saint, I still can't reach the level of heavenly saint. It's still a failure in the end. But what can be done even if I break through to the heavenly saint stage by force? I have killed Hong Tian before. Ordinary heavenly saints are no match for me. Lin Chuan chuckled and disagreed, even though he looked down on Li Tangfeng. But he kept his eyes on the ghost scholar. Compared to a reckless man like Li Tangfeng, guys like the ghost scholar who are good at playing dirty tricks are even more terrifying, even if he didn't know what conspiracy the two had planned. But he knew that he should kill the ghost scholar first. Not giving him any chance to use his tricks is the best choice. So he moved his sword, decisively distribute most of the power. Of the 18 top-grade spiritual treasures, more than half are directed at the ghost scholar. At this moment, the terrifying heavenly saint cultivation was pushed out without reservation. In an instant, it passed through the fierce wind. It crashed down towards the ghost scholar behind him. Boom, boom, boom. A series of loud noises rang out in the cave. Smoke and dust rose up. A fire breaks out. All 10 top-grade spiritual treasures fell in the same location. In an instant, the figure of the ghost scholar was swallowed up. Even Li Tangfeng was unable to react. The battle is over. You... Li Tangfeng widened his eyes in surprise when he shifted his gaze from the direction of the ghost scholar to Lin Chuan. But suddenly a black shadow flew up from that place. But the place where Lin Chuan was originally located was empty. So fast, Li Tangfeng only had time to sigh. Then he saw Lin Chuan's handsome and calm face passing by him. Get out of the way. The voice passed by carelessly. Before Li Tangfeng could react, 8 top-grade spiritual treasures smashed heavily on his body. Buff! He vomited blood, and his body flew out uncontrollably. He crashed heavily into the mountain wall, and his entire body was embedded in it. At the same time, Lin Chuan plunged into the rising smoke and dust. He used the best spiritual treasure to drive away the smoke and dust. When all the restlessness disappears, there was only a deep pit on the ground. Apart from that, there was no other figure. It's gone. Lin Chuan frowned and sighed softly. He had just noticed something was wrong. The ghost scholar just instigated Li Tangfeng to take action. But he didn't move at all, even though he looked embarrassed. But in reality, no one was hurt at all. Coupled with the mysterious methods of the 100 Ghost sect, it is impossible to predict how the ghost scholar will escape. Earth escape technique. Lin Chuan squatted at the edge of the deep pit and sniffed. There was a chilling smell that was very similar to the remaining internal energy of the ghost scholar. Even if it's not the earth escape technique, the ghost scholar must also leave from here. As if no one can do it. Can't you just wait to die? It makes me waste more energy looking for you. What a hassle. Chapter 52. Lazy people have lazy blessings. Inside the cave, the news of the ghost scholar's escape spread like wildfire. The one who was hit the hardest was Li Tangfeng. He was planning to sacrifice his life and fight Lin Chuan to the death. In the end, he was used as a gun. So annoying, but his current situation is quite embarrassing. He hated the ghost scholar, but also offended Lin Chuan. It's like being neither popular nor welcome. If he were to lose his life here, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Damn ghost, you will die a miserable death. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. Li Tangfeng gritted his teeth and said, but the words had just fallen. He felt a cold gaze coming towards him. There was no expression on Lin Chuan's handsome face. It was like looking at a dead person, without any emotional fluctuations. Brother Li, you also know that if we let the ghost scholar leave, our Tianmo sect will be in big trouble. So Lin's time is extremely valuable. How about you just die and save yourself from wasting your time? Lin Chuan played with the Linhuo sword and said leisurely, for a lazy person, even if it means killing someone, it would feel like a waste of energy. But be cautious. Li Tangfeng is the strongest and most cunning among these thousands of people. How could Lin Chuan dare to leave without taking his life? Bang! The Jiaxiao dragon roar spear fell to the ground. Li Tangfeng lowered his head dejectedly, smiled bitterly, and said, "This treasure originally belonged to you. I will return it to its rightful owner. But Li has a request. Let me kill the evil scholar with my own hands, if that will help me fulfill this wish. Afterwards, I'll do whatever you want with me." When he said this, Li Tangfeng's face was full of anger. I wish I could eat that evil scholar alive. His hatred was definitely not fake, but the words, "it's up to you," were definitely not what he meant. He knew Lin Chuan's determination. He will definitely eliminate all those who are against him today. Then killing the ghost scholar was expected. Since the ghost scholar is doomed to die, why should he do it himself? To put it bluntly, he just wanted to take this opportunity to escape. What a pity! He underestimated Lin Chuan's caution. Or perhaps it could be said that Lin Chuan values his life too much. No loopholes in the plan will be allowed. I accept this Nine Heavens Dragon Roar Spear, but I also want to take Brother Li's life. Brother Li, don't worry. After you die, the ghost scholar will go to hell to accompany you. It won't take more than half an hour. Lin Chuan chuckled. As soon as the sword moved, 18 top-grade spiritual treasures pointed at the same target. Compared to before, Lin Chuan is more imposing. He displayed his entire heavenly saint cultivation, almost without reservation. Not that he took his enemies seriously, but he was afraid that he would be too arrogant, and another fish like the ghost scholar would slip through the net. No, you can't kill me. I'm the Sword Emperor's personal disciple. If I die, the heavenly demon sect will be retaliated. Brother Lin, please listen to me. I will never tell anyone else what happened today. We don't need to get to this point. Li Tangfeng threatened and persuaded at the same time. The only thing he could do now was to rely on his mouth to convince Lin Chuan. But no matter how he persuaded them with emotion and reason, those 18 top-grade spiritual treasures were still approaching. Lin Chuan's murderous intent had not weakened at all. Lin Chuan, you'll regret this. You can't kill me. Li Tangfeng's hysterical roar echoed in the cave, but soon it was completely drowned out by a roar. The mountain shook violently, and rocks kept falling off. The strong wind, formed by the residual power of the internal force, raged in the cave for a full moment. Wait until the smoke clears. There was no one in front of Lin Chuan, not to mention seeing Li Tangfeng's body. Even a piece of flesh had disappeared completely. So miserable. Thousands of disciples from other sects were paralyzed. Li Tangfeng died so tragically. Then wouldn't it be impossible for these minions to survive? Now they realized that they had underestimated Lin Chuan's strength. The powerful heavenly saint is so terrifying. How could they possibly provoke him? Plus, there is an Emperor Wolf that is comparable to the Emperor of Heaven. Forget about escaping. It is their good fortune that they can keep their bodies intact when they die. Woo, I don't want to die. It's all Li Tangfeng and Gui Rusheng's fault. We've been tricked by them. I was wrong, I really know I was wrong. Please spare my life, please. Cries and shouts broke the silent atmosphere. The ghost scholar escaped, and Li Tangfeng died tragically. This dealt a serious blow to the morale of these people. Among the thousands of people, almost all of them were cowards with no fighting spirit. Among them were also disciples of the Blood Evil sect and the 100 Ghost sect. Belch! The King Wolf burped at an inopportune moment. After the battle, it was too full. But if these thousands of people are not dealt with, then wasn't everything Lin Chuan did before just empty talk? If you don't remove the roots of the grass, it will grow again in the spring breeze. It's time to make a decision. 10 8th-level fierce beast inner cores. Lin Chuan said indifferently, in exchange for the lives of these 2,321 people. Brother Wolf, do you agree? He knew that the Emperor Wolf could understand human language. I'm just too lazy to keep you in suspense. That's more than 2,000 lives. It must be tiring to kill. Anyway, he has plenty of inner cores of ferocious beasts, so he might as well hire a ready-made thug to help him do the work. Ding, at the moment of slaughter, the host is paddling. Reward, shrink the earth by 1,000 miles. Another unexpected gain. Lin Chuan swore that he definitely did not slack off in order to get the reward. It was pure laziness on his part. However, shrinking the distance by 1,000 miles seems to be a skill. It can save a lot of things if you use it to hurry on your way. It seems that chasing people is also possible, especially when chasing after the escaping ghost scholar. It is perfect. It seems the system is quite considerate of me. Is this what it means to be lazy and have good fortune? Lin Chuan smiled with relief. At this moment, the Emperor Wolf heard Lin Chuan's conditions. He immediately turned his head and looked over, grinning at Lin Chuan. This man and this wolf could understand each other's intentions without words. It feels weird. However, the King Wolf was so smart that it helped Lin Chuan save a lot of worries. It takes a lot of effort to communicate. Someone as lazy as Lin Chuan would probably have to consider whether to tame it. When the King Wolf's green eyes looked at everyone again, a terrifying cold light suddenly burst out. Help! There was no other sound in the cave except the screams. The miserable screams continued to echo in the cave, particularly creepy and empty. Even Wu Nanmeng and others outside the cave felt their hair stand on end. What on earth happened in there? Wu Nanmeng kept guessing. She couldn't help wanting to go in and take a look several times. But he was stopped by his disciples. It was because Lin Chuan had instructed in advance not to let them in. These disciples are really too obedient. In fact, it's not that the disciples of the demonic sect are obedient. It's just because there is a heavenly emperor-level Emperor Wolf in the cave. That was a ferocious beast that even Lin Chuan couldn't deal with. What's the difference between them going in and committing suicide? Stay outside the cave so you can run faster if anything happens. As for the screams that kept coming from the cave, they were curious. You also have to restrain your curiosity. After all, curiosity kills the cat. Fortunately, the wait didn't last too long. The miserable cries gradually died away. Everyone's heart beat even faster. They were worried that Lin Chuan had also encountered a disaster. What should I do with that one? Duh. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps broke the silence. And the next second, a figure emerged from the dark cave. Immediately afterwards, a handsome face penetrated the darkness and appeared before Wu Nanmeng and others. Holy Sun, Lin Chuan. Everyone was overjoyed. Lin Chuan came out alive. Not only that, he seemed to be unharmed. How is this done? Everyone was surprised and delighted. But these expressions froze in the next second. 9 pairs of frightened eyes looked behind Lin Chuan. A wolf with silver hair followed Lin Chuan closely. It seemed as if there was a big danger character on his head. Lin Chuan, however, acted as if he hadn't noticed anything and made a V sign towards Wu Nanmeng and the others. Yeah. Chapter 53. Destroying the body and covering up the traces, Lin Chuan is a madman. Yeah, you big head ghost. Wu Nanmeng has a headache. Is it time to relax now? Danger. She quickly drew her sword and rushed towards Lin Chuan without caring about the danger to her life. Form a formation. The disciples of the demonic sect acted decisively and set up their battle formation. The Emperor Wolf is too powerful. Thousands of disciples from other sects died tragically in the cave. How could they possibly resist with just 10 of them? I'm afraid this battle is a sure death. But even so, Wu Nanmeng and his companions did not give up their desire to survive. But compared to the other 8 disciples, Wu Nanmeng protected Lin Chuan almost instinctively. It's just this simple action. Lin Chuan saw it and felt touched. From now on, I will never call you a vicious woman again. He admitted that he was moved, but it's just friendship between fellow students. Even among fellow disciples, it is common to entrust life and death to others. Didn't Lin Chuan have this idea before? Senior sister, I misunderstood. Brother Wolf and I are friends. It won't hurt us, right? Lin Chuan looked at the Emperor Wolf with a smile. He casually threw over an 8th-level ferocious beast's inner core. Ugh. The Emperor Wolf growled lazily, swallowed the inner elixir in one gulp, and then dozed off on the ground. This lazy state is exactly the same as Lin Chuan's. When Wu Nanmeng and the others saw it, a word suddenly flashed through their minds. Birds of a feather flocked together. However, as a heavenly saint, Lin Chuan was able to subdue a 9th-level ferocious beast. If this matter were to get out, it would probably cause another sensation in the world of immortal cultivation. Certainly, Wu Nanmeng and others also noticed it. Lin Chuan's method of recapture the Emperor Wolf was nothing more than bombarding it with a large number of the beast's inner cores. How much inventory does he have? No one knows this. But another problem also arises. If Lin Chuan lost the inner elixir of the ferocious beast, It would be hard to say whether he could still control the Emperor Wolf. It is also hard to say whether the Emperor Wolf will go crazy by then. In short, it is difficult to predict whether it is a blessing or a curse to have this ninth-level ferocious beast by your side. They also wanted to ask Lin Chuan what he was thinking. Wu Nanmeng was just about to speak. Lin Chuan was the first to break the silence. Senior sister and all the junior brothers and sisters. Can I trust you? He glanced at the 9 people, frowning slightly. There was a serious look in their eyes. He is usually lazy, and it is rare for him to show such a cautious expression. It was obvious that what he was about to say must be very serious. Certainly, Wu Nanmeng and the 8 disciples nodded. Everyone took it very seriously. Dare not be negligent in the slightest. That's good. Lin Chuan nodded and continued. Everyone, please remember that today's matter concerns the survival of the demonic sect. If even a little bit of the news leaks out, the consequences will be unpredictable. I think everyone doesn't want the demonic sect to be besieged by other sects because of you and me. Let the whole family be wiped out. After hearing this, everyone understood Lin Chuan's good intentions. Nearly 3,000 disciples from various sects and schools are buried in the cave. Although these people were basically killed by the Emperor Wolf, but it was designed by Lin Chuan, then the consequences will definitely be blamed on Lin Chuan and the demonic sect. You know, these 3,000 people are the backbone of the younger generation in various sects and schools, especially Li Tangfeng and Gui Rusheng. The status of these 2 in the Blood Evil sect and the 100 Ghost sect is no lower than Lin Chuan in the Heavenly Demon sect. Once the news of their deaths leaked out, apart from anything else, these 2 major sects alone will definitely attack the Tianmo sect. Ask Leng Ningxuang for an explanation. Anyway, no matter what the demonic sect does, Lin Chuan is definitely going to end up in trouble. Now everyone is dead. The result is irreversible. The only thing to do is to destroy the body. I didn't expect things to develop to this point. That's the only way. Lin Chuan, how are you going to deal with this? Wu Nanmeng sighed softly. Her mind was a little confused at the moment. I can only follow Lin Chuan's arrangements. Anyway, he was the one who set up the whole thing from beginning to end, even though this guy is notoriously lazy. But there are so many clever ideas. There shouldn't be any problem if we leave it to him, right? It's very simple. Everyone please step back. Leave the rest to me. Lin Chuan waved his hand and kicked the Emperor Wolf. Signal it to stay away. Woo-woo. The Emperor Wolf opened his eyes lazily and growled at Lin Chuan in dissatisfaction. But that's all. It seemed to know what Lin Chuan was going to do. Then he retreated obediently 500 or 600 steps away. Is it necessary to be so far away? Wu Nanmeng asked in confusion. What exactly was Lin Chuan planning to do that could affect a distance of 600 steps? In fact, Lin Chuan was also a little surprised. It is said that animals have sharp noses, but this was the first time he had seen a beast with such a sharp brain. It seems that this wolf has an unusually high IQ. Next time you try to trick it, you'll have to be more careful. He talked to himself for a while. Then he warned Wu Nanmeng to retreat as far away as possible. Hoo-hoo. Suddenly, a strong wind suddenly arose. It's not that the weather in the great swamp fantasy land has changed. Instead, Lin Chuan mobilized all his internal energy. At the same time, he also offered 18 top-grade spiritual treasures and 1 supreme treasure, compared to when he dealt with Li Tangfeng and Gui Rusheng before. At this moment, he was truly firing on all cylinders. However, this time he was facing an entire mountain. That's a mountain range that stretches for hundreds of miles. Could it be that he was going to collapse a mountain? He's crazy. Wu Nanmeng was shocked. It's just a matter of destroying the body. Is there any need to waste energy on an entire mountain? Tiansheng is indeed powerful. It also has the power to move mountains and fill the sea. But that's just a slight exaggeration. To truly be able to move mountains and fill the sea, one must wait for the Emperor of Heaven. Besides, attacked a mountain range that stretched for hundreds of miles. Isn't Lin Chuan afraid of attracting disciples from other sects? Don't forget, there are still 5,000 people outside. Hunyuan heavenly demonic art. Demon burial. Suddenly, there was a loud roar. Lin Chuan's internal strength doubled again. The residual power of the internal force swept across 10 miles. It almost blew away Wu Nanmeng and others who were 600 steps away. So strong. This is the true strength of the Holy Sun. The disciples of the demonic sect were extremely excited. They thought they could finally see Lin Chuan use all his strength. But the next second, A powerful force descended from the sky and broke through the clouds. 19 beams of light of different colors fell straight into the mountains. The noise was so great that it still shook the entire day's fantasy world. Even the ghost scholar who was fleeing for his life couldn't help but stop. He looked up at the sky with horror. Lin Chuan. He's actually going to shatter the Bailey Mountains. This lunatic. Damn it, I shouldn't have provoked him. No, if I stay in the Great Marsh illusion, he will kill me sooner or later. I have to escape as soon as possible, the ghost scholar said in panic. After staying for a while, he crawled towards the only exit. Chapter 54, Textbook-Style Root Eradication. Lin Chuan is not idle. Since he has decided to eradicate the problem completely, he will definitely not leave any traces of trouble. There was a pile of corpses in the cave. Maybe there are a few lucky ones who escaped death. To be on the safe side, it would be best to destroy the entire mountain. Secondly, there is a ghost scholar who has escaped the net within the day's illusion. Be sure to get rid of him before he escapes from the illusion. What he lacks most is time. Boom, boom, boom. The tremor, which was enough to shake the earth for thousands of miles, startled everyone. A mountain range stretching for hundreds of miles collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The devil's burial move is so terrifying. Its destructive power has exceeded the means of ordinary heavenly saints. The reason for this is that Lin Chuan broke the rules and practiced God-level magic skills. On weekdays, he is indeed lazy, but the accumulation over the years is real. The rewards of the system are extremely practical. Unknowingly, Lin Chuan had been transformed into a super terrifying monster. It's just that he doesn't know it himself. To put it bluntly, he is still too lazy. Therefore, he rarely fights with others. Even if you have to take action, it will be a surprise victory. He never used his full strength, but this time it was different. Lin Chuan is in a hurry. Moreover, mountains that are hundreds of miles long are not so easy to destroy. So he didn't think too much about it and just gave it his all. As for the effect, that's surprisingly good. Oh my God, is this really the work of the Holy Sun? Such terrifying destructive power is probably only achievable by a heavenly emperor. Could it be that the Holy Sun has already broken through to the heavenly emperor? The disciples of the demonic sect couldn't help but speculate. It's normal for them to have such thoughts. It's Lin Chuan's fault for hiding so deeply. Even those from the same sect rarely saw Lin Chuan take action, not to mention giving it your all. This way, we should be able to prevent future troubles. Wu Nanmeng's brows relaxed, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The mountains in front of me were originally hundreds of feet high. Now there are only a few dozen feet left. The area within 50 miles was reduced to a pile of rocks. It is impossible for anyone buried in such a place to survive. No, that's not enough. Suddenly, Lin Chuan shook his head and retorted in a very serious tone. What? Wu Nanmeng was very confused. The whole mountain has been destroyed like this, and you still think it's not enough. Do you think those thousands of disciples from other sects are cockroaches? Is life that important? Senior sister, please don't be careless. This matter concerns the life and death of the demonic sect and you and me. No matter how cautious we are, it is not excessive. Besides, this mountain range stretches for hundreds of miles, so there might be invisible caves in the ground. If we were to leave even one person alive due to a moment of carelessness, it would be enough to bring catastrophic disaster to the demonic sect. Better safe than sorry. Lin Chuan glanced back at Wu Nanmeng and said solemnly. As a time traveler, he knew too well the consequences of carelessness. There are often villains in TV dramas and novels who are too proud of themselves. Because of a moment of carelessness, the protagonist escaped death. The protagonist develops rapidly while pretending to be dead. Finally kill the villain. If we talk about the degree of cruelty, Lin Chuan is definitely the villain at this moment. After all, he holds thousands of lives. Once the news gets out, it will be big news that will shock the world of immortal cultivation. Even the slightest negligence can bring endless disasters, so it never goes wrong to be careful. But the entire mountain range was destroyed by you. What else can you do? Are we going to dig up all the bodies and kill them all again? Wu Nanmeng smiled bitterly. It is indeed most advisable to examine the body, but this is simply unrealistic. First, the mountain collapsed and became a mass grave. It was impossible to retrieve the body. Moreover, the previous commotion was too loud, which was bound to attract a lot of people. There was not much time left for Lin Chuan and others. Secondly, it is impossible for Lin Chuan to recognize every corpse. Apart from Li Tangfeng and Gui Rusheng, he didn't even know anyone else. He couldn't even check the number of people. How to verify it? Since it cannot be verified, there is only one way. Make the entire mountain range disappear completely. Lin Chuan's tone was very resolute, but it also shocked Wu Nanmeng and the disciples of the demon sect. Even the Emperor Wolf looked up at him. He. You must be kidding. The corners of Wu Nanmeng's mouth twitched twice, and his face was full of disbelief. She did not wait for Lin Chuan's response, but he saw Lin Chuan bursting out his internal strength again. This time he went all out. Compared with before, the breath has not weakened at all. It seems to have increased a bit. How is that possible? That wasn't his full strength just now. It's incredible. Wu Nanmeng looked surprised, but at the same time she was extremely excited. It is a blessing for the demon sect to have a young and powerful person like Lin Chuan. Even if the demonic sect encounters a catastrophe in the future, there is no need to rely on Leng Ningxuang alone. Besides, Lin Chuan is still young. He has plenty of opportunities to grow. Perhaps in the future, his achievements will not be worse than Leng Ningxuang's. No, it should be said that he will definitely surpass Condensation Frost. Hunyuan Heavenly Demonic Skill, Ordinary Punch. At this time, Lin Chuan seemed to be trying to throw a punch. He delivered a seemingly effortless punch, but it brought about a magnificent momentum. At least, a powerful heavenly master like Wu Nanmeng would definitely not be able to bear it. It's just an ordinary punch, but it's so powerful. The disciples of the demonic sect were stunned. Having witnessed Lin Chuan's terrifying strength, they naturally did not dare to think that Lin Chuan was bluffing. This ordinary punch definitely has the power to split mountains and crack rocks. But the mountains that stretch for hundreds of miles must be flattened. I'm afraid it's still a long way off. Boom! After a loud bang, smoke and dust rose up. However, the small amount of smoke and dust stirred up was not enough to block everyone's sight. At this time, Lin Chuan had blasted a 100-foot-deep pit on the mountain. This is enough to show that the power of his punch is very strong. Not bad. Lin Chuan was quite satisfied with the result. However, he also knew that he was pressed for time and did not have the spare time to waste here. He simply mobilized all his internal energy at once. This time, he wanted to blow up the mountains directly, then go and intercept the ghost scholar. Hunyuan Heavenly Demonic Skill, Continuous Serious Punches. Following his low growl, the real storm is about to come. At this moment, Lin Chuan displayed Tiansheng's power without reservation, but according to the feelings of Wu Nanmeng and others. Lin Chuan, however, possesses terrifying strength that surpasses that of a heavenly saint. Then countless fist shadows bombarded the mountains. With every punch he threw, the mountains exploded. The mountains stretching for hundreds of miles could not withstand the ant like Lin Chuan. The Holy Sun is truly amazing. But is it really necessary to go to this extent? The disciple of the demonic sect said with a puzzled look on his face. At this moment, let alone the thousands of corpses in the cave, even the entire mountain range almost disappeared. Lin Chuan performed a textbook example of eradicating the roots of the problem for them. Although it's indeed a bit exaggerated, but we can absolutely guarantee that not even a trace will be left. Chapter 55, want me to die from talking too much, too naive. The fantasy world of days. The strong wind has just died down. 5,000 people stood still on the plain, gazing into the distance. Originally, there was a mountain range stretching for hundreds of miles. At this moment, it has disappeared without a trace. God knows what happened there. Because they were too far away, they could only see 9 beams of light falling from the sky. Then there was an earthquake. When they woke up, the mountains had disappeared. Although the cause of the destruction of the mountains cannot be confirmed, but everyone knew that the terrifying force was definitely not a natural force. It is definitely man-made, but it can destroy a mountain range stretching for hundreds of miles in an instant. Only the powerful heavenly emperor can do it. Could it be that a powerful heavenly emperor is hidden in the great marsh illusion? As soon as this thought came up, many people were frightened by themselves and their faces turned pale. You should know that those who come here are all the younger generation of disciples of the sect. The strongest one is just Lin Chuan, but he is just a heavenly saint. If a powerful heavenly emperor really took action, I'm afraid that the 8,000 people who entered the illusion would have no chance of survival. What to do? Compared to my life, the rare treasures in the fantasy world are not something I can't give up. Perhaps this place was originally the territory of some otherworldly master. It was our intrusion that angered the other party. If we leave now, maybe we can still make it in time. A group of people began to imagine wildly. Fear of the unknown is human nature. In this regard, greed can be temporarily abandoned. However, these people's imaginations inadvertently helped Lin Chuan a lot. Originally, Lin Chuan was worried that he would cause such a big commotion. It will definitely attract a lot of people, but he forgot that the strength he displayed had exceeded everyone's understanding of Tiansheng. Instead, the disaster was directed to an unknown, powerful heavenly emperor. As for whether this powerful man actually exists or not, only God knows. Certainly, Lin Chuan never relies on others for opportunities. After destroying the mountains, he was never idle for a moment. He decisively used the technique of shrinking the earth by 1,000 miles and headed straight for the exit of the illusion. Nowadays, everyone who knew the truth died. The only remaining problem is the ghost scholar. If he kills him, Lin Chuan can rest assured. However, there is a time difference between the two sides. If you only rely on your feet to catch up, I'm afraid the ghost scholar has already escaped back to the 100 Ghosts Gate. Fortunately, the system is quite user-friendly. The reward was a skill that could shorten the distance by 1,000 miles. The so-called shrinking the distance by 1,000 miles is not as mysterious as described in myths and legends. It is also impossible to do what Sun Wukong did and travel 10,000 miles with one somersault. However, folding space can still speed up travel. Compared with the method of escaping underground, the effect of shrinking the Earth by 1,000 miles is about 50 times. He can travel 10 feet underground in one breath. Then shrinking the Earth by 1,000 miles means shrinking the Earth by 500 feet in one breath. Even though the difference is so huge, Lin Chuan was still worried. His worries were not unfounded. After all, there is only one exit in the Great Swamp Fantasy. Once the ghost scholar leaves the illusion, that's like looking for a needle in a haystack. It will be difficult to find him again. Senior sister, please stay here and don't wander around. I'll come back and join you guys after I get rid of the evil scholar. Brother Wolf, you are not allowed to hurt them. When I come back, I'll give you 2 level 8 beast inner cores. Lin Chuan hurriedly gave some instructions and disappeared in a flash. He disappeared. Even the Emperor Wolf was startled. Lin Chuan didn't know. This technique of shrinking the Earth by 1,000 miles seems to be used to speed up travel. But it is no easier to practice than Hunyuan Tianmo Gong. It can be considered a god-level skill at least. It's a pity that neither the Emperor Wolf nor Wu Nanmeng knew the value of it. I just felt that Lin Chuan disappeared in an instant. With their eyesight, they couldn't see any clues anyway. Right now, on the other side of the day's fantasy, the ghost scholar fled in a very embarrassed manner. The exit of the illusion is right in front of us. A relieved smile finally appeared on his tired face. Escaped. Finally, I can leave this damn place. I didn't expect that the holy son of the heavenly demon sect is even more terrifying than the rumors say. I've hit a wall this time, but don't be complacent. Based on the power you displayed just now, I'm sure Li Tangfeng and the others must have died at your hands. That's 3,000 lives. Once the news spreads throughout the world of cultivation, the entire Tianmo sect will suffer a devastating disaster. Lin Chuan, even if I can't beat you, I still have a way to turn you into ashes. The ghost scholar gritted his teeth and muttered to himself. Of course he hated Lin Chuan. The disciples of Beiguimen are all vengeful people. This is especially true for the ghost Confucian students. Besides, he is a genius who is like a star among the 100 ghosts. He has always had smooth sailing, so how could he have suffered such a setback? This time he almost lost his life. They are both disciples of the same young generation, so why is there such a big gap between them? He refused, but you can't refuse to accept it. He knew very well that Lin Chuan had extraordinary talent. Even if he tries his whole life, it will probably be difficult for him to surpass it. But he would never be willing to carry this inner demon for the rest of his life. Since that's the case, he can only do everything he can to destroy Lin Chuan. Hoo-hoo. Suddenly, a cold wind blew. Before the ghost scholar could see the situation clearly, I just felt a piercing pain in my chest. The whole person flew out uncontrollably. Then a black shadow came chasing after them like a flash of lightning. In a trance, the ghost scholar saw the other person's appearance clearly. Lin Chuan. He cried out in horror. This was his instinctive reaction, but it seemed to have angered the other party. Damn it, I was so careless. If I had known earlier, I should have sealed your mouth. Lin Chuan shook his head in frustration, although his worries were unnecessary. But it's better to be safe than sorry. What if there is someone hiding extremely secretly nearby? Even he didn't notice. That shout from the ghost scholar just now Wouldn't that directly expose his identity? But no matter what, the ghost scholar must die. After dealing with this person, check your surroundings carefully. Bang! A muffled sound brought Lin Chuan's thoughts back to reality. The ghost scholar fell to the ground. He was already in a mess, and now he looked even worse. Although he was ugly to begin with, but he was dressed respectably after all. Try to make yourself look like a gentleman in every move. It's all because of Lin Chuan. The image he had worked so hard to maintain was completely ruined. Swish! Lin Chuan summoned the Nine Heavens Dragon Roar Spear. At the same time, his eyes turned cold. The murderous intent is prominent. Gurgled. The ghost scholar's face was full of horror. He was scared. Etc. Can we talk? He begged. Cannot. Lin Chuan replied crisply. Then he raised the Nine Heavens Dragon Roar Spear and stabbed directly at the ghost scholar. Do you want him to die from talking too much? Too naive. Chapter 56. You're doomed if you're still lost. The exit of the day's fantasy. The ghost scholar fell in a pool of blood with a shocking wound on his chest. It was his fatal injury. He was so full of life just now. At this moment, half of his life is about to be buried. But he didn't feel any regret. Some are just shocked. He was shocked by Lin Chuan's decisiveness in killing, rather than being curious about why Lin Chuan could catch up with him so quickly. What he was more curious about was why Lin Chuan's methods were so cruel and decisive. They are also disciples of the younger generation. In his opinion, Lin Chuan's character was not like that of a young man in his 20s. Instead, he looks more like a veteran in his 50s with rich experience. It is the tragedy of the ghost scholar to provoke such a person and force him to become his opponent. If he were given another chance to choose, he would never provoke someone like Lin Chuan. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in the world, and his life will eventually end with the loss of blood. Ahem. The ghost scholar coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood and said with a weak breath, "It wouldn't be unfair to die in your hands. I just want to know the current situation of Li Tangfeng and those 3,000 disciples from other sects. They wouldn't have already." Halfway through his speech, the ghost scholar seemed to realize something. He gave a wry smile and stopped talking. In fact, the moment when the mountains in the distance disappear, he already understood that there was no way those 3,000 people could survive. But he couldn't believe how a heavenly saint could achieve such a level of cultivation. But he would rather believe that Lin Chuan had only surpassed the average strength of a heavenly saint. He was also unwilling to believe that Lin Chuan had hidden his cultivation level, already reached the Emperor of Heaven. After all, admitting this result would only make him feel more frustrated. Yes. They are all dead, and you are the only one left. I didn't expect that even using the Nine Heavens Dragon Chant Spear wouldn't be able to kill you on the spot. Are all the people from the 100 Ghosts Gates so strong in vitality? Lin Chuan told the truth without hesitation. I also complained a lot, by the way. Not being able to kill the ghost scholar with one blow has already wasted time. If there were other people hiding nearby, the problem would be much more serious. Anyway, the ghost scholar will die sooner or later. It would be better to focus more on exploring the surrounding situation. When the ghost scholar finished his nonsense, Lin Chuan checked almost every corner of the surrounding area. Thankfully, there was no one around. Call. Good luck. Once I've dealt with you, I can rest assured. Lin Chuan breathed a sigh of relief and smiled faintly. Although a lot of things happened today, but fortunately, the result was satisfactory. But just in case, it's better to get rid of the ghost scholar as soon as possible. Sword Chi. Lin Chuan muttered something and immediately transformed his internal energy into a sword. Then he swung it violently, creating a deep pit the size of a person on the spot. Lin Huo sword. He growled again. Offer up a top-grade spiritual treasure with fire attribute. When the weapon hit the deep pit, a fire slowly started. After doing all this, Lin Chuan nodded with satisfaction, turning to look at the ghost scholar. At this time, the ghost scholar was still confused. I have no idea why Lin Chuan spent so many steps on this. Brother Ghost, I respect you as a man. You're going to die anyway, so I won't bully you. This fire pit is my farewell gift to you. Jump down yourself. Lin Chuan made a gesture of invitation and stood aside, too lazy to move. If he hadn't been worried that the ghost scholar would leak the secret, he was too lazy to run so far to chase the other party. But even at this critical moment of eradicating the roots of the problem, he still tries to be lazy whenever he can. The word lazy has penetrated into his bones. There is no hope in this life. Ding, while chasing the enemy, The host is paddling. Reward, free and easy skill, God level. Rewards have been distributed, and the host has automatically started practicing. Zioio Zizai Gong constantly absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, automatically transforming it into internal strength. As long as heaven and earth are immortal, cultivation will never cease. Although the system can always accurately determine when Lin Chuan is really slacking off. But this feeling of being seen through always makes Lin Chuan uncomfortable. After all, paddling is not a good thing. It would be even more shameful if someone pointed it out. Even someone as thick-skinned as Lin Chuan would feel guilty. But the system gave too much. He accepted it reluctantly. As for the reward this time, Lin Chuan was very satisfied. He was lazy to begin with, and was not willing to expend energy on practicing. However, Zioio Ziz Gong can be practiced without being affected by Lin Chuan's subjective consciousness. Isn't this a magical skill that lazy people must have? As long as the world is not destroyed, cultivation will never cease. Well said. Then I can sleep in without any regrets from now on. If anyone dares to disturb me, I will slap this manual in his face. Except for senior sister and the old witch. Lin Chuan did not forget to make up for himself. He was also afraid that if he set up FIAG rashly, he would be slapped in the face in the future. This period of talking to himself consumed a full 30 breaths of his time. When he came to his senses, the ghost scholar is already a cold corpse. Lin Chuan shook his head and smiled bitterly. He had forgotten that the ghost scholar was already bleeding heavily. The reason he was able to persist for so long was because he was a cultivator. It would be strange if he didn't die after being left aside by him for such a long time. Well, I have to cremate you myself. Not enough for you, stinky ass. Lin Chuan gave the ghost scholar's corpse a cold look. Then he grabbed the other person's clothes and threw them hard. With a whoosh, the corpse fell precisely into the fire pit. Crackle! The fire is burning. A burnt smell filled the air. Lin Chuan immediately regretted it. The smell of cremation is too strong. Even if they cannot attract disciples from other sects, they will at least attract the ferocious beasts nearby. Lin Chuan is not afraid of these low-level ferocious beasts, but there is no guarantee that a mad beast will not carry away the ghost scholar's body. Then everything he did would be in vain. Sure enough, it's not that easy to eradicate the roots. I wanted to save some energy, but it seems that's not going to work. Lin Chuan immediately corrected his attitude. So he simply took out 18 top-grade spiritual treasures and the 9 heavens dragon roar spear, the most precious treasure. The heavenly demon is transformed into the 9 heavens thunder prison. Boom, boom, boom. There was a terrifying roar of thunder. Dark clouds gathered and thunder rolled in. Soon the sky was dark and the earth was dark within 100 miles. Once again, it attracted thousands of disciples from other sects within the illusion. What happened today? It's only been half an hour, and 2 strange phenomena have occurred in heaven and earth. Could it be that there is more than one powerful heavenly emperor in the Great Marsh illusion? It's broken, this time it's at the exit. If there really are 2 heavenly emperors, one of them would have blocked our retreat. Thousands of disciples from other sects were fantasizing wildly. Once again, he thought Lin Chuan was a hidden master. Senior, please don't be angry. If we have offended you in any way, please forgive me, Senior. As for the rare treasures we picked in the illusion, if they belong to you, Senior, we are willing to return them in full. Crash! Thousands of people threw all the rare treasures they had worked so hard to obtain onto the ground. There were so many of them that they formed a small mountain in front of each person. Although everyone was very unwilling, but being double-teamed by 2 powerful heavenly emperors, they dared not act rashly. It's better to give up the treasure and save your life. Chapter 57. Windfall, hurry and take it home. The angry atmosphere suddenly subsided. It seems like God has forgiven people's greed. He took back his anger. Thousands of disciples from other sects breathed a sigh of relief. They looked at the piles of rare treasures at their feet and sighed. Although he was unwilling, he dared not be greedy anymore. However, giving up these treasures that have already been obtained requires great determination. If their lives weren't in danger, I'm afraid no one would be willing to do this. Anyway, looking at these dazzling treasures, everyone felt so heartbroken that they couldn't breathe. But in the end, nearly 5,000 people cruelly abandoned the treasures and left without looking back. Their departure heralds the end of the adventure in the fantasy world of days. However, for Lin Chuan and Wu Nanmeng, disciples of the demon sect, the treasure hunt has just begun. At the beginning, they did come with the idea of digging for treasure. But soon, they discovered rare treasures all over the ground. The most important thing is that these countless treasures are all ownerless. Strange things happen every day, but today is especially strange. Could it be possible that so many treasures fell from the sky? The disciples of the demonic sect were surprised and delighted, but more confused. But after some doubts, they still accepted it all. I originally thought that it would be great if I could dig up a few high-quality spiritual herbs during my trip to the Great Marsh Fantasy Land. But among these piles of treasures, there are tens of thousands of 7th-grade spiritual medicines alone, and millions of 4th grade and below. If this were to be brought back to the sect, it would definitely scare people to death. The disciples were very excited. Although the credit is acquired, luck is also part of strength. Especially in the world of cultivating immortals, more emphasis is placed on good fortune. People with great fortune often get opportunities that ordinary people cannot get. This is fate. You can't refuse to accept it. Too many treasures is not a good thing. Although I don't know if the disciples of other sects have also gained such benefits. But the amount we have obtained so far is by no means comparable to others. A tall tree attracts the wind, and wealth should not be revealed. Put all the rare treasures you have obtained into the space ring. Don't mention it to anyone. Otherwise, we will be ambushed before we even get back to the sect. Do you understand? Wu Nanmeng reminded seriously. Compared with these junior brothers and sisters, she is considered an old hand. She understood very well that human hearts were unpredictable. What's more, today's harvest is too amazing. Not to mention them, even the sect didn't dare to leak the news easily. Lin Chuan is right. Be low-key. Thinking of this, Wu Nanmeng looked up into the distance. On a mound, Lin Chuan was observing his surroundings intently. Just before the incense stick was up, Lin Chuan actually offered to go on guard. This is the first time he has been so proactive. Wu Nanmeng almost thought that the Lin Chuan in front of her was someone else in disguise. Now that I think about it, Lin Chuan probably felt that these treasures were too many and too eye-catching. We need to be on guard against outsiders coming to snatch it. However, everyone seems to have had a burst of luck today. First, we encountered an astonishing number of unowned treasures. After that, I didn't meet a single outsider for such a long time. It seems that God is particularly kind to them. Senior sister, everything is ready. 5 million spiritual herbs were placed in the space ring. We can leave any time. The disciples of the demonic sect gave a brief report. The 8 people were so happy that the corners of their mouths were almost split to the back of their heads. Wu Nanmeng was also very excited, but she did not forget that she was their eldest senior sister. Always stay calm. So she just nodded, her face expressionless. Although her calmness was fake, but it made the disciples feel extremely at ease. Even Lin Chuan couldn't give her this feeling of security. After all, he was too lazy. Although miracles can often be created, but not calm. Of course, Lin Chuan also doesn't want others to rely too much on him. That would make him feel uncomfortable too. Lin, junior brother, you can go now. Wu Nanmeng reminded his disciples. After so much trouble, I have gained a lot. It's time to leave. The time spent in the fantasy world of days was not long. It only took 2 or 3 days. But it made Wu Nanmeng look at Lin Chuan differently. It's not that Lin Chuan conquered Wu Nanmeng with his strength, but it is about the judgment in handling things. There are traces of Lin Chuan's excessive caution. The world is too dangerous. If you are not careful, you will lose your life. Only by being extremely careful can you ensure that nothing goes wrong. And in this regard, Lin Chuan, a rookie, actually did better than her. Senior sister, I'm afraid I can't go with you, Lin Chuan said with a serious face. Everyone was surprised when they heard this. Fortunately, Wu Nanmeng and the others didn't know that Lin Chuan had ever thought of betraying the sect. Otherwise, even if they were beaten to death, they would not let Lin Chuan leave alone. Of course, Lin Chuan definitely didn't dare to escape. The terrifying feeling that occurred when condensation frost suddenly appeared a few days ago. Until now, Lin Chuan still can't get rid of it. Maybe condensation frost is hiding somewhere. Just wait for him to run away, then jump out and scare him. After these few days, do you all understand the importance of eradicating the problem at its roots? And half a month ago, I killed Hong Tian, the leader of the Xuanjian sect. The entire Xuanjian sect hates the Tianmo sect and me to the core. This matter is a huge hidden danger. If I can't get rid of it, I won't be able to sleep or eat, Lin Chuan said with a serious expression. In fact, Lin Chuan has always been bothered by Hong Tian's death. It wasn't that he regretted killing Hong Tian. It's just that he failed to block the news in time, which caused him a lot of trouble. He has always been cautious, and his biggest worry is that the demon sect will be besieged one day. With Leng Ningxuang's famous name and fearless personality, it's only a matter of time before something bad happens. In the future, we will settle all new and old grudges together. The demonic sect is bound to suffer a devastating disaster. Unfortunately, he just couldn't escape from the demon sect. Even if he doesn't accept his fate, he must try his best to eliminate the disaster. In this way, he can sleep peacefully. Of course, if Leng Ningxuang didn't agree, she would definitely stop him. If she doesn't stop it, it means she agrees. Then Lin Chuan can do it with confidence. All right. Junior brother is cautious by nature. Although this is his first time in the martial arts world, he knows it better than I do. There's nothing to worry about, senior sister. However, you are the holy son of the heavenly demon sect after all, and your status is special. Whatever you do, do it within your ability. Go early and come back early. Wu Nanmeng nodded. Although his expression was serious, he did not stop Lin Chuan. This was the first time Lin Chuan had seen such a gentle senior sister. He was stunned. On the contrary, the disciples were not surprised. To them, Wu Nanmeng had always been very gentle. Am I the only one being treated differently? Because you like me, you deliberately bully me to get my attention. Lin Chuan looked at Wu Nanmeng and was extremely shocked. Hiss. Even senior sister has a crush on me. Chapter 58, clearly strong yet overly cautious. The last time I was confessed to was by Leng Ningxuang, although Lin Chuan still doesn't understand why he took the initiative. Instead, he was beaten, and this time it was Wu Nanmeng's turn again, although Lin Chuan knew that he had this handsome face that fascinated everyone. Even if you want 3,000 beauties in your harem, it will only take a few minutes. But he really didn't dare to accept Wu Nanmeng's love easily. Nothing else, just based on Wu Nanmeng's unparalleled status in the eyes of many male disciples of the demon sect. If you were to ask, who is the most popular female disciple of the demonic sect, that must be Wu Nanmeng. Except Lin Chuan, in the hearts of all male disciples, Wu Nanmeng is a symbol of gentleness, stability, and understanding. It is no exaggeration to say that she is the goddess in the eyes of all male disciples of the demon sect. If one day the goddess is taken away by a man, the 70,000 male disciples of the demon sect will definitely go berserk. Lin Chuan is the son of God. He still has to live in the demon sect. Imagine that no matter where he goes, there are a lot of hateful eyes staring at him. That must have been a terrifying feeling. What's more, he is such a low-key person. How could he live so blatantly? Well, if I reject senior sister's feelings in person, I'm afraid she will hold a grudge against me. You should find a suitable opportunity to reject it politely and without leaving any trace. Lin Chuan weighed the pros and cons secretly in his mind. Then he glanced at the king wolf sleeping beside him. His brows immediately furrowed. This guy, the Emperor Wolf, is too big. Before in the cave, he was only the size of a husky. But as Lin Chuan fed more and more inner elixirs, this guy is getting bigger and bigger. Now it is taller than Lin Chuan's. The worst thing is that the Emperor Wolf has a bad reputation. Even a fool knows that he is a 9th-level ferocious beast, and his strength is comparable to that of the Emperor of Heaven. If I take him out of the illusion and get seen by other people, then everything Lin Chuan had done before would be in vain. Brother Wolf, can I discuss this with you? Many novels say that ferocious beasts can change size at will. You should be able to change too. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to treat you as a pet. I'm just warning you. The world out there is very dangerous. You know how big a tree attracts the wind, don't you? Although you are very strong, there are many people out there who are stronger than you. There are mountains beyond mountains, people beyond people, and wolves beyond wolves. Better safe than sorry. You don't want to crash as soon as you step out the door. Lin Chuan spared no effort to deceive the Emperor Wolf, just relying on his eloquent tongue. It's more than enough to deal with a newbie in the martial arts world. It was visible to the naked eye that the Emperor Wolf showed his dominance from the very beginning. In the end, he curled up his body and changed tremblingly. Lin Chuan knew that his trick was a success. Brother Wolf, it's great that you can understand my good intentions. To keep you safe, make it as small as possible. It will also make it easier for me to take you out. He explained again patiently. Woo-woo. The Emperor Wolf nodded, probably understanding what he heard. Then he shrank rapidly until he became as big as a palm. So cute. The female disciples of the demonic sect were filled with maternal instinct. I couldn't help but gather around to watch the mini version of the Emperor Wolf. Fortunately, they did not forget that this ninth-level beast had just killed 3,000 people. Now that we have everything packed, let's leave this troubled place as soon as possible. Lin Chuan grabbed the Emperor Wolf and stuffed it directly into his arms. The journey to the day's fantasy land ended just like that. But the group didn't know that the demonic sect made a fortune. The other sects didn't dare to take away even a single hair. Fortunately, Lin Chuan was cautious enough and adhered to the principle of not showing off one's wealth. So even if they meet other people, they won't be easily exposed. About half an hour passed. Everyone finally walked out of the swamp illusion, and when everyone stood at the exit, but he was confused by the scene before him. Outside the illusion, there were many cultivators with depressed and even decadent expressions. There is no doubt that these nearly 5,000 immortal cultivators are the disciples of other sects who left the Great Lake illusion. For some reason, the air became unusually heavy. It was as if there was a dark cloud over these people's heads. The atmosphere was extremely depressing. Someone from the heavenly demon sect. You are the last ones to leave the illusion. Someone discovered the figures of Lin Chuan and others. But his questions also attracted a lot of attention. Before, these disciples from other sects had chased Lin Chuan and his group. However, Lin Chuan's sword opened up the world and shocked most people. Afterwards, only Li Tangfeng and Gui Rusheng led 3,000 people to chase after them. Others stayed in the fantasy world to search for rare treasures. Then the mountains collapsed and disappeared completely. The exit also triggered a strange phenomenon in heaven and earth. This completely frightened the 5,000 disciples from other sects. However, until Lin Chuan and others walked out of the illusion. The illusion then closed, and the 3,000 people led by Li Tangfeng and Gui Rusheng were nowhere to be seen. A bold and terrifying idea immediately came into everyone's mind. Those 3,000 people have already perished. The originally depressing atmosphere suddenly became lively. Everyone discussed this topic enthusiastically. You should know that all the disciples who entered the Great Lake illusion were young talents selected from various sects and schools, especially the two rising stars Li Tangfeng and Gui Rusheng. Compared with many veteran cultivators, he is not much inferior, and these two people in their respective sects are the sect leaders' favorite jewels. You can imagine how lively it will be when the Blood Demon sect and the 100 Ghosts sect learn about the deaths of these two people. I'm afraid it won't be long before the world of immortal cultivation will experience a major shock. Who could have imagined that a mere illusion could cause such horrific casualties? We are lucky to have escaped. Everyone sighed. They still believe that there are more than 2 powerful heavenly emperors in the day's illusion. Li Tangfeng and others died at the hands of the powerful heavenly emperor. Certainly, the reason why no one suspected Lin Chuan. That's because Lin Chuan did it cleanly enough. Secondly, although he is a heavenly saint on the surface, his actual strength surpasses that of a heavenly saint and has not been discovered by anyone. Lin Chuan once again tasted the sweetness of being low-key. At the same time, Wu Nanmeng and others also remembered this action and decided to learn from Lin Chuan in the future. Whatever you do, be incredibly cautious. But can they really reach Lin Chuan's level? Senior sister, don't rest along the way. Although it will make you tired, it will minimize the danger. Junior brother, I still have some things to do, so let's say goodbye. Lin Chuan clasped his fists to everyone, and his serious look made everyone feel quite uncomfortable. He himself knew that the murderous intention had already arisen, so he simply wiped out all the troubles in one go. In this way, even if he cannot leave the demon sect, you don't have to worry about it all day long. Chapter 59. Xuanjian sect's revenge. Has Lin Chuan's prediction come true? Xuanjian Mountain. On a famous mountain lies an extremely famous sect in the world of immortal cultivation. Xuanjian sect. Its predecessor, Hongtian, unfortunately passed away. The news spread throughout the world of immortal cultivation. Alarmed countless sects. In recent days, the Xuanjian sect has been hung with white cloth inside and out. Everyone in the sect was mourning and regretful, and hate the murderer. In recent days, the calls within the sect to attack the demon sect have been growing louder. This incident also attracted the attention of many sects that had grudges against the demon sect, and Hong Tian's mother has become a meeting place for the Avengers. There were as many as 20 people discussing the attack on the demon sect. Each person represents a sect. It can be seen that the demonic sect has offended quite a few people over the years. Once many sects join forces to besiege the demon sect, the disaster predicted by Lin Chuan will come. The death of our previous sect leader is a wake-up call for the world of immortal cultivation. Since its founding, the Tianmo sect has prided itself on being a demonic sect. He is the great enemy of decent people like us. Today, my sect unites with all of you, intending to annihilate the heavenly demon sect and restore order to the world of immortal cultivation. The great elder, Master Zhang Yin, sat in the middle seat with a stern expression. As a decent person, you should be upright and righteous. Only in this way can we convince other sects to join us in destroying the Tianmo sect. However, there were quite a few people present, but there are not many people who share the same idea as him. The main reason is condensation frost. Becoming a powerful heavenly emperor means that the demonic sect has officially been promoted to a super sect. It is no exaggeration to say that the powerful emperor of heaven is definitely qualified to fight against thousands of people. Even if the powerful saints from all the major sects come out together, he might not be able to defeat Lang Ningxuang alone. This is also why, although there are 20 sect leaders gathered in your hall, but they all have their own ulterior motives. However, there is no turning back for the Xuanjian sect now. In the early years, the old grudge between Xuanjian sect and Lang Ningxuang has always been a concern for the disciples in the sect. Now, a saint with the cultivation level of a heavenly saint suddenly appeared in the demonic sect. The news that Hong Tian was killed in one move shocked the world. If the demonic sect is allowed to develop, forget revenge. The Xuanjian sect will sooner or later be destroyed by the Tianmo sect. Therefore, even if it is for self-preservation, the demonic sect must be destroyed. Well, we understand what Master Changyin said, but we are all from a sect below the first tier. Even if we mobilize all our strength, we will still be unable to defeat the powerful heavenly emperor. To rashly join forces to besiege the heavenly demon sect would be tantamount to committing suicide. The truth spoken after a sigh immediately caused everyone's concern. Then there was a discussion, but the content is almost the same as these words. The identities and status of the people gathered here are almost the same as those of the Xuanjian sect. If they didn't have the support of a super sect, they would never dare to provoke the demon sect. Could it be that the plan to encircle and suppress the demonic sect is going to fail before it even begins? I anticipated your concerns. It is true that Lang Ningxuang has become a powerful heavenly emperor, which has frightened everyone. However, in the world of immortal cultivation, there is more than one heavenly emperor. Besides, we are not the only ones who are unhappy with the demon sect. To be honest, I have already had connections with the Blood Demon sect and the 100 Ghost sect. The Sword Emperor and Old Man Giku have both promised to help the Xuanjian sect wipe out the Tianmo sect. We just need to raise our arms and wave our hands, the holy maiden peak of the Imperial Guard. Yes, there will be strong men to help us and wipe out the demon cult in one fell swoop. Master Changyin stood up and shouted, his ambition immediately revealed. However, such inspiring words did not arouse much response. Most of the people present had their eyes wide open, looking slightly surprised. The Sword Emperor and Old Man Giku. Master, don't you know that the Blood Demon sect and the 100 Ghost sect are also demonic sects? The righteous and the evil sects will join forces to eradicate the other evil sect. This operation is simply bizarre. Please forgive our confusion. The person who spoke had a look of dissatisfaction on his face, and even the fist clasping was done in a perfunctory manner. He was quite critical of Master Changyin's plan to join forces with the demon cult. There are many people who share the same idea as him. After all, the encirclement and suppression of the demon sect was carried out under the banner of upholding justice. It can be said that he has a legitimate reason. But what if there is help from the evil sect during this period? Then the banner of justice they carefully arranged will be useless. Maybe it will be criticized by future generations because of this. Presumptuous! Suddenly, Master Chang Yin shouted loudly. Suddenly, a wave of air surged up and rushed out like a tsunami. Ugh! The screams reached everyone's ears. Everyone looked over when they heard the sound. I saw that the person who had just opposed Master Changyin had fallen in a pool of blood. Although the man was not dead, there were more than 10 holes on his body. It was obvious at a glance that he was injured by sword energy. Zhangyin, what does this mean? Everyone was shocked and scared. This place is the territory of the Xuanjian sect. They came alone, thinking they were here to discuss cooperation. So there was no defense at all. I never thought that Master Changyin would kill people just because of a disagreement. If they were to fall out, I'm afraid no one present would be in a good situation. Nothing. It's just a reminder to everyone that the Tianmo sect is now a dangerous force. If we still have our own thoughts and cannot unite to face the outside world, we can only wait to be devoured by the demonic cult. Encircling and suppressing the heavenly demon sect is the general trend. All forces involved are like sharp blades, no matter if they are righteous or evil. As long as I can eradicate the heavenly demon sect, I don't care. Please agree to this, or I'll be rude to you. Master Chang Yin had a gloomy expression and a sinister tone. This is not a negotiation, it is clearly a threat. Even if the Xuanjian sect was a pirate ship, it was too late for everyone to jump off. Right now, the leaders of various sects are weighing the pros and cons. To put it bluntly, they just care about face. He had to uphold the legitimate reason before he would fight to the death with the demon sect. But if you give up this little bit of vanity, let the Blood Evil sect and the 100 Ghost sect join in. Two super sects fighting against the Tianmo sect. The odds of victory have already been decided. But if they insist on principles, they will inevitably become enemies of the Xuanjian sect first. If the relationship breaks out, it's hard to say what the outcome will be. Boom! A loud noise broke the silence. It also brought everyone who was deep in thought back to reality. What's going on? Master Changyin frowned and looked outside the morning hall. A burst of fire illuminated the Xuanjian sect, and even the entire Xuanjian mountain. Natural disaster. Or is it man-made? Boom! Another loud noise was heard. The entire Xuanjian mountain shook violently as if there was an earthquake. Master Changyin's expression became even uglier. This time, he was sure that the noise was not caused by a natural disaster. But it's man-made. Who is it? Who dares to act rashly in my Xuanjian sect? If you have the guts, tell me your name. After shouting, Master Changyin stepped on the stone slabs under his feet and rushed out of the morning hall in one step. He looked up. Above the sect, a woman in a black dress was flying in the air. That exquisite face seemed to be always covered with frost. She is very beautiful, almost the most beautiful woman in the world. But even such a beautiful woman cannot arouse the slightest desire in men, because her name is Leng Ningxuang. Chapter 60, Family Extinction Crisis. Leng Ningxuang is high above, looking down at all living beings. The cold eyes were like the cold moonlight, shining on everyone, bringing a bone-chilling chill. As for the Xuanjian sect, she is simply a demon. Even now, they can't forget the bloody storm 6 years ago. It was also on that day that the Xuanjian sect and the Tianmo sect became mortal enemies. Times have changed. Leng Ningxuang is already a powerful heavenly emperor. After entering the Xuanjian sect again, he became so terrifying that no one could stop him. What's more, Master Changyin is also conspiring with other sects on how to eradicate the Tianmo sect. The relationship between the two sides has long been at a point of no return. Condensation Frost, you killed the leader of the Xuanjian sect. If we don't avenge you, how can the entire Xuanjian sect stand in the world with dignity? Master Changyin's eyes were cold and filled with murderous intent. Condensation Frost is indeed scary. But she came alone. The Xuanjian sect is also the territory of Master Changyin. If all the powerful heavenly saints present were added together, they might be able to fight Leng Ningxuang. Time waits for no one. This is a good opportunity to kill Leng Ningxuang. Everyone, the female devil is here. If we don't act now, when will we act? He shouted angrily, publicly challenging Leng Ningxuang on behalf of everyone. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the people from other sects changed drastically. They hate Master Changyin to death. Don't talk nonsense. We have no intention of becoming enemies with the demonic sect. I came here today simply to mourn Master Hong. I hope Sect Master Leng will not misunderstand. Everyone hurried to explain, afraid of being implicated. Roll. A cold shout reached everyone's ears. Everyone immediately felt Leng Ningxuang's cold gaze. Although they were humiliated, they were all happy as if they had been pardoned. Thank you. Everyone clasped their fists and ran away. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace in the Xuanjian sect. At this moment, all the disciples of Xuanjian sect were dumbfounded. Just now they had gathered the leaders of 20 sects. Each of these people is a powerful heavenly saint. If we join forces to besiege Leng Ningxuang, we will be defeated. You can also be invincible. Unfortunately, people's hearts have fallen apart. After all, they are just a mob. The only one who truly dares to be an enemy of the demon sect is the Xuanjian sect. All disciples, listen up. All the demons are slain in the formation. Today is the anniversary of the death of our sect master Hong. Let's take this female devil's head and offer it to the sect master. Master Changyin gave a loud shout, and immediately led his 80,000 disciples to quickly form a battle formation. The demon-slaying formation is a unique formation of the Xuanjian sect. These self-proclaimed upright people use these methods specifically to deal with the evil cult. What a coincidence! It was created under the leadership of Hong Tian and named it Demon Slayer. The intention is to eliminate the Tianmo sect because the formation was created not long ago. It has never actually been used. Therefore, even Lang Ningxuang has never been seen. But the combined strength of the 80,000 disciples of the Xuanjian sect is quite powerful after all. If she was not a powerful heavenly emperor, she probably would not dare to be so arrogant. What Lin Chuan said is indeed correct. The karma I've created over the years will definitely backfire on the demon sect. The killing of Hong Tian that day might have been the trigger for the annihilation of the Tianmo sect. Now that I think about it, it makes a lot more sense. Therefore, it's not in vain that I've been running around for several days to target your Xuanjian sect. Lang Ningxuang talked to herself for a while. She was now convinced that Lin Chuan's worries were not wrong. A big tree attracts the wind. Everything has cause and effect. However, these causes and effects were all caused by Lang Ningxuang. She has the responsibility to eliminate these unfavorable factors for the demon sect. Then let's start with the Xuanjian sect. Boom! There was a loud bang. Flames shot up into the sky from Xuanjian Mountain. Dark clouds gathered above the sky, and lightning and thunder flashed. It seems to foreshadow a major war. When the powerful heavenly emperor takes action, it will inevitably cause strange phenomena in heaven and earth. Everything within 1,000 miles can be seen with the naked eye. This magnificent scene lasted for a full hour. Even the town at the foot of Xuanjian Mountain suffered a considerable impact. And far beyond this, a young man was galloping on an emperor wolf. The sense of urgency of the dark clouds pressing down on the city above his head also made him feel an ominous premonition. Strangeness. I've heard along the way that the Xuanjian sect is ahead. Such a terrifying phenomenon in the universe. Could it be that someone in the Xuanjian sect has achieved a breakthrough? Lin Chuan frowned and felt very depressed. He heard that the Xuanjian sect was not very strong. In the sect, except Hong Tian, that is to say, Master Changyin is a heavenly saint. The other disciples are at most Tianzan or Tianzang. Even among the first-rate sects, it would still be at the bottom. With his strength alone, he can easily defeat the Xuanjian sect. However, Lin Chuan's idea was even more cruel than beating him up. He planned to destroy the Xuanjian sect. In his opinion, it was because he killed Hong Tian. The battle between the Xuanjian sect and the Tianmo sect will definitely continue until the death. One day, the demonic sect will be in trouble. The first to step on them was the Xuanjian sect. Such an obvious hidden danger must be eradicated as soon as possible. Brother Wolf, when we get to Xuanjian Mountain, you have to contribute. Don't worry, as long as we destroy the Xuanjian sect, I will make sure you have enough to eat. Lin Chuan shook the 8th-level ferocious beast's inner core in his hand. Bribery is the only way for him to coexist peacefully with the Emperor Wolf. Fortunately, he managed to keep many of them alive during these 5 years. Otherwise, it wouldn't be enough for this foodie to eat. Help! Suddenly, shouts caught Lin Chuan's attention. He was suddenly startled. He quickly turned over and jumped off the wolf's back. Brother Wolf! Lin Chuan growled. The Emperor Wolf didn't hesitate and shrank his body immediately. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a mini version of the Emperor Wolf, then jumped into Lin Chuan's hands and hid. It's heartbreaking to see how skillful his movements are. No way. Along the way, except for hurrying on the road, the Emperor Wolf could only remain in a shrunken state. Because Lin Chuan said so. The world is dangerous and full of experts. Don't underestimate the Emperor Wolf. It's a level 9 ferocious beast. But human greed is unpredictable. Once the Emperor Wolf is targeted, it will encounter countless troubles. Can he defeat 3,000 people? Can he defeat 10,000 people? For cultivators, every 9th-level beast is a treasure. The inner elixir is comparable to a treasure. As the saying goes, people die for money and birds die for food. The human heart is much more terrifying than powerful physical strength. Poor Emperor Wolf, he is obviously very powerful and domineering. But he was fooled by Lin Chuan and became a coward. As long as he meets someone, Lin Chuan doesn't need to remind him. He will take the initiative to hide. However, this would save Lin Chuan a lot of trouble. There seem to be quite a few refugees ahead. Let's go over and ask about the situation. Lin Chuan stuffed the Emperor Wolf into his arms. Then he approached the refugees cautiously. When immortals fight, mortals suffer. I really don't know how the once powerful Xuanjian sect could have provoked such a terrifying woman. Now the Xuanjian sect is finished. Chapter 61. Lost the first battle, the Empress in danger. As expected, the refugees' discussions reached Lin Chuan's ears. It's not difficult to hear it from just a few words. The Xuanjian sect was in trouble. It seems that some extremely powerful master broke into the Xuanjian sect. Judging from the situation, that person actually intends to wipe out the entire family. Hiss. This is so cruel, just like an old witch. And he's a master who can fight head-on. He's at least a heavenly emperor-level expert. No way it can't be an old witch. Lin Chuan looked around. Looks like he's looking for someone. Since leaving the day's illusion, he has had plenty of opportunities to escape. I will never go to the demon sect again. But he didn't dare. The bottom line was that he couldn't be sure whether Lang Ningxuang was still following him. The last time Lang Ningxuang suddenly appeared, it caused him a lot of psychological trauma. Someone as cautious as him. I will never joke with my life. It was also because he guessed that Lang Ningxuang was following him. That's why I went to Xuanjian sect with confidence and boldness. But what if Lang Ningxuang had already entered the Xuanjian sect? Then why should Lin Chuan act according to the original plan? Gurgled. He swallowed secretly. The desire to escape from the demonic sect surged uncontrollably. This is a very rare opportunity. Maybe this is his only chance in this life. But what if he guessed wrong? That would be a fatal disaster. Given the old witch's vicious temper, it is really possible to execute her on the spot. Ahem. Disciple Lin Chuan requests to see the sect master. If the sect master is here, please show yourself. Lin Chuan clasped his fists and bowed respectfully. His head was slightly raised, and his eyes moved around, because he didn't know where the condensation frost would suddenly appear. A group of refugees nearby stared at him as if he were a fool. It's been half a day. There was no movement. Is he really not here? Lin Chuan raised his brows slightly. His heart felt itchy and uncomfortable as if it was scratched by a cat. He wanted to escape, but he didn't dare. What if condensation frost is nearby, but deliberately not showing up, just waiting for him to escape? Didn't that mean he fell into Lang Ningxuang's trap? It's better to be safe than sorry. It's better to be safe than sorry. The overly cautious Lin Chuan would never dare to act rashly. But he can't just stay where he is, unless he can personally confirm the exact location of the condensation frost. We can only go up the mountain. He took a deep breath. He made a bold decision. No venture, no gain. If he were to stay in the Tianmo sect, the Xuanjian sect would be destroyed. If you don't want to keep her, you have to make sure whether it was Lang Ningxuang who was fighting with Xuanjian sect. Once it was confirmed that the god the refugee was talking about was Lang Ningxuang, then Lin Chuan can betray the sect without any worries. Lin Chuan got excited at the thought of freedom. He then shook off the refugees. Head straight to Xuanjian Mountain. Boom, boom. Deafening thunder continued to fall. The dark clouds above the sky seemed like the sky was falling, and they would crash into the top of Xuanjian Mountain at any time. And in the black clouds, the dozens of thunder dragons lurking around looked familiar to Lin Chuan. It seems that is the Nine Heavens Thunder prison of the demon sect. Boom! A terrifying bolt of lightning struck the Xuanjian sect. The dazzling light immediately ignited a huge fire. The powerful impact caused the entire Xuanjian mountain to shake violently. The area within 100 miles was like an earthquake, which was very scary. No wonder the towns around Xuanjian Mountain are in such a mess. This scene is like a fight between gods. In order to survive, the people were forced to evacuate. No way. In the eyes of immortal cultivators, mortals are just like ants. What's more, Lang Ningxuang is a female devil who does things without considering the consequences. What if it was later confirmed that she was the one causing the trouble? The reputation of the demon sect is about to be ruined again. Well, how can I feel at ease staying in the sect with such a sect leader? Although the reputation of the demon cult is not good, there is no need for you to be so arrogant. Please learn from the Blood Demon sect and the 100 Ghost sect. They are also demonic sects, but they are so low-key. Lin Chuan sighed. He doesn't have a deep understanding of the world of immortal cultivation. I always feel that other people's wives are better, and other people's sects are better. His requirements are not high, even if it is a demonic cult. Just keep a low profile. He didn't ask the sect to teach him any divine skills. Anyway, he has a system, so he has no shortage of god-level skills. All he wants is to live in peace. You can go to bed late and get up late, and spend your days leisurely. When you have nothing to do, you can still go sightseeing and go fishing in the river. Live a comfortable life and become stronger by lying down. That's all. However, the tree wants to be still, but the wind does not stop. He wanted to keep a low profile, but he was implicated by Leng Ningxuang. He owed Leng Ningxuang in his previous life. He just has a bad fate. Forget it, don't think about it too much. Go up the mountain and check it out. If you are sure that this person is the old witch, then I will leave immediately without saying anything. From now on, the mountains are high and the roads are long. We will never meet again. I've been living my happy life. Lin Chuan exhaled, and his thoughts became clearer. He doesn't need to worry about it. He just needs to climb to the top of the mountain to know what decision to make in the future. At the same time, on Xuanjian Mountain, she was dressed in a black dress and was besieged by 80,000 disciples of Xuanjian sect. The demon-slaying formation gathered all the strength of the Xuanjian sect to fight the enemy together. Its power actually exceeds that of the heavenly emperor. Huff! Leng Ningxuang sat cross-legged, looking a little tired. I just exhaled a breath of foul air to relieve the shortness of breath. That's right. She was actually at a disadvantage in the battle with Xuanjian sect. This was something she had not expected, although she had killed nearly 100 people in the process. But it also consumed most of her internal energy. You should know that more than 90% of the disciples of Xuanjian sect are below the level of Tianzan. Under normal circumstances, they would be ants that she could easily crush to death. But if there are enough ants, they can kill an elephant. What's more, there is the demon-slaying formation that gathers the power of these 80,000 ants together. The originally scattered forces were brought to an extraordinary level. Ling Ningxuang, you never thought that my Xuanjian sect still has a trump card to kill you. Before you die, I might as well tell you. The demon-slaying formation was created by our former sect leader, Hong Tian. It was originally used to deal with your demonic cult. It's a pity that that little bastard Lin Chuan couldn't come with you to die. Otherwise, I can take this opportunity to avenge Master Hong's blood feud in one fell swoop. Master Chong Yin's face was grim, and he gritted his teeth. The thought of Hong Tian dying at the hands of an unknown junior like Lin Chuan made me feel sad. He felt extremely humiliated. There were many outsiders present at the time. The Xuanjian sect's face was thrown in. Fortunately, under the pressure of condensation frost, the news did not spread widely. But paper cannot keep out fire after all. For some time, the news that Hong Tian was killed by the young boy spread like wildfire. To this day, the hatred of the Xuanjian sect towards Lin Chuan even exceeded that towards Leng Ningxuang. Don't worry. After you die, my Xuanjian sect will gather other sects to jointly defeat the Tianmo sect. I will also use this demon-slaying formation to chop off Lin Chuan's head. You two, master and disciple, will meet in hell. Chapter 62, Loss-Making Business. Leng Ningxuang was in danger, and being overconfident was just one of the reasons. The demon-slaying formation is the key. The Xuanjian sect has been hiding too deeply over the years. All 80,000 disciples in the sect participated in the practice of the formation. No one leaked the secret. This led to a deviation in Leng Ningxuang's understanding of the Xuanjian sect. Now she broke into the enemy camp alone, completely suppressed by the demon-slaying formation. Even if you try your best, you can still break the formation. But the result would probably be to sacrifice the lives of tens of thousands of Xuanjian sect disciples in exchange for her life. At the moment, if there are no other variables, Leng Ningxuang has no choice but to go down this path. What a calculation! This sect leader admits that this demon-slaying formation is indeed extraordinary. However, if you want to kill this sect master, the Xuanjian sect will definitely pay a bloody price. To trade the lives of tens of thousands of disciples for the life of this sect leader, is Master Zhang Yin really willing to make such a deal? Leng Ningxuang let out a breath of foul air. There was no emotion on his cold face. That's just her nature. Even in a life or death situation, don't expect to see her show any sign of weakness. Upon hearing this, Master Chong Yin's face darkened. He was not unaware of Leng Ningxuang's ruthless methods. Even with the support of the demon-slaying formation, it is still difficult to kill a powerful heavenly emperor. It also comes at a heavy price. Is it really worth it to sacrifice tens of thousands of Xuanjian sect disciples just for the sake of face? A moment of hesitation flashed through his mind, but he soon became firm. Inner demons. Although I am reluctant to admit it, you Leng Ningxuang and the Tianmo sect have long been the inner demons of my Xuanjian sect. All 80,000 disciples of our sect are trapped by you. If you don't resolve your inner demons, you'll struggle to make any progress. What's more, my righteous sect is already a mortal enemy of the demon sect. In this battle, I want to let the world know that there is still a great and lasting righteousness in this world." Master Chong Yin shouted loudly, and the resounding voice immediately aroused the entire Xuan giant sect to unite against the outside world. For a moment, the eyes of the 80,000 Xuanjian sect disciples became extremely determined. It seemed as if killing Lang Ningxuang was for the benefit of all people in the world. Even if he died, it was a worthy death. Therefore, once a war breaks out, there will inevitably be many people who will rush forward without fear of life and death. The ant actually had the idea of shaking the big tree. Snort. Lang Ningxuang still had no expression on her face, although she was indeed shocked by the fearless eyes of the Xuanjian sect disciples. But as the leader of the demon sect, she can't be a coward. Even if I die, I must let the world understand. To attack the demon sect, you have to pay the price in blood. Heavenly demonic power. 9 heavens thunder prison. Kill. A cold low roar was heard. Above the clouds, the thunder dragon that had been lurking for a long time let out a deafening roar. Then a series of thunder dragons, as huge as mountain passes, suddenly fell down. The first thunder dragon landed on the back mountain in an instant. Boom! The dazzling lightning exploded, the scorching air waves, and the fire devoured Xuanjian mountain unscrupulously. And this is just the first thunder dragon. Kill! Master Chong Yin's face was filled with impatience as he decisively gave the order to attack. He knew very well that the heavenly emperor was too powerful. Although the demon-slaying formation can be used to trap Lang Ningxuang, but if she were allowed to unleash her strength, even the 80,000 disciples of the Xuanjian sect would find it difficult to achieve anything. To put it bluntly, the biggest function of this demon-slaying formation is just to trap the opponent to death. The so-called killer move is nothing more than waiting for the enemy to tire themselves out. Only by waiting for the condensation frost to become tired can you kill it in one fell swoop. However, he still underestimated the terrifying power of the heavenly emperor. Lang Ningxuang's instantaneous explosive power could completely flatten Xuanjian mountain in an instant. Once there is a gap in the formation, it will be difficult to trap the opponent. Unless, fill it with human lives. Hoo-hoo! The wind was blowing violently. The heads, which seemed to have no end, were gathering towards the center. The surging internal force gathered into surging waves. There are various types of exercises that vary in quality, but because there are too many of them, they still gather together into a considerable force. Thousands of Xuanjian sect disciples rushed forward fearlessly, and behind them there are more people ready to go. These densely packed disciples of the Xuanjian sect rushed towards Lang Ningxuang like moths to a flame, risking their lives. They are completely crazy. They almost forgot why they were targeting condensation frost. Boom! The second thunder dragon arrived as promised. This time it landed right among the crowd. Ugh! The tragic screams are chilling. Fire, smoke, rubble, ruins, and charred corpses all over the ground. In just a short moment, the Xuanjian sect became a hell on earth. The Xuanjian sect disciples who had managed to survive were stunned on the spot. They suddenly woke up from their madness. A question came to my mind. Why am I fighting so hard? However, they haven't found the answer yet. I was brought back to reality by the shouts and cries of killing. More fellow disciples rushed forward without fear of life or death. Even if thousands of people were sacrificed, it was just a drop in the bucket compared to the 80,000 disciples. Not worth mentioning at all. Afterwards, the third, fourth, and fifth thunder dragons fell one after another. The rumbling vibrations almost caused the entire Xuanjian mountain to collapse. The sky was lit up by flames. Even at the bottom of the mountain, one could clearly hear the shouts and screams of the Xuanjian sect disciples. Gurgle! It really is the old witch. I finally got to see her most brutal side. How terrible! This is what happens when you provoke her. That's good. If I destroy the Xuanjian sect, these idiots won't have the chance to hold Hong Tianhe responsible for my crimes. Hee, now is the time to leave the demon sect and live happily ever after. On the mountainside, Lin Chuan saw the flowing black dress at a glance. In the light of the fire, Lang Ningxuang's delicate face was still so cold. Coupled with her brutal and cruel methods, she is well deserved of the title of female devil. Although in the fierce battle, thousands of Xuanjian sect disciples died tragically every moment. But what does this have to do with Lin Chuan? Not long ago, he killed 3,000 disciples from other sects. Speaking of which, both he and Lang Ningxuang can be considered demons. The only difference is that one is cautious and the other is domineering. Since we have different ideas, let's just go our separate ways. The world is so big, there will always be a place for Lin Chuan. Then Lin Chuan changed direction, walked down the mountain and prepared to escape. Boom! Another loud thunder was heard. The sixth thunder dragon has condensed and is about to fall. This was all within Lin Chuan's expectations. Boom! The thunder grew louder and clearer. This is a sign that the thunder dragon is escaping from its predicament. If nothing unexpected happens, the target will still be Xuanjian's sect. However, this idea has just come to mind. Lin Chuan was stunned. He looked up at the clouds. The sixth thunder dragon roared and opened its huge mouth into the abyss. Suddenly, it headed straight for the mountainside. In other words, the thunder dragon came looking for him. No way. We've been discovered again. Chapter 63, I really don't want to fight. I don't know if it's because the Heavenly Emperor's perception is too strong. Leng Ningxuang was lucky enough to catch a dead mouse. As luck would have it, the Nine Heavens Thunder Prison happened to fall on Lin Chuan. The rumbling sound startled Lin Chuan. It also shocked the disciples of Xuanjian sect. Master Changyan and his 80,000 disciples somehow escaped the disaster. They couldn't help but suspect that Leng Ningxuang had consumed too much internal energy. So much so that it was split crooked. But Lin Chuan knew it clearly. It wasn't a condensation frost mistake at all. But he was discovered. You bastard. At this point, you're still thinking of running away. But you came at the right time. If you are included, it will be enough to break the demon-slaying formation. Leng Ningxuang was secretly delighted. In fact, she didn't know that Lin Chuan would definitely come to Xuanjian's sect. After all, this kid values his life, so how could he risk his life to challenge a medium-sized sect alone? But when she sensed Lin Chuan's presence, she was shocked. At the same time, I also figured it out. Lin Chuan is not timid. On the contrary, he is very courageous. Out of caution, he can eliminate a sect, just to erase the cause and effect of killing Hong Tian. Even in Lin Chuan's eyes, fellow disciple camaraderie and moral constraints do not exist. He can sacrifice anyone as long as he can save his own life. Even if it is a medium-sized sect, it is worth it. This point coincides with the condensation frost. Now that you're here, why hide? Don't you also want to destroy the Xuanjian sect and eliminate this disaster? This sect master will give you this opportunity. The echo of the condensed frost echoed through the mountains and forests like an old bell. This completely cut off Lin Chuan's idea of escaping. Hey, the sect master is extremely brave, so how can a disciple interfere? My disciple's cultivation is still shallow, so why not cheer for the sect master from the mountainside? Lin Chuan said with a playful smile. He didn't want to get involved in something as troublesome as a fight. If you can choose to win without doing anything, who would be willing to waste their energy? Stop talking nonsense. If you don't take action, this sect master will kill you first. Leng Ningxuang scolded. Even now, he still wants to be lazy. He is really hopeless. Don't. Disciple is coming right away. Lin Chuan curled his lips and moved his feet reluctantly. Hurry up. Leng Ningxuang's scolding followed closely. This brat Lin Chuan won't move away even if you hit him, and even retreats when you chase him. She even suspected that Lin Chuan was born in the year of the donkey. He won't know how to walk unless he's whipped. My heart is really tired. Devil girl, what the hell are you doing? Master Changyan's expression was extremely grim. We are all fighting fiercely. Can you be more serious? As for who came down the mountain, he doesn't care at all. In the entire demonic sect, he only wanted the lives of Leng Ningxuang and Lin Chuan. It's impossible for Lin Chuan to come here and die. Achoo! A sneeze was heard in the sect. Outside the gate, a lazy-looking young man was rubbing his nose. When he looked up and saw the dense crowds of heads on the mountain, he was stunned. Fuck, so many people. Lin Chuan was stunned. Then he turned and ran. How dare you, you bastard! Leng Ningxuang roared. Stop him! Master Changyan also gave orders decisively. At this moment, it seemed that Leng Ningxuang and Xuanjian sect were on the same side. Lin Chuan became their common target. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of figures appeared in front of Lin Chuan. All his escape routes were blocked. In fact, if Lin Chuan really wanted to leave, these Xuanjian sect disciples may not be able to stop them. It was only because of Leng Ningxuang's shout that made him hesitate for a moment. Master, aren't you pushing me into the fire? I took a quick look, and there are at least tens of thousands of people here. I don't have that ability. Lin Chuan made a bitter face and begged for mercy. "You stinky old woman, just go and get yourself killed. Why do you want to involve me? I have been cautious all my life, but in the end I still died at the hands of a woman. How miserable I am." His true feelings were not as subtle as his words. This also caused Leng Ningxuang to instantly understand Lin Chuan's thoughts. She also knew that the Xuanjian sect had put forth all its resources this time. It is not easy to break the demon-slaying formation. If other disciples of the demonic sect came, it might not work. Even Wei Weiyang and the 9 elders could not help her break the demon-slaying formation. But Lin Chuan can definitely do it. Stop talking nonsense. Although this sect master really doesn't want to admit it, but the demon-slaying formation created by the Xuanjian sect has indeed caused this sect master considerable trouble. You don't want to be remembered by others all the time, do you? Then do your best to help me break this formation. Leng Ningxuang told the truth in public. Is this still the fearless female devil? Lin Chuan frowned. He didn't expect Leng Ningxuang to show her weakness. This was completely different from the sect leader he knew. It can be seen that the demon-slaying formation did, indeed, cause her considerable trouble. Otherwise, Leng Ningxuang, who has always been tough, would never say such a thing. If he doesn't take action, once Leng Ningxuang dies an untimely death, the demon sect will definitely be weakened. When a wall falls, everyone pushes it. Within a few days, a large number of sects will gather at the foot of the Holy Maiden Peak, waiting to encroach on the demon sect. Even if Lin Chuan escaped, because he had killed Hong Tian, he would also become the target of attack from the Xuanjian sect and many other sects. The world is so big, I'm afraid there is no place for him. In this case, nothing must happen to Leng Ningxuang. He must give his all in this battle. Ha ha. Leng Ningxuang, you finally admitted it. And Lin Chuan, you actually walked into this trap. God is truly helping our Xuanjian sect. Today, many of my disciples will avenge this blood feud for Master Hong. All disciples, listen up. Activate the formation immediately and kill the evildoer. Master Chang Yin's loud laughter was extremely harsh. The 2 biggest enemies of Xuanjian sect are right before their eyes. Certainly worth getting excited about. And with his order, the 80,000 disciples of Xuanjian sect suddenly became agitated. Relying on the demon-slaying formation, the Xuanjian sect can erode the demon cult's internal strength while increasing its own combat power. As one gains strength while the other loses strength, Leng Ningxuang and Lin Chuan will definitely be at a disadvantage. But Master Chang Yin had already prepared for a protracted war. Even if the battle lasts for 10 days or half a month, he has the patience to kill the demons. My internal energy is actually slowly disappearing. Although it disappears very slowly, it's hardly noticeable. But fighting for a long time under such circumstances would be extremely disadvantageous to us. No wonder it's called the demon-slaying formation. Lin Chuan saw through the essence of the demon-slaying formation at a glance. In fact, it is not difficult to see through the demon-slaying formation. Even if it was condensation frost, it would have been discovered early on. But she was fighting alone and had no time to crack it. Moreover, she and Lin Chuan were originally disciples of the demonic cult. The only thing that is practiced is magic. In essence, we are already in a passive situation. In Leng Ningxuang's opinion, the only way to break the demon-slaying formation is to defeat 1,000 enemies with one's own strength. There is no other way. However, Lin Chuan doesn't think so. Brother Wolf, I'm in trouble again. But this time is different from last time. If I die, you'll lose your granary. Can you bear it? Chapter 64. Don't think too much, I just want to go easy. The war is about to begin. Lin Chuan was whispering to the little wolf cub in his arms. What a joke. Does this bastard really not know the seriousness of the matter? Or is he just deliberately slacking off? Leng Ningxuang glared at Lin Chuan with gritted teeth. If the battle situation wasn't so critical, she would have wanted to slap Lin Chuan to death. However, the moment the little wolf cub poked its head out, Leng Ningxuang's anger disappeared immediately without a trace. Her beautiful eyes flickered repeatedly, full of shock. This is impossible. Lin Chuan is only a heavenly saint. How could he possibly subdue such a powerful beast? Maybe it's just a resemblance. Leng Ningxuang shook her head slightly, firmly denying her own idea. However, the Emperor Wolf will not cease to exist because of Leng Ningxuang's thoughts. He landed lightly on the ground and shook his little head a few times. A pair of shrewd eyes glanced at Lin Chuan lazily. It seems to mean, keep your word. For some reason, Lin Chuan could actually understand what the Emperor Wolf meant. He nodded immediately and said, Don't worry, there won't be a single missing inner core from the 38th level fierce beasts. However, none of these Xuanjian sect disciples can be left alive. It has to be cleaned up. Only Lin Chuan dared to bargain with a level 9 ferocious beast. Fortunately, the disciples of Xuanjian sect did not know what level of ferocious beast the Emperor Wolf was. Otherwise, even Master Chang Yin would be frightened. Have you had enough of the commotion? Master Chang Yin was very annoyed. The battle situation is so stalemate that both sides are holding back their anger and waiting to vent it. Lin Chuan is still so leisurely. It's just a ferocious beast the size of a palm. Is it worth wasting everyone's time on him? Since Lin Chuan values this little wolf so much, let's start with him. At that moment, Master Chang Yin pointed his sword energy straight at the Emperor Wolf. The whizzing sound of breaking through the air penetrated the crowd and hit the Emperor Wolf hard on the forehead. Snort! Master Chang Yin smiled complacently. When the Emperor Wolf falls to the ground and dies, let's see if Lin Chuan can still smile. But the next second, everyone present was stunned. The palm-sized little wolf did not die. Instead, his green eyes widened, and then he got angry. Roar! Accompanied by a deafening roar. The size of the Emperor Wolf expanded rapidly. In a blink of an eye, it became larger than 3 people. The shiny silver hair all over his body looks majestic. The majestic momentum is awe-inspiring. He was just a harmless little creature just now. In the blink of an eye, he became extremely ferocious. The most terrifying thing is his cultivation. It is actually powerful enough to rival the Emperor of Heaven. 9th level ferocious beast. Master Chang Yin stammered out the rank of the Emperor Wolf. He regretted it. I regret that I was short-sighted and didn't see the strength of the Emperor Wolf. The sword energy that had just been released might have angered this terrifying beast. It's actually true. Leng Ningxuang's face was also full of disbelief. She really couldn't understand how Lin Chuan could coexist peacefully with a level 9 ferocious beast. It seems that Lin Chuan can still command the Emperor Wolf to do things. It is conceivable that a person's charm can attract both men and women, but Leng Ningxuang never expected that even ferocious beasts could be affected. Monster! This kid is becoming increasingly difficult to understand. However, with the assistance of the Emperor Wolf, things will be much easier. Leng Ningxuang let out a breath of foul air. The originally tense nerves also relaxed a little. A powerful heavenly emperor cannot break the demon-slaying formation. Those 2 powerful heavenly emperors can crack it. Things change with time. This time, it was the Xuanjian sect's turn to suffer a defeat. Superior! Following Lin Chuan's low shout, the King Wolf rushed out with a whoosh. The speed was so fast that it left an afterimage on the spot. Ferocious beasts are not like cultivators. They cannot practice martial arts and do not know how to use their internal energy skillfully. But the ferocious beast's instinctive fighting style is more direct and more oppressive. The figure, as fast as wind and lightning, rushed into the crowd, immediately causing panic. The speed of the Emperor Wolf has already exceeded the limits of a cultivator. Even Leng Ningxuang, who is also a powerful heavenly emperor, can never achieve this level. Ugh! The screams continued. In an instant, the Xuanjian sect's disciples suffered heavy casualties. Moreover, he died in the wolf's mouth and claws, and his death was extremely tragic. This adds a bit of fear. Don't panic. Follow my command. Form groups of 10 to guard one exit. Once you spot that beast, everyone nearby should surround and kill him. My Xuanjian sect has 80,000 disciples, which is enough to kill a level 9 ferocious beast. Master Chang Yin kept issuing orders, trying to regroup the panicked crowd. Indeed, the method he described could temporarily suppress the speed of the Emperor Wolf. But if you want to capture or even kill the Emperor Wolf, it's simply a fantasy. Innocent. A cold snort came from the sky. Hearing the sound, Master Chang Yin looked up, and his pupils suddenly trembled. He was so busy dealing with the Emperor Wolf that he forgot about Leng Ningxuang for a moment. With the 2 powerful heavenly emperors joining forces, can the Xuanjian sect really hold on? No, that's not right. Not only frost condensation and Emperor Wolf, there is also a Lin Chuan. Master Chang Yin woke up. He immediately looked towards the mountain gate, only to see Lin Chuan sitting on the ground gnawing on half a roast chicken. It's worthy of being Baixianglu's roast chicken. I must go there for a big meal when I have time. Lin Chuan ate heartily, while mumbling some irrelevant words. It seems as if there are 2 different worlds inside and outside the mountain gate. The brutal fighting in the Xuanjian sect had nothing to do with Lin Chuan. This kid, I really can't see through him. Master Changyin was extremely distressed, compared to people like Leng Ningxuang, who are reckless and straightforward. Lin Chuan is full of mystery, because his situation was strange and unexpected, so his thoughts are hard to guess. Only Leng Ningxuang can see through Lin Chuan's thoughts. I know he is just being lazy, but in the eyes of others, perhaps Lin Chuan was just deliberately showing weakness to the enemy. When the enemy lets down their guard, Lin Chuan will suddenly attack. It is because of this idea. Even if Lin Chuan does nothing, Zhenren Changyin and Xuanjian sect had to devote at least one-third of their attention to guard against him. Ding, Leng Ning Shuang, and Emperor Wolf are fighting fiercely. The host is just slacking off. Reward, Hun Tian Ba Wang's sword, ranked 4th on the treasure ranking. Rewards received. Lin Chuan smiled with satisfaction. He had long expected that the system would reward him. The more urgent the situation, the greater the reward. Obviously, he was in the demon-slaying formation, facing the siege of 80,000 disciples of the Xuanjian sect. There is nothing more dangerous than this situation. Therefore, the rewards given by the system will definitely increase. But Lin Chuan didn't expect it. The system actually gives out treasures as rewards. Making a killing. Chapter 65, You Pissed Me Off. Lin Chuan was happily eating roast chicken. While eating, I was thinking about how to use the treasure I had just obtained. But things are not easy for Leng Ningxuang and Kanglang King. The 80,000 disciples of Xuanjian sect obeyed the orders of Master Changyin and did not dare to be careless at all. What is before him is a female devil at the level of the Heavenly Emperor, and a ferocious beast comparable to the Heavenly Emperor. If you are not careful, you will be beaten to pieces, and your body will be torn to pieces. Xuanjian sect is a famous and upright sect. Although the strength of its disciples varies, they are still full of masters. There are thousands of powerful people at the level of Tianzan alone. However, facing 2 Heavenly Emperor-level figures, it is simply not worth mentioning. Leng Ningxuang only needs to flick her finger slightly, and the thunder spell she summons is enough to destroy them without leaving any trace. But now the Xuanjian sect is about to be wiped out, and they have no choice. However, there are not only these two. There is also a Holy Son at the Heavenly Saint level. This Holy Son, some disciples followed the orders of Master Changyin and stared at Lin Chuan. However, the Holy Son was currently enjoying a roast chicken. This time, not only Master Changyin, but also the disciples of Xuanjian sect were stunned. Is there something wrong with this kid's brain? It's a life-and-death battle now. His master is still fighting bravely in the front, and he is hiding here eating roast chicken. But even so, everyone still dared not be careless. Lin Chuan not only has the strength of Heavenly Saint level, but also the sect leader Hong Tian, who is also Heavenly Saint level, was killed instantly. This young man who looks silly in front of me also has the ability to kill a group of people with a slap. At this moment, Leng Ningxuang used a palm energy to repel more than 1,000 disciples of Xuanjian sect in front of him. Thunder surged in the sky. Before it fell, the roar alone awakened the fear in the hearts of the disciples of Xuanjian sect. This female devil is indeed worthy of being at the level of a heavenly emperor. Damn it, my sword was about to touch her, but she just released her palm. No matter how strong she is, the 80,000 disciples of the Tiangshuan sect are not pushovers. The Xuanjian sect disciples criticized him verbally and in writing, but no one dared to step forward, because most of the disciples who were just repelled by Leng Ningxuang's palm energy were already dead or injured. At this moment, Leng Ningxuang couldn't help but glance in the direction of Lin Chuan. This kid is certainly quite strong, but facing so many people from the Xuanjian sect, will he be able to withstand it? Leng Ningxuang thought to herself that she still missed Lin Chuan. After all, Leng Ningxuang originally planned to destroy the Xuanjian sect by herself. But what I didn't expect was that, although Lin Chuan wanted to quit the sect as soon as possible, he still cared about the sect. For the safety of the sect, he actually dared to come to Xuanjian sect alone. However, the next second Leng Ningxuang wanted to curse. This kid is actually enjoying himself eating roast chicken right now. At the critical moment of life and death, he ate roast chicken so nonchalantly. This is intolerable. Lin Chuan, it's already this late and you're still slacking off. If you don't take action now, I promise to make sure you can walk sideways into the gate of the demon sect. Leng Ningxuang roared. A strong pressure instantly enveloped the surroundings. The disciples of Xuanjian sect who were about to rush forward and take advantage of Leng Ningxuang's distraction were directly pushed back dozens of steps. The disciple closest to Leng Ningxuang, unable to withstand the pressure, vomited blood and fell heavily to the ground. Why is this female devil so powerful? Damn it, is this the pressure of the heavenly emperor level? Brothers come together. The Xuanjian sect disciples were furious, but they didn't say anything yet. Suddenly, a cold wind blew, and the disciples of Xuanjian sect felt a slight chill on their backs. When they turned around, they saw a pair of green, ferocious eyes staring at them. Level 9 ferocious beast, the Emperor Wolf. Before they could react, the Emperor Wolf pounced and charged into the crowd. It has completely regarded these disciples of Xuanjian sect as food. Under its huge body, these disciples of Xuanjian sect truly felt despair. There is no way to win. Countless disciples of the Xuanjian sect instantly became meals for the Emperor Wolf. At the same time, Lin Chuan suddenly shuddered all over. Leng Ningxuang's voice was so loud just now, and Lin Chuan was not deaf, so he naturally heard it clearly. Lin Chuan stood up with a serious expression, staring at the Xuanjian sect disciple in front of him. Oh no, this devil is about to take action. Don't be afraid, the other two are at the level of Heavenly Emperor. He is just a heavenly saint. Wait, how dare you, a Tianzong, say that? Lin Chuan's action directly scared the Xuanjian sect disciples around him. They quickly took several steps back, fearing that Lin Chuan would suddenly attack. This is an existence that can kill the sect leader with one blow. Leng Ningxuang breathed a sigh of relief. This kid still knows what's important at critical moments. Damn, there's something stuck in my teeth. This roast chicken is delicious, but why is it a little woody? While thinking, Lin Chuan raised his hand to cover his face and picked his teeth. This scared the Xuanjian sect disciples standing by. Oh no, the devil is planning to use a hidden weapon. Formation, quickly prepare the formation to defend against the enemy. This is a blow from a powerful heavenly saint. We must not be careless. Veins suddenly popped up on Leng Ningxuang's face. This kid, I shouldn't have believed that he could do anything. Hidden weapons bullshit. Picking your teeth in public and covering your face, are you embarrassed? If it weren't for the fact that a bunch of Xuanjian sect disciples were surrounding her, and she couldn't get away, Leng Ningxuang would have gone over and beat Lin Chuan into a pig's head. Leng Ningxuang had secretly vowed at this time that after dealing with these disciples, he would definitely teach this guy a lesson. Lin Chuan is still a little confused now. Are we really going to fight? Why is there always fighting and killing? Can't we just have a group of people drink tea and discuss peacefully how to make the extermination of the family more comfortable? Listening to Lin Chuan's irrelevant thoughts, Leng Ningxuang became even more angry. But now Lin Chuan cannot be touched. Leng Ningxuang simply vented all her anger on the Xuanjian sect disciple beside her. In just a moment, the sky and the earth changed color. The air around the Xuanjian sect disciples seemed to be torn apart in an instant. There were bursts of thunder all around, and flashes of lightning appeared from time to time. When Master Changyin saw this, he couldn't help but be shocked. This is method, a lightning technique. According to legend, there is a method that can tear space apart and completely transform an area into an independent domain, allowing the releaser to easily kill the trapped people. Master Changyin had only heard of it, but had never seen it in person. Who would have thought that Leng Ningxuang's strength had reached such a level? Master Changyin thought to himself that something was wrong and suddenly shouted, "It's the Dharma, quick gather together." Mountain Protection Formation, Chapter 66, Thunder Prison Method. Method. Hearing these two words, Lin Chuan was stunned. Regarding the Dharma, Lin Chuan had heard his senior sister Wu Nanmeng mention it. Only those who have reached the realm of Heavenly Emperor can master this method with a very small probability. And only when one is given the title of Heavenly Emperor can one fully master this ultimate killing skill. It is said that once the Dharma door is released, no grass will grow within a radius of 100 miles. Lin Chuan looked at Leng Ningxuang in shock. Wow, this old witch actually knows some magic. Could it be that the old witch is about to reach the level of being titled the Heavenly Emperor? It's over, isn't hitting me even harder like this. Leng Ningxuang, who was concentrating on creating a magic method, almost vomited blood when he heard Lin Chuan's true words. Others were extremely shocked when they saw the method. Why is this kid's train of thought so weird? However, today's condensation cream can no longer take care of so many things. Once the method is used, it cannot be reversed. The sky and the earth change color and no grass grows. In fact, Leng Ningxuang had already mastered the method, but she had been holding back and refused to show it. After all, if a method is revealed, it will inevitably bring about a lot of unnecessary trouble, especially those hidden masters. The Emperor of Heaven, and even the titled Emperor of Heaven would be alarmed. It will be bad then. However, nowadays, condensation cream can no longer take care of so many things. Because the Xuanjian sect still holds an ace in its hand, this formation is even better than the demon-slaying formation just now. Mountain Protection Sword Formation. Although the Xuanjian sect has never produced a figure of the Heavenly Emperor level, it is still quite prestigious among the righteous sects. The reason is this Mountain Protecting Sword Formation. The Mountain Protecting Sword Formation requires at least 10,000 people to activate. Everyone who participates in the formation will sacrifice a portion of their own blood and essence and inject it into the formation. In other words, the more people participate, the stronger the Mountain Protecting Sword Formation will be. After all, it is launched by combining the strength of everyone, and its power should not be underestimated. There are now a total of 80,000 disciples in the Xuanjian sect. The formation activated by 80,000 people can kill the Emperor of Heaven in seconds. Even the titled Heavenly Emperor might not be able to escape unscathed from this attack. However, this formation takes too long and will cause certain damage to the bodies of those participating in it. However, now that their entire family is facing disaster, Leng Ningxuang doesn't believe that these guys would be reluctant to let go. This is also the reason why Leng Ningxuang has always been unwilling to take action against the people of Xuanjian sect. If I were hit by this attack, even I might not be able to withstand it. At present, 80,000 disciples have arrived and are ready to launch the Mountain Protecting Sword Formation at any time. Originally, Leng Ningxuang thought that for herself and Lin Chuan, plus a ninth-order magical beast, it would be easy to deal with these small fry whose strongest strength was only at the heavenly venerable level. However, this ninth-level monster looked like just a cub and could only kill people with its mouth and claws. Lin Chuan was even more infuriating, as he didn't take the matter to heart at all. Therefore, Leng Ningxuang had no choice but to reveal the fact that he possessed a magical skill. At this point, we have to make a quick decision. As for matters that will attract the intervention of the Emperor of Heaven or someone like him, we will think about it later. As long as you are fast enough, no one will know who released this method. Heavenly Demonic Power. 9-turn Thunder. Heavenly Thunder slays the world. Thunder-killing prison method. As Leng Ningxuang's scarlet lips opened slightly, waves of obscure French were heard. Immediately afterwards, there were gusts of cold wind, and countless thunder sounds suddenly came from the space that had just been torn apart. The loud noise was so loud that even Master Chong Yin couldn't help but gasp. This female devil is simply crazy. Not only them, but even the Emperor Wolf with a fierce look on his face couldn't help but take 2 steps back, for fear of being touched by the lightning emitted from the tearing space. It is instinctively afraid. Lin Chuan was stunned and looked at Leng Ningxuang in shock. This old witch has really become an old witch at this time. The terrifying aura she exuded made Lin Chuan feel fear from the bottom of his heart. It felt as if I would be torn to pieces by lightning in the next second. Fortunately, releasing the method does not mean that Leng Ningxuang loses consciousness. No matter how much Leng Ningxuang wanted to slap Lin Chuan to death, she couldn't bear to do it. With such good qualifications, he will definitely bring honor to the Tianmo sect in the future. It would be a pity to kill him. Master Changyin was extremely anxious at this point. The air around them began to twist and break, and the 80,000 disciples couldn't even hold their breath. Quick, use your blood and essence to deploy the Mountain Protecting Sword Formation. Today, we must destroy this female devil right here. As Master Changyin spoke, he bit the tip of his tongue and sacrificed a drop of blood, which flowed into the center of the formation. But at this point, it was almost too late. The release time of the method is very long, basically the same as the Mountain Protection Sword Formation. However, Leng Ningxuang revealed his trump card in advance. In other words, no matter how fast Leng Ningxuang is, he will blast all the disciples of Xuanjian sect into pieces before the Mountain Protection Sword Formation is released. Looking at Leng Ningxuang's cold face, it seemed as if she was sentencing the entire Xuanjian sect to death. My Xuanjian sect will never let this happen. Master Zhang Yin roared angrily, his eyes turning blood red. Leng Ningxuang, you forced me to do this. Today, I will make sure you die without a burial place. After saying this, Master Changyin bit his tongue again. Countless blood and essence gushed out of his mouth. Leng Ningxuang narrowed her eyes immediately. What does this guy want to do? If you do this, you will definitely drain all the blood and energy from your body. In this case, no matter how strong he is, he will only have one way to go, and that is death. Is this guy crazy? At this time, Master Changyin smiled coldly. Because all his blood and essence had been sacrificed, His face was as pale as paper, and his body was shaky, as if he would fall to the ground at the slightest touch. Ling Ningxuang, you only know that our sect has a mountain-protecting sword formation, but you don't know how to quickly activate it. As long as we sacrifice the entire essence and blood of a soul master or above, we can quickly activate the mountain protection sword formation. No matter what kind of heavenly emperor you are, or even if you are a titled heavenly emperor, you will die in front of the mountain protecting sword formation. Master Chang Yin almost exhausted all his strength to say the last sentence. Finally, he was completely exhausted, and his whole body was just skin and bones. He fell quietly to the ground and was smashed to pieces. Without his essence and blood, his life would be like a candle in the wind. But for the sake of the entire Xuanjian sect, Master Changyin had no choice but to do this. What kind of strange formation is this? Where's this prestigious and upright sect? Why does the formation require a sacrifice of a person's entire body's blood and essence? Is this formation really not exclusive to the demonic cult? Lang Ningxuang heard Lin Chuan's complaints again. However, at this time, Lang Ningxuang no longer cared about so much. It's over. Chapter 67. It's you, the Emperor Wolf. Lang Ningxuang had calculated everything, but she never expected that Master Chang Yin actually had this trick. The mountain protection sword formation can be activated quickly. No wonder few demonic sects dare to provoke the Xuanjian sect. It turns out it's because of this. Lang Ningxuang couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating smile on her face. I never thought that I would die here. At this time, 80,000 disciples of the Xuanjian sect had gathered. In the center of them, a large pattern formed by yin and yang jade emitted a brilliant yellow light. Countless sword energies swirled around it. Lang Ningxuang knew very well that the mountain-protecting sword formation was already full and could be launched at any time. However, my own method still needs some time. Now Lin Chuan on the side could no longer sit still. Isn't this the end? How come the Xuanjian sect still has such an ace hidden? If this mountain-protecting sword formation were really launched and hit Lang Ningxuang in the face, Lang Ningxuang himself and the Emperor Wolf would all be dead for sure. Even Lang Ningxuang, the Emperor of Heaven, was helpless at this moment. Run! This thought appeared directly in Lin Chuan's mind. If you have the ability to travel thousands of miles underground and want to escape, you can definitely do it by using all your strength. But Condensation Frost has set up a method here. I can't get out of the scope of this method at all. Old witch, you have really hurt me this time. After this incident today, you must compensate me, Lin Chuan said angrily in his heart. Hearing this, Lang Ningxuang couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Why is Lin Chuan still saying these weird things? Pay? My life is about to be lost. What is there to compensate? However, Lin Chuan finally moved at this time. Countless treasures instantly emerged from behind Lin Chuan. The golden light almost blinded the eyes of these Xuanjian sect disciples. How come this guy has so many magic weapons? Magic weapon, this is a treasure. Bullshit, most of them are top-grade treasures. How come this guy is so rich? No, the point is, he sacrificed so many treasures, what exactly did he want to do? Countless disciples were talking about it. But in their eyes, no matter what Lin Chuan and Lang Ningxuang wanted to do at this moment, it would be in vain. However, Lin Chuan frowned suddenly at this moment. Oh no, I have so many treasures, but none of them can be used. Finally, Lin Chuan took a fancy to the Hun Tian Ba Wang sword, which was ranked 4th among the innate treasures that the system had just awarded him. The reason why the Hun Tian Ba Wang sword is called an innate treasure is because it has the ability to stop time for a short period of time and cut through time. Although it is only for a moment, it might be useful for the mountain-protecting sword formation in front of us. However, after using it like this, the Hun Tian Ba Wang sword might just disappear. However, Lin Chuan could no longer care about so many things at this time. At this point, saving your life is the most important thing. Then Lin Chuan took out a fiery red pill from the space ring and stuffed it into the mouth of the Emperor Wolf. Lin Chuan stroked the Emperor Wolf's mane and said, little wolf, in order for us to survive, you have to do me a favor. This pill can quickly increase your speed and strength. All you need to do is hold this big knife in your mouth and rush towards the mountain protection formation. Upon hearing this, the Emperor Wolf's green pupils shrank instantly, and he quickly retreated. My goodness, how come the Emperor Wolf didn't know this? Isn't this tantamount to seeking death? Lin Chuan said with a smile. You will be absolutely fine. This knife and the elixir I just gave you will protect you. Life or death depends entirely on you. However, the King Wolf did not buy it, and continued to retreat. Lin Chuan gritted his teeth and stretched out 3 fingers. After this is done, I will give you 30 level 8 fierce beast inner cores. The Emperor Wolf was tempted, but still a little hesitant. 50. Lang Ningxuan was stunned when she heard Lin Chuan's words. Etc. What did Lin Chuan say? Give 50 level 8 ferocious beast inner cores. What nonsense is this? Although the inner alchemy of an 8th level ferocious beast is far less rare than the inner alchemy of a 9th level ferocious beast, it is not candy beans. There aren't many of them in the entire demonic sect. This kid actually raised his hand and took out 50 pieces and wanted to feed them to the Emperor Wolf. Also, why does the fiery red pill that this kid just fed to the Emperor Wolf look so familiar? 9th grade dragon-patterned pill. Thinking of this name, Lang Ningxuan was stunned. The 9th grade dragon-patterned pill is even rarer than the 9th grade beast's inner pill, because this thing can only be refined by using the inner elixir of a 9th level ferocious beast, combined with other natural treasures. Although this thing is rare, it is not for humans to take, but for ferocious beasts to take. After the ferocious beast eats it, its potential will burst out. All its abilities will increase significantly, and it will be immune to any attacks within a short period of time. However, after seeing this 9th grade dragon-patterned pill, Lang Ningxuan had already guessed what Lin Chuan wanted to do. He wanted the Emperor Wolf to use his body, and the 9th grade dragon-patterned pill to counteract the mountain protection sword formation. This is not impossible. Theoretically, it is very likely to succeed. But the question is, why does this guy have so many treasures? Lang Ningxuan found that she was finding it increasingly difficult to understand this boy. How many secrets did he have that she hadn't discovered? She finally understood what Lin Chuan meant when he asked her to pay compensation. But I can't seem to afford this thing. Just 50 level 8 ferocious beast inner cores are enough to be fatal. Lin Chuan was actually feeling the pain this time. When it comes to the inner core of 8th grade ferocious beasts, Lin Chuan can have as many as he wants. The system will give them to him for free like candy beans. But 50 pieces are still a bit too many, but there is no other way to save my life. The main thing is the 9th grade dragon-patterned pill, and I only have one. Moreover, he also has to take with him the top-level innate treasure, the Hun Tian Ba Wang sword, which he just acquired. Only when the Hun Tian Ba Wang sword takes effect and freezes the time around the mountain protection sword formation for a period of time can it be completely resisted by the Emperor Wolf. Only in this way can we completely avoid this crisis. At this time, the disciples of Xuanjian sect had no idea what Lin Chuan was doing. All they saw was the Emperor Wolf rushing towards the formation desperately. They really had no idea what the elixir Lin Chuan had just given them, nor the big knife in the Emperor Wolf's mouth was. You beast, you're looking for death. Kill this beast first, then deal with those 2 demons. Revenge for master. Following their roar, a strong golden light suddenly emerged from the mountain-protecting sword formation. Countless sword energies rushed towards the Emperor Wolf. The Emperor Wolf was suddenly terrified and closed his green eyes tightly. After eating the 9th grade dragon-patterned pill, although it felt that it had endless power in its body, it did not expect that this sword formation would be so powerful. 58th level fierce beast inner cores missing. However, at this moment, the Hun Tian Ba Wang sword in its mouth suddenly lit up with brilliant light. Chapter 68. Killing Xuanjian sect is annihilated. This is... Lang Ningxuan didn't pay much attention to the Hun Tian Ba Wang sword that Lin Chuan had just given her at first, thinking it was just an ordinary innate treasure. However, when this strange light unfolded, and all the sword energy visible to the naked eye instantly stopped in mid-air, Lang Ningxuan immediately understood. Hun Tian Overlord Sword. The innate treasure ranks 4th. According to legend, 4 titled heavenly emperors attacked at the same time for this innate treasure, but 2 of them died and 2 were seriously injured. However, the Hun Tian Overlord Sword disappeared without a trace. Unexpectedly, it was in the hands of this kid Lin Chuan. What did this guy do before? Why are there so many treasures? If this breaks, how will I get compensation? However, she had no time to think at this point. Under the influence of the Hun Tian Overlord Sword, all the sword formations stopped at once and were then attracted over. Countless sword energies rushed towards the Emperor Wolf's face. However, the 9th grade dragon patterning pill also took effect at this time. Countless sword energies seemed to hit an air barrier and disappeared without a trace, without anything happening. The Hun Tian Ba Wang sword can not only stop time, but also speed up regional time. In a short period of time, These sword energies were being rapidly absorbed by the Emperor Wolf at a speed invisible to the naked eye. The disciples of Chuanjian sect were shocked. What is going on? Although the Emperor Wolf in front of me is indeed a ninth-grade ferocious beast, I have never heard of it having such ability. Such a ferocious mountain-protecting sword formation required the entire body's energy and blood of a powerful heavenly saint. Why doesn't it feel painful or itchy when I hit it? The whole process lasted for a full minute. Within this minute, all the sword energy of the entire mountain-protecting sword formation was absorbed by the Emperor Wolf. Afterwards, the light in the center of the mountain-protecting sword formation gradually disappeared. The formation is broken. These disciples of Chuanjian sect are almost in despair. The entire mountain-protecting sword formation was actually dissolved just like that. They looked at Lin Chuan and Lang Ningxuang in despair, with a look of unwillingness on their faces. The Emperor Wolf turned around and immediately landed on the ground with the Hun Tian Ba Wang's sword in his mouth. At the same time, lightning and thunder, the thunder-killing prison method that Lang Ningxuang had stored for so long, was finally completed. At this moment, wherever the entire method came into contact, all the disciples of Chuanjian sect were completely enveloped by thunder and lightning. Sizzle! The sound of thunder and lightning spread through the air. 80,000 disciples of Chuanjian sect were instantly swallowed up by the light of lightning. Lin Chuan only felt that there was light in front of his eyes, and then he could not see anything clearly. It was unknown how long it took before Lin Chuan regained consciousness. At this time, Lang Ningxuang had already appeared beside Lin Chuan. Walk! After releasing the magic, Lang Ningxuang's strength was almost exhausted, but she knew that she had to run now. The method just used will surely attract countless powerful people to come. Then it will be really bad. Just now, the entire Chuanjian sect was completely wiped out. Under the devastating power of the Dharma, none of them could escape, and they were all wiped out without leaving a trace. Although Lin Chuan didn't quite understand, after seeing Lang Ningxuang's expression, he knew that it was not advisable to stay here for long. "Brother Wolf, come here quickly!" Lin Chuan shouted quickly. The Emperor Wolf came running over. Without Lin Chuan saying anything, it directly turned into the cute little wolf cub and dived into Lin Chuan's arms. The Emperor Wolf had just gone through a life and death moment, and now his mind was full of the ninth-grade ferocious beast's inner elixir that Lin Chuan had promised him. After eating one, the Emperor Wolf tasted the sweetness. Just one of these things can greatly increase your strength. What if you have 5? However, Lang Ningxuang had not been with Lin Chuan for long when she suddenly felt dizzy and almost fainted. Seeing this, Lin Chuan knew that he had to take action. Fighting is not good, you can't fight. But when it comes to escaping, Lin Chuan is now a professional. Escape thousands of miles. Lin Chuan's mind moved. Immediately afterwards, the figures of Lin Chuan and Lang Ningxuang disappeared without a trace in an instant. The Chuanjian mountain, which was so huge just now, has now been razed to the ground, leaving only the bare foot of the mountain. Who did this? Just now, I clearly felt that a method had appeared. At this time, an old man with white hair and a sharp face slowly fell from the air, looking at the empty Chuanjian sect and muttering. Suddenly, an old man appeared on the other side, stroking his beard and saying, "I didn't expect that an old man like you would be blown out." Just as the two old men were sighing, a mysterious man in a black robe, holding a yin-yang fish sword, whose face could not be seen due to the robe, also appeared here. Interesting, really interesting. I never thought that this thunder prison could actually create a magical method. It's just that the distance is too far. I don't know who created this method. The vigorous old man laughed coldly and said, "You old fool, I really thought you were dead. I can't believe you're still alive." The black-robed monk's voice was calm. "Since the Dharma door has appeared, I will come and take a look. Do you know who created this method?" However, both old men shook their heads, because the distance was too far, and they were not mentally prepared at all. When we arrived, the place was in ruins. However, they don't care about the death of Chuanjian Zong at all. They only care about who created this method. Although the Chuanjian sect's mountain-protecting sword formation is said to be able to injure the titled Heavenly Emperor, this is only in theory. In fact, if they had really encountered the titled Heavenly Emperor, after such a long time, the titled Heavenly Emperor would have single-handedly killed all those who set up the formation. The thunder prison method has never appeared in this world. Could it be that a thunder cultivator suddenly appeared and reached the strength of a titled Heavenly Emperor? The vigorous old man couldn't help but analyze. The old man with a long beard shook his head. Impossible. How could Lei Ziu reach the level of a heavenly emperor? Their strength is, at best, that of a heavenly emperor. The black-robed monk sneered. Oh, in that case, how about this? Since the three of us have been lured out, why not compete to see who can find the person who possesses the Dharma first? The other two old men were stunned at first, then nodded heavily. Interesting, interesting. I have been stuck in this realm for a long time. If I find her, if she is a female cultivator, I will definitely invite her to practice dual cultivation with me. The bearded old man narrowed his eyes and smiled. The vigorous old man suddenly uttered a poo sound. I haven't seen you for so many years, and you're still as disgusting as ever. I will definitely not let this happen. The black-robed monk sneered and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, the other two old men did not dare to fall behind and hurriedly followed. Chapter 69, Ferocious Beast Cultivation Plan. At this time, Lin Chuan had been running with Leng Ningxuang and the Emperor Wolf for a long time. Finally, Lin Chuan was exhausted and hid in a cave in the mountains to rest. Wow, it turns out running away is so tiring. Just now, Lin Chuan clearly felt that several fierce pressures were coming towards him. If I don't run faster, I'm afraid I'll die. Fortunately, thanks to the ability to travel thousands of miles underground, I finally managed to escape. At this time, Leng Ningxuang had her eyes closed tightly and seemed not to have woken up yet. It seems that Leng Ningxuang had consumed too much internal energy by forcibly activating the magic just now. I guess it will take a while to recover. Looking at Leng Ningxuang's expression at this moment, it would be a lie for Lin Chuan to say that he was not moved. This is the second most beautiful woman in the world. Which man wouldn't be moved when seeing her? But Leng Ningxuang is just as her name suggests, a complete ice beauty and a female devil. Otherwise, there will be a lot of suitors. However, Lin Chuan didn't have time to think about it at this moment. He is feeling very painful now. Just now, Lin Chuan came back to his senses and looked at the innate treasure Hunyuan Overlord sword that he had just obtained. It's over. The knife didn't react at all at this moment, and infusing spiritual power into it had no effect. It seems that it was broken when resisting the mountain protection sword formation just now. Lin Chuan can no longer be happy. Although the system has given me many innate treasures, this one is the best. Ranked 4th, I hadn't even warmed it up yet, but I used it to save my life. Lin Chuan endured the pain and put the remains of the Hunyuan Overlord's sword back into the space ring. At this moment, Lin Chuan suddenly discovered that he was being stared at by a pair of big green, watery eyes. Emperor Wolf. At this time, the Emperor Wolf was looking at Lin Chuan with eager eyes. How could Lin Chuan not know what it meant? Just now, it risked its life for the 58th level ferocious beast inner cores that it had promised. Now I have to give it even more painfully. However, Lin Chuan was surprised to find that the spiritual energy in the Emperor Wolf's body seemed to be much stronger. It's twice as strong as when I first saw it. After this ferocious beast reaches level 9 or above, it will be divided into 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower. Just now, the Emperor Wolf was of low quality, but now it has the strength of a middle quality. It seems that it was the combination of the 9th grade dragon-patterned pill and the absorbed attack of the mountain-protecting sword formation that allowed the Emperor Wolf to advance directly. No, this is a long-term investment. This guy is still just a cub, but he has already reached the strength of the 9th level. If it grows up, it will definitely reach the legendary 9th level upper grade. A 9th grade, top-grade ferocious beast only exists in records. Even an adult Emperor Wolf is only of medium quality at best, and cannot reach the top quality at all. This little Emperor Wolf has such good aptitude that he might be able to break through the shackles of level 9 in the future, and reach the legendary level 10 ferocious beast. That feeling must be cultivated from childhood. These 58th level ferocious beast inner cores can be considered as an investment. Without saying anything, Lin Chuan took out the inner elixir from the space ring, handed 10 to the Emperor Wolf, and said, "Although this thing is not as good as the inner elixir of a 9th level fierce beast, if you eat it all in one breath, you might explode and die. Take a little less at a time. These 50 are all here. I can't do without you." The Emperor Wolf obviously understood Lin Chuan's words. If he ate it all at once, he might not be able to bear it. It excitedly bit the inner core of the ferocious beast in front of it into pieces. Countless spiritual powers burst out from its mouth in an instant. Perhaps because of the upgraded quality, the Emperor Wolf didn't react much this time, but absorbed it quickly. Lin Chuan touched its little head and threw 5 8th grade ferocious beast inner cores to it to eat as candy beans. Lin Chuan has plenty of this stuff, If I invest well in this guy, won't I have to avoid fighting in the future? Lin Chuan felt happy just thinking that he could knock someone down or scare them away without having to fight back. After dealing with the Emperor Wolf, Lin Chuan glanced at Lang Ningxuang again. At this time, Lang Ningxuang didn't seem to be waking up yet. Suddenly, Lin Chuan's eyes lit up. Isn't this the perfect time to escape? This old witch is now unconscious, and the Xuanjian sect has been destroyed. If I leave now, the old witch will definitely not know. Perhaps it's not impossible that they thought I was killed in the explosion, along with those Xuanjian sect disciples. If you don't run now, when will you? Thinking of this, Lin Chuan suddenly felt that the word freedom was calling him. Finally escaped the old witch's clutches. Just looking at the way that old witch's veins were popping out, I'm sure she'll beat me up when she wakes up. No, quickly take the Emperor Wolf and run away. Just as Lin Chuan was about to leave, an extremely cold voice came over. What do you want to do? Lin Chuan was suddenly frightened and turned his head to look at Lang Ningxuang. At this moment, Lang Ningxuang was looking at him with those captivating, watery eyes. However, there seemed to be a murderous aura in it. Damn it, why did this old witch wake up? It's over, it's all this Emperor Wolf's fault. If it hadn't delayed me, I might have been able to escape. Lin Chuan regretted it deeply at this moment, but it was too late. Lang Ningxuang only felt a surge of anger at this moment. If she hadn't been so exhausted, she would have slapped Lin Chuan and beaten him into a pig's head again. This kid, why is it that all he can think about is running away? In fact, Lang Ningxuang had regained consciousness long ago, but she was just feeling weak, so she kept her eyes closed to rest. Unexpectedly, at this moment, he heard what Lin Chuan was thinking. My goodness, this guy's mind is full of thoughts of running away. What's wrong with the demonic sect? Moreover, she kept calling herself an old witch. Lang Ningxuang tried her best to suppress her anger and not be angry with Lin Chuan. Master sect leader, I see you're exhausted. You must be exhausted from opening the Dharma gate. I was just going to go get some water, thinking you'd feel better after a drink. My heart is pure, and heaven and earth can bear witness to it. Lin Chuan coughed twice awkwardly and spoke in a rhythmic and passionate manner. It would have been fine if Lin Chuan hadn't said that. As soon as he said that, Lang Ningxuang wanted to kick him right now. If I hadn't heard your inner voice, I would have almost believed it. Return to the sect. This is not a place to stay for long. Lang Ningxuang stood up with difficulty and continued. Just now, I activated the magic method and attracted a lot of attention. If we are discovered, my Tianmo sect will definitely be in great danger. Anyway, there's no way to find the person who released him through magic. As long as we stay away from the incident, maybe we can escape. Otherwise, if they catch us, we'll both die here. Chapter 70, Go, Emperor Wolf. Listening to Lang Ningxuang's words, Lin Chuan responded intermittently. Although Lang Ningxuang was right, Lin Chuan did not think that these titled heavenly emperors who had been hiding for many years would make drastic efforts to search for them because of such a thing. They chose to hide, unknown to the world, and there must be reasons for that. Compared to this, Lin Chuan felt that the Xuanjian sect's post-processing was not done well. Master, you completely misunderstood me. I feel that even though the Xuanjian sect was destroyed, some things were still not done well. So I plan to take the King Wolf with me to take a look. It would be best if I could confuse the audience. Lin Chuan smiled calmly. This is perfect. I can use this incident to cover up my plan to run away. Isn't this old witch too cautious? Oh my God, when can I leave the demon sect? When Lang Ningxuang heard this, her beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed a little. This kid, are you still thinking about running away now? What's wrong with the demonic sect? But despite this, she did not show it on her face but coughed twice and said, No need, my method has never been used before. They won't be able to find it. In fact, Lang Ningxuang just didn't want to give Lin Chuan any chance to escape. Just now she felt how agile this kid was when it came to running errands. Even the titled Emperor of Heaven didn't notice. Master, don't you understand the seriousness of this matter? As Lin Chuan spoke, he approached Lang Ningxuang with a serious expression. Lang Ningxuang's eyes suddenly narrowed again. This guy is too close, etc. This guy wouldn't be thinking of taking advantage of the fact that I just released my magic, and it's hard for me to move to do something unreasonable, right? Thinking of this, a hint of coldness flashed in Lang Ningxuang's eyes, and some strength accumulated in her hands. If Lin Chuan came any closer, she swore that this slap would make him behave himself. However, Lin Chuan suddenly stopped and said in a low voice, Master, even if they haven't discovered anything about the heavenly demon sect, but the heavenly demon sect is the #1 suspect of these famous and upright sects. Think about it, the Xuanjian sect had a grudge against my Tianmo sect before, and I killed their leader. Use your toes to think. The destruction of the heavenly demon sect is also closely related to the heavenly demon sect. Even if they don't have evidence, they have absolute reason to suspect us. Hearing Lin Chuan's words, Lang Ningxuang sneered, released the strength on her palm, and said, "So what? Then I will say that I was the one who destroyed the Xuanjian sect. What can they do to me? Everyone is responsible for their own actions. There is no need to involve the sect." Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan was speechless. "You old witch, are you stupid? You are the leader of the Tianmo sect, and you wiped out the entire Xuanjian sect. How could it be possible that other reputable and upright sects would target only you? They will definitely target the entire Tianmo sect. They wish the Tianmo sect would disappear as soon as possible. Isn't this a perfect opportunity for them to defeat the heavenly demon sect? Have all these years of studying the mage path been in vain? Don't you even understand this? The brain was kicked by a donkey. No, I have to think of telling her tactfully. Otherwise, I'm afraid the sect will be destroyed before I escape. I'm so young and charming, I can't let this old witch kill me." Lang Ningxuang was so angry that she slapped Lin Chuan. What is a donkey? Condensation Frost didn't know, but she could clearly feel that this was definitely not a good word. You can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. If it weren't for the fact that condensing Frost's aura was disordered, using the spiritual energy recklessly might cause some damage. Otherwise, I would definitely teach this holy son a lesson. But on second thought, what Lin Chuan said does make sense. He was the leader of the demonic sect, and it would definitely be bad for the sect if he was discovered. Even if they can't do anything to me, if so many sects unite to deal with the demon sect, it will be a big trouble. Judging from their behavior, it is not impossible for them to directly attack the disciples of the demon sect. Although the 9 elders are all at the heavenly saint level, they may not be able to spare the time to take care of their disciples when faced with so many sieges. Just when Lin Chuan was planning to tell Lang Ningxuang in a tactful way, Lang Ningxuang coughed twice. "I've thought about it carefully. If this matter is traced back to me, the disciples of the heavenly demon sect will definitely be affected as well. But do you have any good ideas to resolve this matter?" Lin Chuan smiled mysteriously. "The secret of heaven cannot be revealed, just leave it to me." After saying that, Lin Chuan prepared to walk out with a swagger. Great. It seems this old witch isn't that stupid after all. She can still think straight. But this won't happen all the time. To ensure personal safety, it's best to find a way to get away quickly after this is done. Lang Ningxuang swore that once her breath was adjusted, she would immediately turn Lin Chuan into a pig head again. However, Lang Ningxuang really wanted to know what method Lin Chuan would use to completely clear the suspicion of the demon sect. However, it hasn't been long since Xuanjian Mountain was razed to the ground. If someone wants to do something, there may still be a chance. "Wait, take me with you." When Lin Chuan was about to leave, Lang Ningxuang suddenly spoke. "Who knows what evil this kid is planning? If I don't follow him, what if he runs away secretly?" Lin Chuan's face suddenly showed a hint of displeasure. Damn, it got discovered. However, without giving him the chance to refuse, Lang Ningxuang grabbed his sleeve and jumped straight into the air. At this time, Lang Ningxuang's spiritual energy had recovered a lot. Although he could no longer activate the heavenly demonic power, it was still more than enough for traveling. Soon, Lang Ningxuang brought Lin Chuan to the vicinity of Xuanjian Mountain, which had been razed to the ground. To be on the safe side, Lang Ningxuang knew that she could not move forward at this moment. "Tell me, what method are you going to use?" Lang Ningxuang glanced at Lin Chuan. This kid really wants to escape. Maybe he didn't even intend to keep the news secret, and just wanted to find an excuse to slip away. If he can't come up with a solution, I can just use this as an excuse to lock him up for a few years. In this way, his plan to escape from the sect was completely ruined. However, Lin Chuan just smiled indifferently, squatted down and put down the Emperor Wolf in his arms. Then Lin Chuan took out an 8th-level Fierce Beast inner core from his space ring, handed it to the Emperor Wolf, and said with a smile, "Eat more, the rest depends on you." Lang Ningxuang immediately looked at Lin Chuan with suspicion. What does this kid want to do? Although the Emperor Wolf is a 9th-level ferocious beast, there is no record indicating that it has this ability. Chapter 71, Soul-Separated Scaled Beast. Lang Ningxuang stared at Lin Chuan and said with a serious expression, "I know this Emperor Wolf must have been tamed by you with great difficulty. But if you lose your life, you lose everything." Lin Chuan looked at Lang Ningxuang in surprise. "I can't believe that this old witch can actually say this. It seems that the old witch is also afraid of death. But don't worry, the effect of this beast-luring pill should have worn off. Brother Wolf, if you're not a fool, run away. Lang Ningxuang's expression froze when she heard this. But this was not because of what Lin Chuan said in his heart, but because Lang Ningxuang suddenly felt that there was something strange about her body. At this moment, the smell emitted by the beast-luring pill slowly disappeared. The medicine has worn off. At this moment, the Emperor Wolf stared at the soul-separating scaled beast in the distance with its pair of green eyes. As a ferocious beast, it clearly felt the threat of death. However, the Emperor Wolf searches for its enemies by scent. The smell of the beast-attracting pill was too strong. Although it didn't make the Emperor Wolf lose his mind, it did interfere with its sense of smell. When the smell dissipated, it discovered that there were two soul-separating scaled beasts coming from its left and right. Run! The Emperor Wolf ran directly towards Lin Chuan without saying a word. The fear of death made its steps much faster than usual. The small fish and ferocious beasts around were no match for it, and were knocked to the ground one after another. Lin Chuan hurried down to meet the Emperor Wolf. The Emperor Wolf shrank very sensibly and dived into Lin Chuan's arms. Lin Chuan directly fumbled out 10 level 8 beast inner cores and stuffed them into the mouth of the Emperor Wolf. Brother Wolf, well done. In this way, no one will doubt the heavenly demon sect. Master, let's leave quickly. If we don't leave now, it will be too late for those monks who heard the noise to come over. Lang Ningxuang came back to her senses after hearing Lin Chuan's words. However, she felt that the spiritual energy in her body was a little strange. Just a moment ago, the spiritual energy in his body seemed to be replenished. The tiredness I just felt after releasing the magic is gone. Moreover, there is a special feeling. However, Lang Ningxuang couldn't care less about all these now, and hurriedly took Lin Chuan away at the speed of light. With such a large tide of beasts, and the appearance of a 9th-level peak ferocious beast like the soul-separating scaled beast, they will definitely be able to get rid of the suspicion of the demon sect. Then it will be really bad. It was at this moment that, as the last few Xuanjian sect disciples were overwhelmed by the group of ferocious beasts with unwillingness on their faces, it was announced that the entire Xuanjian sect had been completely wiped out. 80,000 disciples, not a single one left behind. This was considered an old sect, but it was massacred by a tide of beasts within a single day. Brother Wolf, come here quickly. Lin Chuan shouted quickly. The Emperor Wolf came running over. Without Lin Chuan saying anything, it directly turned into the cute little wolf cub and dived into Lin Chuan's arms. The Emperor Wolf had just gone through a life and death moment, and now his mind was full of the 9th-grade ferocious beast's inner elixir that Lin Chuan had promised him. After eating one, the Emperor Wolf tasted the sweetness. Just one of these things can greatly increase your strength. What if you have 5? However, Lang Ningxuang had not been with Lin Chuan for long when she suddenly felt dizzy and almost fainted. Seeing this, Lin Chuan knew that he had to take action. Fighting is not good, you can't fight. But when it comes to escaping, Lin Chuan is now a professional. Escape thousands of miles. Lin Chuan's mind moved. Immediately afterwards, the figures of Lin Chuan and Lang Ningxuang disappeared without a trace in an instant. At the same time, the people at the foot of the mountain looked at the bustling, Xuanjian mountain with confusion and could hardly believe their eyes. Why is there so much commotion on the mountain, and there are so many monkeys? What monkey? It's a ferocious beast, but why are there so many of them? Isn't this the legendary beast tide? Legend has it that a beast tide only occurs once every century. How come it appeared on Xuanjian mountain? With so many ferocious beasts, I'm afraid the Xuanjian sect will suffer a great loss. No wonder there was such a big commotion on the mountain just now. It turns out they attracted a tide of beasts. There are so many disciples in the Xuanjian sect, they should be able to handle it right. The people at the foot of the mountain chatted with each other and gradually formed a crowd, constantly pointing at Xuanjian mountain. Amitabha. At this moment, a monk suddenly appeared in the crowd. If Lin Chuan were here, he would definitely recognize this person's identity. This guy is the old monk master Fa Ming, who persuaded the Tianmo sect and Xuanjian sect to put aside their grudges. Master Fa Ming frowned at this time. He happened to pass by here and was planning to visit the Xuanjian sect, but he heard strange noises coming from the Xuanjian mountain. You don't know this. This is a beast tide that only occurs once in a century. At this time, a middle-aged man who was watching the fun and not minding the trouble kicked up his hands and said, "Although the Xuanjian sect has many disciples, I'm afraid it will be difficult to deal with them. I'm afraid they will be destroyed." Master Fa Ming's eyes, which had been narrowed slightly, suddenly opened, and a look of shock appeared on his face. What? The middle-aged man frowned immediately. Why are you so startled, old monk? Can't you see for yourself? It's truly terrifying to see ferocious beasts running wildly from such a distance. Master Fa Ming immediately clenched the Buddhist beads in his hand. Amitabha. After saying this, Master Fa Ming did not stop and hurriedly rushed to Xuan Jian's sect with a few young monks around him. At this moment, he was extremely clear that the Xuanjian sect might be in great trouble this time. The ferocious beast tide. This name almost existed in ancient times, but I didn't expect it to happen again today. Back then, it took several heavenly emperor masters to quell the tide of ferocious beasts 100 years ago. Now, how could the Xuanjian sect, which doesn't even have a powerful heavenly emperor in its sect, possibly resist the invasion of the ferocious beast tide? Not only Master Fa Ming, but also countless monks from famous and upright sects who heard the strange noise came here one after another. Soul-separated scaled beast. Master Fa Ming arrived first. When he saw the two soul-leaving scale-armored beasts, his face turned extremely ugly. Master Fa Ming, this is... At this time, the monks from famous and upright sects who arrived one after another saw this scene. They could not recognize the identity of this huge monster for a moment and asked hesitantly. Master Fa Ming narrowed his eyes, sighed softly and said, "It's the soul-separating scaled beast. Inform everyone who has arrived that no one from the Tianzang, no one below the Tianzan realm is allowed to approach. This is a tide of ferocious beasts that only appears once in a century. Amitabha, everyone from the Xuanjian sect has unexpectedly suffered such a disaster. Such a large beast tide is rare in 100 years, and this time there are two soul-separated scaled beasts, which is a rare sight in 1,000 years." Chapter 72, Shocking the World. The other monks around sighed when they heard this. They were all at a distance and didn't dare to get close, but some monks had already used their spiritual energy to detect it. Apart from the ferocious beast, there was no other aura. At this time, Master Fa Ming frowned and said, "I'm still a step too late. No one from the Xuanjian sect survived." After saying this, Master Fa Ming moved his hands slightly and twisted the Buddhist beads in his hands, intending to liberate the souls of these innocent people who died unjustly. He never dreamed that the Xuanjian sect, which was still doing well yesterday, was now completely wiped out. Moreover, the beast tide came too suddenly and happened to fall around the Xuanjian sect. The Xuanjian sect was actually raised by a tide of beasts. How is this possible? Maybe it's the work of the heavenly demon sect. That's right. There's always been a rift between the Xuanjian sect and the Tianmo sect. I never thought these damned demonic sects would not only kill the Xuanjian sect's leader, but also come to exterminate the entire sect. Ling Ningxuang, this vicious woman with a heart of a snake and scorpion, is so vicious. We must avenge our brothers from the Xuanjian sect. Hearing the comments of these confused onlookers, the monks who arrived first immediately spoke up. "The heavenly demon sect, aren't you over-respecting them? Didn't you hear what Master Fa Ming said? This is a level 9, peak-level ferocious beast, the soul-separating scaled armored beast. Can the heavenly demon sect with such great strength send two of them over? Stop talking about it. With their cultivation level, how could they know what kind of existence the soul-separating scaled beast is? Yes, we should retreat for now. This is an existence comparable to the pseudo-titled heavenly emperor." The monks were talking about it. At first, everyone suspected that it was the work of the Tianmo sect. After all, the Xuanjian sect had an irreconcilable feud with the Tianmo sect. It is not impossible that the female devil Ling Ningxuang would come to destroy the clan for fear of revenge from the Xuanjian sect. But after seeing the soul-separated scaled beast, they decisively gave up this idea. If the demonic sect had the power to control the soul-separating scaled beast, wouldn't it become the largest sect in the world? No, this matter is probably related to the demonic sect. At this time, a group of monks suddenly appeared in the crowd again. However, judging from their attire, they are not monks from Fenian Temple. Master Kongju. Seeing this, the monks around quickly made way. Master Mingju looked up. The person who came was none other than Master Kongju from Tianian Temple. "Master Kongju, why do you say that? No matter how you look at it, this incident was caused by the beast tide." Master Mingju couldn't help but frown slightly and said in a deep voice, "It's not that Master Mingju wants to protect the Tianmo sect, but the Fenian Temple and Tianian Temple don't get along. Fenian Temple advocates harmony, saving people with Buddhism and convincing people with reason. However, the Tianian Temple and Fanian Temple have completely different views. They prefer to save people through strength. To put it bluntly, Tianian Temple and Fanian Temple. One advocates the promotion of Buddhism, while the other is extremely warlike. Therefore, although both are famous and upright sects, there are more or less some grudges between them. Therefore, Master Mingju unconsciously thought that Master Kongju was deliberately trying to sabotage him. Although this is where the beasts are, I can still sense a hint of demonic energy. Although I can't sense which sect these demonic energies belong to, the Tianmo sect is the most likely suspect. Master Kongju explained solemnly, the Heavenly Demon sect and the mysterious Sword sect are sworn enemies. The Heavenly Demon sect's Saint Sun, Lin Chuan, even killed the leader of the mysterious Sword sect. Perhaps the Sky Demon sect deliberately brought in the Beast Tide to attack the Black Sword sect in order to seek revenge. How could this Beast Tide appear so easily? Master Mingju shook his head slightly. If it's just an ordinary Beast Tide, maybe the demonic sect has some secret technique to attract the Beast Tide. But how could they attract a being like the soul-separating scaled beast? Master Kongju smiled coldly. Maybe it was just an accidental success. Master Mingju sighed softly. This reason is too far-fetched. The monks around thought about it carefully, but in the end, most of them still stood on the side of Master Mingju. Although there is still some demonic energy left, the demon sect cannot escape suspicion. However, there is no conclusive evidence, and with the strength of the demon sect, it is difficult to attract a legendary creature like the soul-separating scaled beast. While the two were arguing, many cultivators turned their attention to the soul-separating scaled beast. Although these two soul-separating scale-armored beasts are incredibly powerful, they also have a fatal flaw. The reaction speed is just too slow. However, this is completely compensated by their inherent pressure and indestructible defense. However, it was precisely because of their reaction speed that they felt the smell of the beast-luring pill dissipate. At this point, they had no intention of staying here and wanted to leave quietly. Look, they're running away. This is a 9th-grade beast. We have so many people here, why don't we work together to capture it? Yes, the inner core of a 9th-grade fierce beast is so precious. Not to mention that this is the peak inner core of a 9th-grade fierce beast. At this moment, these voices came from somewhere. Are you crazy? Didn't you see that 80,000 disciples of the Xuanjian sect were wiped out by them? Who doesn't know that the inner elixir of a 9th-grade fierce beast is precious? But the prerequisite is that you can defeat it. Let alone us, even if 2 more heavenly emperors came, I'm afraid they would not be a match for these 2 beasts. At this time, several upright monks at the front quickly spoke up to stop them. However, it was too late. Several independent cultivators who had just reached the heavenly saint level could no longer hold back and wanted to step forward and give it a try. They saw that the soul-separating scaled beast moved extremely slowly, and as long as it moved fast enough, it might not be injured. Moreover, cultivators at the heavenly saint level will not be harmed by the pressure around them. As a result, these monks had just approached the soul-separating scaled beast. Suddenly, the scales of the 2 soul-leaving scaled beasts stood up, and then they shot towards several monks. Boom! These scales will explode. The speed was so fast that these people had no chance to react at all and were directly blown into a bloody mist, without even a piece of clothing left. As expected of a peak-level 9th-level beast, this strength is beyond reach. At this moment, Sheng Ling Feng, the leader of Tianmiao sect, couldn't help but gasp. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that there was such a terrifying beast in the world. The experiences of these people also made other monks, who were eager to try, give up the idea. Who can beat this thing? I'm afraid the only title he has is the Emperor of Heaven. Although many of the people who came here were quite powerful, how could any of them be given the title of Heavenly Emperor? The title of Heavenly Emperor is just a legendary existence. In desperation, everyone no longer dared to act rashly and watched the 2 soul-leaving scale-armored beasts quietly leave. Chapter 73. The Wrath of the 100 Ghosts. At the same time, night in the mountains. Yayu Mountain is a strange mountain range located at the intersection of yin and yang. Although the mountain is not high, it is shrouded in thick black fog. Almost no living creature can survive in Yayu Mountain. Of course, except for a sect located halfway up the mountain, Baiguaimen. Although Yayu Mountain is filled with gloomy energy, it is the best place to practice the equally eerie skills of the 100 Ghost sect. Since Yayu Mountain is relatively secluded, and the members of Baiguaimen are all ruthless and have many tricks up their sleeves, few people would set foot here or provoke Baiguaimen. Although the overall strength of the Hundred Ghosts sect is not strong, the sect leader is only a heavenly saint and has not yet broken through to the heavenly emperor. In the entire sect, only Elder Bai Ku is a powerful person at the level of the heavenly emperor. However, even those sects that have the Emperor of Heaven in charge generally do not provoke the Hundred Ghosts sect, because they have all kinds of means to make people unable to live or die, or they lost their lives for no apparent reason. However, the Hundred Ghosts Gate, which was usually deserted, was not peaceful at this moment. "Where's the scholar? You all are back. Why hasn't the scholar come back yet?" At this time, Gui Shaxing, the leader of the Hundred Ghosts sect, was looking viciously at several Hundred Ghosts sect disciples in front of him. So many people from the Hundred Ghosts sect went this time, but only the Ghost Scholar, who had the best talent and was also his personal disciple, did not come back. Although Gishaxing's expression is usually unpredictable, his face is now filled with anger. In his opinion, these disciples were far less important than the Ghost Scholar. Since the cultivation method of Baiguaimen is extremely special, there are very few people with high talent and fast cultivation speed. Therefore, the cultivators of the Hundred Ghosts sect often get stuck at a certain stage and find it difficult to break through, especially the Tianzong realm, which is basically the biggest hurdle for the disciples of Baiguaimen to practice. And the Ghost Scholar is one of them. It is no exaggeration to say that the Ghost Scholar is the hope of the Hundred Ghosts Gate. Even the moody old man Bai Ku was very optimistic about the Ghost Scholar. "Please calm down, sect master." At this time, a rather old disciple of the Hundred Ghosts sect was nervous and stumbled as he said, "My senior brother said there was something exciting to watch, so I followed him. Who would have thought that a level 9 ferocious beast, the Emperor Wolf, would appear there? Senior brother, his whereabouts are unknown because of this." But the disciples searched for many days, but still found nothing. Finally, the great marsh illusion is about to close. We have no choice but to come out of it. The voice of this disciple from the Hundred Ghosts sect grew smaller and smaller, with no confidence at all. He knew very well how important the Ghost Confucian student was to the entire Hundred Ghosts sect. If something happens to the Ghost Scholar, the disciples who follow him will probably face a bloody disaster. Hearing his words, Gishaxing became even more furious. How could such a good person just disappear like that? Besides, the Confucian scholar has already broken through to the Heavenly Venerable. Although the 9th level Emperor Wolf is as powerful as the Heavenly Emperor, my Hundred Ghosts sect's agility is the best in the world, and the Confucian scholar has mastered it to perfection. He must have known that he couldn't defeat the Emperor Wolf, so how could he not escape? All the disciples were silent for a moment. In fact, it was not just Ghost Sand Star, they were also puzzled. The Ghost Scholar's body movements are the most outstanding among all the disciples in the sect. As long as they don't encounter any martial arts that specifically restrain the Hundred Ghosts' body movements, they can escape successfully even if they encounter a powerful being of a lower level than the Heavenly Emperor. But the reality is that the Ghost Scholar is indeed missing. Moreover, no trace was left. With so many of you, why don't you follow your senior brother? Now that your senior brother is missing, what crime should you be charged with? At this time, Gishaxing was completely furious. With nowhere to vent his anger, he was ready to pour out all his anger on the disciples in front of him. "Sect Master, please calm down. Let's keep looking. We will definitely find brother back. Please, Sect Master, retract your magical powers." All the disciples suddenly felt an unprecedented murderous aura, and a thick black aura was emanating from the surroundings of Ghost Sand Star. This is the top-secret martial art that only the leader of the Hundred Ghosts sect can learn, the Hundred Ghosts art. They knew very well that one thing about the Hundred Ghosts art was that it could drain all the spiritual energy from the body of a person who practiced the Hundred Ghosts art and transform it into the spiritual energy of the person who released the Hundred Ghosts art. Those whose spiritual power has been drained will die from the exhaustion of spiritual power, and even their souls will not be able to rest in peace. In the past, only disciples who betrayed the Hundred Ghosts sect or violated the sect's rules would be executed in this way by the sect leader. Therefore, when they saw the Hundred Ghosts art appear, all the disciples immediately knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. They all knew what the consequences would be if their spiritual power was drained. To put it bluntly, it means you will never be reborn. This is even more terrifying than being killed directly. At this moment, a wave of spiritual power came from the side, directly dispersing the black air around Gishaxing. Gishaxing was slightly startled and looked towards the source of the spiritual power fluctuations. "Grand Elders, The person who took action was none other than the Grand Elder of the Hundred Ghosts sect, and also the only heavenly emperor in the entire Hundred Ghosts sect, Old Man Bai Ku. Sha Xing, I am also responsible for the disappearance of the scholar. Do you want to drain my spiritual power as well? Old Man Bai Ku said expressionlessly. Ghost Sand Star quickly saluted. I don't dare. Elder Bai Ku stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly. The Confucian scholar disappeared because he was too arrogant. I'm afraid his disappearance wasn't caused by some emperor wolf. I'm afraid it was done by someone with ulterior motives. So what's the point of blaming these disciples? Can you bring the Confucian scholars back? We can only hold on to hope that the scholar is still alive. Did you know that during this trip to the Great Marsh illusionary realm, over 3,000 people disappeared? They were all from various sects. Hearing what the Old Man Bai Ku said, Gishaxing couldn't help but be slightly startled. What? How could so many people disappear on a mere trip to the Great Marsh fantasy land? Great Elder, have you noticed anything? Old Man Bai Ku shook his head slightly. No, after hearing that the scholar disappeared, I returned to the Great Marsh illusionary realm to investigate, but I couldn't find any trace of him. However, there is a large mountain range that collapsed in this day's fantasy world. Perhaps the Confucian scholar's accident happened there. Although the Emperor Wolf is powerful, the one that appeared is just a cub. It doesn't have the ability to destroy a large mountain range. And the King Wolf cubs only like to find food, and they won't do anything to destroy the mountains. I'm afraid this is due to an encounter with a powerful being in the Great Marsh illusion. After hearing this, Gishaxing felt very upset. Great power, a powerful being that can destroy the entire Great Lake Fantasy Mountain Range. Chapter 74, Revenge Plan. The one who can do this must be a powerful heavenly emperor, right? Otherwise, how could there be such potential energy? Ghost Sandstar couldn't help but gasp. In the illusion of the Great Swamp, there is actually a powerful being of the heavenly emperor level hidden. That's very possible. Old Man Bai Ku narrowed his eyes and continued. Moreover, this powerful heavenly emperor is probably even stronger than me. It can silently destroy an entire mountain range and make 3,000 people disappear simultaneously, leaving no trace. Even I couldn't find any trace of aura after repeated investigations. This person is very scary, so these disciples cannot be blamed for this matter. Sha Xing, you should be thankful. Hearing this, Gishaxing was a little confused. Your most proud disciple is gone, and you should be happy. What to be thankful for? Seeing the ghost Shaxing's appearance, the Old Man Bai Ku continued. Thank goodness these disciples didn't go with the Confucian scholars. Did you know that among these 3,000 people, many are from the same sect? None of those who went to the Great Marsh illusionary land came out. Although these disciples are not as talented as the Confucian scholars, they are all the best in our sect. If they go along, won't our best be wiped out? Hearing this, Gishaxing's anger immediately subsided a lot. He looked at the disciples kneeling and trembling in front of him, and immediately waved his hand in displeasure. Roll. Go back and practice hard. Someone must break through the shackles of the Tianzong and reach the Tianzun level. The disciples quickly received the order. Thank you, Sect Master. Thank you, Great Elder. We must intensify our practice and never slack off. After saying that, they almost crawled away from the Sect Master's hall. For them, this place is simply hell. Although the disciples of Baiguai appear to be very cool outside, they are actually very timid in the sect. Of course, this does not include the genius scholar. Great Elder, we can't just let the vengeance of that Confucian scholar go like this, right? He is a genius that only 100 ghosts can encounter once in 100 years. Although Gishaxing roughly understood the situation, he was still unwilling to give in. The ghost scholar disappeared, and it was unclear whether he was dead or alive. But the collapse of the mountain was most likely caused by the powerful heavenly emperor hidden in the secret realm of the Great Swamp. That evil scholar is most likely dead. Old Man Bai Ku said coldly. Of course I won't just let it go. Even if it's someone stronger than me, I will definitely avenge this Confucian scholar. Ghost Sandstar narrowed his eyes suddenly. Then, Great Elder, do you mean to go to the Great Marsh illusionary realm again? Elder Bai Ku nodded heavily and said, Good. Although the Great Marsh illusion has been closed, it is still possible to enter if we negotiate properly. You can come with me this time. All the major sects have lost many elites this time, and they must be extremely angry. By then, a group of powerful people will definitely return to the Great Lake illusionary realm to investigate. This matter is definitely not over. Even Li Tangfeng from the Blood Demon sect has disappeared. That old immortal from the blood demon sect will definitely not let this go. Then we can work together to find the clues. Even a powerful person at the upper level of the Heavenly Emperor may not be invincible. Hearing what old man Baiku said, Gishaxing couldn't help but be slightly stunned. That immortal old man from the blood demon sect. That's only one person left. The great elder of the blood demon sect, Li Zhentang. Li Zhentang's strength has long reached the level of the upper level of the Heavenly Emperor, but due to various reasons, he has always found it difficult to break through to the title of Heavenly Emperor. Therefore, Li Zhentang has been in seclusion for hundreds of years. This Li Tangfeng is the great-grandson of Li Zhentang. He is also one of the most talented people in the blood evil sect. If Li Zhentang was willing to take action, even a powerful being above the level of Heavenly Emperor would definitely not be able to withstand the anger of the people, unless he is given the title of Heavenly Emperor. But thinking of this, Gishaxing immediately shook his head. The illusion of the Great Marsh is nothing more than an illusion of the trials of the Tianzang and Tianzan. How could it be possible that the titled Heavenly Emperor lives here? Therefore, there is hope in finding the Ghost Scholar. All right, Great Elder, without further ado, when do we set off? Ghost Sandstar can't wait any longer. He couldn't wait to set off right away to find the Ghost Scholar. Even if the Ghost Scholar is dead, at least we must find the culprit and kill him to avenge the Ghost Scholar. However, old man Baiku shook his head and said, "Don't worry, this matter cannot be rushed. That old immortal may not come out yet. I think the people from the blood demon sect must be going crazy now. They will definitely go looking for him. When the time comes, after he comes out of confinement, he will definitely come to find us. Then we'll set off again." Hearing what old man Baiku said, Gishaxing nodded heavily. This has always been the style of the 100 Ghost sect. They never take the initiative to attack, unless there are benefits. Although Li Zhentang is extremely powerful, the power of one person is limited, so he will definitely come to find his old acquaintance, old man Baiku. In this way, maybe it can be a blessing in disguise and get some benefits from Li Zhentang. The life or death of the Confucian scholar is still unknown. Now that things have come to this, we might as well try to gain something to make up for the loss. Great Elder, are we the only ones going? Should we notify the second elder and the third elder? Gishaxing hesitated for a moment, but still asked. The 100 Ghost sect is different from other sects. Most of the elders from other sects, even if their strength is higher than that of the sect leader, have to obey the sect leader's orders. Only in some major matters can the elders discuss together to decide whether to approve the sect leader's idea. But the 100 Ghosts Gate is different. The leader of the 100 Ghost sect is only in charge of all the disciples. Almost all the remaining power lies in the hands of the 3 fixed elders of Baiguaimen. At this time, the second elder and the third elder were in seclusion trying to reach the realm of Heavenly Emperor. If we invite them out, with their strength as quasi-emperors of heaven, they can also contribute a lot. But the old man Baiku shook his head heavily and said, "No need, they are in the critical period of breakthrough. Don't disturb them. The 2 of us can go. What's more, the scholar is the great-grandson of the third elder. If the third elder knew about this, he would be furious. If this causes the third elder to fail in his breakthrough, neither you nor I can bear the responsibility." Upon hearing this, Gishaxing had no choice but to agree. Anyway, we have people from other sects with us, so this trip will definitely lead to a result. But they don't know. The one who killed Gui Rusheng and 3,000 disciples from other sects was not someone above the level of Heavenly Emperor, but it was Lin Chuan, whose strength had just broken through to the Heavenly Saint level. However, since Lin Chuan had eliminated all hidden dangers, they did not think in the direction of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Chapter 75. Sword Emperor emerges from seclusion. Report. Just as Gishaxing and Old Man Baiku were discussing, a disciple of Baiguaimen rushed in anxiously. Judging from the man's attire, he is a spy sent out by the 100 Ghost sect. As a large sect, especially a demonic sect, spies are naturally indispensable. It was precisely because of the information brought by these spies that the remote Baigui sect was able to know the movements of other sects. "Why are you so flustered?" Ghost Sandstar asked solemnly. The spies of Baiguaimen have been trained since childhood. If it is not an extremely urgent situation, they will never rush in so rashly. Report to the sect master and elders. The Xuanjian sect was wiped out. The spy said breathlessly. What? Ghost Sandstar's expression suddenly became extremely gloomy. Could it be that someone from the demonic sect did this? Old man Baiku's face was also a little shocked. but he waved his hand and said, "Don't panic. The Xuanjian sect has over 80,000 disciples and multiple mountain protection formations. How can the Tianmo sect destroy them just because they want to? What is going on?" The spy did not dare to delay and said hurriedly, "It seems that a large-scale beast tide has appeared. All the major Orthodox sects in the surrounding area have sent people there, and even people from Tianian Temple and Fanian Temple have come. According to reports, when they arrived, the entire Xuanjian sect was already a river of blood, with no trace of anyone surviving. Because there are too many people in the upright sect, I didn't dare to go too deep." Upon hearing this news, Gishemen's face turned extremely pale. "Absurd. A beast tide only happens once every century. How could it happen so suddenly? And it's near the Xuanjian sect. How could such a coincidence happen?" The spy was so frightened that he said nothing. Elder Bai Ku waved his hand to signal the scout to retreat and said in a deep voice, "Are you suspecting that this was done by the heavenly demon sect?" Ghost Sandstar snorted coldly. "That must be it. My sect and the Xuanjian sect have just reached an agreement to jointly destroy the Tianmo sect. How could it be such a coincidence that the Xuanjian sect was attacked by a beast tide at this very moment? This must have been done by the demonic sect." Elder Bai Ku shook his head slightly and said, "The demonic sect's actions. Even the Emperor of Heaven couldn't summon a tide of beasts, let alone a peak-level, ninth-level ferocious beast. Do you really think Lang Ningxuang has such a great ability? As for the Xuanjian sect, it's just a mid-level sect. We can destroy it if we want. Now we still have to focus on finding Confucian scholars. After all these years, a talented person has finally emerged from my 100 Ghost sect. I want to see him alive or his body dead. As for joining forces to deal with the heavenly demon sect, let's discuss it after we find the whereabouts of the Confucian scholar." Although Gishaxing was still a little resentful in his heart, he had no choice but to nod in agreement after hearing what old man Beiku said. Indeed, even a powerful heavenly emperor would be unable to attract a tide of beasts. The destruction of the Xuanjian sect was due to their bad luck, and no one else's fault. What's more, to deal with the heavenly demon sect, the blood evil sect and the 100 Ghost sect are enough, and the black sword sect is dispensable. Even if Lang Ningxuang is as powerful as the Emperor of Heaven, he is just one person. How can one heavenly emperor defeat two heavenly emperors working together? Thinking of this, Gishaxing nodded heavily and whispered, "But the Great Marsh illusion is now closed. How can we reopen it? If we wait for it to open on its own, wouldn't it take 100 years? Old man Bai Ku waved his hand and said sinisterly, "I have my own way of dealing with this matter." At the same time, in the blood evil sect, the Sword Emperor's great elder Li Zhentang suddenly came out of seclusion. It's not for anything else, but because Li Tangfeng, the genius who finally appeared in the entire blood evil sect, has no news at all. Li Tangfeng is not only a genius of the blood evil sect, but also the only grandson of Li Zhentang. Li Zhentang, who had a hot temper and was almost the opposite of old man Bai Ku, was furious. "You mean two powerful heavenly emperors were alarmed in the Great Marsh illusionary realm, and that's why they took action? Is this also why Fenger has disappeared without a trace?" Li Zhentang's face was extremely gloomy as he looked at the disciple from another sect who was captured in front of him. After all, none of the disciples sent by the blood evil sect came back alive. If you want to get any news, you can only ask others. However, Li Zhentang's questioning method was a bit cruel. At this time, the disciple was kneeling on the ground, covered in blood, obviously having been tortured. The disciple said tremblingly, Lord Sword Emperor, everything I said is true. At the beginning, a powerful person attacked and shattered an entire mountain range. A total of 3,000 disciples disappeared, including Master Li. Apart from the powerful heavenly emperor, who else can shake such a huge mountain? We had just retrieved the treasure from the illusion when we heard a huge noise at the entrance, accompanied by the collapse of the mountains. In this vast marshland illusion, there are indeed two heavenly emperor-level warriors. At this time, the disciple revealed everything he knew. He asked for nothing else but to survive. I am so unlucky. Just because I went to Huaxiang Pavilion to listen to music on the way back to the sect, I was captured by this devil. Without saying a word, he shattered half of his meridians. Even if I could go back this time, I would probably be a useless person. Thinking of this, the disciple's eyes were filled with despair. But no matter what, you have to save your life, right? Emperor of Heaven, or two heavenly emperors. Do you really think I'm easy to fool? When did this heavenly emperor become so worthless? How could there be two of them in such a small illusion? Li Zhentang didn't get angry but laughed instead, and the disciple's hair stood on end. The back of his head felt cold, as if his whole body was shrouded in death. Suddenly, Li Zhentang raised his hand. A strong wind suddenly blew up, and the floor was shaking violently, making a cracking sound. Immediately afterwards, the white-robed disciple was instantly sucked over and his neck was crushed. Not only that, his body also became extremely dry, and it was obvious that all the blood and essence in his body had been sucked out. At this time, Zhu Xing's, the leader of the blood demon sect, who had been standing aside for a long time without saying a word, bowed and said, "Master Dao Huang, what should we do now?" Li Zhentang narrowed his eyes, revealing his scarlet teeth, and said coldly, "What to do? The great marsh illusion is now closed, and we can only find a way to force it open. If there really are two powerful heavenly emperors inside, I can't defeat them alone. Didn't the ghost scholar from the 100 Ghosts Gate also disappear? Let's go find Elder Baiku first. Only by joining forces can we fight the two heavenly emperors. As for how to open the illusion, we'll tell you when we get there." Hearing Li Zhentang's words, Zhu Xing's immediately understood and went to Baiguaimen with Li Zhentang. Chapter 76, You Can't Do It. Leng Ningxuang thought about Lin Chuan's suggestion for a moment, and then nodded. Given her current condition, it is indeed not suitable for her to continue traveling. Not to mention that she is extremely weak now. The continuous running around may leave her with hidden illness. Just to say that she is in such a weak state, if she meets her former enemy on the road, I'm afraid that by then I won't even know how I died. Seeing Leng Ningxuang agreed, Lin Chuan turned around and took her to a small town not far ahead. However, it would be more appropriate to call it a town rather than a small town. The town is not too small, and there are roughly several thousand households. Therefore, there are all kinds of hotels, restaurants, and businesses in the town. "Oh, sir, please come in. You want to stay at the hotel." After entering a hotel, the waiter who greeted guests at the door gave Lin Chuan an expression that said, "I understand you very well," as soon as he saw Lin Chuan and the Leng Ningxuang he was carrying. "Hey, sir, please go to the second floor. The soundproofing of our rooms here is guaranteed to be top-notch. Even if you set off firecrackers inside, no one outside can hear them." I saw the waiter talking endlessly about how good his room was. The corners of Lin Chuan's mouth twitched slightly, and he was muttering in his heart, "Damn, do I look that disgusting?" Leng Ningxuang lay on his shoulder with her eyes closed, her face flushed red. Who couldn't understand what the waiter meant? If she wasn't so weak at the moment, she would have killed him. But at this moment, she could hardly move, and could only continue to pretend to be unconscious, silently enduring the greatest humiliation in history. "Okay, just bring a pot of hot water and leave it at the door, and then don't bother me unless I call you." After choosing a room, Lin Chuan threw a bag of silver to the waiter and quickly asked him to leave. Otherwise, he couldn't be sure whether the old witch would suddenly go crazy and jump up to kill him. When the waiter saw such a large bag of money, his eyes lit up immediately. Of course, he wouldn't say much to such a wealthy guest, but before leaving, he did not forget to wink at Lin Chuan, causing the latter to smile bitterly. "Don't put me down." After entering the room, Leng Ningxuang pinched Lin Chuan's waist hard. Lin Chuan suddenly felt pain and his hand slipped. Leng Ningxuang was falling so fast that Lin Chuan was frightened, and he quickly reached out to stop her. But it was still a little late after all. Originally, Leng Ningxuang was carried on Lin Chuan's back, but she slipped and fell to the ground, and the head just stopped at Lin Chuan's butt. Lin Chuan happened to react at this time, and used his hands to protect the sliding condensation frost. However, in his haste, he did not notice that she had slipped to the ground. So, Leng Ningxuang's delicate little face was pressed hard against Lin Chuan's butt. "Ugh!" A sharp whistle almost pierced the eardrum. However, no sound could be heard outside this room. It seemed that the waiter was not exaggerating about the sound insulation of this room. "Oh, well, I didn't mean to do that." Lin Chuan was so frightened that he jumped back. At this moment, his anus tightened, and all the hairs on his body stood up. "Oh my God, this is really killing me. Just now I was careless and this mistake happened. Looks like I'm doomed this time." In the past, this old witch would just rush to the gate and kill people after being teased for a few words. But this time, this happened. If she recovers, I'll be skinned and roasted like a barbecue. Lin Chuan. Leng Ningxuang was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She had never suffered such humiliation in her life. If she didn't have the strength now, she might really pull out his tendons, skin him, and barbecue him. "No, sister, I really didn't mean it." Lin Chuan's forehead was covered in cold sweat. "Damn, looking at her like this, I'm definitely doomed by the time she recovers." How about let's just go all out? Thinking of this, Lin Chuan couldn't help but look at Lang Ningxuang. At this time, Lang Ningxuang also looked at Lin Chuan. When their eyes met, Lang Ningxuang's heart suddenly skipped a beat. What do you want to do? Lang Ningxuang, who understood Lin Chuan's thoughts, was shocked and angry. What does go all out mean? What does he want to do? Could it be that he is afraid of my revenge and is planning to silence me now? Of course, Lin Chuan definitely didn't think of silencing the witness, as he wasn't some murderous devil. The so-called ultimate solution is, of course, to run away. After all, he didn't want to touch Lang Ningxuang, but he also didn't want Lang Ningxuang to kill him after recovering. It's rare that she is so weak now. If she doesn't leave now, when will she leave? Sorry, sect master. Thinking that he would be free soon, Lin Chuan couldn't help but grin. This smile seemed particularly creepy in Lang Ningxuang's eyes, and she thought he was going to kill her. He closed his eyes unwillingly, but she didn't notice that Lin Chuan didn't even look at her, but turned around and rushed towards the door. Masters, please come in. We happen to have a few vacancies. Just as Lin Chuan opened the door and stuck his head out, he saw the waiter leading a few monks walking towards him. Oh my God! Seeing the person coming, Lin Chuan was so scared that he jumped back. He closed the door and locked it in one go. Why is that bald guy here too? Lin Chuan cursed his bad luck in his heart. Master Mingju, one of the several heavenly emperor masters he had met when the heavenly demon sect killed Hong Tian. Master Mingju suddenly stopped in front of the door of the house where Lin Chuan and the others were. What's wrong, master? Strange, there seems to be a demonic aura here. Hearing this, Lin Chuan's heart suddenly rose to his throat. Oh my God, I hope this old bald donkey won't find out. It's over, it's over. Master Mingju said this and was about to open the door to check. Seeing this, the waiter quickly reached out to stop him. Are you kidding? There is a big customer in this room and he is doing something important here. How could I let a bald donkey like you mess this up? Master, no. The waiter grabbed Mingju's hand and said with a smile, this person is a regular customer of our store. He must not be the person you are looking for. Don't dare to disturb him. Mingju was reasonable and did not force his way in. After all, he only had a slight sense of it. People were coming and going nearby, and occasionally people from the magic world would pass by. Therefore, it is not surprising that some evil spirit remains. So he didn't insist on holding on, and just followed the waiter's lead to the room farthest from here. Although the room was very soundproof, Lin Chuan could still barely hear what was happening outside by sticking his head against the door. Brother Zioer, well done. Lin Chuan was very grateful that the waiter covered for him. It turns out that sometimes being more generous brings a lot of benefits. It seems that the money I just gave was not in vain. Chapter 77, Help Me Wipe It. Lin Chuan leaned against the door panel and let out a long sigh. Lang Ningxuang on the other side had closed her eyes for a long time and opened them in confusion without waiting for the next words. What is he doing? Seeing Lin Chuan's frightened look, Lang Ningxuang was full of doubts. Because the sound insulation of the house was very good, Lang Ningxuang had no idea what was happening outside. What are you doing? She collapsed on the ground and looked at Lin Chuan. At this time, Lin Chuan also came to his senses. SHH, keep your voice down. That old bald donkey Mingju is outside. Lin Chuan was startled when he suddenly heard Lang Ningxuang's question. I had forgotten the soundproofing effect of this room. Mingju. Lang Ningxuang was also shocked when she heard these two words. In her current condition, if Mingju discovered her, she would surely die. But then she thought, doesn't Lin Chuan also want to kill her to silence her? There is no way to escape death, but Lin Chuan hasn't taken any action yet, which makes her a little confused. Aren't you going to kill me? There was a hint of bitterness on Lang Ningxuang's face. Her personality was indeed not very good. But in the end, it was due to Lin Chuan's own misunderstanding, due to his own presumptuous speculation. Now he might even want to kill himself because of this misunderstanding. When she thought of this, she felt an unbearable discomfort in her heart. I never thought that I would end up losing to this enemy. Lang Ningxuang closed her eyes again. Master, please don't talk nonsense. How dare I disrespect you? Lin Chuan on the side was speechless, his mind racing. Did this old witch's injuries cause her brain to be damaged? When did I kill her? Damn it, is he hallucinating and mistaking me for someone else? Noticing Lin Chuan's thoughts, Lang Ningxuang's expression froze. Did I misunderstand? So he just wanted to go all out. Thinking of this, Lang Ningxuang suddenly came to her senses. You are such a good guy, Lin Chuan. Even at this time, you are still thinking about running away. Help me up. Lang Ningxuang seemed to be too angry, and her face turned red. How hateful, I just misunderstood that he wanted to kill me. Just think about it, and you will know it's impossible. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stood up to take the blame for himself when he was in the sect. Lang Ningxuang seemed very ashamed of her malicious speculation. But Lin Chuan had no idea about the messy thoughts in her mind. Just watching her expression constantly changing, I wondered if she really had a brain injury. He helped Lang Ningxuang all the way to the bed. The fragrant and soft body leaned against Lin Chuan's side, causing his heart to flutter. Damn, this old witch may have a bad temper, but this waist, this skin, this. Who can resist this? Lin Chuan didn't know that Lang Ningxuang had heard his thoughts. If it were someone else, Lang Ningxuang might have killed him even at the risk of dying instantly. But while she was slightly annoyed by Lin Chuan's blasphemous thoughts, she also felt a hint of joy. These complicated thoughts made her feel a little hot all over. She had never experienced this feeling before, and she began to feel a little panicked. You take a rest first, I'll get you some water. Worried that he would lose control, Lin Chuan helped Lang Ningxuang lie down on the bed, then quickly got up and walked towards the door. Calm down, calm down. Brother, you have to hold on. Seeing Lin Chuan staring at his crotch at the door, Lang Ningxuang suddenly chuckled. It was rare to see him in such an embarrassed state. However, Lang Ningxuang blushed and secretly spat at the thoughts in his mind. Tilda. After taking a deep breath to adjust his mood, Lin Chuan carefully opened the door. Seeing the hot water at the door, he brought it in at lightning speed. There was no way Mingju and his group were also in this hotel. Although the rooms in this hotel are protected by formations that can block out smells and sounds. But what the secular world uses are just very low-end ones, so it is better to be careful with everything. I put the hot water here for you. Lin Chuan brought a basin of hot water and placed it next to Lang Ningxuang's bed. This would be fine under normal circumstances, but now the evil fire in my heart is rising. As male compatriots, we should all understand that under normal circumstances, we can control ourselves. But once that evil fire comes up, I can't help but open the browser to do it. What's more, the temptation in front of us now is not at the level of a paper man. Damn it, the reason why I can hold back now is because Lin Chuan knows how fast he can act now. Then when the condensation frost recovers, how miserable will my death be? Come here. Lang Ningxuang leaned limply against the pillow. The soft and sticky voice seemed particularly tempting at this moment. Come over. Lin Chuan took a deep breath. Damn, I can't control myself anymore, and you still ask me to come over. Isn't this forcing me to commit a crime? I can't move now. Can you help me wipe my face? Lang Ningxuang turned her head and looked at Lin Chuan, who was feeling awkward. There was a hint of pride on his face. Well, it's finally your turn this time. I told you not to make me angry all the time. Lin Chuan also saw the expression on Lang Ningxuang's face. Damn it, this woman is teasing me, right? Fuck, you're still laughing. That's right, this woman is definitely teasing me. There was a hint of provocation on Lang Ningxuang's face. Seeing this, Lin Chuan couldn't bear it any longer. He strode forward and wrung out the towel. Then he held the towel for a long time and didn't dare to take action. It was because the smile on Lang Ningxuang's face made him feel a little uneasy. This woman's thoughts are hard to understand. If I can't resist the temptation, she might just cut herself apart. Master, there are differences between men and women. Otherwise, you should wipe it yourself. Seeing that Lin Chuan didn't dare to get close, Lang Ningxuang was both angry and amused. Why weren't you trying to warm my bed when we were in the sect? Why are you so cowardly now? Lin Chuan laughed dryly. What a joke. At that time, the sect was only thinking about how to escape, and it was in a passive position. If something really happens, he will also be a victim. But can it be the same now? He has gone from being passive to being active. If he somehow offends this old witch, he will be in trouble, right? If Mingju, that old bald donkey, wasn't here, he would have wanted to run away immediately. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Hurry up and wipe it off for me. I'm sweating all over and it's so uncomfortable. Lang Ningxuang saw that he was really uncomfortable, so she stopped joking. And now my body is soaked in sweat, which is really uncomfortable. Seeing her like this, Lin Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. He carefully wiped Lang Ningxuang's cheek with a towel. But the body is far away. It looked like someone was standing on a stool to clean the ceiling lights. I stretched out my hand, but could only barely reach it. What are you doing? Lang Ningxuang was speechless. Come closer. Chapter 78. No. Lin Chuan was brought back to his senses by this delicate cry. What's wrong with me? This is what the old witch asked for herself, so what is there to be afraid of? Thinking of this, he no longer felt too heavy a psychological burden. He casually dragged a stool over from the tea table and wrung out the towel again. She began to carefully wipe the sweet sweat from Leng Ningxuang's cheeks and neck. Call. Because they were very close, Lin Chuan could clearly feel Leng Ningxuang's breath passing across the back of his hand. Gurgled. Their eyes met, and Lin Chuan swallowed unconsciously. Mad no, hold it in, hold it in. Leng Ningxuang could also clearly feel Lin Chuan's breathing gradually becoming heavier. Her face flushed and her heart beat faster. All right. After wiping the sweat off Leng Ningxuang's face, Lin Chuan immediately prepared to escape. However, Leng Ningxuang stopped him. And the back of my hand. My back of my hand is also uncomfortable. Hearing this, Lin Chuan's body stiffened, but he had no choice but to obey. The moment he reached out and grabbed Leng Ningxuang's jade hand. That touch almost made his already turbulent mind lose its mind completely. Ha tilde. He exhaled heavily again, but this time his breath was slightly trembling. Amitabha. Emptiness is color, color is emptiness. Emptiness is color, color is emptiness. Lin Chuan wiped the sweat from Leng Ningxuang's back of his hand, while silently chanting Amitabha in his heart. Lin Chuan was not the only one who was feeling uneasy at the moment. As the passive party, Leng Ningxuang's heart was also beating fast. Feeling the warmth from Lin Chuan's palm, she was extremely shy and yet afraid that he would let go suddenly. This contradictory and strange feeling is almost making her addicted. After a while, Lin Chuan finally gritted his teeth and wiped the sweat off Leng Ningxuang's hands. Sister, I'm really scared of you. If you ask me to do anything again, I'm afraid I really won't be able to control myself. Lin Chuan prayed silently in his heart, and Leng Ningxuang naturally heard it clearly. This time, she really didn't ask Lin Chuan to do anything, but she didn't want to let Lin Chuan go just like that. So when Lin Chuan was about to pull his hand away, Leng Ningxuang, who had no strength left, now she was holding his hand tightly. Sect master. Leng Ningxuang closed her eyes tightly, as if telling Lin Chuan that she was asleep. But her twitching eyebrows betrayed her. Metropolitan. Lin Chuan called her several times, but she didn't respond. As the saying goes, you can never wake up a person who pretends to be asleep. Judging from the literal meaning, it is obvious that Lin Chuan cannot wake up Leng Ningxuang. Helplessly, Lin Chuan could only let her grab his hand and suffer. Not long after, Lin Chuan felt a little sleepy. After the battle during the day, although Lin Chuan was not exhausted like Leng Ningxuang, he was indeed very tired. Now that I have relaxed, the feeling of tiredness can't help but come up. In a trance, he lay down on the head of the bed and fell into a deep sleep. In a secluded valley among the mountains, a strong spiritual power fluctuation surged. All the ferocious beasts in the mountains and forests were frightened and fled in all directions. The great elder has come out of seclusion. Outside the valley, several old men in black and red robes looked at the valley in surprise and joy. What do you want to call me for? A figure wrapped in blood-red mist flew out of the valley. Wherever the blood shadow passed, all plants and living things lost their vitality. Great Elder, have you broken through to the title of Heavenly Emperor? Seeing the momentum brought by the blood shadow, the old men were all horrified, but soon turned to ecstasy. The blood shadow fell in front of several people, and the blood mist gradually dissipated, revealing an extremely thin figure. If he wasn't still moving at this moment, people would probably think it was a mummy. He is the Grand Elder of the Blood Demon sect Li Zhentang. It's not easy to be named the Heavenly Emperor. Li Zhentang sighed, then smiled slightly and said, but it's true that I've had some insights recently. Hearing Li Zhentang's words, the old men were overjoyed. You must know that their chief elder is originally the Emperor of Heaven, and now he has new insights. Doesn't that mean he has already touched the threshold of being titled Heavenly Emperor, and reached the realm of being pseudo-titled Heavenly Emperor? What a happy event this is. Nowadays, the title of Emperor of Heaven has long become a legend. Now, their blood demon sect has this person who has reached the threshold of being named Heavenly Emperor. Doesn't it mean that his blood demon sect has advanced to a top-tier force? You used the red talisman to summon me out of seclusion. What on earth happened? Li Zhentang was in a good mood because he had new insights into the realm of cultivation. However, he knew that the red talisman would only be used when serious problems arose within the sect, so he was extremely concerned. After hearing the question, the old men remembered the purpose of their visit. However, when they thought about what they were about to say, their faces darkened. Great Elder, it's Tang Feng. Something happened to Tang Feng. Several people looked heavy-hearted. Li Tang Feng was the great-grandson of the Great Elder. He was quite favored by the great elder before he went into seclusion. Now that Li Tangfeng is in trouble, the sect doesn't even know who the murderer is. It's really hard to explain. What did you say? Li Zhentang's aura suddenly surged, and he grabbed the old man who was speaking from mid-air. Who did it? Several old men were frightened and trembled. They bowed and said, replying to the great elder, the identity of the murderer is still under investigation, but it is certain that he should be a powerful person above the level of heavenly emperor. Li Zhentang's eyes flashed, and he threw the old man out. Is the emperor of heaven ascending to the throne? If it were in the past, he might have had to be a little cautious. But now he has found an opportunity to be crowned as the heavenly emperor. Who else can rival him with this title? Let's go back to the sect first. I'll settle the score with you later. Li Zhentang glanced at the few people with a stern look, then turned into a blood mist and disappeared on the top of the mountains. In a small town hotel, after an unknown amount of time, Lin Chuan slowly woke up. He felt extremely comfortable after sleeping, so comfortable that he almost moaned. But just when he was about to groan and stretch. But suddenly I found myself sleeping in bed, and there is condensation frost lying next to it. At this moment, Lang Ningxuang was breathing evenly and looked like she was asleep. What the hell is going on? Lin Chuan shuddered, and all sleepiness disappeared immediately. Looking at his arms wrapped around Lang Ningxuang's waist, he subconsciously wanted to pull them back, but he found that his hand was tightly grasped by Lang Ningxuang. Tilda. A groan was heard, and Lang Ningxuang turned over and lay flat on her back. Fortunately, there seems to be no sign of waking up. Before Lin Chuan could breathe a sigh of relief, he found that Lang Ningxuang actually picked up her arms and put them towards her. It looked like she was using his arm as a pillow or something. This. No. Seeing Lang Ningxuang putting her arm on her chest, Lin Chuan couldn't help but let out a wail of despair in his heart. This touch. Absolutely amazing. Chapter 79, Come Again. Lin Chuan had tears in his eyes at this moment. Gods and Buddhas, we are really dead this time. He had a look of sorrow on his face, but his hands were making small movements in a very uncooperative manner. Tell me who can withstand this. I don't know if it was because of the condensation frost that I fell asleep. The heavens and the sun and the moon can bear witness to this, and I, Lin Chuan, am absolutely innocent. It's not my fault that this hand won't obey me. It moved on its own, I swear. Lin Chuan couldn't help feeling guilty for taking advantage of others and then blaming them. But there is nothing he can do in the current situation. Lang Ningxuang held his hand tightly, as if she had pulled it out rashly. Such a loud noise would definitely wake her up. But if I just let her hold me like this, she will wake up soon. Lin Chuan now truly understands what it means to be in a difficult situation. Oh heaven, oh earth, you want me to die? Thoughts flashed through Lin Chuan's mind. Lang Ningxuang, who was lying beside him, also lost her breath at this time. Just when Lin Chuan was daydreaming, Lang Ningxuang had gradually woken up. She was sleeping soundly when she suddenly heard Lin Chuan screaming and shouting, "No." When she woke up, she found that it was actually what was in Lin Chuan's mind. I didn't expect that I could hear his thoughts even when I was asleep. Lang Ningxuang was about to say something when she suddenly realized something. Lin Chuan had actually climbed onto her bed without her knowing when. Asshole. What a courage. What did he do to me? I don't know why, apart from being a little angry and surprised at the beginning. Lang Ningxuang was inexplicably looking forward to it. Just when she was daydreaming and pretending to be asleep, she knew what Lin Chuan did to her. Sometimes it's like wind blowing through still water. Sometimes it looks like an eagle catching a wild rabbit. That feeling is so strange and wonderful. Tilda. Maybe it was because she couldn't hold back too much, but Lang Ningxuang suddenly gasped. This almost scared Lin Chuan to death. He suddenly woke up and bit the tip of his tongue hard. Damn, that was close. After being frightened, Lin Chuan completely regained his sanity and dared not move at all. This is really bullshit. I'm not Liu Xiaohui. Why are you testing me like this? No, if this continues, this old witch will skin me alive when she wakes up. Lin Chuan was a little anxious and tried to pull his hand out carefully. Lang Ningxuang sensed his thoughts and couldn't help feeling resentful in her heart. How abominable. Bad Lin Chuan, bad Lin Chuan. After treating her like that, you still call her an old witch. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She grabbed Lin Chuan's hand and brought it to her mouth. Then he took a big bite. Lin Chuan cried out in pain and quickly covered his mouth with his free hand. Damn it, the old witch is awake. Lin Chuan stared at Lang Ningxuang, but found that she still had her eyes closed. Am I dreaming? Although Lang Ningxuang was furious, how could she dare to wake up at this moment? Lin Chuan took such a big advantage of me. If I woke up at this moment, wouldn't I be so embarrassed that I would want to crawl into the ground? There was no way. Her heart was now disturbed by this enemy. Now that she wanted to kill him, she felt a little reluctant to do it. As his thoughts turned, Lang Ningxuang's hand had already loosened. Lin Chuan found an opportunity and quickly pulled his hand back. Then he seized the opportunity to get out of bed, finally letting go of his anxious heart. Ha, I didn't expect to survive. Sure enough, God doesn't want a beautiful boy like me to die young. While Lin Chuan was secretly rejoicing, Lang Ningxuang, who was pretending to be asleep, was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Bastard Lin Chuan, I let you go, not God. Bastard big idiot. A powerful man of the heavenly emperor level was now as angry and frustrated as a young wife who had been bullied. In other words, Lin Chuan didn't know Lang Ningxuang's thoughts. Otherwise, how could he retreat at this moment? I'm afraid any man would have already picked up his gun and went into battle. But the problem is that Lin Chuan doesn't know what Lang Ningxuang is thinking. In his mind, Lang Ningxuang is a person with a hot temper, a strange personality, and is difficult to understand. If you act rashly against such a person, won't he be killed without a complete body? Ouch! When the two were lost in their own thoughts, a sudden wolf howl startled them both. What's going on? Lang Ningxuang jumped up from the bed in the blink of an eye and seemed to have recovered a lot. Lin Chuan had not yet recovered from the previous shock when he saw Lang Ningxuang suddenly jump up. He was almost scared to death. After all, he had just done something that made him feel guilty. Ouch! Another howl was heard, and the two men locked onto the source of the sound. Only then did he realize that it was the Emperor Wolf that came with Lin Chuan. After what happened just now, the two of them actually forgot about it for a while. Woo-woo! The Emperor Wolf looked at Lin Chuan and raised its front paws to point at its mouth. Lin Chuan was speechless. After all this time, this guy finally wanted to eat. He took out 2 8th-level ferocious beast inner cores and threw them to it, which chewed them up and swallowed them with a few crunches. Woo-woo! After eating and drinking, the Emperor Wolf licked his mouth in satisfaction, then raised his head meaningfully towards Lin Chuan. He glanced at Lang Ningxuang in a very human way. Seeing this, Lin Chuan was slightly stunned. What does this mean? When he was confused, he suddenly realized something. Oh my God, I was wondering why he ended up on the bed. Could it be that this guy did this? As if understanding Lin Chuan's eyes, the Emperor Wolf's eyes showed a hint of brightness, and the corners of his mouth curled up, making him look like he deserved a beating. Seeing the Emperor Wolf admit it, Lin Chuan immediately glared and raised his eyebrows as if blaming it. The Emperor Wolf stuck out his tongue in disdain and hit back. The man and the wolf winked at each other, leaving Lang Ningxuang beside them confused. What kind of riddle are you talking about? No, nothing. Lin Chuan didn't dare tell her, and just covered it up with a dry laugh. Little did he know that his crime had been discovered long ago, but had not been exposed. Because of the appearance of the Emperor Wolf, the embarrassment in the hearts of the two people was alleviated a lot. Ahem. Lang Ningxuang cleared her throat and returned to her icy beauty state. The sect master has almost recovered, so let's return to the sect as soon as possible. Yes. Lin Chuan felt uneasy and agreed repeatedly. Alas, this person must never do anything that would go against his conscience. If he were given another chance, he would just want to ask, can you change the position, and do it again. To prevent any accidents, the two men disguised themselves briefly before leaving the hotel and rushing back to the sect. Nothing special happened on the way, but one piece of news caught their attention. The great elder of the Blood Demon sect has come out of seclusion and is working with the 100 Ghosts sect to investigate what happened in the secret realm before. Chapter 80, There is nothing here, what is there to investigate? The Blood Evil sect and the 100 Ghosts sect have joined forces to investigate the deaths of more than 3,000 monks in the Great Lake Illusion. As soon as this news came out, it immediately caused a lot of discussion in the cultivation community. Of course, the joint deployment of the Blood Evil sect and the 100 Ghosts sect was not the main reason for the discussion. It was mostly due to the matter of the Blood Demon sect's Grand Elder. Rumor has it that the Blood Demon sect's Great Elder has reached the threshold of being titled Heavenly Emperor after coming out of seclusion this time. Some even say that he has already achieved the title of Heavenly Emperor. Of course, powerful old-school cultivators all know that it is not easy to achieve the title of Heavenly Emperor. However, there are rumors that he has reached the threshold of being named the Emperor of Heaven. Many people believe this and are wary of it. Some people believe it, and naturally some people don't. No matter whether it is a famous and upright sect or various evil sects, some skeptics have already begun investigating. For the cultivators of various demonic sects, as long as they do not have any grudge against the blood demon sect, all of them sent people to show goodwill. The monks from various righteous sects were secretly watching. They were all wary of this existence, who might break through the title of Heavenly Emperor. Mingju, this incident is of no small importance. You and I must work together. On the top of the mountain where the Buddha's light shines, inside a magnificent golden hall, Kongju sat cross-legged on a cushion at the side with a solemn expression. Mingju, who was sitting cross-legged in the middle, also had a serious expression on his face. Indeed, the demon has glimpsed the great Tao. If he succeeds in proving the Tao, I'm afraid there will be no peace in the world. Many monks in the hall nodded in agreement. Although their Fanian temple has always had different philosophies from Tianian temple, what they are discussing today is of great importance. This concerns the order and safety of the entire world. Therefore, the two sides had to reach an agreement and join forces to prevent extreme events that may occur in the future. Masters, this matter isn't that serious, is it? Isn't the matter of Li Zhentang's cultivation just a rumor from the outside world? At the end of the hall, Tianmiao sect's leader Sheng Lingfeng said tentatively. He was just passing by and happened to meet Master Kong Ju, who came to pay homage to the master. So he followed him here to join in the fun. But he never expected to witness the union of two righteous sects that had always been at odds with each other. Mingju glanced at Sheng Lingfeng, clasped his hands together and said, Amitabha, sect master Sheng, I have sent people to verify that Li Zhentang does indeed contain a trace of the aura of the great Tao. I'm afraid the rumors are not false. Master Kongju nodded, but ignored Sheng Lingfeng and turned to Mingju and said, That's right, but we still don't know to what extent he has cultivated. If the realm is too high, I'm afraid we will have to contact more sects. The two heavenly emperor-level masters treated this matter so seriously. Even from the way they spoke, it seemed that they needed to unite with more righteous sects in order to fight against Li Zhentang. This really scared Sheng Lingfeng. His sect is just a lower-level sect. As the sect leader, he only has the strength of a heavenly saint. Just imagine, an existence so powerful that even two heavenly emperor-level sects are wary of it. How terrifying that would be. On the top of Red Feather Mountain, there is the Hall of the Blood Fiend sect master. Li Zhentang sat high in the main seat, looking at everyone in the hall with a stern gaze. I came out of seclusion this time for only one thing, and that is to find out what exactly happened in the Great Marsh illusion. Obviously, he was furious that his beloved great-grandson had been killed. Elder Li, our Chi-Ju sect is willing to cooperate with your sect's actions in this operation. My Night Demon sect is also willing to cooperate with your sect. My Blood Demon sect is also willing to cooperate. People from more than a dozen sects in the hall came out to express their opinions. They all belong to the demonic sects that lost many elite disciples in the Great Lake Illusion. When they heard that Li Zhentang had come out of seclusion and might be on the verge of becoming the Heavenly Emperor, a group of people could no longer contain their excitement. The first reason was to congratulate, the second was to find out whether the rumors were true, and the third was to help figure out the matter of the day's illusion. In fact, they had sent people to check out the situation in the day's illusion before. However, after seeing the scene, many people were still frightened. The power that could destroy an entire mountain range was beyond their imagination. Just by making a rough judgment, we can conclude that the murderer's strength is at least that of the Emperor of Heaven. Are you kidding? What does it mean for the Emperor of Heaven to ascend to the throne? In an era without the title of Heavenly Emperor, he was an invincible existence. No sect would dare to provoke such a free and unrestrained strong man. Even if they suffered a loss, no sect dared to come forward and ask for revenge. Therefore, all the sects that suffered losses, whether they were righteous or evil, they all just dare to denounce it verbally, but no one dares to take any real big action. This time, Li Zhentang came out of seclusion, and all the factions came after hearing the news. After seeing that the rumors were true, of course he quickly hugged the thigh, joined the ranks of those who are investigating and punishing the real culprit. Brother Li, your coming out of seclusion this time is so grand. I'm afraid those so-called famous and upright sects will not sit idly by. Inside the main hall, when the monks from various sects were all agreeing, the old man Bai Ku, who was sitting on the side, suddenly spoke. When Li Zhentang heard what old man Bai Ku said, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. I told you I came out of seclusion this time for only one reason, and that is to find out what happened in the Great Marsh illusion. As for those famous and upright sects, it's fine if they don't bother me, but otherwise, humph. As he snorted, the hearts of everyone in the hall trembled, including the powerful ones at the level of Heavenly Emperor. Is this what it means to realize the existence of title-level power? So terrifying, invincible. The monks from all the righteous sects and the demonic sects were busy running around. Lin Chuan also returned to the sect with Leng Ningxuang. They had just received news about what was happening in the outside world. After learning that the righteous monks were uniting, the demonic side also responded quickly. All kinds of news were spreading everywhere, as if a war between good and evil was about to break out. Holy Maiden Peak! Lin Chuan was strolling leisurely outside the hall when a sweet cry broke his peace. Junior brother, junior brother. Lin Chuan knew who it was without even looking back. In the entire Tianmo sect, only the eldest sister Wu Nanmeng is qualified to call him junior brother. What's wrong, senior sister? Lin Chuan held the back of his head and asked leisurely. What's wrong? Wu Nanmeng stared with wide eyes. Don't you know yet? We seem to be in big trouble. Lin Chuan spread his hands, looking indifferent. You mean the day's illusion? Don't worry, no one will find out. Seeing that he underestimated the seriousness of the situation, Wu Nanmeng became even more worried. Li Zhentang is investigating this time. Rumor has it that he's about to be promoted to the title of Heavenly Emperor. Oh my God, he's given the title of Heavenly Emperor. Who knows if he has any means to find out anything? In response, Lin Chuan still shrugged calmly. Don't panic, I'll do the job for you. There's not a single hair left at the scene. What's there for them to investigate?